Personal notice. Stranger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Dark Chain, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, perhaps if my husband were still alive, I wouldn't need your help. He was the strongest man in the entire county. But he's been dead a long time now. And his brother, who manages the farm, can't see any farther than the cows and horses and the fields and the bright side of everything. Now, Buddy, please, just play with your toys, dear. Oh, here, I'll open that safety pin for you. Can't you manage? Now, you'll be quiet, won't you? There is no bright side, Mr. Valentine, when my only neighbor for miles should be in prison. And unless he's put there soon, heaven knows what will happen. Buddy, you'll tear it. Now, that's your nice dog doll that Uncle Simon gave you for Christmas. Can't you? There, that's better. I'm not begging for sympathy, Mr. Valentine. But I'm a woman who already has all she can bear. All the sorrow and the tragedy and the burden. Buddy, don't do that to your dog. It's your doll. Buddy, don't. Now, don't. Go outside, dear. Go outside, won't you? Go and see if you can help in the fields.
I like my chickens. Don't you, Mama?
Of course, Buddy.
I wouldn't hurt my chickens. Would you?
Dear, please.
All right, Mama. Bye.
Please help me, Mr. Valentine. Sincerely, Mrs. Purcell. He's 19 now, Mr. Valentine.
Well, he's certainly big.
His mind isn't.
Yeah, I understand.
But he's really quite gentle. But there are things that he can do on the farm to be useful. Those huge log chains he carries, why, he can pull stumps out of a field better than a team of horses.
Well, Mrs. Purcell, isn't there anything that...
No, there's nothing that can be done.
Well, that's too bad.
No, I'm not sorry for myself. He's just a little boy, that's all. And he's my son, Mr. Valentine. He's my...
Yeah, your life, sure, of course. Well, Mrs. Purcell, you asked us out here to visit his friends or something. A little quiet investigation of a neighbor.
Yes, you weren't very specific.
His name is Luke Schroeder.
Schroeder?
Half a mile down the road. He's always lived there, but he hasn't been around much. He's been in prison.
Oh.
He's on parole now. He can be sent back if he does anything wrong. And the other night, something was stolen.
You mean that this...
No, now, please, let me tell it in my own way. A brooch. You know, one of those delicate, old-fashioned cameo brooches. It was my grandmother's. I hadn't seen it for some time. I never go out anywhere. But it was in the storeroom in a little box. Well, Buddy wanted to look at the jewelry. That's what he calls it. So I took out the box, and the brooch was missing.
I see. But you say Buddy likes jewelry.
Yes. Outside, he couldn't take his eyes off this gaudy thing here on my purse.
Oh, Buddy wouldn't take it. Oh, Buddy doesn't ever touch anything that isn't his. Besides, I asked him later. It didn't even register. He just said it was bad to take things, especially chickens.
What?
A weasel killed chickens the other night.
Oh. Well, how do you know this brooch was taken just recently if you haven't looked in the box for a long time?
But I have, a week or so ago. I know it's been in the last week.
Uh-huh. Is that all, Mrs. Purcell?
Luke Schroeder is a thief. That's what he was in prison for. He stole jewelry before from a store in town.
Well, there's nothing you've told us that proves he stole it. And even if we discovered some proof, all we could do is turn it over to the local police.
I've seen the police. I've talked to the sheriff.
Yeah, well, what'd he do?
He was too busy to bother.
Well, look, I'm sorry, but from what you've told me, it doesn't seem...
Oh, excuse me, sis.
Simon, won't you please... this is Mr. Valentine.
Yes,
and...
we met downstairs.
Oh, what have you got there in the crate?
Oh,
George, look at them. Little baby chicks.
Uh-huh. Cute little rascals.
Oh.
Just fixing the bed for them under the kitchen stove.
all right, Simon, but right now we're...
Weasel got to Buddy's chickens, you know. Thought he'd like some more to play with. Only... What's this? Here's a funny thing. Found it there under the stove. Thought you might like...
What?
Well, his little doll, see?
Oh. It's a little dog doll, isn't it?
Yeah. Only its neck is all twisted around.
No, it's been torn. The head's been torn clear off, see? It's...
I did that.
Hmm?
I was fixing the little doll, that's all. I tore its head off so I could put some more stuffing in it.
Well, I guess...
Now,
that-
Simon, please, we're busy. Can't you take those chicks downstairs?
Yeah,
and
they're getting cold. Here, I'll carry them for you, Simon.
What? Oh, but Mr. Valentine...
Don't worry, Mrs. Purcell. We can talk later. Yeah, I think we'll be staying around here for a while after all.
Oh, there's a bright side to Buddy, Mr. Valentine.
You mean because at least he's able to help you here on the farm?
Oh, not much. So clumsy, can't even harness up the horses.
Oh?
Then he gets an idea of his own, sticks with it. Nothing else matters. You know how little kids do. No, I was thinking more... He's happy, you know what I mean? He's not bothered by thinking he's smarter than he is, like most of us are in this world.
Simon, I was thinking more about his mother.
Upset, ain't she?
Yeah, that's right.
I used to think it'd be less strain on her if we put the boy in one of those homes or something, but she bristles out like a porcupine if you ever mention it.
I'm upset right now about something.
Oh. Well, I'm glad you're here. Friends are good. She needs friends. I don't know what it is, Mr. Valentine. She is upset bad. I suppose maybe it's only she has trouble seeing the bright side. What's the matter? What are you looking at?
Who's that girl over there? Walking out there by the barn.
Oh, her. Maria.
Maria?
Luke Schroeder's wife, down the road.
Oh?
Something, ain't she?
Yeah. Luke's wife, huh?
If you'd like to take a little walk around, I can show
No,
you.
thanks. We'll look at the farm later, Simon. I've got a couple of things to do right now.
Well, George, if you want to talk to Luke's wife...
Come on.
Where's your uncle, buddy?
I don't know.
What are you doing? The matter, cat got your tongue?
You go away.
Why? It's a free country, isn't it?
I don't like you. I said...
You do like those chains of yours, don't you?
These? I can pull stumps right up out of the ground. I can...
I bet you can't throw them all the way across the barn.
I bet I can. I bet I can. I bet I can. See?
That's better. Are a strong little boy, aren't you?
Buddy, not a little boy.
Why don't you like me?
You got yellow hair.
Mm-hmm. I just washed it, too. And I got a new dress on with a sparkly belt, see? Why don't you like me, buddy?
Maria,
Yes, buddy?
do you belong to Luke like my chickens belong to me? Stop laughing.
I'm sorry, buddy.
I told you it's a free country, isn't it?
Stop laughing. It's not funny. They're dead.
What?
My chickens are dead in the nighttime. They're all dead. And when you're dead, you don't breathe anymore. I hate you.
Buddy, what are you talking about?
They're all...
Tell Maria.
Oh, George.
Come on, buddy, what?
He's crying.
Maria likes you, buddy.
Oh, George, that girl's the most awful thing.
All right, get out of the way.
Huh?
Go on, I said get out of the way, whoever you are.
Slow down, Buster.
Where is she? Where is she?
Luke!
Come on, Angel. We're in the town.
Yeah?
I was just wondering when you were going to...
Get back to the house. Get back home.
What? Your supper's ready, Luke. It's already just waiting, and it's... Hey, who are they?
We're friends or buddies, Mrs. Schroeder.
Stay out of this, mister. Go on, Maria, beat it.
I will not. You got a fine lot of nerve in front of people.
Hey, yo.
You hear me?
How do you like that, mister? How do you like a
Yeah,
husband?
he's real tough, isn't he,
I
lady?
said stay out of it.
Cool off, you big mug. I'm going. Bye, mister.
Well, so you're the great Luke Schroeder.
Yeah. I know who you are, too, Mac. No, you beat it.
No, don't go away, mister. Don't go away, mister. Don't go away, mister.
Shut up. Shut up, you crazy idiot.
Buddy, leave Luke alone.
Oh, mister, just leave me alone with this
hates
freak.
Buddy hates
You're not
Luke.
going to argue with me now,
Put that
are
knife
you,
down,
mister?
Luke. It's not going to do you any good.
Buddy hates
Buddy,
Luke.
stop it.
Buddy hates
Buddy, it's all
Luke.
right. Stop it.
Buddy hates
Will you be quiet,
Luke.
buddy? It's all right, buddy.
Buddy hates Luke.
George, come on, get out of
Buddy
here,
hates
Angel. Buddy,
Luke.
stop it!
Buddy
Come on, Luke! Come on, run, will you? Run!
All right, let go of me. Let go of it.
Crazy jailbird, you sure take the cake for brains. That poor kid back there's 5 times your size.
All right, I said. Look, mister. The other night, a weasel killed some chicken hut buddies. Everybody in the county knows it's a weasel. They've had the same trouble. Only that crazy, overgrown bird brain gets an idea in his head, it sticks there like concrete.
Oh, what do you mean?
Come over here, in the back of my car. Something I just found on the road. Something I had longer than Maria. Something never killed a chicken in its life.
Oh,
A dog.
Yeah, my dog. At least it used to be. Before it was beat to death with log chains.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. No one likes to get up and get going on a chilly fall morning, and your car is no exception. For the gasoline in your car is sensitive to the weather, too. But it's no problem when you use Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's climate-tailored. Based on year-round weather reports, it's tailored to each different season and to the different altitude and temperature zones throughout the West. That's why you can count on it for faster starts every time, for faster, smoother pickup in traffic, and for extra ping-free power on hills. Try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Right away, you'll notice how much better your car responds to this premium quality gasoline. You can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You meet Buddy Purcell, who is both an enormous man and a small child at the same time. His mother first called you to try to locate a cameo brooch that she says has been stolen. She's even sure who stole it, Luke Schroeder, who lives down the road. But if you're anything like George Valentine, you're much more interested in something else besides missing trinkets, like dogs, for instance. First a toy doll dog that had been torn and mutilated. And now Luke's dog, a real live dog. Only not anymore.
Well, there it is, Angel. Those log chains he lugs around are dark in a couple of places.
dried blood.
Well, look now. How about it, buddy? Come on, kid. How about it?
I don't think he even understands us, Mr. Valentine.
Well, look, kid, you're a big boy now. You don't need to cry. Did you get mad at the dog? Look, buddy, did you kill the dog?
Let me go. Let me go.
Oh, George, we ought to wait until his mother gets back from town.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine. I've never seen a boy like this.
Now, listen to me, both of you. I get rid of that guy, Luke, all right, but it wasn't easy. And the kind of trouble he's liable to cause isn't exactly legal.
What do you mean,
He's
George?
headed for town to buy himself a drink or two, and he still says he's going to kill Buddy.
I'm not afraid of anybody named Schroeder.
Buddy going outside.
Oh, now, look, wait a minute, kid. We're friends of yours. We've got...
I killed a dog once. You know that?
You did? Well, all right, kid.
I took my chains and I swung and I swung and I swung and it killed him. It was Luke's dog. It killed my chickens, didn't it, Uncle Simon?
Oh, Buddy, we've talked to other farmers on the phone. They saw your chickens. It wasn't a dog
He
that...
gets an idea. He never
I
lets go.
hate Luke. I hate Luke. He stole Mama's jewelry.
Did he?
Mama told you. I heard her. She told you. Let go of me. Please let go of me. Please.
Buddy, is that any way to act? Now, Buddy, is... Mr. Valentine, what's this he was talking about, a brooch?
Oh, well, it's a cameo thing. Mrs. Purcell said it was stolen. She thought Luke Schroeder took it.
Cameo?
Uh-huh.
Maybe Luke did. I saw a cameo just yesterday. Girl wearing it.
What?
Mm-hmm. It was Luke's wife. That Maria. Say, ain't she something, though?
Yeah. Something is something, all right. Sorry, we've been waiting for you, Mrs. Purcell.
Have you?
Yes, I think it's time we had a little talk about Buddy.
I'm so late getting back. It's so late serving supper. You haven't had a thing to eat.
Oh, we don't mind. Sit down, won't you, Mrs. Purcell?
No, not now. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Purcell. You got us out here with a story about a brooch being stolen. Maybe by Luke Schroeder. And maybe Luke did take it. I don't know.
Of course, Mr. Valentine, that's right.
The only reason you pointed a finger at him is because you want to get rid of him. Get him out of the neighborhood. Is that right?
He's a troublemaker.
You mean for Buddy, he is.
He teases him. He picks on him like a bully.
Yeah, I know. And his wife, Maria, is no better. She could get anybody in trouble, even Luke. But the person you're really afraid of is Buddy himself.
What?
You're afraid of his violence.
No, he's always been so kind, so calm. It's just that Luke is...
Oh, well, Luke, he's on parole. I can see the sheriff about him. I don't like guys who pull knives on people anyway. But what I mean is, you'd better be thinking of doing something about Buddy.
No, What's that?
Well, it's just the wind outside, that's all. Hey, I guess you've lived in fear, haven't you? In fear of the things your own son might do, and nobody's big enough to stop him from.
Oh, please, not now. Please, Mr. Valentine,
I don't like
please.
what I'm saying, but it seems
George, wait a minute. Mrs. Purcell, where have you been?
What?
Oh, I know you've been in town shopping. But I heard your car drive up quite a little while before you came inside here.
Oh, leave me alone.
And you've been so frightened just now that you've hardly heard us. Where were you? What's happened?
Nothing. Leave me alone, both of you.
Mrs. Purcell, you've also kept your hand in your pocket. Why?
No, leave me alone.
Sorry, but I have to...
George. Oh. George. A cameo brooch. So that's why you had your hand in your pocket.
Where did you get this, Mrs. Purcell? Come on now, where'd you get it?
Buddy.
Buddy? Well, where did he get it?
I don't know. He just gave it to me outside and ran.
Outside? But, George, Buddy was in his own room a little while ago.
Come on. Well, he's not back here yet.
He's still outside. George, what's that?
Wait a minute. Another doll.
Oh.
Yeah. A little girl doll. And Brooksy, its head. Look, its head's all twisted. It's all...
The brooch. brooch and the doll. Maria! Oh, Maria's dead, isn't she, George?
Brooksy, that's an understatement.
With the chain.
Yeah. Bruises. Even scratches on the floor. Chains, all right.
George, look. Look at her blouse here. 2 little tiny holes.
Yes, so what?
Well, it's where the brooch was pinned. See the mark of the clasp? This is where Buddy got it. Before he took it outside to give to his mother. Mrs. Purcell must have guessed where it came from.
Uh-huh.
Well, I guess there's nothing to do.
But to keep looking, Angel.
What?
Something I noticed outside a second ago.
Huh?
Her husband Luke went into town, didn't he?
Well, yes.
Well, I saw something on the lawn, there by the bushes. There we are. A hat, see?
Oh, it's the one he had on earlier.
Uh-huh.
Well, George, Luke's been here. Well, it could have been at supper, and he could have left his hat
On a windy night like tonight? Oh, no, Angel. He went into town, all right. I just think he got back, that's all. Yeah, sure. There's his car on the side of the house.
And he left the car door open. Georgie was in a hurry, running maybe, and lost his hat. Why, maybe it wasn't Buddy. Maybe it was Luke who came back here.
Listen, it's a man's voice. Come on, this way. There he is.
Oh.
Hey, Luke. Luke.
Oh, no. The chains again.
Luke, can you hear me? Luke, listen, can you hear me? What happened?
Chains. He was waiting for me. I'd seen him earlier on the road with the chains. I ran. He chased me. Hit me. Chains.
Oh, George, can't we get him back to the house?
It's too late.
What are you going to do?
Look, this just happened, Brooksy. It just happened. Don't you get it? We interrupted it.
You mean then someplace right around?
Shh. Wait a minute. Yeah. It's the chains. Hear them?
Oh, this crazy wind, you can't tell which
Across
direction.
the road, Angel. That little patch of woods. Come on.
What? Oh, George, you're not going.
I said come on. We can see him if he runs for it across the fields in the moonlight.
Oh.
Yeah. Come on. In here someplace.
Valentine!
Hey.
Mr. Valentine! Mr. Valentine! Oh, there you are.
Well, hello, Simon.
I have been chasing after you as fast as I could. I saw what had happened back there. And Luke, too.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yes, I wanted to. What's that?
His chains. George.
Yeah. Still in there.
The woods.
Huh? Come on now. A little more to the left, I think.
Mr. Valentine, you're not going after Buddy when he's like this.
Why not?
George.
But we can get the sheriff here in half an hour. Buddy wouldn't have time to leave the property. He wouldn't even know enough to.
Right now, we only have to search a tiny patch of woods.
But, George, there's no one else he can hurt except us. Oh, we're crazy.
5 times as strong as an ox, Mr. Valentine. You've seen it yourself. We can't handle him.
He's clumsy.
What difference does that make?
Oh, George, please don't. He's moving. Listen.
No, he's not. He's back to the right again, through here. I still say he's clumsy. He's got hands like baseball gloves.
Mr. Valentine.
So clumsy, he can't even harness up the horses.
He's closer, George.
You know, I'll bet Buddy can't even open a safety pin.
What?
Can you imagine what he'd look like trying to unfasten the pin on a delicate cameo brooch?
Huh?
How about that, Simon? You should have torn it off Maria's blouse. It would have looked more like Buddy did it that way.
George.
That's the way you wanted everything to look, isn't it? But you made that one little mistake. What did you do after you killed her and took the brooch? Just give it to Buddy, knowing no one would believe where he got it?
I don't understand. Mr. Valentine, the chains. He's right in here with the chains.
Oh, yeah, sure, Buster. The chains are the weapon, all right. That's why I'm going after them right now instead of later. In a little tiny patch of woods, a man couldn't run away without being seen. But he could come out of the woods and pretend he came from someplace else like you did.
No, I didn't. Buddy's right there. Look
and
out.
if I search those woods and don't find Buddy, and instead I find... Sure, there they are. The chains, Simon. Right where you left them. hanging on a branch, swaying in the wind.
No.
No, you don't, Buster. I guess you don't mind if I use the chains to tie you up. Yeah, some of it was a guess, Mrs. Purcell.
George seemed to think he should have a little of the kind of faith you have in your boy.
How could you, after the dog and those dolls?
Well, the second doll Simon planted himself, and the first one, well, Buddy gets an idea and sticks with it. But that doesn't say where he got the idea.
It's Simon who's been making him so upset. He gave him that stubborn idea that Luke's dog had killed his chicken.
Luke's dog. He did kill the dog, Miss Brooks.
Yeah, well, he threw a chain at it, like he said. But I think you'll find Simon was the one who, well, added the finishing touch.
It was an awfully easy way for Simon to get out of a nasty spot. To set up a crime that would be blamed on an abnormal kid.
And the spot was Maria.
Yeah. The little trouble girl Simon unthinkingly gave your brooch to. Oh, she was something, all right. And Simon must have lived in terror of that tough husband finding out.
Luke gave us another clue, you know, Mrs. Purcell.
Yeah, he was attacked because he'd seen someone with chains on the road. He didn't say who, but certainly Buddy wouldn't think in terms of trying to kill a suspicious witness.
Oh, no. And Buddy is really kind when you know him. He's really... Oh, no. You were right, Mr. Valentine. I'll find a place where they'll take good care of Buddy.
Of course you will.
But I'll always be near him. I'll always be near my son.
Oh, but I wish there were a happier ending for her, George.
Oh, I don't know, Brooksy. Remember what Simon said?
Hmm?
At least Buddy's not bothered by thinking he's smarter than he is, like most of us are.
Well, yes,
Mr.
but George...
Valentine.
Wait a minute,
Mr.
sir.
Valentine. Mr. Valentine. Goodbye. Goodbye. I hope you have a nice time. Hope you be happy.
Oh.
Thanks, Buddy. Same to you.
What's the one biggest cause of wear in your car's engine? Automotive engineers have proved that internal corrosive rust is responsible for 80% of all engine wear. It starts the moment the ignition is turned off, the result of acid-laden moisture attacking cylinder walls and other vital parts. But when you rely on RPM motor oil, you stop this 80% of wear completely. That's because RPM is specially compounded to keep a moisture-proof film on internal metal at all times. With RPM on those vital parts, rust can't harm the engine, even though your car stands idle for days or weeks. No wonder this premium quality motor oil is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Why not try it tomorrow? Ask for RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Georgia Backus as Mrs. Purcell, William Boucher as Buddy, Louise Arthur as Maria, Herbert Butterfield as Simon, and Tony Barrett as Luke. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Run Until Dead, another adventure of George Valentine. Dear Mr. Valentine, recently I've had reason to investigate and reassure myself of your integrity. I'm quite confident that you can handle a rather small task for me with the utmost secrecy. I say small, but it's a matter of great urgency to me. I only hope that it doesn't surprise you too much that I should be appealing for help. Sincerely, Dashiell Fenwick.
Dashiell Fenwick?
Well, Brooksy, we're coming up in the world.
Or the world's coming down. Why, that's old Iron Jaw Fenwick.
Yeah, a name that makes the lords of the underworld really tremble in their custom-made shoes.
I know.
The little David that slew a dozen Goliaths because he's a private citizen with a crusade against crime. Angel, you can't possibly know what a surprise this really is.
Why? What do you know that I don't know?
Well, I was Lieutenant Barclay's guest at the grand jury hearing on the Suderman case.
Yeah?
I've already had my surprise from Mr. Fenwick yesterday.
And so, members of the grand jury, as your special investigator, I must report that there is no case against Mr. Suderman. No case whatsoever.
No case, no case. Did you hear what that guy said?
Yeah.
I'm asleep. Maybe I'm asleep and I'm dreaming it, or my ears are plugged. Oh, no.
That's what he said, all right. But keep your head on, Lieutenant Barclay. It's only a state tax evasion case.
Well, what else are you going to get a guy like Suderman on? You can't prove anything else. He's mixed up with everything in town, but you can't prove it, can you? I tell you, Valentine, if I didn't know better, I'd say old Iron Jaw had finally been reached.
Fenwick?
Hey, young Mr. D.A., you worked with Fenwick on this. How do you like it?
I don't. Hello, Barclay.
Hi. Well, maybe you can't reach an investigator, but you can reach a witness, eh?
What are you talking about? Melina Atkins?
Sure, that accountant wife for the past 4 months.
Yes. Well, we hoped it'd pan out better. Her stuff did kind of blow up in our faces, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah. Well, you did a great job. If it hadn't been for Fenwick, we could...
Barclay, Fenwick did exactly what I would have done.
Huh?
He had to make that report. On the evidence we found, Eric Suderman was just not guilty, that's all.
On the evidence?
Yeah. And after Fenwick's report, you can bet the grand jury will drop this like a hot potato.
Now, what's the matter, gentlemen? Did you bet on the wrong team?
Congratulations, Suderman.
Well, I knew I wasn't guilty. I could have told you.
Now, listen, Suderman.
Sorry I can't buy you a drink, but I have my own celebrating to do. Now, for heaven's sake, don't look so surprised. Toughest crime investigator in the state says I'm innocent. Well, I am, that's all. It's, you know, what's that word? Oh, it's justice, that's all.
That was yesterday, Angel. Only yesterday.
Well, come on. What are we waiting for? This is today.
Mr. Valentine, that Suderman report was the most disappointing one I've ever had to make.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But, Mr. Fenwick, if the evidence didn't warrant anything else, what could you do?
Yes, of course. Nothing, of course.
Say, look, Mr. Fenwick, you seem to be beating yourself over the head with this Suderman business. Is that why you came to me?
Oh, no, of course not. No, not at all.
Uh-huh.
No, it's something else. Something altogether different.
Yeah?
Yes. This morning, I tried to get in touch with an old friend of mine out of town, a man who's been ill for some time. Mr. Atkins.
Atkins?
Yes. The father of the recent prosecution witness, Melina Atkins.
Go on.
Well, I called Mr. Atkins this morning. An old dear friend, mind you. And he sent word by his housekeeper he wouldn't speak to me.
Oh?
Well, I suggested driving up, thought perhaps his illness was worse, quite frail, you know. But he just doesn't care to see me.
Yeah?
Well, that's all there is. I want you to find out what's wrong. Driving, you should make it up there by midnight.
Huh? You can't reach an investigator, but sometimes you can reach a witness.
What's that?
Well, in the Suderman case, you staked everything on Melina Atkins' testimony. But at the last minute, her evidence blew up, didn't it?
Well, it's not healthy to give evidence against Suderman, George.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Angel. It's dangerous. And when a girl has a father to think about, too...
Oh, she tried as hard as she could.
Suppose she'd been forced to withhold something. Threatened, maybe. Or her father.
Isn't there some way you could see the girl here in town? Ask her what's wrong with her father.
Yes, I've seen Melina. She's upset and tired, naturally.
Yeah, naturally.
Yes. Anyway, she cares too much for me not to reveal any other reason for upset.
What do you mean?
I've said so much, I may as well complete the confession. It's my hope that Melina Atkins will shortly accept me as her husband.
What?
Yes.
You mean you and...
What's the matter, Miss Brooks? Do you think it impossible for a man of my years to be viewed with affection by a younger...
No, excuse me. Well, I guess it's just my turn to be surprised, that's all. Congratulations.
Well, excuse me, but you called it a confession.
Yes, because I've kept it a secret. Because I was afraid of what might happen to Miss Atkins.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Oh, what difference does it make? Go find out what's the matter with Atkins. If it's just his bad teeth that makes Atkins so sour, well, then you get a cigar, Valentine. A whole carload of cigars.
I said Mr. Atkins is dead.
He's what?
Oh, I'm sorry you drove all the way up here and didn't know but he is since this evening. Oh, there's so many of his friends to tell about it, I don't know what to do, but I was there, and I saw it. A stroke, I tell you, he had a stroke.
Mr. Atkins died this evening of a stroke.
Now, look, you're his housekeeper. I know how difficult it is, but I've got to know what happened, all of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just all those people tramping in and out, but never making any noise. It's so quiet when people die. My mother had a stroke. Well, his daughter was here this afternoon, Mr. Valentine.
Melina?
Yes, she was nervous and upset. It just made me mad because I knew he'd be upset, too. No better than an invalid he
Melina was upset about what? Do you know?
No, something she didn't want to talk about to him. But then a man came here to see her.
Oh?
She tried to keep her father from even knowing that man was here, but the man pushed right into his room, and their voices were raised, but I couldn't hear anything, and the man laughed, and then he went out.
Well, who was this man? What did he look like?
Oh, I was in the kitchen. I don't know.
Oh, fine. What else?
Well, a little while later, Melina left, too. She'd been crying.
Huh? And Melina looked frightened, didn't she?
Yes, but I was just mad. All that upset. And when I went into Mr. Atkins' room, he wouldn't tell me anything. He just lay there in his bed like a ghost. It was half an hour later, Mr. Valentine. I heard his slippers on the floor. He's never supposed to be out of bed. And when I got to him, he was trying to climb the hall stairway. He was mumbling he had to reach the telephone, had to call somebody named Weirick or Fearick.
Fenwick?
Yeah, that's him. The same man he was worried about not seeing the day before. And I argued with him. He tried to push me away, but... Well, anyway, it was then that he... Right there on the stairway.
Yes, all right. Now, I understand. Well, Angel, I guess we can report to Mr. Fenwick now. But I don't think it's going to win me any cigars.
Well, his lights are on, George. He must still be awake, but it's almost 4.
Well, good evening.
Yes, but I'd say it's good morning, wouldn't you? Oh, Valentine, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Suderman. This is Miss Brooks.
Mr. Oh, how do you do?
Nice morning for a stroll.
Yeah, sure. And you always do your strolling in front of Mr. Fenwick's house?
That thing behind me is not a Doberman Pinscher I'm walking.
All right, we can go into the house now, Mr. Suderman.
A policeman? George, what is
All right, get him in here, Peters. Suderman, we've been looking for you for the past hour. Well, Valentine.
Just skip the formalities, Barkley. Where's Mr. Fenwick? Or is he...
No, he's not dead, if that's what you mean. Fenwick's a little too tough to kill, isn't he, Suderman?
I was awakened from a sound sleep. I have no idea what you're talking about, and furthermore, Lieutenant...
Oh, sure. Alibi.
Barkley, we've been out of town all night, so come on, let's have it.
Oh, tell them, Peters. Go on, you tell them.
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
And listen carefully, Mr. Suderman. After the lecture, we always have a question period.
I'm willing to be instructed.
Well, I'm on the 7th Street beat, see, downtown, checking doors and night lights. You know how it is. When I see this guy wrapped around a telephone pole. On foot, I mean. Well, I can see at a glance he's drunk, so I poke him to send him home. When, gosh, I see it's Mr. Fenwick.
What? Oh, now, wait a second.
I know, miss. Old Iron Jaw never took a drink in his life. But when I recover myself to get him in a taxi and down to the hospital, I find somebody's poured at least one drink down him to cover the stuff.
Stuff?
Dope, Mr. Valentine. Some kind of a drug. The doc says enough to kill off 5 men. But he's saved by the stomach pump, see?
Thank you, Peters. Mr. Fenwick is resting quietly in his own bedroom. And pretty soon, maybe he can even talk. But now, in the meantime, Mr. Suderman...
You've no right to question me. I can explain where I've been all evening.
Is that so? All right, suppose you...
But I don't need to say anything. I don't need to talk to you
come
until
here.
such...
Come here.
What?
What do you...
Now, listen to me. Never mind that bird for a minute.
What?
I said, listen, will you? Fenwick hated Suderman.
Well, that's why I've got him here.
Suderman was cleared, remember?
Oh, well, so what? He's got a grudge on the old man.
And the old man maybe has the works on him now. At least Melina Atkins does. I figure she was being pressured through her father. But now that he's dead, she's free to talk.
Atkins, father, say something in English, will you?
Sure, I'll say something in English. Let's get to Melina Atkins as fast as we can.
Well, it wasn't fast enough, was it?
No, not by a good many hours, I'd say. Lying there since last night.
So that's Melina. Witness for the grand jury rests. Rests for good. From a blow on the back of her head.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. The outside of your car has to go through all kinds of weather. Hot sun, fog, rain, and sometimes snow. But look what the inside of your car's engine is up against. Every time you turn off the ignition, internal engine parts are exposed to drops of acid-laden moisture, which results in rust, the cause of 80% of engine wear. But here's the sure way to stop this high-cost rust. Use RPM motor oil. It's a premium quality motor oil that's compounded to keep a rust-preventive film on internal parts at all times. Turn off the ignition, leave your car standing idle for days or weeks, and this moisture-proof film stays on internal parts, keeps costly rust from starting. No wonder RPM motor oil is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Ask for RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A couple of days ago, Eric Suderman was cleared before the grand jury. A simple state tax evasion case, but as Lieutenant Barkley says, on what else can you ever nail a cagey man like Suderman? Melina Atkins was chief witness for the prosecution, though her testimony faded rather badly at the last minute. Well, Special Crime Investigator Dashiell Fenwick, old Iron Jaw, had an idea pressure might have been brought to bear on Melina, and you have an idea he was right. You see, old Iron Jaw himself was picked up downtown, drugged, and Melina Atkins is dead.
Yeah, that was it, all right. Her head smacked the corner of the table there.
But the broken lamp on the floor.
No, the technical boys say it was the table.
Yeah, somebody must have socked her with a lamp, Angel. Just stood there and socked her. She fell, hit the table, and... well, that was it.
Well, what did the janitor say?
He listened to the radio all last night. But he did fix a fuse in the basement at 9 o'clock.
Fuse?
Mm-hmm.
Well, breaking the lamp might blow a fuse.
Okay. So we say she was killed at 9 o'clock. But did anybody see anybody? No. Was there a party elsewhere in the apartment house so people might be wandering around? Seeing anybody?
No.
Oh, no. Are there any...
Yeah, I get the general idea, Lieutenant. Nobody saw anything. Where was your little friend Suderman around 9 o'clock?
Out giving birth to an alibi, 8:30 to 9:30.
Oh, how convenient.
The rackets he runs, the payoffs he gets, he's always covered. A whole family of alibis he has by now, and not one of them that we... No, wait a minute. You know, we have got one thing on him.
What's that?
Huh?
DA's office is working on this case, too. They proved he was up at Molina's father's yesterday.
Hey, wait a minute. That makes him the man the housekeeper told us about. The man who paid a visit to upset everybody and make them scared.
Yes. So at least we know Suderman was in touch with Molina. He was threatening or intimidating or...
All right. We know there's more evidence in the tax evasion case. Everybody knows that. It's murder I want solved. Only who can tell us anything? Old man Atkins decides to tell Fenwick something and dies of a stroke. Maybe Fenwick is found out by then, and he gets drugged. And the little girl in the middle of the whole thing, she... No, I'll get it. Yeah, Barkley speaking. Who? What?
Lieutenant, what is it?
Sergeant, you know what's going to happen to you, don't you? All right, then. Why didn't you... Yes, we'll see you later.
Okay, spill it.
An ex-sergeant, who should be nameless, is on duty at Fenwick's house.
Where?
He posts a guard in the hallway, but none outside while Fenwick sleeps quietly in a room downstairs, a room alone.
Come on, get to it, will you?
Yeah, I'll get to it. Like somebody got to old Ironjaw. The window's open. They got him out of there.
Huh?
He's gone, you hear me? The last guy who knows anything, he's disappeared. Right out from under our noses. Even took Fenwick's own car to get him away without being noticed.
Well, be of good cheer, Lieutenant. Maybe we'll find something in his room.
Oh, sure, an arrow maybe, pointing at the villain, yeah.
A tough man with a conscience. We could use a few more like him.
Instead of one less. To think if he'd only known in time, he could have...
Hey, wait a minute. Look out, Barkley!
Why, it's an ambulance.
Hey, what the... Hey, what's going on down there?
Come on. It's only an accident. Keep going. Move that car. You're blocking traffic.
Oh, George, look at that car.
Move that car, lady.
It's Fenwick.
All right, easy does it, boys. Lift him easy.
He's still alive, George.
Yeah, but I don't know how, Angel. His car must have rolled over a couple of times coming down that bank.
Onto the stretcher. There we go. All right, I'll meet you, Doc. I'll meet you out there.
Old Ironjaw's indestructible, isn't he?
Yeah. Lonely stretch of road. Car sails over a bank. No reason.
One occupant in car, Fenwick. Run, Fenwick. Run until dead.
Oh, no. Old Ironjaw just felt good tonight. He just sneaked out for a little pleasure ride.
Uh-huh. By himself.
Well, that's what Suderman will want us to think. Just an accident. Skid, maybe.
Why, you couldn't go over that bank unless a lot of extra effort was made.
Mm-hmm. Well, this time I've got a head start on the maternity department.
What do you mean?
Well, both other times the crimes were committed hours before we got there. Well, this time there's only been about 15 minutes for my little friend to prepare the delivery of his next alibi. Come on, let's find Suderman.
Let go of me, will you?
I'm not touching you. The rule book says I can't. Only just keep walking up there to the door, Suderman.
Oh. He's back at his house again, huh?
Mm-hmm. I told you Fenwick's too tough to kill.
The doctor didn't want to move him any further than this.
That is, I suppose he's able to talk?
No, you don't get an answer to that. Come on, get inside.
Huh? What do you gentlemen want to ask me?
We want to tell you that everybody else is being eliminated. I mean, everybody who could conceivably have a grudge against Fenwick or against Molina Atkins.
Not to mention that there's nobody who could have a grudge against both of them, and the same night.
Well?
Well, point one. Fenwick cleared you of tax evasion because of insufficient evidence. But there was certain evidence not given. Check?
Oh, you hardly expect me to
Okay,
admit...
point two. Molina Atkins had that evidence, but was afraid to give it. Only it looks like last night old Ironjaw found out what it was all about, too.
No comment.
Mr. Suderman, if you can suggest any other conceivable reason for the girl being killed last night, and for not one attempt, but two attempts to be made on Fenwick's life...
What did he say? What did he say?
Oh, now you're getting interested.
No, I don't mean that, but although I do have a right to know... Wait a minute.
Yeah?
That's for me. I have an alibi, you know. They'll tell you.
Never mind. I'll get the door.
George, what is it? Mr. Fenwick is asleep and the doctor's leaving, but the noise is...
Well, look who's here. Come in, young Mr. D.A.
Hello, Barkley, everybody.
Hello.
Mr. Suderman, I guess your alibi can wait a little longer. Now that we've got a representative of the DA's office present, suppose you just listen
Barkley.
to what he has...
I'm his latest alibi.
You?
The whole office is. I know. I'm sorry, but we all are. I hurried out to let you know. We dropped Suderman off at his hotel just a second or two before you got him, I guess.
The DA's...
Yeah. He was down there at our place at the same time Fenwick's car must have spilled over the hill.
Suderman, why didn't you say so?
Why, I was...
You wanted to find out what we knew, didn't you?
You've got a perfect alibi for once. Why have you been so nervous?
Now, what does a man get for tax evasion? Is it 10 years? Because that part of it's true, isn't it? Hey, Angel, what did you say about Fenwick?
Well, just that he's asleep. The doctor's out packing up his things now.
Old Iron Jaw's alone?
Well, yes, but...
Hey, listen. Upstairs.
Keep him there, Barkley. Let me do this.
George!
Fenwick! Fenwick!
George, what is
Shut that door, Angel. Lock it.
Yes, but Doctor...
He's all right. So am I. Just dumb, that's all. It had never occurred to us to believe alibis from a guy like Suderman.
What?
And an automobile crash or drug in a stomach can't be coincidence, accident, so they've got to be murder. Well, all they really were was what happened right now. Fenwick's been trying to commit suicide.
Please, Mr. Valentine, please.
Sure, you want us to go so you can try it again. No, you hired me. You're stuck with me.
Hey, Valentine.
Just a minute, Barkley. We're all right.
I'm a coward, that's all. A coward.
The whole slate wipes clean pretty fast, doesn't it? You swallow some drug and a glass of liquor. Liquor to give you a little courage. Only a noisy policeman comes along to interfere.
A coward.
And then you sneak out by yourself from downstairs, take your own car, and try to...
An old man and a coward.
Yeah. What was it? Melina?
Yes.
Uh-huh. She wasn't what she seemed to be.
No.
Well, I guess that coin has two sides, Fenwick, doesn't it? One way we looked at, she'd been pressured by Suderman. She was afraid of him. At the worst, maybe she withheld a little evidence. But look at it the other way. Everything that's happened.
She was no good. She never was.
You mean all of her evidence?
It was all a hoax.
What?
I knew her father. I knew her. I staked everything on her testimony, Valentine. Her testimony, all of it, was very cleverly designed to swell bigger and bigger and then explode. She didn't say anymore. She didn't know anymore. It was a garden path.
Designed by a very good friend, Mr. Suderman.
And the thing that led you down that garden path. Well, I wondered when you told us in your office that you loved her.
Yeah, never mind, Angel.
I've written all this down, Mr. Valentine. It's in the mail. Eric Suderman's complicity, my own blindness. All that's necessary for someone else to bring him to trial again.
Wait a minute. Suderman must have guessed you'd written it down. That's why he's been so nervous. He must have guessed you were really trying to commit suicide. But if that's the case, then he must
get
have
out
known...
of here, Valentine. Please get out
Mr.
of here.
Fenwick, a man doesn't commit suicide just because he's been made a sucker.
No. Suderman knows everything. I learned all this from Melina. Then Suderman found me, told me what he knew, and expected that I would keep my mouth closed. It didn't occur to him that I might close my own mouth forever.
Suderman knows about you seeing Melina?
All of it. I went because I'd been suspecting them and still afraid to admit it. It was around 9 o'clock. I told her I loved her. She laughed at me. I grabbed her. I made her tell. I heard the whole truth for the first time. I seized the lamp. I struck her. She fell to the floor. And I ran.
Uh-huh. But you left something out, didn't you, Fenwick?
It's in my confession. It's what Suderman knows when he found me in the bar at 10 o'clock. Yes, I killed Melina Atkins.
Okay, Barkley. Come on in now. You too, Suderman.
Hey, what's been going on in here?
Hello, Lieutenant. Valentine. I'm rather glad it worked out this way. I can...
Just cut it out, Fenwick. Suderman, we've got you for framing false evidence, perjury, maybe tax evasion, too. But you may slip out again.
What is this? What's he been saying?
Slip out? He will not. I wrote down every single
Skidder,
word.
will you? Suderman, where were you at 10 o'clock last night? Never mind, I know already. In a bar someplace accusing Fenwick here of murder. Well, how did you know he'd committed murder?
Why, I merely added 2 and 2
And decided a man like Fenwick had done that? How fantastic can you get?
Oh, but I'd been following him, watching him earlier in the day.
No. You were out of town at old man Atkins' place. You had an alibi.
Oh, well...
In fact, you've got too many alibis, all of them good.
Hey, wait a minute. How did he know she was dead? We didn't find her till this morning.
Well, I was up there, of course. After it happened, I could tell Fenwick had been there.
How could you tell? There wasn't anything in the apartment to indicate anyone beside Molina had been there.
But it was just after it... Well, I'd seen him leave.
Fenwick struck her with a lamp at 9 o'clock, and then he ran. Now, how could you see him when you've got an alibi that says you were somewhere else 8:30 to 9:30? Too many alibis.
No. Well, people told me they'd seen him.
Just a minute. Nobody saw anybody out there, not even the janitor.
Wait a minute, Barkley.
Huh?
There is a way you could have been told, isn't there, Suderman?
What?
A way you could have got there after 9:30, then gone out to find Fenwick by 10, and still in the meantime be told who it was struck Malinow with a lamp. One way you could have been told, just one.
No, you
go ahead, grab him.
I got it.
The corpse told you, didn't she? Molina herself. Nursing a bruise, maybe, and telling you what happened. Sure it was the corpse gave you the idea how to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, to keep them both quiet. All you had to do was add another bruise. The back of the head against the table. So she'd lie there more quietly, Suderman, like a real corpse should.
George, what do you suppose will happen to Mr. Fenwick?
Oh, he'll stand trial for assault, Brooksy, for hitting Molina with that lamp, something like that.
He certainly beats himself with his conscience, doesn't he?
Old Ironjaw. It was a close call.
Well, but, darling, it certainly looked like Suderman was making him run. Run until dead.
Yeah. Sometimes you can escape from a Suderman. Fenwick tried to escape from himself. He probably... Oh, come on, Angel. Let's go out for dinner before I turn philosopher.
People who know the whims of November weather will be taking a raincoat to the football game next Saturday. And don't think Chevron Supreme gasoline isn't prepared for the weather, too. It's prepared months ahead of time by Standard of California, where automotive engineers know how sensitive gasoline is to seasonal weather and altitude, too. That's why Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored, scientifically tailored to meet the weather demands in your driving area. Try a tank full of this premium quality gasoline tomorrow, and you'll notice right away how much better your car responds. Faster starts, faster getaway in traffic, and ping-free power to lift your car over steep hills. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. And because it's climate-tailored, count on Chevron Supreme to get the best out of your car every day in the year. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robertson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Bill Boucher as Lieutenant Barclay, Will Wright as Fenwick, Byron Kane as the attorney, Larry Dobkin as Suderman, and Frank Hale as the housekeeper. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Sweet Poison, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm writing to you because I don't know where else to turn. And in this hour of need, I must turn somewhere. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me, Mr. Valentine?
Yes, of course I can. But who are you? What are you calling
Please don't interrupt, Mr. Valentine. I've already wasted 5 minutes writing full details the way your ad says to, but if you won't listen, if you make me send it through the mail, it'll be too late.
Well, all right, lady. Go on and read your letter.
Thank you. It is essential that you come at once to solve a crime. Please hurry. Because, Mr. Valentine, there has been a murder at our house.
What? Where?
Mr. Valentine. At our house, and I need your help desperately. Signed, yours truly, Gloria Bishop, 603 North 72nd Street.
I'm sorry, we don't want any, not even samples. Come again sometime.
George.
Oh, no, you don't, Buster.
Exit, will you? And don't forget to take your foot out of the door.
This is 603 North 72nd Street, isn't it?
Darling, it is also Monday afternoon, and on Monday there is a deadline. And inside is a man at work who doesn't like to work, not even on Monday. So please, if you love your fellow man...
Who is it, Melville?
I hate you both. Nobody!
I like you too, Melville.
Oh, you...
Well, hello. Nobody.
Yeah, the name's Valentine. This is Miss Brooks.
Don't apologize. Sit down. We'll talk. Know anything about the vintage wines, politicals, cooking?
Jonas, please ignore them like they never happened. Get back to the easel. It's 3 o'clock. There's a whole lithograph company waiting.
Silence.
Oh.
Forgive my rude friend, Mr. Valentine. This is Melville Bond, my publisher.
Publisher?
If I don't look the type, it's from smoking too many cigars and pulling out too many gray hairs. Men's magazines, that's my line. But what's in men's magazines? Women. And how do women get in men's magazines? By me trying to make characters like Jonas here work.
Hey, hold it, will you? The drawings on the wall, all of them girls. He calls you Jonas. Well, you're the famous painter Wentworth Jonas, aren't you?
Your clairvoyance is frightening, young man.
The Jonas girls. Why, of course.
Yeah.
I'll bet your name is on every pin-up
You
picture.
needn't spoil my afternoon, Miss Brooke. I know. Ashtrays, calendars, neckties. There's nowhere my infamy hasn't reached. But I was an artist once. I painted still life. Beautiful cabbages and beefsteak and...
And it's 3 o'clock and there's a girl in a bathing suit carrying a turkey for the Thanksgiving cover. And
Well, take it the way it is.
But you haven't painted the bathing suit yet.
Oh, for the last time, gentlemen, stop it, will you? Maybe neither one of you two gentlemen cares, but I came here to see about a murder.
Murder?
How considerate. If you'll just give me 5 minutes to lay out the corpse...
Okay, skip it, will you? But there's some crazy girl by the name of Gloria Bishop who telephoned me
Gloria?
and said...
Well, why didn't you say so? Young man, I'll have you know Miss Bishop is the only woman in the world with a figure like one of my drawings. Go around to the back door.
What?
Of course, my back door. She's my housekeeper.
A girl like that is your housekeeper.
Well, what did you think she was? My mother?
Beat it, Mac. Go on. You too, sister. Beat
Oh,
it.
no, not again.
Hey, wait a minute. Look,
What do you
Frank,
want to see her for in the first place?
I'm getting a little tired.
Pushing won't do you any good. I said beat it.
Is that so?
George.
Yeah. That's better.
The perfect bodyguard, huh? You know how to shoot that thing?
Want to find out?
Hey, what is this? I knock on the back door
Stay
and
away
you...
from her, Mac. Far away. Otherwise,
Maddie!
excuse me.
Maddie, where are... Oh, hello.
Wow. Hello.
I guess you're Gloria Bishop. No question about that, George.
Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks, of course. But did you see a young man?
Oh, sure. We bumped into him, left in kind of a hurry.
Oh, that's good. I didn't want him here when you...
Who is he, Gloria?
Oh, Matty Riga. He's just a boy. I met him someplace. I'm always meeting people someplace.
Yes, I can imagine.
But he is kind of attractive, don't you think?
It's adorable. Okay, Gloria, you got us into this menagerie by yelling murder. Now, come on, fast. Let's have it.
Oh, the murder. Well, come here. Come through here. I've been so upset I'm all unstrung. There, you see?
A dead cat.
Wouldn't you know?
He just lies there not doing anything. And he's so young. His life had barely begun.
Did he get run over?
Oh, no, I never allow him outside. His name was Hannibal.
Never outside, huh? Gloria, what did you feed him?
Well, fresh liver. And the raw egg, that's for his fur.
Looks like he was poisoned.
Oh, I knew it must be something awful like that.
Well, he must have got to something. Have you asked Mr. Jones?
Oh, no. I haven't told a soul. And I wouldn't dare bother him. He says I should be seen and not heard. He scares me.
He does? Well, then why do you work for him?
For pay. Isn't that why you work?
Yeah. Now, look, Gloria, could that cat have got to any chocolate?
Chocolate? Oh, yes, he was practically carnivorous. That means he'd eat anything. But, well, I never keep sweet things around. I mean, if I lost my figure, where would I be?
Never mind. But maybe you've got a case at that. Because, look on his fur here. Yeah, I think Hannibal died from eating a chocolate cream.
Of course, I didn't poison the beast, Mr. Valentine. I haven't killed anything for weeks.
All right, Mr. Jonas.
Besides, it didn't occur to me. Cats give me a rash, you know, all across the stomach like polka dots. So if you expect me to weep copious tears over
I
some
expect
silly...
you to answer questions, that's all. Chocolate creams, I said. Do you eat them?
Huh. My doctor hasn't let me touch anything richer than my pocketbook since the Battle of the Bulge.
But if the cat hasn't been out of the house, where did it
Hold on, young lady. I believe there was a box of frustrating things around here somewhere.
Where,
Well,
Mr.
why didn't
Jonas?
you say so?
Well, how should I know? Go look for them.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
I'll help you, Gloria.
Huh. Women. Do you know I've painted wishful curves onto their silly skeletons until I'm positively seasick?
Yes, well, my heart bleeds for you, Mr. Jonas. But just where did you get the candy?
Stubborn, aren't you? Came through the mail, I suppose. Everything does.
Oh, what do you mean?
The ridiculous distortion of the female frame that I've popularized seems to have dragged me into the limelight, Mr. Valentine. I'm a public hero, like Ali Khan or General Delivery.
You get fan mail?
By the garbage cans full. Letters I can't read, cigars I can't smoke, candy I can't eat.
Huh?
George, here's some wrapping paper about the right size. It was in the wastebasket.
Uh-huh, yeah. Addressed to Jonas. No return address, though. Postmarked last night.
Yes, that's it. I remember unwrapping the
Mr. Jonas,
box,
I think somebody sent poisoned candy to you.
A critic,
Only Gloria's cat got it by mistake. Have you got any particular enemies? Ever receive any threats?
Only from women's club. No, Well, this room was broken into about a week ago.
What?
At least my desk has been rifled, and Gloria certainly
Anything
wouldn't.
taken?
My entire fortune. File copies of my income tax return. What else can a man say?
All right, let's start taking it seriously.
Young man, I take everything seriously. Even myself.
But not somebody trying to kill you.
Well, what do you expect me to do? I'm just trying to think, trying to remember. Gloria, have you found that candy yet?
No, I haven't, Mr. Jonas. I'm looking everywhere.
Wait a minute. Valentine. He left here walking.
Huh?
His apartment hotel's only a few blocks down the street.
Who?
Melville Bond, of course. I'd unwrapped it. The cat must have taken a piece. But then I gave the box to Melville.
You mean just now?
No. It was early, around noon. He's been back and forth all day making me finish his blasted picture.
Holy, and by now he's probably eaten a lot more than the cat ever did.
Wait. I'm just remembering why it seemed like a good idea for him to take it. It's his wife's birthday.
Mr. Bond! Mr. Bond!
There he goes, Angel, through the revolving door.
Apartment hotel, that's right. George is coming out
Hey,
again.
Mr. Bond! Hey, back in again. What's the...
George, he's falling. It's just going round and round.
Bond! Hey, come on, let go of that thing, will you? Let's get out of here. Now, here we go. Hey, Bond, can you hear me, Mr. Bond?
Yes, Are you the doctor?
not dead. He's just sick, that's all.
But, Lieutenant Johnson, when we got to him, he wasn't carrying the box of candy.
He must have eaten only a piece or two of it. That's what the hospital says.
Well, what'd he do with the rest?
I know. Where's the rest of it? That's what I'm talking about. Hospital's got him asleep. How you managed to get mixed up in cases where nobody can tell us anything.
What about his wife? Mr. Jonas said that's why Mr. Bond took the box for his wife's birthday.
She hasn't got it. Mrs. Bond has been at a bridge luncheon all day eating carrots, salad, and greens. So now we've got to canvass every place in town that he's been... Hey, Valentine, where you going? Hey!
George!
Yes, Mr. Valentine, this is Mr. Bond's office.
I see. Well, Miss Smith, I wanted to ask...
But if it's about Mr. Bond's magazines, that's all over at the printer's building. Oh, they have all the fun over there. Darn it. I'm just the business department. And believe you me, for a girl who's been used to a social life...
Yes, I've already been there. Also his club, a restaurant, and a barber shop.
Oh, he gets around, but I don't. When a girl's married to a typewriter...
Had Mr. Bond been here? Was he carrying a box of candy?
Well, if you're not the sociable type... Candy?
Miss Smith, look, I said, has he...
Yes, he was here, in and out.
And the candy, a box he'd picked up at Jonas's. He was going to take it home to his wife.
What? He was? Gee, if I'd realized, Well, he went hurrying out, and he was just sitting there with his umbrella and newspaper. When a girl's had practically nothing for lunch and is all alone in an office...
Smith, I'm afraid to guess. Where's the candy now?
Wastebasket.
Wastebasket.
Well, I've always been weak that way. But you won't tell Mr. Bond, will you?
Yeah. Here's the box, all right. It's empty.
Uh-huh. Clear empty.
Smith.
Coroner's report. 14 grain tetranic myoxide in stomach. No hope of counteracting. Miss Smith was dead on arrival.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When do you think your car's engine takes the worst beating? When it's running 40 or 50 miles an hour? No. When it's in stop-and-go traffic? No. Actually, it's when your car's standing still. Automotive engineers have proved that 80% of all wear inside your car's engine begins the moment you turn off the ignition. It's the chemical action of acid-laden moisture forming on cylinder walls, and the result is costly rust. But you can stop this engine wear completely by using RPM motor oil. RPM is specially compounded to keep a moisture-proof film of oil on all internal parts at all times. Even though you left your car standing idle for days or weeks, RPM would not drain off parts. It stays on metal, prevents that acid-laden moisture from touching metal. So no wonder RPM is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Ask for RPM motor oil at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A box of poisoned chocolates. One piece killed a cat. Then Mr. Jonas gave the box to Melville Bond, his publisher, who needed a present for his wife's birthday. However, before Bond ever got home, he tasted a piece or two himself and lived, though sickly, to regret it. The rest of the candy had been left forgotten at the office, and so a poor, unsuspecting secretary, Miss Smith, satisfied her appetite for sweets. Indirect, but it's still murder. And if your name is George Valentine, what bothers you is where did the box come from in the first place?
Mr. Valentine, the notion that anyone in this wide world would want to kill me is utterly ridiculous.
You mean you wish it were?
Yes, Mr. Jonas, the candy was addressed to you.
But why? Nobody hates me. They love me. The idiot.
You mean they love the kind of pin-ups you paint?
Stop telling me what I mean, young man. I've never known. How should you be able to?
Jonas, please listen to what the detective...
Melville, take a trip somewhere. Go convalesce.
Now, look, both of you.
Yes, I'm sick, and this is the thanks I get for worrying about you.
Scares you, doesn't it, Melville? Oh. Yes, where would your magazine be if your little gold mine were dead? I almost wish I'd thought of you and gone off my diet.
Jonas, no, please don't joke. It might happen again.
Oh, now cut it out, both of you, will you? In the first place, it's not going to happen again. Lieutenant Johnson's putting a bodyguard on you, Jonas. A sergeant who'll stay at your house and who'll bring every piece of mail you get down to headquarters unopened.
Oh, good. I hope there are lots of bills.
And in the second place, Jonas, I don't think so much of your sense of humor.
Mr. Valentine, I almost wish I'd gone off my diet and eaten the candy myself. I mean it.
Why?
I'm thinking of that poor girl just as much as you are. She was reasonably young, reasonably intelligent.
You knew Miss Smith?
Occasionally, she'd bring my checks from Melville to the house. She did just last week. You know, she's the only girl I've ever met who didn't seem envious of that preposterous invention of mine, the Jonas female figure. Miss Smith was not a dreamer. She was well-shaped like a human being, even fat like I am. And for such a rare, honest creature to suffer in my place...
Oh, don't get carried away, boy.
What should I do? Wear a girdle on my tongue? I know, it would be better if I had. Because, of course, I make enemies, Valentine. I just hate to face the fact that an innocent bystander should have taken my medicine. Get to work, will you, Valentine? Find the murderer.
Oh, what a night.
Yeah. Jonas finally broke down and gave us a list of people he'd insulted.
Half the town, I'll bet. That wrapping paper the box was sent in, we ran through every test known to mankind to Dick Tracy. Results? We've still got the anonymous poisoner.
Oh, great.
They're in an envelope, the boys tell me, are the last worldly remains of Miss Smith, an innocent bystander, as the saying goes. But suppose this guy decides to mail somebody else something. How can we stop it?
Lieutenant, what about that boy, Matty Riga, the one who acted so tough with the gun at the back door?
Riga? Nah. He's a strong arm, that's all. Works for anybody. But connect him with Jonas? Nah. He's never even met the guy. Listen. What is it, you want to bet?
Huh?
Another attempt on Jonas? Or is it our nutty killer sending poison to somebody else through the mail?
Or is it your wife saying, come home for breakfast?
Hello? Johnson speaking. Oh, yeah.
Who is it?
Nova Bond.
Well, let me hear this.
Go on. What's the matter?
I said, get out here, Lieutenant. Get out here quick.
But where are you, Mr. Bond?
I came over to see Jonas first thing this morning, but no one answered the door. Please hurry, Lieutenant.
But there's a sergeant of mine out there, Douglas. Where's he?
I'm an ailing man, gray hair, and I don't
What's the matter with you?
I'm all right. I just can't stand the sight of blood.
Blood. So that's it.
Sergeant Douglas's blood.
He's all right, though. Knocked out, that's all. Yeah, somebody smashed the vase over his head, see?
The most alert sergeant.
But where's Mr. Bond?
Right where he left us, Miss Brooks, by the telephone.
Oh.
Get his collar open. Come on, friend. Wake up.
Hey, Brooksy,
come on now.
What is it, George?
Come on, get up.
Do your feet hurt?
Huh?
Do your shoes pinch? Does your pocketbook pinch?
What on earth?
Ad for a shoe store, Angel. Postcard here on the floor with the sergeant.
Huh?
Well, don't you get it? Maybe our killer is running a repeat performance. At least the mailman's already made a morning delivery.
George.
And who's the only person I can think of who could get the drop on Sergeant Douglas?
Gloria.
Uh-huh, Gloria. Come on.
Well, she's not in her room.
Yeah, but if we're right, Angel, there wasn't much time to get away. I'm not in there either. Well, I guess... Hello, Gloria. Cleaning closets?
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I didn't do anything, honest. I didn't mean to hit him so hard.
You didn't what?
I didn't, but the vase broke, and I guess it cut him, but I didn't mean to. And then Mr. Bond rang the bell.
Hey, Gloria. Hey, kid, here I am. Gloria, I brought my car like you said. What's happened?
Gloria,
You mean what's going to happen? Slow down, Buster. Get the gun, Angel.
Yes.
That's more like it.
Hey, Valentine, what in the
Johnson, meet Matty Riga, a tough boy.
What's going on in my house? The birth of a nation?
All right. Suppose we start with you, Mr. Jonas. Where have you been this morning?
I went out for a walk.
A walk?
Yes. I've been reflecting. It's one thing for me to hate the world, but to reconcile myself to the idea that anyone should dare to hate me, enough to want to kill me, I still just can't conceive.
Matty hates you, Mr. Jonas.
What's that?
He does, Mr. Jonas. Matty's divinely jealous.
Hey, wait a minute. Slow down, kid. That's a cop over there.
But you are jealous, Matty. You won't let anyone come near me.
That's right, Gloria. Keep it up.
Cut it out, both of you. I don't hate him.
Hey, Gloria, is he jealous because you live here with Mr. Jonas?
No, you're crazy. That's what's good about her, see? She's it, see? The only girl in the world with a figure like a Jonas pinup. That makes me a big shot if you know she's my girl. I like it that she's his model. You don't think it's her brain, do you? I'm a big shot.
Matty!
Before scandal rears its ugly head, may I point out to you, Junior, that Miss Bishop is my housekeeper, not my model.
What? Oh, now look, really, she's the only girl in the world with
I
a figure.
keep Miss Bishop here solely to scare away other applicants for the job. Models make me ill. I invented that hideous pin-up figure solely out of the dregs of my mind.
Out of your mind?
Well, what's in your mind most of the time, Lieutenant?
All right. Skip that. Gloria, you thought Matty hated your boss. That's why you knocked out Sergeant Douglas, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Valentine.
Because something must have come in the mail this morning, addressed to Mr. Jonas, and you figured it was Matty who sent it. That he sent the other one, too.
Well, of course. But I couldn't let him get away with it, and I couldn't let anyone find out either. I mean, I didn't know what to do except get the package and then find out. Well, it just had to be Matty.
Why? Why were you so sure?
Well, gosh. None of us hate Mr. Jonas, not you or Mr. Bond or even the police. It hasn't been in the newspapers yet, and just any old anonymous wouldn't send a second package to the same man unless he was here to know the first one didn't work. I mean, would he?
George?
Yeah, out of the mouths of babes.
Huh? Me? Oh. I know I should be seen instead of heard, Mr. Valentine,
Never mind,
but
kid, never mind. You're at the head of the class. Now, you and Matty go into the next room, will you? Johnson, have you still got that envelope with the papers and things of Miss Smith?
Sure. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Maybe it's not important, but motive, maybe. Here, take a look through it, Brooksy, see if you find anything.
Okay, George.
Mr. Valentine, I've been sitting here quietly because I don't feel so good. But you've been leaving me out. I know what that means. You think I'm the one. Well, if you think I hate Jonas, my own best meal ticket...
Skip it, Mr. Bond. I know you don't want him dead.
Well, then who does? It must be a crank.
That's the first sensible thing you said, Melville.
Gloria, let's have the package.
What?
Come on. The package that came in the mail this morning. The one you took.
All right, Mr. Valentine. I'm sorry I took it. Here.
Well, let's see that. Yeah, same printing. To Mr. Wentworth Jonas. Same size package, same paper. More candy, no doubt.
I hadn't touched it yet.
Oh, no. Just smeared the fingerprints, that's all.
Well, what happens now, Lieutenant? You take it to the police laboratory?
That's right. We run it through an X-ray first, then we take it...
Give me that. I'll show you it's all a mistake. There's no poison.
Now, wait a
No. Now, there, you see? It's an ordinary box. Now, let go of me. Just one more string inside to pull.
Hey, it's a firing pin of a grenade. Give me that. Look out!
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I guess somebody doesn't like me very well.
No, Jonas, you're wrong.
Sending me hand grenades? Poison? You know, I don't feel very
Brooksy,
well.
what did you find in that?
Well, here, George. Income tax return.
Huh?
What?
Sure. That might do it, mightn't it? Your old tax return copies. Remember, Jonas? Taken out of your desk a week ago.
George, he said Miss Smith was up here to bring a paycheck a week ago.
Hey, what's all this?
They were found in Miss Smith's effects, Jonas, so she must have taken them.
I don't understand.
It's simple, very simple. Nobody hates you. But you could be a relay point for a box of poison candy.
But the grenade...
Forget the grenade, Johnson. Don't you get it? That candy was meant to deliberately murder a woman who couldn't resist it, Miss Smith. She wasn't any innocent bystander. She was it.
What?
Yes, Mr. Bond. Does stealing the tax files mean your secretary was curious about how much of Jonas's income you were pocketing?
You're crazy. Why, would I be sending a meal ticket a grenade? Would I blow up a gold mine?
Sure, why not? You're a cautious guy, Mr. Bond. You even ate a piece of candy yesterday to make that one look good.
George, he was the only one there when you told Jonas he couldn't open his own mail.
Sure, Brooksy. He knew the grenade had come down to headquarters unopened. The X-ray'd be harmless.
But why would he send the grenade?
Someone, somehow, might think Miss Smith wasn't just an unfortunate accident. So pound it in. Everybody hates Jonas. Look for a mythical crank.
No, Mr. Valentine. I'm not a well man. I feel faint.
That's right, sure. Go ahead, faint. That's where you made your mistake. Because this morning you walked into this room, you saw what we saw, that the package was missing. And then, well, who else would have fainted so soon? Who else but the guy who knew what was inside that missing package? All right, faint again. See if we care.
Valentine, I tell you, the man had fantastic optimism, expecting poor Miss Smith to be the...
You mean the candy? Oh, I don't think so. He knew you wouldn't eat it. Gloria wouldn't eat it. He knew he'd be at your house on the day it arrived, and you'd give it to him if he asked for it for his wife.
But how did he know Miss Smith would eat it?
Well, how do you know a mouse will eat cheese, that a cat will eat milk, and...
Yes, George. Did you ever actually hear of a cat eating a chocolate cream?
No.
Hannibal was carnivorous. That means he'd eat anything.
Are you still here? Haven't you gone home or married a gangster or something?
I'm sorry, Mr. Jonas. I'll try to be seen and not heard. But goodbye, Miss Brooks, and goodbye, Mr. Valentine.
Brooksy, that is our cue.
I found that gangsters were fickle.
What? Valentine, wait. Don't leave me with this pin-up. She's like a nightmare come back to haunt me. My own hideous invention turning on me. Look at her.
Oh, no, sir. I just decided I love you, that's all.
Oh, good night, Mr. Jonas.
Valentine, come back. Doesn't anybody hate me? What earthly good is she?
Good night, Mr. Jonas.
If you're planning a Thanksgiving motor trip, it'll be a better trip all the way if you go on Chevron Supreme gasoline, for it's climate tailored to get the best out of your car wherever you drive and whenever you drive. This scientific tailoring is based on year-round weather reports gathered throughout the West. That's why you can be sure of peak performance from Chevron Supreme any month of the year and in the West's different altitude and temperature zones. Try a tank full of premium quality Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Right away, you'll notice your car's improved performance. You'll notice that it starts faster, has snappier pickup in traffic, and gives extra ping-free power on hills. As a matter of fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for Chevron Supreme gasoline tomorrow at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ken Christie as Lieutenant Johnson, Virginia Gregg as Gloria, Stanley Farrar as Bond, Ted Osborne as Jonas, Clayton Post as Riga, and Yvonne Patey as Miss Smith. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, dangers my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. No Riders, another adventure of George Valentine.
Mr. Valentine, there's a boy needs your help terribly. His name's Floyd Bronson, and he's in terrible trouble. He hasn't got any friends, and they won't let me see him. He'll still be here, I think, until the fire's over. It's a terrible fire. Please, please drive fast and get here. It's on Highway 41, just a few miles east of Paso Robles. You can find me because I'm a waitress at the Stop and Sip Cafe. Respectfully, Wanda Murphy.
Hey, Mudface, where's the coffee?
I'm fixing it as fast as I can. Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Hey, what's this?
I'm so tired. Everybody's tired.
Well, Wanda, can't you sit down?
Oh, I've been on alone since 6 last night. That's when he was here eating supper. Tommy Tucker, I mean, one that died.
The what?
He's a truck driver for a San Francisco fur company, and...
Hey, Mudface, what's this about Tommy?
Oh,
ask one of the men down the counter, Mr. Evans. They know more than I do.
Oh, okay.
Salesman, that's all. Sore because Mabel's not here. She's good looking.
Yeah, we'll skip it. Now, look, Wanda, I know you're groggy, but in words of one syllable, what's it all about?
Yes, and you said something about a fire. We saw carloads of men on the highway. But...
Well, that's what I've been doing, feeding all those men. You see, Mr. Valentine, last night a truck went over the grade 11 or 12 miles east of here towards Bakersfield. Went out of control, and the driver was killed.
Uh-huh. That's Tommy Tucker. And the fire was from the wreck, is that it? Truck caught the grass on fire?
Brush and scrub timber, yes. But they were afraid it would spread. They're only just now getting it out.
Okay, I follow you that far, only...
Hey, boy, what do you think of that old timid Tommy, huh, Mudface? Say, how long's he been on this run, anyway?
Oh, George, give me a nickel.
Yeah, here.
Did you hear me, Wanda? I said, how long's he been on this run, anyway?
Thanks, Sideshow. That's much better. Now, all right, Wanda. There was a wreck and a fire. But you wanted us here for something else, didn't you? Something like a boy in terrible trouble?
Floyd Bronson.
Okay, let's hear it.
He's... Oh, well, I don't know what it is exactly, but... Well, I just met Floyd yesterday, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, go on.
Well, he was just going through, but I had the afternoon off, and I was sitting here playing records when he stopped by. He sort of talked, and I talked, and I guess we talked nearly all afternoon. Salesmen and truck drivers don't pay much attention to me except a kid about the food. He was different.
He liked you, and you liked him.
Oh, yes, it's very mutual. I mean, well, he said he'd write to me. He hasn't got a family like I don't either. But he's expecting a very good job down in Bakersfield, and... Anyway.
Floyd isn't working now, huh?
No, but he's really expecting...
I meant yesterday he was going through hitchhiking, right?
Yes. He left here late in the afternoon with a farmer who said he'd take him the first few miles.
Hitchhiking on 41. Going east, right?
Yes, sir.
The same way as the truck that was wrecked later on. What happened, Wanda?
Oh, I don't know. But the first we saw of anything was a highway patrol car coming back here. And inside was Floyd. And they locked him up in that auto court across the highway by the woods.
But if Floyd's under arrest, what's it for?
Well, he hasn't got any friends or anybody to help. I told you I don't know what...
All right, Wanda. I'll find out for myself. But in the meantime, do something, will you?
All right, sir. What is it, sir?
Well, I was going to say pour yourself a cup of your own coffee, but... Hey, look, after this, call me George, huh?
So, Wanda asked you to help me, huh?
Yeah, the kid's upset. Worried silly about you.
Well, you know how it is.
No, I don't.
Well, she's a nice enough kid, I guess, but, you know, a guy travels around like I do.
Oh, I see. Traveler, huh? Okay, what happened on the highway?
Well, nothing. I got a hitch from a farm 5 or 6 miles, and then, boy, nothing had picked me up. Not many cars on 41 at night, anyway. Guess I walked for hours until, well, there it was.
The wreck?
Sure. Burning like a house afire in the brush, too. I was just wondering where I could get help when...
Yeah, when a cop's car came along and you ran.
Oh, but just to get out of the way. They were coming fast and, well...
Uh-huh.
Well, really, Mr. Valentine, that's what happened.
That's what happened. Well, Wanda was sure right about one thing, Floyd. If ever a guy needs help, you're it.
And, you're the man who owned the truck, huh, Mr. Jessup?
Yeah, lots of them.
Uh-huh.
Look at this here. Silver foxes he was going to deliver to a store in Bakersfield. Couldn't tell them from parchment now.
Stuff's insured, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, but it's a headache. Know what happens to wholesale furriers like me? They get bald.
Sure not much left at the back of that truck.
And this crate of Persian lamb, shish kebab. And the box of chinchilla looks like burned cigar butt.
Okay, so you've had bad luck. But Mr. Chester...
Oh, Valentine, I'm not complaining just for fun. It's because I've been up all night driving to get her to see what could be saved. Well, the driver, Mr. Valentine, Tommy Tucker, nicest boy I ever had working for me. I liked him.
Yeah, I understand.
So, if there's anything funny about this, if it's not just a case of Tommy's clutch or brakes giving out on the grade, well... How about that kid they picked up?
You know as much as I do, or the police so far.
Mr. Justin, has anyone ever tried to rob one of your trucks? I mean, on such an out-of-the-way road, it couldn't...
No, this is not a movie, Miss Brooks. Cargo's all boxed and locked and bolted to the floor. Besides, it's all still here, what's left of it. Still was curious about that kid, that's all.
So am I. He was running away from the wreck. Or maybe he was in the wreck and doesn't want to admit it.
You mean maybe Tommy had picked him up?
Sure, why not? Little company late at night.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Why not?
Well, you see the sign? No riders. That's the one rule we're really tough about, and Tommy wasn't a boy to break rules.
Yeah, I heard a salesman call him Timid Tommy.
No, conscientious, that's all. Reliable. I told you, the best man I ever had. Best driver, too. That's what bothers me.
Yeah. Say, what did they find up here in the cab of the truck?
Ashes, mostly, see? His flashlight was here in the seat.
Uh-huh. Truck's out of gear, huh?
Yeah. I got a mechanic coming to take a look.
Little iron rings.
What's that? What do you...
2 little iron rings about an inch in diameter. On the shelf up here, back of the seat, see?
Yeah, I saw those, Miss Brooks, and for the life of me, I can't...
Fire's pretty well under control now, but I sent Tucker's body off to Paso Robles.
Oh, thanks, McGee.
2 facts bother me, Valentine.
Yeah?
Number 1, we couldn't find any jacket any place for the driver, Tucker. Not even a zipper.
But in the fire, it might have burned. And anyway, maybe he didn't have one. The cab of a truck is heated, isn't it?
Well, I know it doesn't mean much. But finding a wallet does.
A wallet?
That's right. A firefighter just phoned from several miles down the road. Says come take a look at something he picked up there. Tucker's wallet.
I said you're a liar, Floyd.
No, I'm not. I already told you.
It'll only take Mr. McGee a few minutes to get back here, Floyd. So if you expect us to help you,
But this is just an ordinary leather jacket, isn't it? You can buy them like this by the millions at Army Navy stores.
You can steal them off bodies, too.
No, I didn't. I told you I didn't.
I said steal them off bodies.
No, it wasn't even on him. It wasn't...
Oh, is that so?
Well, anyway, I didn't steal it. It was lying there on the ground, phoned from the cab like he was. And, well, I was cold, and I knew I'd have a long way to go for help, and well, so I took it.
This was when you just happened by the scene of an accident.
Well, sure.
And when you looked to see if the driver was dead, you looked in his pocket for his wallet.
It was in the jacket, Mr. Valentine. Honest, it was. I didn't realize it until after the cops had picked me up. And I knew I'd be in worse trouble, so when they weren't looking, I threw it out the window of their car.
That would explain how it was found down on the road,
Floyd,
but
when you hitchhike, do you carry a rucksack?
What?
I know you haven't got one now, but you see these little iron rings? Well, they're what hold the straps of a rucksack. The rest of it was burned, I suppose. Inside the cab of the truck.
Well, Mr. Valentine...
Now, for the last time, will you tell me the truth?
Well, what really happened...
Never mind that phony preamble.
Well, all right. I was walking down the road, see, and nobody picked me up, and I was worn out, so finally I stood in the middle of the road. Then a sedan came along, didn't even see me. I had to dive for the ditch. It hurt my ankle, and I was still lying there when the food truck came along.
And it stopped.
Sure. Driver thought I'd been hurt in an accident. He helped tape up my ankle. He did. Here, see it? Only he was such a conscientious jerk, he wouldn't let me ride. Said if anybody was seen in his cab, he'd be fired. It was the rules. Well, I pretended I was sicker than I was, and he finally opened the back of the truck where I couldn't be seen. He said he'd dump me out before he got to Bakersfield.
Then what happened?
Well, I was so tired, I fell asleep, and next thing I knew, there'd been this accident. It broke the whole rear end. You saw how. Well, I was awful afraid for a second, and the fire was burning around me, and, well, you know all the rest.
Yeah. Now, even forgetting it's a wild story, what bothers me is, why didn't you say all this in the first place? It's like pulling teeth, isn't it?
He will have to pull out a molar, Valentine.
Mr. McGee?
Yes, I've been out there listening. Some story, son.
Well, it's what really happened.
Is it? I just got a phone call, Valentine. Coroner in Paso Robles says Tommy Tucker was murdered.
What?
Hit over the head with a heavy instrument sometime before the accident. Instrument appears to be that flashlight we found. Your fingerprints are on it, Floyd.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Maybe you're counting on your favorite football team to do its very best this coming weekend. If you're driving to the game, I can tell you how to make sure your car does its very best. What the team does is up to the coach. What your car does depends on your choice of gasoline. Make it Chevron Supreme gasoline, for here's a premium quality gasoline that's climate tailored. Tailored to the season and to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. That means peak performance whenever you drive and wherever. Try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Right away, you'll notice the difference. Faster starts, smoother pickup in traffic, ping-free power on hills. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engine. Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You go to a little roadside cafe on Highway 41 east of Paso Robles. You go to help a girl who wants you to help a boy. The girl is plain and lonely. But the boy is a little harder to figure. Floyd Bronson was in the wreck of a truck last night, but it's like pulling teeth to get him to tell you about it. And if you're anything like George Valentine, you're never very satisfied with the teeth you extract. Which ones are real and which ones are false? Well, just now, Mr. McGee of the Sheriff's Office has said something which may shed a little light on the subject.
Good Samaritan stops to pick up a hitchhiker, then gets brained and robbed for his kindness. Afterwards, it's a good idea to wreck the vehicle, cover up the evidence.
I didn't do it.
Well, how about your fingerprints on that flashlight?
Well, I've been thinking about that. I guess I held the flashlight while he put the tape on my ankle, like I told you.
Huh. You always seem to have explanations after we tell you what we want explained.
Well, sometimes it's hard to remember, that's all.
Kid, you watch the world like a card player expecting a crooked deal. Well, don't you know how that makes you look? A Sharpie holding aces in his pocket.
Well, everything I told you is the truth. You can't prove anything is a lie, can you?
No, Floyd, I'll say that for you. You don't trip yourself, but then neither does a lizard. Come on, Valentine. Let's go into town and see what else the coroner...
Wait a minute, Mr. McGee.
Why? I'll send a patrol car back for you.
But I just thought of something. I did. Well, it is hard to remember. I mean, what really happened.
This had better be good.
Well, like I told you, I was asleep in the back of the truck, remember? Well, I think I heard voices.
Voices? Where?
Well, we'd gone over a bump, or maybe we'd stopped. Yeah, that's it. And then, riding along, I heard the driver talking to somebody with him in the cab.
Hey, wait a minute. How did you know it was the driver talking?
Huh? Well, Well, I didn't exactly. I mean, the whole thing was kind of a memory, that's all. 2 voices up there. But he must have stopped to pick up another hitchhiker, don't you think? Sure, that must have been it. That must have been.
It won't work, son. Who was it told us Tommy Tucker wouldn't carry riders up front? Said he was so conscientious about the rules he wouldn't take a hitchhiker up there.
Huh? Oh, well, I did, but... Well, I might have been wrong about that. Maybe he just didn't want me to ride up there, you know.
Kid, don't make it any worse.
Well, Mr. Valentine, I suppose Tucker might have picked somebody up, but I can't believe it.
What about a man riding in the back of the truck, Mr. Jeston?
Well, he thought the boy was hurt, and there's no way the load could be bothered. I wouldn't blame a driver for
He
that.
wouldn't have given his mother-in-law a ride to her own funeral.
What's that?
No, it's a fact. Evans is my name. Wholesale plumbing. Just been waiting for a chance to help you guys.
Yeah, well, look, salesman.
Timid Tommy Tucker. That was my name for him. Oh, a real sweet boy. Don't misunderstand me. But he swallowed the rule book. You know what I mean? Afraid of the powers that be.
Now, look, friend.
Wait a minute, George. Go on, Mr. Evans.
A pleasure, miss. South of King City about a month ago, I ran out of gas and tried to flag a hitch. Along came Tommy, but do you think he'd pick me up? No, not on your tintype. And that's me, mind you. Travel the same route all the time. A friend, practically, you know?
I think we get the idea. Thanks.
Another funny thing that happened was...
Thanks, mister, thanks. No, I doubt if Tommy did pick up a second hitchhiker, or that he was carrying anyone in front, Mr. Valentine, or maybe even in the back.
Well, at least some of Floyd Bronson's story isn't true.
How do you know? How do you know a person's guilty until they've been proven so? How do you?
Wanda, come over here, will you? Excuse us.
All right, sir. But how
Now,
do
you
you...
listen to me. I don't get mad at a case just because I don't like the way somebody parts his hair. But that boyfriend of yours can't even look me in the eye.
It's only a habit, Mr. Valentine.
Is it? You've been standing around watching everything, scared to death Floyd would get himself in deeper and deeper.
It's just that... Oh, well, I knew he'd act that way. Not really stand up for himself right.
How did you know, Wanda?
Well, even yesterday he told me things that weren't true.
What things?
Oh, just little things. About jobs he'd had and was going to get. Important people he knew. Places he'd been.
Sure. Little boy with a big line. Oh, kid, what you see in a guy like that is beyond me.
Mr. Valentine, he doesn't mean to tell things. And gosh, nobody can be perfect. Only I don't even think Floyd Bronson's his name.
Holy sister, why didn't you say...
Oh, I'm so tired now. I'm not sure, but... Well, he gave me an address I could write to him later on. He wrote it on an old envelope. Only... Well, there was a place where he'd scratched a name out, and it was sort of like his. It was Mickey Floyd.
Mickey Floyd, huh? Here. Give me some change for the phone. Long distance.
The phone's across the highway at the motel. But Mr. Valentine...
Oh, now relax. Come on, get some change. Yeah. So that's the story, huh? Okay, Lieutenant Riley, thanks. Sure, I got it.
Well, George, what'd they say in the city?
Same thing they'll say in the country as soon as McGee's fingerprint report comes through.
George, what are you talking about?
Mickey Floyd, alias Floyd Bronson, escaped from a reform school up in Idaho last week.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's our boy, Angel.
Oh, what are you going to tell Wanda?
The truth? She'll just have to get over it.
Well, George, at least it explains the way Floyd's been acting. He was just trying to hide who he is.
Think again. Which would you rather have happen? Be caught and sent back to reform school, or let yourself be thrown in jail for murder? No, Brooksy, there's something else. Hey, come on.
What's that?
What the... Hey, Evans, what's happened?
Oh, brother, I don't know. Somebody said the kid broke out.
Huh?
Patrol car came to pick him up, but they found the cabin open and the guard knocked out. Yeah, sure, listen to that. He must have headed up through the woods. Come on.
No, we'll meet you. Go ahead. Brooksy, if he's running up there, there's nothing we can do. But if Floyd's really got a bad ankle, then he'd more likely head down the other way, wouldn't he? To make a getaway?
What do you mean, George?
I mean, I ought to have my head examined. I left the keys of my car back in the highway. So long, Angel.
Get away from me, Mr. Valentine. Look out.
Oh, no, you don't. Move over, will you?
No.
I said move over. I'm driving this buggy.
I wasn't going to steal your car.
Oh, no, just borrow it.
Say, whose car is that? That sedan?
How should I know?
Well, what are you doing?
I just wanted time to tell you how crazy you are, Buster. Out of the frying pan into the fire. Run, run, run. That's all you think of. Okay, well, for my money, you're guilty.
But I'm not. I didn't kill anybody.
Yeah, you said that. Now, come on, describe the inside of that fur truck for me again. Huh? Come on, the back end of the truck.
Oh, well, it was pretty dark and I was sleepy, but, well, there was a big box that had Silver Fox on it, and I laid down next to a big bolted crate that said Chinchilla. The bolts kept banging me.
You gonna stick with that hogwash?
Hogwash? But it's true. It's what happened.
Why did you slug that guard?
Listen, they're coming after us.
I said, why did you slug that guard just now to get away?
What guard?
Oh, cut it out. The guy that was standing
But
there.
he wasn't there. I mean, I didn't see him. I just found the door was open. I knew I had to get away before they put me in jail where I could. Listen, they're closer.
Malarkey, isn't it? It's all malarkey. You not slugging the guard.
But I didn't.
You gonna stick with that stuff?
Mr. Valentine.
With all of it? Are you?
You're liable to start shooting. Right, faster, faster.
Now, you listen to me. Are you gonna stand on your feet for once? Look a cop in the eye and say that stuff and make him believe it because you believe it?
Mr. Valentine, I'm a little guy. I'm all alone. There's nobody that I can... Look out! They're right behind you. What are you doing?
Just take it easy, kid. We're not gonna be hurt.
But...
Yeah, that's right. I said we. Because I'm right here with you, Floyd. And I believe you. Everything you've said.
Valentine, what in the name of blue blazes?
Obstructing justice, yeah, I know. But now, wait a minute, McGee. You just heard the boy here describe the inside of the truck, didn't you?
I'll say this, McGee. It was quite an accurate description.
Thanks, Justin. And how could he have known what it looked like unless the driver did let him in there? He wouldn't have known how to work the lock on the outside. And if Floyd was riding it back, how could he have got up front again to attack the driver?
Well, I know we haven't got all the answers yet. But in the meantime, I can hold him for his breakaway, slugging the guard.
McGee, the kid says he didn't do it.
Oh, now look.
The thing that's been bothering me, and probably you too, is that there's no other handy explanation for this whole business. Well, maybe I can come up with one.
Don't count on it. You see, I think instead of it all being true, it's all false. Like the boy riding in back. Why, we've turned up a witness who passed the truck on the road and who swears there were two people in front.
Oh, great. But look, if the kid can describe what was in back.
Back, front, will you please?
Okay. But, McGee, just suppose there's somebody who's scared to death of Floyd. Because, well, by sheer accident, Floyd was along and asleep when a crime was committed.
What do you mean?
And there are things in Floyd's memory, like he recognized somebody's sedan over here. Well, I remember he was driven off the highway by a sedan. That's when he hurt his ankle. Now, suppose it was a sedan that shouldn't have been seen in that neck of the woods last night.
Go on, Valentine. The guard comes next, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, if there was someone who was terrified of Floyd's possible evidence, and at the same time knew the kid was a perfect fall guy, wouldn't it be logical to set up a chance for Floyd to escape? The crazy kid would be bound to keep running until he'd be stopped someplace by a bullet. And then there'd never be any question of an alternate explanation. No more dangerous investigation.
Well, there are lots of holes in a story like that.
I'm afraid so, Mr. Valentine.
And if my theory is right, Mr. Justin, then even the business of front and back fits into place. The kid said he was asleep in back and heard voices. Okay, McGee. You got a witness says there was somebody up front.
Well, yes, it's true that checks, but...
Only how could there be another hitchhiker in the cab when the driver was so conscientious about no riders?
No, I'm sure he wouldn't have picked
There's
up...
only one person in the world I can figure would benefit by a carload of valuable furs being burned to a crisp. A person who'd naturally have to kill the conscientious driver to manage it.
Wait a minute. Are you trying
And it's the only person that a driver who lived by the rules could pick up on the highway. The guy who owned the furs. The guy who wrote the rules, Mr. Justin. You.
Insurance, Mr. Valentine? Well, I don't understand.
Yeah, sure, Wanda. Insurance on the furs. Why, there was even chinchilla in that load. Maybe some of them weren't even the real thing to begin with.
And the insurance company would never know. Justin would just hold out his hand to get a nice fat check. which apparently he needed to keep his company going.
And it was Mr. Justin who met the truck out there on 41.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Probably pretended he had a flat tire or something.
Only poor Tommy Tucker. It's all going to be made to look like an accident, wasn't it?
That's right, and it would have, if it hadn't been for your stumbling Romeo wandering into it. The police found enough evidence to make Justin confess. Oh, hey, give me a nickel, will you? Here, have some music, Wanda, because this is where we came in. See you later.
George? What on earth? Oh, excuse me.
Hello. Mr. McGee said I could come in for a few minutes and, well, anyway.
Before you go back to school, huh?
Yeah.
Well, Mudface is in there, Floyd.
What?
Oh, she's a nice enough kid, I guess. Not very attractive, but, well, maybe if you get a chance to travel around again, you'll meet somebody.
Oh, wait a minute. Who said she's not attractive? What do you mean, Mudface? Look, Mr. Valentine, I've stood an awful lot of criticism for you, but when it comes to one...
Hey, cool off. Go on, kid, get in there.
Oh, George. I wonder if he'll ever really grow up, straighten himself out.
Brooksy? I think he's already started.
You can easily keep the outside of your car from rusting, but how are you going to protect internal engine parts when rust is responsible for 80% of the wear? That's the rust caused by acid-laden moisture. This moisture settles on cylinder walls and other vital parts the moment you turn off the ignition. The one sure way to prevent it is to use RPM motor oil. For RPM is compounded to keep a moisture-proof film on all parts at all times. Even though your car stood idle for days or weeks, that acid-laden moisture could not reach internal parts. Not with RPM on the job. No wonder this motor oil is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Rely on RPM to add years to the life of your car and to keep repair bills at a minimum. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Virginia Eiler as Wanda, Bill Conrad as Evans, Walter Burke as Floyd, Ted DeCorsia as Justin, and Joe Duvall as McGee. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Too Near the Sky, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, My telephone number is Gramercy 3747. Can you remember that? Gramercy 3747? I've investigated you thoroughly, and I know you won't get it wrong. You won't forget. A man as good-looking as you are just couldn't be irresponsible, at least not about women, or maybe it's the other way around. It doesn't make sense. I know I don't make sense, but then if I did, that would show that I wasn't afraid, wouldn't it? And then I wouldn't be needing you, would I? Please, 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 the moment you get this letter. Mrs. Sonia Belsing, Gramercy 3747.
But we've been trying to telephone you all afternoon, Mrs. Belsing.
Oh, I know. My line's busy. It's always busy. But, my dear, you said Mr. Valentine.
I'm right here on the extension, Mrs. Belsing.
Extension? Oh, my. It's just like one of those quiz programs, calling, isn't it?
Yeah. They have a hard time getting answers, too.
But, Mr. Valentine, all I want is for you to come to a party.
You want us to come to a party?
No one must know who you really are, so you'll be Mr. Valentine.
Huh?
But my cousin or something from out of town or Sioux City or Boston, do you understand?
What?
Oh, but Miss Brooks.
Yes?
He can't have a date, if you know what I mean.
Oh, well, I guess I could be Mrs. Valentine. I wouldn't mind a bit.
No, that's one thing you mustn't be. His sister, that's it. You'll be
Mrs. Belsing, please. You said you were afraid. Of whom? Of what? Why?
There's an old, dear friend of mine who's just back from Lake Tahoe for the first time in a year. Vivian Hargrove. She's giving the party in her penthouse, the 32nd floor. That's the top floor of the Hargrove Sims building.
Yes, okay, so much for that.
Are you superstitious?
Huh?
I mean, it's rather a strange place. I hope it doesn't make you uneasy or nervous. Vivian, I mean. Oh, yes, and there's someone I want you to introduce yourself to. Eric Sims. But don't really say anything. You'll understand why when I meet you there. If we can't talk, I'll write a little note giving you instructions.
Mrs. Belsing, I'd rather understand everything right now.
So would I, Mr. Valentine, but there's no hurry. And besides, something has come up. What I mean is, by the time I see you, I'm sure I'll have the answers for you. I'm not a coward, and I've never made a false accusation in my life, but I am superstitious.
But why do you want us there? Superstitious about what?
Well, Mr. Valentine, murder, of course. Isn't that your business?
Oh, push the button again, George.
Well, I did, but the arrow just stays there on the 32nd floor. Crazy place.
Well, George, we're late. Try one of the other buttons.
Well, the other elevators aren't automatic, so they're all closed up for the night.
Oh, fine. Me and my long dress and these high heels, they're no
Oh, well,
shoes.
Angel, we take a case from a middle-aged maniac. We don't even know what she wants, so we shouldn't complain about walking up a mere 32 flights of stairs, should we?
Well, I can't help it, George. This hike toward the sky gives me the queerest feeling.
Yeah, no. Nothing is deader than an office building at night.
And shadows. Lots of shadows. You know, I think if I believed in ghosts, I'd imagine them living in a place like... George, what is it? What?
It's nothing, Angel. You just bumped into a fire extinguisher.
Oh.
What's more dangerous to us is the sign over it.
What do you mean?
Yeah. It only says the 21st floor. Well, at least it should be a swanky party. Real honest-to-gosh penthouse, no doubt about that.
I wonder if there really is anybody up there. What we're walking up to. What kind of people...
Hello.
Hello.
I heard you on the stairs. Elevator stuck again.
Yes, that's right.
Well, this is the 31st floor. Where are you?
We're on our way to a party.
A party?
Yeah, upstairs, Mrs. Hargrove.
Oh, I see.
So, if you'll excuse us...
Oh, no. Excuse me, please. I didn't mean to be rude or curious. You see, I'm the general manager of this company. These are the executive offices on this floor, and my name is Eric Sims.
Mr. Sims?
Yes, come in, won't you? Got a chance to catch your breath?
Well, thanks, Mr. Sims. We will. I'm George Valentine, and this is my sister, Claire.
Pleasure. And you do look charming, Miss Valentine.
Oh, thank you.
Valentine?
We're cousins of Sonia Belsing.
Oh, of course. Sonia's quite a person, isn't she? I love her. I suppose she must have talked about me. She usually rattles away about everyone she knows.
No, I don't think so, Mr. Sims. But coming up, we were a little curious.
Yes, the size of your building.
Oh, our company's just on 2 floors. Real estate investments, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, I get it. You built the place.
That's it. And this is my bailiwick in here.
Oh, my, what a lovely office.
Perhaps you'd like a drink after all that exercise.
Oh, no, thank you. But I am warm. Do you mind if I open a window?
Of course not. Whatever you wish.
Those last 10 fights just about ruined me.
Use both hands, Miss Valentine.
What?
Get the window on both sides. It sticks. It's been painted just yesterday. The entire office.
Oh, yes.
You know, I'm not sure I like the color, though. It was Vivian Hargrove's idea. Wrote the decorator from Tahoe, and he came storming in here like a wounded hen. I couldn't argue with him. What do you think, Miss Valentine?
I'm sorry. I wasn't listening. George, come here a minute.
Yeah?
Look. Just look down there.
Way up in the air, aren't we?
31 stories. Might as well be 31 miles. Look at those cars in the street. They're so tiny.
Say, what's the overhang up there? Cuts off the view above.
It's a guardrail for the penthouse.
Guardrail?
Safety ledge, that's all. Just put up.
Well, there certainly isn't one down here. George, look, the way the wall of the building just falls off below you. Down, down, and down.
Excuse me, the draft. I have a little cold.
Of course. I was just enjoying the view.
Look here, I don't mean to be rude tonight, but I've been finishing some special work on my desk.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Sims, we understand. We'll go on upstairs to the party.
Well, Sonia may have given you the wrong impression. There really isn't a party.
What?
Huh?
It'll be just us, I mean. The few of us, the lonely people in the tower. Don't let us throw you. We'll manage to have fun somehow.
Oh, but I'm glad to have you, both of you.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Hargrove. If we'd known...
And I love the way you're dressed. I'll bet it was Sonia's idea. She thinks people should dress like Englishmen in the jungle. Oh, that sounds awful. All mixed up just like her.
Well, Sonia's an Elsa Maxwell.
Isn't she? Only I do wish there were going to be more of us. So far, it's only me and Rachmaninoff over there.
Well, don't let it worry you. Crowds scare me.
You're silly if you're polite. See, Mr. Valentine, I know exactly why you're here.
Oh, do you?
Yes. And I think you're beautiful like all the rest of them she brings. But I'm not in the least interested in you.
You're not?
No. I've only been back in town a few days, and Sonia's been haunting me with men. Me, a married woman, you understand? Huh? I said me, a married woman, and I love my husband.
Oh, shut up, will you?
Shut up yourself.
Shut up!
Shut up!
Well, Rachmaninoff's quite a little gentleman, huh?
Forgive it. He's my brother, Peter Cannon.
And he knows not what he does. Hello.
How do you do?
Brothers and sisters should... pour yourself a drink, won't you?
Not yet, thank you.
You look pretty well poured.
Good guess tonight, Vivian. It's an improvement.
Don't you ever get tired of the same tune, Mr. Cannon?
Oh, no, it's the apartment. Tired of the same world.
That's... let's be nice, huh? I'm a host. I'll show you around.
My husband's apartment.
Vivian, please.
It is.
She means Hargrove did the decor.
Oh, well, it is rather an unusual place, isn't it?
Yeah, strange decorations.
Oh, I don't know. It's a hobby, that's all. He collected stuff.
He does.
Vivian?
What's in all the cases here?
My golly, George, look. Handcuffs, blackjacks, knives, dozens of them.
Mayhem and violence. Oh, don't look shocked. It's just a hobby. Oh, but here. Out here are the real prizes.
Masks. All over the wall.
Yeah. Rows and rows of masks. But they're all...
Yes, Mr. Valentine. Death masks.
Sure, that's right. Some from the South Seas, some from Africa. It's a good collection. It's one of the best in the world.
My husband is obsessed by the idea of death.
Oh, cut it out, will you? Guy's got a penthouse. Why not be unique about it? Now, some people like zebra skins. Well, he got a bang out of this stuff.
He is. He's obsessed.
Now, look, even out here, the roof garden. You see the statues? Sure, it's wacky, but a hobby. One guy's hobby, that's all.
Are you superstitious, Mr. Valentine? Are you? Are you?
Well, I'm beginning to think maybe I am.
Feel the wind. Look at the stars. It's a penthouse with wacky decorations. And that's all. Just picture a penthouse.
Of course, Mr. Valentine, my husband is. My husband...
Both of you, please, be quiet, will you? Mrs. Hargrove, I know we've intruded and you don't want us, but let's get this straight. When I heard you'd been living in Nevada the past year, I naturally assumed...
Oh, no, we're not divorced. We're quite happy. We're quite...
The last time, Bippy, will you get out of that present tense?
Take it easy, Buster.
No. Her husband's been dead for the past 6 months.
He says if you live too close to the stars, you've got to fall sometimes. And he walks out here alone. And he moves toward the railing. Like this. And he stands on the edge and stares down. And then, very smoothly, like a shooting star, aimed at the bear.
Mrs. Hargrove.
What? Oh, Mr. Valentine, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He's dead. I know he's dead. He fell.
Well, there's no need for you to go along, too, you know.
Oh, I won't. Forgive me. I'm not really out of my mind.
Oh, no, not much. But you're gonna be, Bippy, if you don't stop this.
Here, please. It's this place. This crazy, haunted place. Sweet slice of heaven where just you and I killed my husband. That's what it is, Mr. Valentine. 6 months ago, I killed my husband.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Winter weather in the West offers a grand variety of sports, but it nearly always means extra work for your car's battery. That's one good reason why you should rely on Chevron Supreme gasoline, for it's a premium quality gasoline, specially blended to give faster starts with less battery strain in the coldest weather. But equally important, Chevron Supreme is the gasoline that's climate-tailored. It's tailored to each different season and to the different altitude and temperature zone throughout the West. So wherever you drive, rely on Chevron Supreme to get the best out of your car. Faster starts, faster pickup in traffic, ping-free power on hills. Try a tank full tomorrow. You'll find you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for Chevron Supreme at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A penthouse, too close to the sky, decorated with weapons and curios and death masks. Sonia Belsing, who asked you to this strange place and this strange party that isn't a party, hasn't even shown up yet. You're not even sure why you're here. But if your name is George Valentine, you have a pretty good idea what needs to be done when Vivian Hargrove screams out that her husband is dead. That 6 months ago he fell 32 stories to the street, and then almost casually adds the remark that she killed him.
Mr. Sims, what sort of a man was your partner?
Hargrove? Oh, well, he drank a bit, like his brother-in-law Peter there. But he was big, hearty, the greeter of the firm.
With an obsession about death?
Yes.
Uh-huh. And now his wife is all...
I really don't know Vivian very well. She's been away so much. See here, I really think it would be better if you and Miss Valentine would... Well...
Yes, okay, we'll be going. Oh, how is she, Angel?
Oh, hello, Mr. Sims. She's all right now, George.
Perhaps I'd better go in.
Excuse me. Did you find the telephone, George?
Telephone?
Yeah, I did. I wonder if you'd mind if I went in to see Mrs. Hargrove, Mr. Sims. I'd like to tell her good night.
Well, of course.
And in the meantime, it'll give you a chance to go over and pour some black coffee on those piano strings.
You say you used the telephone.
Mrs. Hargrove, when I hear something I don't understand, I like to get an answer fast. And straight from the horse's mouth.
In this case, the police, Mrs. Hargrove.
Police?
You said you'd killed your husband. Well, I didn't tell them why, but I asked them what happened. They say 6 months ago there was an investigation. That your husband had committed suicide.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I just thought I'd say it. But you really know it, don't you?
Yes. They were very kind at the time. I first knew it when the wire came. The ranger had left it in my cabin.
Wire? Ranger?
I was up at Lake Tahoe. Didn't Sonia tell you?
But why do you accuse yourself of...
Guilt, I suppose. I was in Nevada because I was going to get a divorce. I wasn't patient enough. I left him down here alone with his strange obsessions instead of helping
But that's scarcely cause for...
A feeling of guilt is a terrible thing. Like pretending he's alive when I really know he's dead. But I didn't ever act this way or feel this way until I came back for the first time a few days ago.
Why did you come back to the same place at all?
Well, the furniture had to be sold, the apartment leased, that sort of business. I certainly don't intend to stay here. I wasn't worried about it. My brother was coming with me.
Oh, yeah, that brother of yours is a big help.
Oh, he doesn't know any better, that's all. It's just the building somehow. The tower. Even before I came back, I was a little nervous. I ordered my husband's old office, Mr. Sims now, repainted, so I wouldn't remember him. I started out in that office. I was my husband's secretary several years ago. But the things up here I had to face, and I couldn't. All the souvenirs of death. I get so mixed up.
Why, Mrs. Hargrove? Maybe because you still think your husband's collection was just a hobby, the way your brother said? You've never thought it was an obsession that led to suicide?
I wish Sonia were here. She called from the drugstore if it were just the elevator.
Oh, everybody's upset. Maybe no one close to him thought he'd actually do it. Only in your case, you can't see any other explanation, and so you develop all this stuff about your own
Mr.
guilt.
Valentine, no. No, Mr. Valentine, please.
But you...
No, I won't listen. I'm mixed up enough. I can't believe that. It had to be suicide.
All right. I'm sorry. Forget it.
You're afraid I'll go spinning off the handle again, aren't you?
No, Skipper, will you please?
I know the elevator wouldn't stop Sonia. But maybe I should see about having it fixed if it hasn't been...
I've already spoken to your brother about it.
Oh, Peter doesn't know what to do. Down in the office is a separate house phone to the building engineer. I'll run down and talk to him.
Yeah, that might be a good idea, Mrs. Hargrove.
Give me something to do, you mean?
Maybe.
I'm all right, really, I am. But we'll do lots of things tonight. And singing and dancing, and we'll have so much fun. It'll keep my mind off this awful place.
And, Angel, we don't even know yet why we're here.
Well, George, it wasn't just to take care of an hysterical woman. Sonia said she was afraid...
Hey, come on.
What do you think you're doing, you...
Hey, what is this?
Look at him, handcuffed. I did it.
Handcuffed?
Get me out of these. Valentine, take that key away from me.
Oh, no, you don't. No. English handcuffs at that. They're antiques.
Hey, what?
Now try and find your key.
All right, Buster, so you threw it to the birds. What's the big idea?
I was just standing here of all the ridiculous notions for a joke.
Leave him here, Mr. Valentine, and come with me, will you? Come with me out to the elevator. The arrow points to the ground floor, you see?
And earlier the one down there was pointing up here. So since then it must have been...
No. Look at this arrow. You reach up, you can grab it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's swinging loose.
It's been pulled that way. So nobody would guess...
What do you mean?
That the elevator isn't broken at all. But it's not downstairs. It's right here. Right here.
Is that...
Yeah. Sonia Belson.
Yeah, she's dead, all right. Been dead for some time, I guess. Since before we got here.
I was asleep in my room all afternoon.
Oh.
It's a knife, huh? More stuff from that crazy collection.
And George, here's her purse.
Yeah, we'll take a look.
Why, it's the note. You know, the note she told us she'd write, remember? To you with the instructions.
Here, let me see that.
Oh, no, you
No, let me see it. I'm going to call the police and tell them I...
Get going fast.
No.
Now stand
Hey.
still, will you? She's calling the police.
But I got to tell them that Sims did it. He did it.
Sure, bright boy with the handcuffs. Who says so?
Sonia didn't like him, see? She was afraid of him. She wanted Vivi to get interested in other men so Sims wouldn't try to get next to her.
You make as much sense...
I know I've been drinking, but believe me, nobody close to Hargrove ever thought he killed himself. And it drives all of us crazy. But his death masks were just a laugh, that's all. They were a big gag to pull at parties.
Okay, Buster.
Don't you see? Sonia was wise. She thought it was his partner, it was Sims, who murdered Hargrove, and I'm going in and tell... Oh.
No, Petey, you're going to stay right here for a while. Pleasant dreams. Get him, Angel?
Yeah, I talked to Lieutenant Riley. He'll be here as fast as he can.
Now, let's see that note Sonia Belsing wrote.
You know, George, it's funny. It was our instructions, all right, but she was going to fire us.
What?
Yes, it just says she's sorry to have bothered us, but she's decided to handle matters in another way. And, quote, don't say anything to anyone. Please, 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 Sonia Belsing.
Huh?
Darling, she must have been threatened. That's the only explanation. So she did know something. And look here, on the outside of the purse.
Paint. Little spot of fresh paint.
Mm-hmm, the same color as that office.
Hey, Mr. Sims. Mr. Sims. Angel, where is he?
Well, George, I've been at the phone. But he has handcuffs on anyway.
What difference does that make?
Well, he's gone.
I know, and I've been asleep at the switch. I let Vivian Hargrove go downstairs to that very same office.
Oh, George, listen.
It's Sims' office, all right. Come on, through here.
Peter, help! No!
George, the window, the open window.
No, let go of me! Stop it! Mr. Valentine, help!
They're going to fall. It's Mr. Sims'
My
saboteur.
arm! Get it! Hang on!
I got it.
Oh,
You're all right. Hang on.
oh, he was trying to push me. Oh,
Oh, George.
tried to kill me. I was here in the office. He followed me. He had those handcuffs on him. He hit me with them.
Come on, George.
Take it easy. Now get away from the sill.
It was awful. He was insane. He knew, I guess, that he killed my husband.
Mrs. Hargrove, it's all right now.
He knocked me down. And then he opened the window. I struck him. When I heard you coming, I screamed. What's that?
The police. I sent for them. Too bad they couldn't have flown.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Now, look, Mrs. Hargrove, stop praying on my shoulder.
If you live too close to the stars, you've got to fall sometime.
Stop it. His death was useless. And I'm sick of your acting.
What?
But if it hadn't happened, I guess we never would have caught you.
What? Yes. You saved my life.
What did you do, Mrs. Hargrove? Knock Sims out, have him ready, and when you heard us coming, give him the final shove so you could start screaming out the next act?
Mr. Valentine, he hit me. He hauled me over to the window.
He was handcuffed.
George, that doesn't make any difference. You yourself
How did he
said-
open the window, Mrs. Hargrove? No, don't touch it. Police like fingerprints. Come on now, how did he open it? It was part of your own act to order this place repainted, remember? So the sash sticks. They always do. You've got to push on both sides at once. And how are you going to do that, Mrs. Hargrove, when you're wearing handcuffs?
No, I'm an idiot.
No, Peter. You've just been trying to dodge the truth. And after all, Sonia Belsing picked on Mr. Sims just as you did.
Well, that's what she was going to tell us originally. Only then, the paint on the purse. Sonia got together with Sims. Began to realize what he'd already begun to suspect. That it was Vivian all along.
That's when Sonia wrote the note we found, saying she'd handle it some other way. Oh, it's not easy for a best friend or a business partner or a brother to decide what to do about a woman they suspect of murder.
I still can't see Vivian doing it.
Sure, it's hard to face, Peter. But Mrs. Hargrove admitted to the police she wasn't really at Tahoe. She was down here.
Yeah, I know. I heard him. But why?
Well, maybe she was ambitious. I don't know. Secretary married one of the partners. He was going to divorce her, so she knocked him off. Half owner. Then 6 months later, she comes back with a neurotic act to cover knocking off the other partner, Sims. Then she'd own the whole company.
Only she realized people were getting suspicious. She had to get rid of Sonia first, and then in we walked. No wonder Vivian was so scared and upset.
Hey, Peter, why do you keep playing that record?
Doesn't bother me. So happens I like my sister.
Yeah, kid, I know.
Picture a penthouse way up in the sky. George, I still get dizzy just thinking.
Hey, that's not the line to remember, Angel.
Hmm?
We can thank our lucky star that we're living as we are. Let's go, Brooksy.
A man doesn't have to lift the hood of his car to keep it running, naturally. He can put some gas in the tank, forget all about the vital parts under the hood, and his car will run all right for a while. But if you want both safety and savings for your own car, it's wise to have your station man look under the hood regularly. At standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations, the underhood checkup is part of their protective service. That's when they can catch a worn fan belt or leaky radiator hose, things that might lead to major repair bills. Another example is regular oil check. Maybe 9 times out of 10, they'll tell you your oil is at the safe level. But when fresh new oil is needed to avoid costly engine damage, that's when protective service pays its own way many times over. A few minutes of your time tomorrow for an underhood checkup may save you hours of delay and expense the day after. So why not stop at an independent Chevron gas station or at a standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Sarah Selby as Sonia, Robert Griffin as Sims, Lorene Tuttle as Vivian, and Jack Edwards as Peter. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, Stanger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Partner in Panama, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, the job's not too tough for me, but I don't want it.
Hey, wait a minute. Who is this? Lieutenant Riley?
It's the voice of desperation. Get over here quick.
Why?
Why? Why, he asks. Valentine, there's a character wrapped around my neck. His name is Grovich, the stupendous Mr. Grovich, Hollywood's most colossal producer of popcorn baked.
He makes movies?
Oh, no. Not without you, he doesn't. That's the job, Valentine. You're going to be the man behind an Oscar. That's an 8-ball in arms.
Please, Miss Brooks, I do not do cherry traces. My style is realism, my own invention, realism.
Oh, I see, Mr. Grovich.
In my last picture, a man chases a man across Golden Gate Bridge. You know where we took that picture?
Golden Gate Bridge.
Precisely. You have the feel of it. Real people, real places, real blood in the heart of the heroine, real bullets.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Grovich, and it's real money, too, I suppose. But what is
He's made a picture, but he can't release it, Valentine.
Why not? Nobody will buy it?
The world is clamoring for it. So is the Academy. And so is my bank. I have got $1 million tied up.
Well, what's the matter? What happened?
Vic Ruskin. That's what's happened.
Vic Ruskin? Huh?
Yes, a name from ancient history. One of the prehistoric thorns in my side.
Lieutenant, I've heard of Ruskin, but I thought he was dead.
So did I. So did the police in half a dozen cities all over the world. Only to be honest about it, he just disappeared 10 years ago. He might have stayed that way if it hadn't been for my friend Grovich here. But no, he's got to go around raising the dead.
Mr. Valentine, this latest picture of mine that I can't release, it's a masterpiece. Why? It is real. What's real about it? People. Real people like bank robbers, murderers, you know.
Like Vic Ruskin. He's in it. His name. Things he did.
Oh, now I get it, Mr. Grovich. You've done one of your super thrillers based on some of Vic Ruskin's crimes. And, you haven't bothered to get his permission first.
But I thought he was dead, and he had no relatives.
What makes you think he isn't dead?
He sent us a letter. He read about the picture in a fan magazine. He wants $50,000 for the right to use events of his life. $50,000 cash, and the lawyers tell me.
Did he sign the letter?
Yeah, sure. But there isn't a record of his signature. We could check. But there's a record of other things. In the letter, he gives facts about his crimes only he and the police could have known. No, there's no doubt about it. It's him, all right.
Okay. So Vic Ruskin's alive instead of dead. And he's got the amazing goal to want $50,000 for giving you...
We're going to give him the money.
What?
And if he sticks his neck out far enough to take the cash, maybe the police can close in and get him extradited before he pulls into hiding again.
Say that again, will you? Extradited?
Well, whoever delivers the money will have to go to Panama, naturally. That's where the letter came from.
Panama?
Oh, now, wait a minute.
But, Mr. Valentine, think of my picture. It's in the can, but on the hook.
Look, it's a big favor to us, Valentine. Now, if you'll only
Stop it, both of you. George, it's suicide. Vic Ruskin will know that whoever's bringing the money will want to catch him,
Miss
too.
Brooks, all Valentine does is deliver the money, get Ruskin's signature on the release, then duck out, and we do all the rest.
Yeah, and I suppose I find this guy wearing a sign around his neck saying...
Well, it's here in the letter. You meet a guide who'll take you to him, Del Catone. Now, you meet Del Catone at Balboa when you land at Tocumen Airport.
There, you see, nothing to it, Angel. Just an 8-ball with wings.
Maracaibo, Caracas, Para, Rio de Janeiro.
Would you be looking for something?
Maracaibo.
I say, excuse me, my friend. Would you be looking for
Huh?
something?
Oh, no, I just got in.
Oh, you didn't.
What's that?
My friend, I couldn't help noticing. You've been walking around the airport with your bag there like a man lost. As a native of the parts, I always like to help.
Okay, Irish. I got in half an hour ago from Managua. I have been looking for somebody, but not with your accent, I'm afraid. You're not Del Catone.
A friend, my friend, a friend. He asked me to meet you. Poor Catone is a musician, plays in the Sailor Place in the old town, Club Cortez. And, Mr. Valentine, since your plane come in at night...
He would have met me anyway.
Of course, to guide you to something. So if you'll just be coming with me...
Not quite so fast, but...
Such a crowd here, a man would...
Well, he should know how easy it is in a crowd to...
No, you don't. Let go of that bag. Hey!
Senor, what is it? You're sick. What has happened? Senor, please.
No. It's nothing. Forget it.
What, senor? The man. I saw the man.
Yeah, nothing happened, I said. Skip it, will you? A sucker just stole my 3 clean shirts, that's all. Welcome to Panama.
You're not drinking, monsieur?
No.
In the Club Cortez, everyone drinks.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm way behind. I'm an exception, that's all.
But you are alone.
Well, that's the way exceptions always are. Now, look, there's an English sailor across the bar who wants somebody to talk to.
He's quite happy talking to himself. I'm a singer, but in the Club Cortez, the boss says everyone should have a partner. What are you doing here?
Waiting for the music to stop? The orchestra. I like to visit with musicians.
Oh. And why are you in Panama?
Oh, now, look, sister, I don't see where... Oh, wait a minute. Come on, sit down.
Thank you.
You bump into people, don't you? Well, I had a friend down here once. Name was Ruskin, I believe.
Of course. Vic Ruskin.
What do you have to drink?
Nothing.
Where did you know him? When?
A long time ago.
Know where he is now?
I wish that I did. I wish I could help you, monsieur.
Oh, what do you mean?
Nothing. Just that Vic Ruskin is dead, isn't he?
Okay, lady. Many thanks anyway.
But, monsieur...
I'll stick to musicians, thank you. Show me which one of these marimba boys is Catoni, will you?
Del Catoni?
Yeah, that's right. I'd like to meet him. Everybody should have a partner.
Then you're still alone, aren't you? I still have a chance.
What's that?
Don't you read Spanish? It was in all the newspapers.
Huh? Come on, let's have it.
Del Catoni was found murdered in the street, monsieur, more than 3 days ago.
We meet again, eh, Mr. Valentine?
Well, make yourself at home in my room, my friend.
I had a little key, and it just happened to fit.
Oh, well, don't apologize, Buster. After the runaround I've been through, I'm glad to have a man-sized shadow to work out on.
No, now let go.
I suppose you brought my suitcase back,
Yes,
huh?
yes, I did.
The shirts didn't fit, huh? You came to look for some more.
Please, I only wanted to see
All
you.
right, Irish, here I am. Now make it fast.
Well, my regards to you. Now, in the first place, Mr. Valentine...
Come on, faster.
But you must understand about the airport. I didn't intend...
Now, you listen to me. You knew Catoni was dead, but he was supposed to meet me. You know I'm delivering money to Vic Ruskin. Maybe you even know where Ruskin is. Well, now take the words out of your mouth and let's have it.
Mr. Valentine, my name is Pizarro Fane.
Oh, great combination.
The South American Irish. I'll have you know in the artillery under Simon Bolivar, my grandfather was...
Yeah, come on.
All right. But never mind. It's a good story sometime. By occupation, Mr. Valentine, I'm by way of being a barrister.
Lawyer? Oh, this gets wilder and wilder, doesn't it? What do you chase for ambulances down here?
Ambulances? Oh. I'm not in regular practice, as they say.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I've a preference for living down the coast, you know, banana plantations and hardwood jungle.
You mean down where it's hotter, you find there's less heat?
You're a smart man. I admit the stupidity of trying to steal that $50,000 from you, but, Mr. Valentine, do you know what a quid pro quo is?
Sure. It's the first nickel in the slot machine.
Remuneration, reward. It'd even be legal.
You mean if you can't fry a fish one way, you'll do it another. Now, what's the idea? You want to sell me what you know? Is that it?
I'll do even better. I'll sell an object. A statue.
A what?
A statue, my friend. In a bamboo thicket by a path crossing. And as for what all I know, well, I'm sure we can reach a price.
Yeah. You know, prices are slipping these days.
Mr. Valentine, my information would be accurate. I'm not an amateur informer.
Don't be so eager, Pizarro. You make it sound even phonier.
Please, don't bother to answer that.
Yeah, hello?
Hello, monsieur.
Well, it's you, huh?
Who better would you expect, monsieur?
Pan American Airways with a free ticket home. I'm getting sick of the local population.
But I'm only trying to help you, monsieur.
Oh, sure, I know. Now, look, I'm busy right now. I've got a professional liar
Now,
here.
look, Valentine.
But, monsieur, listen. I've been tracing the actions of the musician for you, Del Catoni. I found a ship captain, Captain Tugg, who was with him a week ago down the coast.
Down the coast?
The captain knows nothing, but he picked up Catoni a week ago from a visit to some banana plantation.
Huh? Lady, maybe you've just begun to clean up a liar.
What? But, monsieur, can't I help more? Can't I?
Thanks, no. I just decided to make a purchase someplace else.
Mr. Valentine!
Hold it a second.
Mr. Valentine! Outside there! Look out!
Monsieur, where are you?
I'm right here on the rug. Where do you think?
But what was it? What happened?
Do you really think you could help me find Vic Ruskin down the coast with this captain you dug up, find the plantation?
I would hope so, monsieur. I would want to. Whatever you want.
Okay, sister. Seeing the dance floor's just been swept clean by bullets, I guess you finally got yourself a partner. The competition was just shot full of holes.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. One of these days, you get in your car to start out to a dinner party, a business trip, or maybe a family gathering. You touch the starter, and, dead battery. But there's an easy way to avoid that kind of holdup and have your car start fast every time. The protective service you get at an independent Chevron gas station and a standard station will do it. They can tell in a jiffy if corrosion is threatening the battery cable. They'll make sure the water level is right and the terminal posts and clamps are okay. Why not get this speedy protective service tomorrow? Avoid the delay and extra costs of a neglected battery. It's especially important at this time because short trips and cold weather put extra drain on the battery, cut down on its ability to do its job. And, of course, your battery loses power most when your car's used least. So for full starting power and to keep your lights and radio working properly, ask for a battery check. It's another protective service offered you at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. You come down to Panama with $50,000 in cash. You're to deliver it to Vic Ruskin, a criminal who's been hiding out for 10 years but is now threatening to sue a movie company which dared to make a movie about him on the supposition that he was dead. But it's not so easy delivering the money, is it? The guide Ruskin sends to meet you is murdered before your arrival. And then a lawyer of sorts who is offering to sell his knowledge is shot from outside your own hotel window. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you give yourself a third and last chance as you sail down the coast with a girl you found in a bar and the boat captain she found, Captain Togg.
Well, a little calmer this morning, huh?
Yeah.
You don't talk much, do you, Captain?
Why talk? There is nobody to talk to but people. Ha!
All right. Anyway, it is a little calmer.
I'm turning into the main river current.
Yeah, so I see. Can't you remember any more about dropping Catoni off, picking him up on your way back to Panama? Didn't he?
Wake up down there, Pedro. High speed. Watch the bridges scraping in the mud, huh?
Say, look, Captain Togg, the plantation pier. Don't you know who lives there? Haven't you ever heard the name Vic Ruskin?
From you, yeah. I know the big plantation I do business for. The little forgotten dead ones. Numbers and places, that's all. For the alligators and snakes to lie waiting for man to lose his fight with the jungles. Each one of us to his own craziness, eh?
What do you mean?
Here she comes.
Oh. Now listen, Togg, she found you, but I hired you. I'm paying the bill, you understand?
Huh? Perhaps not so crazy. I don't forget. Slower on the engine, you idiot!
We're almost there, monsieur.
Yeah.
When we go ashore, when you give him the money, what will you say?
I'm going alone.
It may be hard to find
If
it.
there's a house, it won't be far from the pier. If Ruskin's in it, I'll be back on the boat fast.
I knew him once. I could help to recognize him for you.
Look, sister, I've got my own way. Hey, wait a minute. Cut it out. All right, cut it out, will you, Savvy?
Say out. That is please.
Sure. Who'd you think it'd be? Would you look?
Excuse. Go with me.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's real funny, isn't it? Your Indian getting my gun.
Well, what do you expect, tourist? You don't think I'd let you come calling with a gun in your pocket?
Come on. Sign the papers, Ruskin. I've got a date.
Well, I gotta read the small print, ain't I? Boy, all them whereases. I'm in the movies, Valentine. I hereby release all rights. That's me.
Yeah, well, it kills me, too. Let's see a sample signature.
Oh, a legal beagle, huh? And there. How do you like that? Oh, it's the same, all right. Check it against the letter I wrote Grovich.
Okay, you're it. Now, come on. Scribble it on the papers.
There's a little matter of money.
There you are, big shot. 50 grand.
Look. Oh, baby, look. You don't know what they mean down here. It's too bad Catoni can't be seeing this. He'd enjoy it. Look at him.
You could drop one on his grave.
Just look at all the... What?
I said on his grave.
Whose grave?
Oh, come on. Cut it out. Catoni's dead, and you know it.
I laugh a lot, tourist. But I don't like jokes.
I don't know any. The Irishman's dead, too. Bizarro Fane. But you know that.
Valentine, what are you talking about? I live in the jungle. You said Catoni...
Sure, you want me to think you've been a hermit 10 years, so I'll send the police in this direction, maybe. But your face isn't yellow enough.
What?
A guy in the bush lives on Ataprine, doesn't he? For malaria. And this place of yours, Buster, it's broken down. You haven't got enough supplies. What did you do? Come down just before me so you could meet me here?
Shut up.
Maybe you were even at Panama when I was. Maybe you even killed those guys so you wouldn't have to run a split with them.
I said shut up. Give me that money. I'm getting out of here. Give it to me, I said.
Stop it!
Well, you've got your uses in a shore party after all, haven't you, lady? Now, just let me hold that gun. And...
No. He was signing your monsieur.
Tasha. Hello, Tasha. Yes, I was just...
He will sign your paper, monsieur.
Sure, I'll sign it. There you are.
And the money, monsieur.
He's already got it.
Then the business is over. Stand very still, monsieur, to one side.
Oh, no, don't!
Give me that, you crazy little... What's the matter with you? Drop it, I said.
All right, monsieur.
The business is over, all right. He's dead.
I know it.
Well, what in the name of blue blazes do you...
He was my husband.
You're what?
Vic Ruskin was my husband. I told you this trip was important to me. I was as anxious to find him as you.
Oh, sure. So you kill him in front of a witness. Big love.
You may do what you like. I've tried to find him for years.
You were really married?
In Venezuela, 10 years ago. You ran away, took everything I had. My life isn't very pretty.
And now you're a widow. And he was such a heel, a local court might let you off easy. And then you'd have $50,000 inheritance. Maybe it is worth it.
I don't want the money. You take it. There, in your pocket, monsieur.
What? Well, okay, sister. Now go on back. I'll take care of things here.
Shall I wait for you outside by the bamboo?
No. Go on back to the boat. Tog won't leave without me.
Of course not, but don't you think...
Go on, I said beat it, will you?
Yes, monsieur.
Something a wild Irishman said keeps sticking in my mind. In a bamboo thicket by a path crossing. Sure, it's even the only crossing. I'll sell you what I know, my friend. An object, a statue. Pizarro, I'll bet you're laughing at me. Hey, he wasn't kidding. This is it, all right. Homemade statue. Tombstone. Rest in peace. Victor Ruskin. Died 1939. Valentine, I guess you finally dug a grave for yourself, didn't you?
Ready to sail, Mr. Valentine, huh? Tight below won't wait, you know.
Yeah, Captain. I'm all finished ashore.
Yeah. Pedro, your legs has come.
Where's the girl now, Captain?
Huh? She went to her cabin. We'll be casting off.
Yeah. Well, I'll be watching from on deck.
Pedro! Get that thing sailing so I can toss the line.
Hello.
I was going to rest, monsieur, but you see, I'm here.
Yeah, so am I. A person left up there in the jungle wouldn't have any way to get out, would he?
Of course not.
So the money's still safe, too, still here in my pocket.
But of course.
You know, I guess I had a couple of chances to live and didn't take them.
What?
Back there in the house, I still had a chance to live. Only I had to get curious and goad that guy up there about Catoni and about his not really living here and about all the things.
I have killed a man, monsieur. I do not want to talk
Oh,
about...
yeah, you killed him, all right. Because I went too far and found out too much, and so did he. That's why Catoni died and Pizarro. They knew too much they might use for themselves. Sure, you killed him. Even said you didn't care what happened. But it's like the money. You knew it'd come back to you. You knew you were safe. Because now I'm on the death list, too.
Monsieur,
Because now
no.
I know too much, too. I know you were lying like a rug when you said he was Ruskin, when you said he was your husband.
Get away from me.
Oh, no, you don't. It goes like this, doesn't it? He was a phony put in there for the job. Oh, sure, he's the same guy I wrote to the movie company, so the handwriting would check. And Catoni, he was going to be my guy.
Let go of me. Let go of me.
Only $50,000 is a lot of dough down here, isn't it? I guess the hired hands got greedy. Was that why Catoni was knocked off? The lawyer, Pizarro, I suppose, gave advice on how to handle a movie company in the first place. But of course he had to get it when he came offering to spill me the whole works about Ruskin.
I was on the telephone. I wasn't near your hotel room. I didn't do it.
You keep that mouth shut. I want to live. I saw the tombstone, sister. Vic Ruskin died 1939. Only a guy named Lieutenant Riley convinced me that Ruskin's really alive.
Out there, clear, Pedro. Have speed.
He changes his identity. He builds a new identity he can live with and stay with even after engineering a fraud like this one. Oh, no. The pillow goes over the mouth. Don't mind if I tie the sheets a little tightly, do you? It's my life, remember? Sure, baby. A good identity. One that gets you around to all the places to arrange this business. To kill Catoni and the Irishman. All right, Tasha. The place for you is overboard. Now, don't worry, sister. You're not going overboard. A chair makes a better splash.
Pasha! Pedro, that something's overboard. Stop the engine, you idiot. Tasha!
Pleasant dreams, Captain Ruskin.
What are you going to do? You can't run the boat. You're still miles from nowhere.
I'll do all right, sister. I can use Ruskin's gun on Pedro. I can use the wireless.
It would have been so simple. Vic would have shot you aboard. You would have come back a casualty of the greedy dead man in the jungle.
Sure, and I suppose with a sob story, the widow would have collected the money legally. And Ruskin could have gone right on being Captain Tog forever.
I underestimated you, monsieur. I'm sorry, monsieur. Can't you at least look at me for once? And nobody has to know about the $50,000, and we can...
The dance is over, Tasha. It's time to change partners.
George, what was she like? You've told me everything else, but what was Tasha really like?
Oh, well, I don't know, Brooksy. Ask Lieutenant Riley when he gets back from Panama with Ruskin.
What was she like?
Oh, now, look, Angel, keep your mind on the subject. It's not every night we get to see a private showing of a movie, is it? Right here in the home of a big producer?
No, I will kill myself. I am ruined. I will kill myself.
Mr. Grovich, what's the matter?
I thought you were on the phone.
Long distance is a tragedy. My beautiful realism.
Long distance?
From Panama, from Lieutenant Riley. Now that Dick Ruskin is being extradited, he would stand trial for many crimes.
But, Mr. Grovich...
$500,000 he wants now. $500,000 for his rights so he can hire the best lawyers. This is what happens to me, the father of realism. The bank won't stand for it. My beautiful picture, every part of it so true to life, and now it would never breathe.
Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Grovich. I've got an idea for a picture you could do. Look, a young man goes down to the jungle to deliver a crook some money. Only there he meets a very beautiful girl. But she's really the crook's wife. And she's...
No, it is not real. This could never happen.
There's your answer, Angel.
If your car seems to have lost its pep, if it starts hard, acts logy in traffic, and drags on hills, maybe you can blame it on the season. For the gasoline in your car is sensitive to climatic changes. That's why Chevron Supreme gasoline is climate-tailored. Based on year-round weather reports, it's tailored to each season and to the West's different altitude and temperature zones. To get the best out of your car any time of the year and wherever you drive, go on Chevron Supreme. It's a premium quality gasoline, and with the first tank full, you'll notice how much better your car responds. Faster starts, smoother pickup in traffic, powerful ping-free performance on hills. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Gregg appeared as Brooksy, Wally Mayer as Lieutenant Riley. Ed Begley was Grovich, Ted DeCorsia, Thane, Maria Palmer, Tasha, Joseph Granby, Togg, and Fred Shields, Ruskin. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Follow that train, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I need your help. There are some things that I want most desperately. Well, what I want is the following. A green electric train with a real whistle and a blue and yellow observation car, a jump-up turtle that snaps at you, an atomic rocket gun M1 non-automatic, a yo-yo, and a pair of skates. Signed, Santa Claus.
Santa Claus.
Oh, now, wait a minute. What kind of a
But
gag?
that's the way the letter is signed, George.
I suppose it's postmarked North Pole.
Uh-huh.
What?
Well, I mean, the letter is. Inside, it's engraved with a picture of the North Pole and... Uh-oh. In small print, it says, Local Branch Office, Gumpert's Department Store. George, where are you?
Well, I'm right here, Brooksy.
Oh, those shoppers. There must be millions of
Yeah,
them.
hang on to me now. Oh, watch the umbrella, lady. Oh, come on. Let's get out of here, Angel. It was nothing but a gag, the whole thing.
Letter from Santa Claus. Publicity stunt,
Oh,
maybe.
that's my foot you're walking on, Bud.
Okay, Buster, but get those packages out of my...
Hey!
Riley!
Well, hello, Miss Brooks. Merry Christmas.
Why are you here, Lieutenant, buying stockings for your wife?
Handkerchiefs this year.
Oh.
No, it's the policeman's charity down at the orphanage. Say, you coming?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, some of the stuff turned over to us was broken. Got to get a new motor on this thing, see?
You mean people give toys for charity that aren't any good?
Well, I grant you this item was, well, you see, me and some of the boys were playing with it down at the office, and it broke.
Hey, wait a minute. Electric train motor, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's got the slickest blue and yellow observation car you ever saw. It's still on my desk. Sergeant Del Valle is fixing a wheel.
Hey, let me see the rest of that package.
Huh?
This
Hey, wait a
stuff
minute,
all
you'll mess
come
up the
together, didn't
wrappings.
it?
How should I
Hey,
know?
who sent it?
Oh, it's just a box of new presents, that's all. Somebody just dumped it off at headquarters. It's nice stuff.
George, the electric train.
Huh?
Jump-up thing that's dressed like a turtle.
Yeah.
What?
Atomic rocket gun, yo-yo, and a pair of skates.
Yes, Angel, exactly the present Santa Claus wants.
Exactly the things in the letter.
No. You misunderstand. All those men you saw dressed in Santa Claus suits go outside. Yes, they work on the streets for blocks around collecting money for charity.
You mean ringing a bell and saying, buy your gifts at Comfort's?
Well, people are used to commercials. But really, sometimes even I don't know how many there are. The agency always seems to send one more than we need.
Yes, but look, inside. Is there only one Santa Claus inside?
Well, but of course. His name is Joe Smith, the most reliable young man.
A young Santa Claus?
Well, he looks the part, all right. Oh, he's the real one. He's been with us several years now. The children all believe in him.
Well, then he's the guy we want to see.
Perhaps if you would tell me why we don't allow adults inside North Pole. There's a fence around it, naturally.
Please, I'm a busy man. Here's my calling card.
Yes, but... Oh, of course, Lieutenant. It's easier if you slip through the credit department here. This side door. Watch your step. That's supposed to be an ice floor.
All right. I'll get the answer to this for you, Valentine. There's nothing to it. I'll just open the... What the...
That's fixing. All right, little girl. You'll be next. Come on, follow.
Oh, North Pole. You couldn't get in there today.
Well, I guess maybe we'd better shut the door. Valentine, maybe we gotta forget.
Riley, let me have that package, will you?
Huh?
And you, where does this Joe Smith eat his lunch?
Why, he eats at home, I believe.
Uh-huh.
And his address is 17 West Federal. That's near here. It's one of the side streets.
Okay, thanks.
Valentine, wait a minute. Those presents are for
Riley,
the...
what would you do if you got a letter from Santa Claus?
Well, I'll grant you I'm still curious myself, but...
Okay, you can have your electric train after lunch.
Huh?
Now, maybe this is crazy, but I don't want anybody disappointed at Christmas time. Especially St. Nick.
Buy your gifts at Gumbert's. Merry Christmas.
17 West. There it is, George, across the street.
Yeah, the brownstone, huh? Boarding house, maybe. Hey, look at the signs in the window.
You want a job? I'll find it. Let Louis place you.
One-armed employment agency.
Seasonal employment especially. George, maybe it's the place that hires all the Santa Clauses.
Yeah, maybe. Only the guy said that's where Joe Smith lives. So, let's get across here, Angel.
All right.
It's all right, I got the package.
Buy your gifts at... Hey, look out for that taxi, man.
Jump, Angel.
Holy.
Oh. Boy, was that close.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the warning, Santa.
Buy a gift.
Darling, look, the driver stopped.
Why don't you watch where you jaywalk, Mac?
Now, look, Buster, you might watch where you drive for a change.
Oh, yeah, I seen you stargazing at the sun. Maybe it'll help you to get bumped once or twice.
Vice versa, Buster.
I can oblige you.
Yeah, you and who else?
Show him, boy.
George, look out there!
Hey, you got
Bad enough a man should be a Samaritan. He shouldn't strain his heart doing it. No, Hilda. His feet on the couch, not under him.
Yes, Mr. Louis.
He might break his leg. You want he should sue us?
No, Mr. Louis.
Oh, my back. Yeah, there we are.
Oh.
Men my age carrying bums off the street.
Hey, where am I?
It's Mr. Louis' house, sir.
Louis' house?
I'm the cook, Hilda, and I saw you lying out on the street.
Louis'
and...
house. Oh, the employment agency.
It won't do you any good to sue us.
Well, this is where Joe Smith lives, isn't it?
Oh, no, sir, no.
Joe Smith lives. That does it. I break my back like a Samaritan for insult.
Joe Smith is my boyfriend, that's all, sir. I mean, he lives in a cheap little hotel, but this is a better address.
Lives here. That's all I need. A worthless bum. Every time I turn my back, he's eating my meals. Every time I go out, he's sneaking in.
Okay. You don't like your cook's boyfriend. Skip it. Hey, I was carrying a package.
A package? Now he thinks we're stealing. What package?
And wait a minute. Where is she? Where's Miss Brooks?
Who?
The girl. The girl who was with me out there on the street when some guys jumped us. Where is she?
You pick up a bum, what happens? How should we know? Here's a guy on the street, Hilda says. He's all alone. What girl?
So she's disappeared, maybe even kidnapped. I'm just as worried as you are. Only will you please...
Those guys jumped us. She's not maybe kidnapped, Riley.
I've got every man on the force searching for her. What else can I do? Now, look, if you could only remember...
I don't know what they look like. Just a taxi driver and some guys that happened too fast.
Wait, what about that Santa Claus you said saved you from getting run over?
No, he was way across the street.
Oh, yeah? Well, listen, I had a man check the people on the street, and he says there wasn't any Santa Claus there at all on the street.
Okay, it's a riddle. I don't care. All I want is to find Brooksy.
Valentine, will you please let us do the job we can do best? Will you please stay with that electric train and...
Riley, you can take that electric train, and you know what you
Look,
do.
get smart, will you? It was stolen from you. That's why you were attacked. Only listen. Were the wires made of platinum? Was there a crown jewel in the headlights smuggled dope on the yo-yo? No. Me and the boys took every one of those toys apart down here at the office. They were just toys, that's all. Toys worth no more than $50. Okay, well, you figure it.
Okay, Riley.
Gee, Mr. Valentine, I know how you feel. Me and Joe love each other so much, only we can't get married. He only works part-time, driving fruit trucks in the summer and being Santa in the winter. Mr. Louis won't pay me enough to support both of us. It's no fun being apart.
Hilda, let's talk about something else, huh?
The only times I see him is when the boss is out. But gee, if a person thought you would never see the other person again.
Hilda, will you please answer the door? That might be Joe.
Coast clear, honey?
Uh-huh.
Oh, Hilda, baby, Merry Christmas.
Joe, show your whiskers.
All right. Break it up. I'm George Valentine.
Oh, well, how are you, Mr. Valentine? Say, isn't this a swell day, though?
Yeah, sure. Now, you're the one who wrote me that letter. Why?
Huh?
Why did you write it? Santa Claus wants presents. What's the gag? Why those special toys you listed?
Oh, it's no gag. They were stolen.
Stolen?
From the North Pole, I mean, yesterday.
Go on.
Well, it all started yesterday, Mr. Valentine. A guy I used to know once bumped into me on my way to work. Mo Dickerson. He asked me could he take my place today as Santa Claus and wear my stuff.
What, Joe?
No, take it easy, honey. Of course, I said no. I thought it was just a rib. Until last night, I saw some of my toys were missing. And then I got a phone call saying unless I let Mo do what he asked, those toys wouldn't be returned.
What's so important about that?
Well, if they weren't returned, I'd be in trouble. I'm responsible. Nobody's allowed in the North Pole except me and the kids. Not even store help. Oh, no, I'd be in trouble.
Uh-huh. It was Moe's way of pressuring you into doing what he wanted. Only I wonder why he wanted to play Santa.
And, Joe, if people can't get in there, how did he steal the toys?
Gosh, I don't know. I don't know any of those things. I got the kids to think about, Mr. Valentine, and I wanted you to figure out...
You don't know where Moe lives either, do you?
No, I'm sorry. But he's a skinny guy with a sort of a nosy voice, brown hair, and a mole on his ear.
Wait a minute. Eyebrows go up, little scar on his cheek?
Yeah, that's right. He drives a taxi sometimes. Say, do you know him?
Sure, I met that guy, and I'd like to meet him again. When was this changeover of his supposed to take place?
Today, after lunch.
Okay, you're going to make that changeover, Joe. Only with me. Well, of course, little girl. The dolly will do everything your baby sister does. Don't you worry. Yeah, oh, brother. How many kids are there in this town? All right, Sonny, all right. You're next. Don't push there. Well, now, there's a fine little fella. Up on my knee. That's it. Now, let's see. You wrote me a letter up at the real North Pole. I remember that. But you know how those elves can mix up a man's desk.
I brought you one.
Hey, what's that, Sonny? You'll have to speak louder so Santa can hear what you...
A letter. I brought it. Here.
Hey, let's see your face, kid.
Oh, no, you don't. You got your mail. So long, suckers.
Hey, wait a minute. Well, I'll be a midget. Dear Santa Claus, you still got your chance to play ball, but open your mouth 1 inch wider and you'll find yourself stuffed up a chimney with a stocking around your neck.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Christmas shopping is usually a happy and exciting affair. But when you have to do a lot of heavy traffic driving all over town, it can get a little rough on your nerves. Rough on your car, too. That is, if you have the wrong kind of gasoline. For perfect traffic performance, just try Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's a premium quality gasoline that gives your car a fast start every time. No delays, no extra strain on your car's battery. Smoother, faster pickup, and ping-free power on hills. Best of all, Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored. Tailored according to weather reports from your area. That's why this gasoline gets the best out of your car in any season, in each different altitude and temperature zone of the West, wherever you drive. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. So why not try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow? Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You receive a letter for help from Santa Claus. For a while, you even play Santa at the North Pole, local branch office, Gumpert's department store. But in the meantime, your assistant, Claire Brooks, has disappeared. She was kidnapped, and so far, the police haven't located either her or the man who was there at the time, Moe Dickerson. All this and a midget, and a note threatening murder just because of a missing electric train and a few other inexpensive toys. Even if your name is George Valentine, you're thoroughly and completely stumped.
But I don't know whose writing it is, Mr. Valentine.
Well, it's addressed to you, isn't it, Joe? It says Santa Claus.
And the midget couldn't have known it was Valentine under that makeup.
Hey, you jiggle the mirror.
Burglar alarms, fire alarms, sewer pipes, wires. Is this the best Gumpers can give you for a dressing room?
Well, the basement's better than a restroom. At least the other employees don't pull your beard all through a 10-minute break.
Brother.
Now, look, Joe, all I want to know
Mr. Valentine, of course the note was meant for me. Oh, would you give me those boots and the bell over there? If there's any danger in being Santa Claus, I'll take it. Oh, thanks. I'm not afraid of those guys.
But what guys?
I tell you, I don't know.
Now, listen, fat boy, somebody's in danger.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I'm sorry about her. I do wish I could help. I know how I'd feel if Hilda were...
Oh, save the sympathy. Now, that note said, open your mouth 1 inch wider and you'll find yourself stuffed up the chimney. Okay, let's have that inch.
No. I mean, I told you what I can about Moe Dickerson. I did.
Joe, it's about you. That's what you're not telling.
Look, I've been doing all right for years, you see. It's only happened once, and it was a mistake. I'm honest. I drive trucks, and it's hard to get jobs sometimes. But I like kids, and I'm in love with a girl. I'm making a life for myself.
Joe, what was it? That once.
Jail. That's why I'm always so afraid of anything questionable happening again.
Jail for what, Joe?
Stealing. That's it. That's all there is to tell.
Uh-huh. I hope the kids don't pummel you like they did me.
I don't mind. I like the job.
Valentine, wait a minute. Where are you going?
To catch a thief who could have stolen an electric train. A small thief, Riley. A midget. For trick jobs, Louie. If you can't be very many of them in town, they ought to...
Tall guy, stuff for a water ski in Florida. You missed... who is employment? Now, here, listen. I want a paycheck, so get over here. No.
What's what?
He's in a...
Take the next. Main 8409. Midget who gave me the note. And he must be at the North Pole yesterday. Tell me who he is, then he can fool the rest of the boys.
Yeah. Good job for a radio announcer now.
Hey, results. Somebody at the door.
Something. I get a commission.
Come on, what?
Hawks. All right, small fry. Don't worry.
What's this gift?
Brooksy.
I want you to meet the most charming... Oh, but you are charming.
My name is Felton.
Look, Angel, you were kidding the sidewalk. When I came to, you weren't there. Now...
Married man, Mr. Valentine.
No. George, no. I took the electric train. There, and the next thing I knew, I was wondering...
And there she was, Mr. Valentine. She'd fainted. Naturally.
George, he even took me to the emergency hospital. See my bandage? Oh, it's under my hat.
Mr. Felton, you and who else revived her? Tom and Jerry?
I beg your pardon.
My darling, once a year, a little nutmeg won't hurt anybody. Oh, George.
Hey, come on, Angel. You should have stayed in that hospital. Hilda, where are you?
Oh, here I am, Mr. Valentine. She can lie down on my bed. I'll take her. Oh, you poor thing.
I'll go with you.
Oh, great. Well, I guess I ought to be grateful to you, Wolf.
Yeah. I'm sorry you were so alarmed.
So were the police.
Oh, dear. And me, a married man. Mr. Valentine, perhaps if there's no further way I could be of assistance...
No, hold it.
Hey, is this the place phoned about a...
Hello, sucker.
Let go of me. Put me down, you big boy.
I don't.
Mo!
Oh, good heavens.
Hey,
what's
Mo!
going on? What's
Mo!
this? What's this all about?
Mr. Felton, here's your chance to make up. Hold this half pint.
Well, now, really,
Put me down.
What's the matter? Wiggly,
Well, Mo, welcome to the party.
Mr. Valentine, really? Oh, stop kicking me, will you?
Yeah, things happen pretty fast, Mr. Felton. I guess you can put the little man down now. He's not going anyplace.
What's the meaning of all this? What is it?
Shoplifting, I figure. The big guy here used the little guy to try and pressure a Santa Claus. Wanted to borrow a red suit for the afternoon so he could get into Gumpets unnoticed and fill his stomach full of mink coats or something, I suppose.
Yes.
Only what I don't...
Yes, really, Mr. Valentine, that scarcely makes sense. But then I suppose neither will this.
Hey, boy. Nice going, boss.
Thank you, Wiggly. Thank you.
Okay, so I am a sucker. What are you going to do about it, Mr. Felton?
Yes, and why do you need me? I should be cooking supper or be upstairs with Miss Brooks.
Oh, stop sniveling, Hilda. They're not going to hurt us. Bombs, that's all.
Of course, no one will be hurt.
No, we don't hurt people.
Ha ha.
Ha. Quite a convention you got on your hands, Felton.
7:53, boss.
Plenty of time, Mo. Relax, Wiggly. Listen to the music.
Yeah, you're a big wheel, Felton. That's where I went wrong, figuring it was just shoplifting, isn't it? Just shoplifting would scarcely make sense with all the effort you guys put out over that electric train.
Well, I assumed you'd come to your senses, Valentine. Naturally, I had to detain you.
I could fix it so he loses those senses again, boss.
Don't be so anxious, Mo. But you did want to play Santa Claus. And you keep watching the clock. Something's slated for tonight, isn't it? Sure, that's it. At closing time, the guy playing Santa Claus would go down to the basement to take off his makeup. He'd be there late. And the burglar alarm wires are down there.
Boss, he talks too much.
Buy your gifts at Gumpert's. That place must take in close to $100,000 a day this time of year and can't bank till next morning. Well, you've got a big organization, all right. The man inside the basement blocks the alarm system. The rest of the team goes to work. It's robbery. Big-time organized robbery.
I know it. Bums, that's all they
Oh,
are.
shut up, Louie. You're in it yourself.
What the...
Yeah, you guys sit around acting like you don't know each other. Well, who hires people? Who knew about that basement dressing room? And why do you think I wanted you to phone Midgets today? It was to see if the right midget would take orders from you, Louie, and he did. He came running. And the crackpot way you and Felton picked Miss Brooks and me up after Mo and the boys slugged us.
Mr. Louie, no. Oh, no, Mr. Louie,
Shall
no.
I kick him in the shins for you, boss?
Turn that blasted radio off. Mo, you and Wiggly run down to Fred's garage. Pick up a car. Get back here fast.
Sure, Louie.
Yeah, Louie.
Now, cool off, Louie. You've got a bad heart. There's no need.
Louie, Smooey, shut up. All day you've been botching.
I have not. Just a bit of bad luck.
Picking that Dame Brooks off the sidewalk.
But the boys had hit her too hard. They'd hurt her head. It only seemed decent to... well, she didn't know what happened, Louie, and you yourself brought in Valentine.
Samaritans, bums, you and dumb Hilda.
I didn't know, Mr. Louie. I just saw him lying there. I didn't know you were a criminal.
You didn't know nothing. You never do, but you do now. Too much.
Yeah, and so do I. Now, you listen, Buster. I finally figured out the electric train, why it's important. It starts out on the North Pole. It was stolen from there.
So smart.
Only instead of dumping it in an ash can, Felton, you go soft-headed and put it in a charity box, where a cop can get hold of it and play around with it in his office, can give it to me. Yeah, now I know why it's so important, why you had to have the boys slug me to get it back again.
The world is full of bums.
Fingerprints. Sure, fingerprints. There's nobody can resist playing with an electric train.
Go ahead, make noises while you can.
Now, wait a minute, Louie.
Of course I'm going to kill him. So I work with bums. So a big-time robbery gets botched up. I get rid of him, I can still pull it. So I ain't got the burglar alarms fixed. I can still
There's a blue and yellow observation car, Buster.
What?
You've got that electric train back, all right, but there's a blue and yellow observation car still on my friend Lieutenant Riley's desk. I've already told him to check it. Every big baby in your gang has probably had his mitts on it. Well, a complete fingerprint roundup is going to make your robbery a little risky, isn't it? It might even make killing me a little risky, too.
He's right, Louie. They'd know who to look for afterwards. You see? It's not practical anymore for us.
Shut up, you sissy! What? You botched it up, Samaritan. Playing with toys, turning soft. All of a sudden afraid to take a bum for a ride.
Oh, I am not a sissy. But for gosh sakes, don't you realize... well, it's Christmas.
Yeah, and that's Riley. You might as well face it, Louie. You'll have to buy your gifts at Gumpert's.
Get away from that phone, Valentine. Hilda! Hilda, stop twisting that handkerchief and answer it.
Yes, sir.
My prints ain't on file, Valentine, and they ain't on no toys either. Not me. Just say Louie ain't here, Hilda. Just that.
Yes, sir. Hello? I'm sorry, but Mr. Louie isn't here.
Christmas. Schmissmas.
All right, Scrooge. It looks like it's your party. Yeah, there's your boys out there. It's an awful black car.
Stand still, Fountain. You too, Hilda. In case you got any Rose Bowl tickets you want to get rid of, Valentine.
Oh, shut up. Let them in. Let's get going.
All right, Mo, come on.
Merry Christmas, baby. Merry...
Joe! What are you talking...
Get him, Joe!
Gee, Mr. Valentine, you knew all the time it would be me on that telephone. Boy, I came tearing. Well, the only times I can see her are when she tells me that old bum Louie isn't there. Oh, it's lucky that other Santa Claus told me to phone the minute I got off work.
George. George, at least you'll admit it was lucky that Joe should telephone the minute he got off work at 8 o'clock.
Well, I hope that was Joe on the phone. That's why I tried to keep Louie mad.
keep him from looking out the window to see who was really coming.
Oh. But what about that other time when the Santa Claus practically saved our lives? When that taxi almost ran us down.
Yeah, the one who warned us.
Lieutenant Riley said there wasn't a Santa Claus on that street.
Uh-huh.
And in the store, who suggested Joe telephone? There isn't any other Santa Claus inside the store. It's only outside. George, who was it?
Well, what's the matter with you, Angel? Don't you believe in Santa Claus?
It won't be long now before we celebrate the holiday that is probably everybody's favorite. Stockings will be hung, old Kris Kringle will be stopping on every rooftop, and on Christmas Day there will be happy family gatherings. So right now we want to wish you the happiest and brightest Christmas season you've ever known. A Merry, Merry Christmas to you from all of us here in the studio, and from the sponsors of Let George Do It, Standard Oil Company of California. Incidentally, this is the 4th Christmas season we've been on the air with you. And once again, independent Chevron dealers and Standard Stations personnel also want to sing out to you, Merry Christmas. Have a happy week, a happy holiday, and we'll be seeing you next Monday night. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis. Virginia Gregg appeared as Brooksy, Wally Mayer as Lieutenant Riley. Larry Dobkin was heard as the executive, John Daner as Joe, Herb Butterfield as Louie, Virginia Eiler as Hilda, Junius Matthews as Felton, and Tony Morris as the Midget. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Snowblind, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm writing to you about my husband, Herbert Morris, since I know he himself would never deign to ask anyone for help, particularly when it concerns a woman. But he is in danger. I can tell from his letters and the way he acts when he does. Herbert is a doctor. He can't leave his practice. And so he is alone down there in the city, just as I am alone up here in the mountains. Oh!
Es gibt kein Bären in diesem Wald.
Oh, you startled me. Hello, Hans.
What is it?
What? Oh, es gibt keine... There are no longer bears in this wood. You see, I have been studying. I have.
No, not what I say. I meant, what is it?
Oh, the letter. It's nothing. It's nothing, Hans.
Ah. It is snowing outside. Good powder.
Oh, yes, I noticed it. Supper time. I can practice my Christie in the morning, can't I? You'll help me with it, won't you? Before any of the others, Hans.
Of course, Mrs. Morris. A ski instructor is only to oblige.
Oh, Hans.
What is it? You won't tell me?
Oh, well, it's just, it's a note for supplies I need up at the cabin. Oh, Hans, wait. I'll be in a moment, sit down.
Isn't andere Damen?
Yes, I know. There are other women, that's what you said, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I'll be just a moment, Hans. Ich, nein. Well,
No, stop it. It's a dead language, like the people. Why bother?
Oh, don't say that, Hans. You'll wait for me, won't you?
Whatever the lady says.
Oh, please. Won't you?
How else could I do? So, Hurry to order the bacon. There is dancing to be done. Huh? Hurry!
Mr. Valentine, my husband is in danger from a woman. Her name is Dorothy Graham, and I believe she is at the Hotel Continental. I can be reached at our winter cabin several miles north of Sun Mountain Lodge. Sincerely, Stella Morris.
Miss Graham checked out half an hour ago. Took all her baggage. I'm as sorry as you are. She was nice to hand her key to.
All right, Wolf.
She left half an hour ago, and we already found out Dr. Morris left for Sun Mountain last night, but... Wait a minute. Did she have any heavy baggage? I mean, like skis, maybe?
Nope. But she asked me for a railroad schedule in the name of a good sporting goods store. That help you any?
Yeah. How about it, Angel? Shall we join the Broken Legs?
Sun Mountain?
Uh-huh. In fact, if we make it fast, we might even catch the same ski special she does. Want to bet?
Miss Dorothy Graham, Miss Graham, Miss Dorothy Graham, Miss Dorothy Graham.
Oh, Porter. Porter, that's me.
Telegram, Miss Graham. Delivered to the train at the station.
Oh, of course. Here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, miss.
Well, pardon me. May I?
Chair's empty.
Yeah. Well, I guess everybody's a little friendly, headed for a vacation and all.
I suppose so.
Yeah. This is my first trip this year. You pretty good on the sticks?
I don't ski.
Skate?
No.
Well, then what are you doing on the train?
Would you please...
Oh, look, excuse me. You got a wire. You haven't had a chance to read it. I didn't notice,
Would you please give me a match? That's all.
Oh, sure. There you are.
Thank you.
Hey, you're burning your telegram.
Yes. I like fires and ashtrays, don't you? Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll get some sleep.
Yeah, Brooksy burned the telegram without looking at it.
I wonder who she thought it was from.
I don't know. Particularly since it was me.
What?
Sure, that's the wire I sent her, a fake one from her hotel. Just so it'd be easy to find her here in this crowd.
Well, while you were in the club car, I took a simpler way. I asked the porter which was Dorothy Graham's compartment.
You what?
And I looked through her handbag, George. She only has a one-way ticket to Sun Mountain, a lot of sleeping tablets, and a gun.
Mrs. Morris, we came up here because you said your husband's in danger. We didn't come up here to ski.
Please, Mr. Valentine. Please, not now.
But when will you talk about it? Ever since you met us at the station, you've been...
There's so little time with the good snow. It'll be storming again later on. And you do enjoy it, don't you?
Oh, yeah, sure, of course we do. But I also like to know what's going on. Why'd your husband come up here unexpectedly? Why did Dorothy Graham? Why'd she carry a gun? What's it all about?
Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. The gun or about her. Not now. You said she took a room back at the lodge. Well, Herbert's miles from here. He stayed up at our cabin for the day.
Next one. Where's the next one? Now, all day it doesn't take to climb up here.
Oh, that's you, Miss Brooks. I haven't got my wings yet. The lessons will help you.
To fall down.
Come, Miss Brooks. Bend your knees this time.
Go ahead, go to it, Angel. Let's see you fall on something besides your face.
Oh, here goes nothing.
Now, that's it. Lean. Lean. Now swing your arm, your shoulder. Now, swing it.
Yeah, it's all a lot of fun, isn't it, Miss Morris?
Mr. Valentine, I will tell you, but not in front of Hart.
It's all right, Mrs. Morris. Show her how it's done. There's not all day. It's getting colder. Only the skis. Keep them together. Together. Swing now. That's it.
All right, Hans. Watch me, Hans.
Hey, she's not bad. Must have been practicing a lot.
Yeah. But you, Mr. Valentine, you do not need lessons.
Neither do you.
Why not, Mr. Valentine? What else is to life except mountains and snow and women?
Well, you left out a dog and a fire. Now, look, Hans. You know Mrs. Morris pretty well. You've been with us ever since we got off the train. Do you know her husband?
The doctor? Yeah.
Well, what's he like?
Well, American. I don't know. It's just this morning I meet him. I drive to their cabin for coffee. I brought her back to meet you, her friends. He's, well, he drives a new red convertible.
Is that bad?
Expensive. It is her money.
Oh, I see.
Of course, the man is a doctor.
No, I get the idea. You don't like him?
No, why should you say that? He's nothing one way or the other.
Yeah, I understand. Ski instructors don't get so much dough,
Mr.
so...
Valentine.
So I think. But it hurts.
Under my arm.
I called.
Let's go inside.
Oh, ouch. Oh, I was making a turn.
Neither do I, Mrs.
What?
Yes, your husband. It was Hans, right? Worried, Healy?
It's swollen. I did.
All right. Here, keep the towel on.
I wasn't just trying to stop you from talking to
He's
her.
outside now with Miss Brooks, so forget it. All right, let's have it, Mrs. Morris. I don't like divorce cases. But that's what this is, isn't it?
Well, I wrote you that my husband...
Oh, sure, that Herbert was in danger from a blonde, and I followed her, and she's a weirdie, all right. But you're no more worried about him or about her than the price of eggs in Sweden.
Mr. Valentine.
The only thing that worries you is your boyfriend. The way you watch that Austrian ski boy out there is enough to...
I beg your pardon, Mr. Valentine. I love Hans very much.
Okay, I beg yours. Only let's be honest about it.
Herbert has been, well, stuffy about giving me my freedom, that's all. When a friend in the city, his nurse, when she wrote me that Herbert had brought this Graham woman to town, I've been visiting her at her hotel down there.
All you had to do was hire somebody like me and trade the doctor for a... Well, never mind. First impressions.
Oh, but when you get to know Hans, it's just that he's been through so much in his own country. And he's sensitive and proud.
And ambitious?
Mr. Valentine, I'm sorry I misled you. But I didn't expect everyone to come galloping after us to the mountains. Oh, it's you.
Gibt kein Werden in diesem Wald.
Oh, darling, I'm much better now. I thought you were hurt.
Yeah, the bear, he is slow, huh? But the road is always bad, dangerous. And now there's more
My
snowing
ankle's
outside.
only a little swollen, don't you think?
Oh, Liebchen, how shall we then dance? You should have a bandage. I will go bring it myself. A little tape.
No, never mind. Where do you keep your first aid kit?
My cabin just out there beyond the ski tow. Why?
Give me your keys. I need some fresh air. Drop that thing. Come on, sister. What's the big idea, Blondie? You've got a rotten name, but...
No, let me go. I didn't mean to hit you. I mean, I didn't, did I? I heard the key step in the door. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Maybe you thought it was somebody else, huh? But you've been sitting here all keyed up, waiting for the door to open.
Yes, that was
Just
it.
like you were keyed up on the train, cried all the way up here. Only bought a one-way ticket. Well, there's only one guy you could have come up here to murder in Hans' cabin.
Mr. Valentine! Mr. Valentine, what's happened? What's happened up...
Dorothy?
Oh, Hans.
What are you... Where did you come... Dorothy?
Yeah, Buster. Stand there with your mouth open. You don't know how lucky you are to be able to open it.
What? No, please, Mr. Valentine. It has been years. She is my wife. No, I have not known she is. Please.
You need time to think of answers.
No, please, there is a road. Is there cabin to here? Beautiful new car. Dr. Morris, like the sheriff. His car accident into the canyon lights is dead.
Sure, George Valentine in just a moment. Several weeks, there will probably be... What's the big trek all about? No country, but how will your trust climate tailored? It gets the best out of your car ride. That's because Chevron Supreme is specially tailored to the West's different altitude and temperature zones. It's tailored also to the season. So try a tank full of this climate-tailored gasoline tomorrow. Right away, you'll notice how much better your car performs. Faster start, smoother pickup in traffic, ping-free power on hills. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for premium quality Chevron Supreme at independent Chevron gas stations and the standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're hired by a wealthy married woman who has a sentimental eye on a handsome ski instructor. A married ski instructor at that. Yes, it's a quadrangle, or rather it was until Dr. Morris crashed to his death while driving down the dangerous road from the cabin to the lodge. So, when the sheriff asks you all to meet him at the Morris cabin, you think it best for you to do the driving up that dangerous road. And when you arrive at the cabin, you wish the sheriff would hurry up with his investigation.
Hello? Yes, we're all up here at the Morris cabin, Sheriff, but... Well, I just hoped you'd be here, too, that's all. No, I just want to know more about the accident, that's all. So does his wife. No, Sheriff, there's no reason I can tell you yet for wanting you here fast, but... Oh, it's just the weather, I guess. Sure. Sure, okay.
Well, Mr. Valentine.
He's still down there in the canyon where the car hit. He phoned from the ranger station.
Have they reached his body?
Yes.
Was there anything unusual about the accident?
No.
And Mr. Valentine, why do you act the way you do?
Is Hans starting a fire? That storm's getting worse.
Yes. And Miss Brooks has gone upstairs with Dorothy.
You don't care much that your husband died, do you?
I didn't love him, if that's what you mean.
Why wouldn't he give you a divorce?
But Herbert didn't really get stubborn about it until
you met Hans.
Hans is difficult to understand, to appreciate.
Unless you're a woman, sure. Well, I'm not. You're a woman, sure. Well, I'm not. You're a woman, sure. Well, I'm not. So how's this for size? Your husband dug around in Hans' past until he dug up a wife, Dorothy, that Hans had deserted. Of course, Herbert didn't tell you about it. He wanted to bring her up there, let the situation explode itself. Well, it almost did. Dorothy decided to take matters into her own hands and kill the darling boy. That's what she thinks of him.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, he's told me about her. She's not normal. She's unbalanced.
Yeah, I wonder what made her that way.
It's a tragic situation. Their marriage isn't even legal.
They're married? Oh, no, not that, too.
Oh, what do you mean?
I mean, it's all just too neat. Dorothy's no real stumbling block by herself, is she? Dr. Morris, he was the only real obstacle. Well, lady, I never knew anyone to die so conveniently. By accident.
What else did the sheriff tell you, Mr. Valentine?
You see? You too can't help thinking. Was it really an accident? Or was Herbert really murdered?
Well, Mr. Valentine, I was just trying to persuade your lovely assistant.
Oh, yeah, sure. Somebody dies, so it's a great time to dance. Where's Dorothy?
Upstairs, I suppose.
She's all right, George.
Long faces for the dead. Black pretense around the arms. Sentimentality, isn't it?
In this household, maybe you're right, Buster. I talked to the sheriff on the phone.
What did he say?
Quick on the draw. What's the matter? You nervous?
Well, why not? The man is on top of the world. A split second of ice, and he has slipped into the abyss. Even at the wheel of a fine convertible, a man can...
Skip it. I know the doctor was driving alone, if that's what you're trying to remind me of.
I go around in circles myself. My wife appearing from all these years. And the accident, and your unpleasant remark.
Yeah, be sure to remind me of the word accident. But if you were driving alone on a dangerous road, and the accident would be easier if someone had tinkered with your car earlier.
George.
What is that, no? What you call a shot in the dark?
No, an unpleasant remark, that's all. Hans, it keeps bothering me how much you envy that man as convertible. You can't seem to forget it. All of the things Stella Morris's money would give to a man.
Hans, you were up here earlier this morning. You said so. Both you and Mrs. Morris would have had a chance.
No, Angel, she wouldn't have known how.
So you shoot at me. Because I am poor, huh? Because you cannot understand the simple envy of people who are persecuted.
I'm not interested in what makes you tick, Buster. No, the reason I'm even more anxious than ever now to hear the sheriff's final report on that car is because I've been as insulting to you as I know how to be.
And yet you haven't once offered to do the normal thing, to knock off my block.
Then, of course, I shall oblige.
Saved by the bell.
Stop it, please, both of you.
Dorothy, you shouldn't have come.
I'm feeling much better now, Miss Brooks.
Ready to join the party, huh?
No. No, I'd like to see my husband alone, that's all.
Whatever you wish.
Oh, no, you don't. You've already tried once.
Yes, I came up here to kill him. But I have no gun now.
That's right.
I am strange, aren't I? Huh? Can you imagine me wanting to kill you?
Hallo, umsteigen.
No, it's the same me. Isn't he wonderful, Miss Brooks?
Okay, go ahead. We'll be back in a few minutes.
George.
Come on, I can't stand it. How that guy can wind women around his little
But she's
finger.
liable to try.
Liable to kiss him, sure. What'd she say upstairs? Anything?
Just what we thought. He deserted her a couple of years ago after he got into this country by being her husband. But she's so mixed up. George, it's her I'm worried about.
She's no threat to him anymore. Why would he touch her?
George, maybe he could be deported if they're married.
That middle-aged sucker up there and only follow after him. No, Angel, when the doctor died, it left nobody to interfere with Casanova's march to success.
Except us, and we might be wrong.
Come on out here. What I'm afraid of, Angel, is we won't ever know whether we're right or wrong. Ooh, brother, it's cold. Come on, stay under the eaves. The garage is out in
You
back.
won't find any evidence.
Except for the sheriff, it's my only chance. Before this snow covers everything up. Hey, look out now. Let me take your arm.
The ground's frozen.
At least maybe I can get that guy nervous enough to...
George, what's the matter?
Hey, what's this stuff on your jacket? On the inside of your arm here?
What? Oh, I couldn't have rubbed against anything. Not there.
Somebody else took your arm like this. Who was it?
But I don't... Well, Dorothy did for a moment when she came downstairs just now to steady herself.
Dorothy, sure. And she wanted to talk to him alone about it. Oh, brother, am I a sucker? Come on back to the house fast.
But, George, what is it?
Smear of grease, Angel. Axle grease. And it came off a car.
Mr. Valentine.
Where is she?
Here, George, here. Dorothy.
Oh, Mr. Valentine,
Dorothy.
I was just going to call you. We were talking and she seemed to start to fall asleep.
Dorothy, can you hear me? It's those pills she takes. She must have taken all of them.
Yeah, she tried to kill herself and she was alone.
Mrs. Morris. Mrs. Morris.
What is it? She's not quite asleep yet, George.
Get some baking soda, will you? Whatever you do, make it fast.
I'll get it. That's it, Dorothy. Can you walk now? I'm
Hey,
holding
wait.
you.
Here's the keys to my car. As soon as you can, get her wrapped up in a blanket and down to the lodge as fast as you can drive. Only leave the windows open.
But that road, it's worse all the time, even with chains.
She's got a license, Buster. Only you might be a little careful, Angel.
Don't worry, George.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, it is ridiculous. We should go with them.
They can do better than we can. Besides, you're not leaving this room, not yet. Now, let's see. A glass, maybe. How did you give her those pills? In whiskey?
I don't know what you're talking about. She tried to murder me. She's upset. She tried to kill herself.
Yeah. This glass might do it. Uh-huh. That's number one.
Number what?
Evidence. Things you show to a jury just in case she can't testify or doesn't know herself what happened.
Oh, no. Mr. Valentine. Really?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm way out on a limb, Buster. But I'm building a ladder fast. Now, let's see. No coat, no purse.
Oh,
no, you don't. I'll pick that up. Uh-huh. Yeah, here we are. Handkerchief covered with grease. Man's handkerchief. Yours?
Give me that.
I said stand still, Buster. You can't give a gun an argument. Sure. Your initials. A guy tampers with a car, he gets a little greasy. Dorothy got this down below, didn't she? In your cabin near the lodge. Wonder what else she stumbled into. I might have had this before.
What?
Identification card. You were in the Luftwaffe, huh? What's this long word? Machinist something.
Mr. Valentine, this is what you call circumstantial, is it not? Oh, there they go. In the car.
Yeah. Let's see what... Pliers. Well, now, don't get so...
No, I use those on ski binding.
Or maybe this is the type that comes out of the toolbox of a red convertible.
Oh, stop it. Mr. Valentine, you are so ready to accuse me. So ready to invent what a crazy woman's story would have been. Yes, now you are watching me now, huh? You are... Look, you see...
Let go of that gun. Let go.
There, my suspicious friend. Now you are looking at a gun. Thank you, Stella.
Well, I didn't mean to. I just opened the door. They didn't need me to go with them, and I wanted to...
Now, Liebchen, forgive me. Perhaps you will join me sometime.
What?
Of course, I'm leaving. Your own sedan is still in the garage. How could I stay in a country with such a suspicious man?
Hans, I've been listening. There isn't any real evidence against you. Nothing to prove you caused the accident.
Nothing except me. I know what police can make people say to confess, whether it's true or not. Well, I won't be caught to find out. There is no one who can catch me alive to accuse me of things I don't do.
Hans!
Get your hands off me! If I run, it doesn't make me guilty. It makes me free, that's all. Free to get the things I want.
Well, Mrs. Morris, there goes your ski boy.
I know him, Mr. Valentine. You can't catch him. He won't be caught. Don't be angry. It's better this way.
Yeah? Well, I'll just get on the phone.
No, please, you can't.
What?
The phone. You can't. I was talking on the phone when the storm put it out of order. Miss Brooks will reach the lodge, all right. But by then, no one will be able to get back here. But Hans could get out. It would take a day for the snowplows to reach us. He could be in Mexico in a day. He could...
Hey, wait a minute. Who are you talking to on the phone?
The sheriff.
The sheriff?
A minute ago, I told you the truth. All the evidence said it was definitely an accident.
An accident?
The sheriff was just as suspicious as you were. But he says there's no question about it. Herbert just skidded on one of those corners and went over. That was all it was.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
You've been wrong all along, Mr. Valentine, about that accident. Right.
That's Hans. Come on. Well, he's dead, all right.
There was no other way out for him. He would have been caught.
I see what you mean. I remember how your husband was on his way to you, your bad ankle. He was a doctor.
He was considerate. I would have been warmer, more comfortable if he'd brought my car. The sedan.
Yeah. Which left nothing here in the garage for Hans to escape in but the car he himself fixed as a death trap. A brand new red convertible.
Talk about irony, George. Dr. Morris unexpectedly took his wife's sedan, not his convertible. He had an accident, pure and simple.
Yeah, but Hans never imagined that. He fixed up the convertible. The doc crashed in the canyon, so Hans took it for granted his plan had worked. Dorothy, any better?
Mm-hmm. No, she's been telling me a little more about Hans, his background. There were lots of women he stepped over, I guess.
Well, I won't say women are suckers.
George, he was good-looking. I can see how it happened.
Maybe.
But, George, the way he skied, so gracefully, so beautiful.
Well, what do you think I've been doing all afternoon?
All I said is I could see how it happened. George, your ankle, a plaster cast. But you were just on a bunny slope. A child couldn't get hurt. How did you...
How'd this happen? I'm lucky you couldn't see that.
One of the worst night driving hazards, especially in wintry weather, is the one-eyed car. And you probably don't think highly of that car's owner. But when were the lights on your own car last checked? For your own safety, friends, make it a point to get your car lights checked at regular intervals. At standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations, a light check is one of their many protective services. And it's a speedy service, so why not play safe and have it done tomorrow? While you're there, ask them to inspect your windshield wiper, both the arm and the blade. If the arm is faulty, they can replace it quickly, so you won't have to risk its failing when you need it most. And remember, in stormy weather, a worn wiper blade is almost as bad as none at all. They sound like small items, lights and windshield wipers, but they're very important to your personal safety. And they're part of the protective service offered to you at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say, and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Gregg appeared as Brooksy. Larry Dobkin was heard as Hans, Lorene Tuttle as Stella, Jean Bates as Dorothy, and Joe Duvall as the clerk. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Needle in the Haystack, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, I quite appreciate the imposition of sending you this urgent demand on a holiday. But I must see you. I must have your help immediately. My entire life's work is in jeopardy. My labor, my love, the fruit of my brain has been stolen from me. 12 priceless objects, Mr. Valentine, the culmination of my life's endeavor. My entire fortune, stolen. Please meet me at your office regardless of the hour. Most desperately, Ferdinand Vaz.
All right, let's have it. Something pretty valuable was stolen from you, is that right?
Oh, my most priceless possessions, Mr. Valentine. Without them, I am nothing. Without them,
Yeah, well, what were they?
My roses.
Huh?
12 red roses.
You lost your roses, Mr. Vaz?
Precisely.
I suppose it gives you kind of an empty feeling.
Oh, rather, yes.
Yes. Brooksy, it's been a rougher weekend than I thought.
Wait a minute, George. Mr. Vaz, where did you lose these 12 red roses?
In Pasadena.
Pasadena, huh? Look, Buster, get out of here fast before
Mr. Valentine, what is the matter with you? Have you gone crazy?
Oh, no, I'm as sane as you are, Napoleon.
But let go of me. Now, please, listen, Mr. Valentine. The flowers are worth thousands. My life's work. They are.
Sure. Worth thousands of Rose Bowl tickets, I know. Find a dozen roses among millions.
Oh, now, listen to me. I have devoted my life to those roses. They're the only ones of their kind in the world. They're not just red. No, they're flame. They're crimson. They're fire. The Ferdinando rose.
Ferdinando?
It was the mater's idea, the name. Rather appropriate, don't you think? We live in Mexico City.
Oh, sure, I could tell from your accent.
Quite so. Oh, yes, I see what you mean. But we've been there for years now. And climate, you know. Mr. Valentine, you don't seem to appreciate. The Rose Festival in Pasadena attracts the world's foremost authorities on flowers. My unveiling of the Ferdinando today would have emblazoned my name in history.
Like Martha Washington.
I beg your pardon?
Skip it, never mind. Somebody clipped your buds, stole them, huh? Okay, how'd it happen?
Well, I came up on the train, and then at the last possible moment, the mater posted the roses to me by air express. And so they'd be fresh, you know. But I have never received them.
Did you call the airline?
Oh, yes, the box was transported all right yesterday, but somewhere in the express delivery service it became lost or stolen. The service insists that they've never even heard of it.
Oh, well, look, that sounds more like a mix-up in mail than it does...
Mr. Valentine, I have the name of the man at the delivery branch office. I'm not concerned with whether he's a criminal or an idiot. All I want is my roses. I've tried to see him alone, and I've got nowhere. There's only a few hours left, man. My roses will be wilted unless you help me now.
All right. Take it easy. We'll go see this guy with you. Oh, brother, what a way to start the new year.
Oh, waking people up. And my aerial's busted. I can't see the game today. You got any idea how many packages we've handled the past 2 weeks? Flowers to Pasadena, coals to Newcastle.
My good fellow, the package was distinctly marked F. Vase, Pasadena, California. Yet somehow your company has made a mistake.
We don't make mistakes. Anyway, Oh, say, it's not a bad day once you open your eyes. The flower vase. That's it. That's what happened.
Flower vase?
Yeah. I got a small district. It's the name of one of our little flower shops in my area. It was marked for them, wasn't it? That's where I had the delivery boy take it.
You sent this guy's package to a flower store.
No. Oh, well, I mean, yes, but that was the way it was addressed, I thought. F. Vase. It was marked flowers. Naturally, I thought
it was distinctly marked vase.
Vase, I tell you.
Oh, cut it out, will you, both of you? The flower vase, huh? Come on, Brooksy, we can find it all right.
What? Oh, wait a minute for me, old fellow.
Oh, no, you don't, Buster. Apologize to the man and then wait for us at your hotel. If I'm crazy enough to go sniffing for roses, I'd rather go crazy alone.
This is it, I guess, George.
Yeah.
Not much of a shop.
Well, it's a neighborhood place. Far cry from all the excitement up on Colorado, isn't it?
Looks like it's open, though. At least somebody isn't rushing to get an early seat for the parade.
Oh, brother. When I think I could be having scrambled eggs and waiting to tune in the orange bullet.
George, look.
Yeah. The joint's a mess. Flowers all over the floor.
The lock was broken. This shop's been broken into.
You mean broken up, Angel? Boxes all torn open, counter tipped over? I certainly don't see any roses, huh?
Maybe this didn't happen so long ago, George. I mean, I thought I heard...
Yeah, back room.
Wait
a minute, Phil, slow down.
You let go of me. I'll call the police now. What do you want?
Just take it easy, Shorty. Take it easy. Now, what's the big idea of playing scavenger hunt in here?
But I didn't do it. Well, I'm the owner, Theodore Herman. Flowers for funerals. That's me.
Mr. Herman, it just doesn't make sense. None of it.
My shop has never been broken into before, Mr. Valentine. Never. I hate trouble. Funerals, a few corsages. Maybe somebody remembers a wedding anniversary. That's all I ask.
Yeah, sure, I know. It's tough. But you say there wasn't any money taken out of the cash register. Well, how about those roses?
Well, I have nothing to do with the Rose Festival. I'm just a small man.
I mean, did you get the package, the one intended for Mr. Vaz?
But I tell you, the only business I had yesterday...
Here's the receipt, George.
What?
It was with the papers where the counter tipped over.
Yeah, sure, that's it, all right. 4 p.m. yesterday, received delivery, Air Express package, Mexico City.
So your memory's not so good, is it, Mr. Herman?
Here, let me see. Oh, but I didn't. There, you see, J.H. It says J.H. Of course, it was my brother.
Your brother?
Joshua Herman. He signed for the package. I remember now. I had gone to Forest Lawn. Joshua stayed here for an hour or so.
But didn't your brother say anything when you got back? He must have put those roses someplace, in water maybe. They must have been here several hours.
He didn't say anything unless... Well, he might have made a mistake and put them in the big refrigerator back here. He's not a flower man. Cold storage is usually just for orchids.
Stand still, everybody.
Well, look at the orchid.
Don't remark, sister, or I'll aim this gun closer.
Suppose you stop waving it around the room, Rollo.
I can't help it. I'm cold. Waiting all morning for you guys to stop jabbering. Well, get out of my way.
Not so fast, Buster. You're the guy who tore up this joint.
Of course he did. He did it. He was caught. He was hiding there.
Shut up, Shorty. I ain't got no roses. There's nothing in there but a quart of ice cream. Now, step to one side.
I said stick around,
Now,
Rollo.
don't get any bright ideas about following me, Valentine.
You didn't find the roses, huh? Come on, who do you work for? You're not bright enough to want them.
You can't hurt my feelings, Valentine, but I can hurt yours.
But you don't...
George!
Here. That's better. Now, you want to know where I'm going? I'll tell you, Bright Eye. I see a hot bath. Oh, dear. All I ask of life is a good, steady flow of funerals, and now...
Oh, skip it, will you? There's too much excitement over a dozen roses, even for Pasadena.
It certainly is, George. But he didn't find them.
Well, that's what I mean. There's only one person who does know where they are, Mr. Herman. Your brother, Joshua. Now, where is he?
I don't know. I loaned him my car last night, and he's been gone ever since. He's from out of town, you see.
Gone? Well, why didn't you report it?
Oh, there's nothing wrong. Don't misunderstand me. Joshua said he had to get in condition for the... Well, of course. That's why Joshua's here. He's wealthy. He's successful. He's just a little blind, that's all. He thinks Ohio State is going to beat California.
The California bear is losing all its hair. Its teeth are growing yellow.
Come on. The roses.
Let me tell you that any team from the Midwest can lick any team from anywhere. Solari, who's he? Bronc, I never heard of him. Step right up and place your bets, gentlemen. I will give you...
Come on, bartender. Bring us 2 cups of coffee, will you?
I say, that guy didn't want to talk football either.
What guy?
Well, I was there at my brother's store, like I told you. And then this guy comes in a few minutes later. He didn't even know who Savick was. Can you imagine that?
Did this somebody want to talk roses?
No, he didn't talk at all. Big person, you know? Takes one look at the roses. They were the only ones in the joint. He grabs them fast, throws me a dollar bill, and then he runs.
You're getting warmer, brother. Remember anything else about him?
Hey, he left a big Cadillac sitting at the curb with a motor running.
Catch the license number?
Well, sure I did. It was, blank, something 38.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Valentine, I just thought he was a big sport grabbing flowers for his wife, you know? Oh, yeah, something else, too. He was, kind of squint-eyed and had a mole on his cheek.
Okay, thanks very much, Ohio. Stick around.
What was he? Anyway, a crook or something? Say, I'm not really from Ohio State, I just happen to know a girl who was born in Dayton once. And let me tell you that we're football...
But Joshua and I will be seeing the parade, going to the game.
Keep your eye on Ohio, will you, Brooks? He's in the next room there beyond the palms.
Sure, George.
We don't want to be mixed up in any trouble. It's his holiday.
I'm sorry, Mr. Herman, but I'm telephoning the police. And 2 bits say they want you both to stick around to answer questions. This 3-ring circus is getting wackier by the minute.
Where is Ohio? I don't see him, do you?
Well, maybe Joyce needed to wash his hands, Miss Brooks. I'll go and
You're
see.
looking for Ohio State? He's outside.
What?
He said he needed some fresh air, miss. Coffee makes him sleepy.
Oh.
Through the back door there, toward the parking lot.
The parking lot? Oh, you don't suppose he's on his way again, do you? Mine is a blue sedan.
No. There he is, over there, asleep in the back seat.
Oh, yes. You'd better let me snap him out of it. Joshua! Oh, no. No, wait a minute, miss. Stay where you are.
What's the matter?
Wait till I cover him with a blanket. He's...
Mr. Herman!
Go back inside. Get Mr. Valentine off that phone. Now, hurry! I shook him. There was blood on my hands. Me asking for a steady flow of funerals. And there he was, dead. My own brother, stabbed.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. One of these days, you get in your car to start out to a dinner party, a business trip, or maybe a family gathering. You touch the starter and, dead battery. But there's an easy way to avoid that kind of holdup and have your car start fast every time. The protective service you get at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations will do it. They can tell in a jiffy if corrosion is threatening the battery cables. They'll make sure the water level is right and the terminal posts and clamps are okay. Why not get this speedy protective service tomorrow? Avoid the delay and extra costs of a neglected battery. It's especially important at this time because short trips in cold weather put extra drain on the battery, cut down its ability to do its job. And, of course, your battery loses power most when your car's used least. So for full starting power and to keep your lights and radio working properly, ask for a battery check. It's another protective service offered you at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. January 2nd, 1950. And where are you? Pasadena, of course. But you didn't come to see the Rose Festival. No, you only came to see 12 red roses belonging to Mr. Ferdinand Vaz, only you haven't found them yet. And you didn't come to see the Rose Bowl game like Joshua Herman did, only, of course, he won't be seeing it either, now that he's dead. Well, like George Valentine, you feel that so far 1950 is too full of thorns, particularly when you try to explain it all to Lieutenant Riley.
A knife with no fingerprints, a blanket with a hole in it. A murder takes place in a parking lot, only nobody...
They're all tearing out to see the Rose Parade.
Well, so was I until you had to go ringing bells. Would be let it happen inside Pasadena's city limits.
All right.
Everybody's looking for a dozen roses. Only we know that a guy in a big car hijacked them last night. And the guy who saw that guy was afraid Mr. Ohio State might remember some more of what he saw, maybe, huh?
I don't know.
Say, I wonder if it was that cold storage thug you told me about.
The one with the gun?
What do you mean?
That original story about the roses.
Yeah, but there were some roses from Mexico City. We know that.
Yes, and Joshua Herman told you he opened it. George, he saw the roses. And they're what the man came and took.
Oh, yeah, sure. Thugs and hijackers and knife artists are all interested in a valuable new type flower.
You mean you smell something besides the Ferdinand?
Well, sure. Smuggling. What else?
Smuggling?
Oh, it goes like this, Riley. A smuggler in Mexico, or maybe a ring of smugglers, I don't know, decide to take advantage of the season. Must be a lot of flowers being shipped around right now for the Tournament of Roses. Well, it's a good time and way to send something in, isn't it?
Inside the roses? Or maybe some of them are phony roses. Yeah. Only the other stuff still happened. The misdelivered package, the hijacking...
All I'm driving at, Riley, is send out a description of Ferdinand Vaz. Find him and you'll find the answer.
What?
Well, that's right. I checked the hotel. Vaz never registered there. He's a phony. But at least he could tell us what it's all about. It was his bouquet. Well, come on. Get to work. He can't be anything worse than a smuggler and a murderer.
We got a lead on that car, Lieutenant. Cadillac blank something 38. The one you said the guy who took the flowers was driving?
Good work, Sergeant. Who's it registered to?
We're checking it up now. The guy driving was big, dark, squint-eyed with a mole on
Where's
his
the
cheek.
car?
Well, just parked, that's all, Lieutenant. How could anybody move anywhere with the streets all cleared for the parade? It's right in the heart of Pasadena with the rest of the world.
Oh, no. Grand Avenue, right where the parade is forming.
Talk about needles in a haystack.
I'm not so sure. Good place to hide, but a good place to get caught, too. Not even a crook can resist a parade.
That Cadillac's on this street somewhere.
Look, Brooksy, you and Riley go ahead. I'm going to take a look around. If our hijacker is here, he'll be quite a magnet.
Quit shoving. Plenty of room for everybody to see.
Sorry, there was a lady standing on my foot. How soon's the parade start?
Here, search me, buddy. Oh, boy, look at them girls on the floats. They're blind with a bathing suit made out of daisies. See it? Oh, boy, she loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. Hey, quit shoving, you. You can see over my shoulder. You can...
Hey.
Yeah, Rollo, it's me, Valentine, remember?
You followed
How was
me.
your hot bath?
I had coffee instead. Beat it.
Man at work, huh? Don't you know it's a holiday?
I still carry a gun. Get lost.
Okay, you slide through the crowd, I slide through the crowd.
Join me, you'll join the pavement.
I don't mind. Go ahead, pull the trigger.
Fearless Fosdick, huh?
With a few thousand witnesses, sure. Go on, create a little excitement.
Smart boy.
Look out, don't slide that way. Cop over there.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, what do you want, Valentine?
Oh, not much. Spotted him yet?
Shut up.
You'll never find him staring at the girls like that. Come on now, keep your mind on your work. I won't interrupt.
Oh, there he goes.
What?
There he goes, in the sport coat, red necktie, running out on the street.
So that's him, huh? The hijacker.
Oh, I say, Valentine.
Well, hello, Mr. Vaz. Welcome to the party.
What'll I do with him, boss? I can't shake him.
Well, never mind. Get after that red necktie. He's got the flowers.
Sure, get the hijacker. Let's see what's in those flowers.
I'll attend to Valentine. Run. The man will get away. He's heading for one of the floats.
Hey, boss, wait a minute. You can't shoot a guy in this crowd.
Will you do as I say? Now, run. After all, Valentine, a chap could use a knife in a crowd quite successfully.
A knife? Well, not on a decoy, I'm afraid.
I beg your pardon?
I got fans in the audience, mister. About a dozen cops watching me. You see what's happening to your strong boy already?
Come back there! Get out of the street!
Well, stick around and watch the same happen to yourself.
Not to me,
Go down on one to go, Buster. I'm going to grab that hijacker myself. Hey, you, come back here.
Mister, those are fresh daisies.
I saw you run up there on the float, hijacker. Stop, will you? Oh, you don't get a free ride out of here.
Get away from me.
Mister, look out.
What do you want? Get away.
Just you, that's all, Buster.
I said get away from here.
Oh, no, you don't.
Hey!
Strike three, you're all out.
That's it, Valentine. We got 'em all. Smugglers, that's it, all right. And you know what it is? Diamonds. A fortune in diamonds. The Englishman folded up like a lawn chair and told us everything.
Who did the murder, Riley?
Huh? Oh, don't you worry. We'll sweat it out of one of them, all right. Joshua Herman saw too much of something, that's all. So they sent somebody after him to keep him quiet. Except for the Hermans, they're all tied together.
And this guy, the hijacker, he stuck his nose in too, huh?
That's what I mean. Come on, buddy. Come on, wake up, wake up. Why, we'll be done in time for the parade, Valentine.
Well, what happened?
Yeah, you see? Here comes our answer to the diamond.
Come on, you're all right, Buster. Wake up.
Oh, yes. Yes, somebody hit me.
Oh, isn't that too bad?
Yes, somebody was walking on... Get off this float. What are you doing on my float? Get off.
Your float?
Of course it's mine, you idiot. Most of the floats lined up for 10 blocks are mine. I'm a floral designer.
Well...
Yes. I ran into Herman's last night and bought some roses. I ran into every flower shop and front yard in Pasadena. But don't you understand? We needed them at the last minute. We were short of roses at the last minute.
We thought you were a hijacker. You interfered with the big smuggle.
Do I care? Am I interested in diamonds?
Well, you should be. They're in the roses you bought.
At first I thought I would sue you, gentlemen. Now I don't think I will. Oh, there goes the first band.
How about those dozen roses?
Look, getting ready for the parade, we just throw all the flowers into bins for the decorators to use as they work. Gentlemen, this year I used 325,550 roses. And you're looking for diamonds in a dozen roses. Excuse me.
Oh, no.
Go ahead, look at the floats, Riley. They're beautiful.
Look. Elephants made out of roses. Girls throwing roses all over the crowd. Horses decorated with roses. Horses even walking on roses. Roses. Oh, roses.
Don't let it get you, Riley. You said you could work your murder case out all right. Why worry about the diamonds?
But they're there. A fortune in diamonds. Maybe those roses are in the hubcap of a float. Or maybe somebody will just throw them in a garbage can. Well, at least you can't say we don't do things big in California.
Final score. Ohio State 17,
Well, that's
California,
it. We better be
48.
moving if we're going to reach the car before midnight.
Oh, George, what a game.
I only wish my brother could have seen it. It would have done his heart good.
Well, I have to admit, they don't play bad football in the Midwest, Mr. Herman.
Yes, and it was so nice of you to bring us.
Not at all.
Made quite a day for us.
George, You forgot the blanket.
No, I didn't, Angel. I've been thinking about it.
What? But you left it back up there. You'd better run back and
I
get
can
it.
get it, Miss Brooks.
No, don't bother. Leave it there. Forget it.
George.
I don't want us to get separated in the crowd.
But if you said you were thinking about it,
It
why
was
didn't...
the other blanket I was thinking about, Angel. I've been thinking about it all through the second half and feeling guilty for sticking around to see who won.
Why, Mr. Valentine, what are you talking about?
A steady flow of funerals, Mr. Herman. Yours.
What?
Don't bother to look innocent. You killed your brother. I can wrap it all up in a blanket, the one the police have, Exhibit B. The one with a hole in it.
George, what on earth
The
are you...
one Mr. Herman here covered his brother's body with, Angel, remember? Remember how you walked outside and saw Joshua lying in the back seat and you thought he was asleep?
Yeah?
Well, I guess maybe he was asleep.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, no. Joshua was lying
Yeah,
there.
Mr. Herman. It was you who went over to open the car door and then told Miss Brooks not to come any closer. You pulled a blanket over your brother so she wouldn't be upset by seeing him. Told her to run to me for help.
Well, yes, George, that's right.
Well,
but-
Brooksy, how did the hole get in that blanket? Unless our friend here stabbed his brother through it. After you'd gone and just before he came running back to the bar. How about it, funeral fan?
Goodbye, Mr. Valentine.
Hey, what's the rush, man?
Excuse me, get out of my
No,
way.
Mr. Herman, you're not going
Get out of
anyplace.
my way!
Not in this crowd.
Stop shoving, will you?
103,000 people make a pretty good jail. Yeah, sure, Riley. Oz's story and his phony name, well, they were just cooked up to get me interested so I'd help him trace the diamonds.
The flowers were supposed to go to Mr. Herman, to the flower vase.
Yeah, that's right, of course. That's how they were addressed. The delivery man told us so. There wasn't any mistake.
But if they were supposed to go to Mr.
He's
Herman...
already confessed that much, Miss Brooks. He was part of the smuggling ring himself.
Wise and the tough boy couldn't understand why he hadn't got the delivery yet. Or rather, why Herman couldn't produce the diamonds to pass on.
They thought he was trying to pull the fast one.
Then Herman got the notion of saving himself by killing his big shot brother. At a time when there were so many people mixed up in it, almost, well, anybody else would be a suspect.
His brother had money, didn't he?
Uh-huh, lots of it. We all knew that. Herman could have squared himself with the boys and then some.
So it ends up, and he doesn't even have a rose to his name. Murderers are crazy, aren't they?
Yeah, don't exaggerate, Miss Brooks. People are, too. Look. Here I still sit at the steering wheel.
No, there's an opening, Lieutenant. Hurry up.
Huh?
Step on it.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Yeah.
There, you see? We made 10 feet.
Yeah. Hey, what time is it?
Well, it's 7:30.
Where are we now, huh?
Pasadena.
I don't believe this. Do you?
We're almost to the city limits, though. George, I wonder if anybody else who saw the game today is home yet.
You know, it's too bad we don't have a two-way radio set in this car. We could ask him.
We could also tell him. Happy New Year, everybody.
If the family car could pick up a pencil and write a list of New Year's resolutions, I bet you'd find this at the top of the list. I'm for Chevron Supreme gasoline, and Chevron Supreme is for me. Smart car. For this premium quality gasoline is climate tailored. Based on year-round weather reports, it's tailored to each season and to the West's different altitude and temperature zones. So to get the best out of your car each month in 1950, and wherever you drive, go on Chevron Supreme. With the first tank full, you'll notice how much better your car responds. Faster starts, smoother pickup in traffic, powerful ping-free performance on hills. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Why not try Chevron Supreme tonight? Or ask for it tomorrow at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California, On behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, Robert Daly is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Gregg appeared as Brooksy, Wally Mayer as Lieutenant Riley. Ben Wright was heard as Ferdinand, Stanley Farrar as the Expressman, Bob Griffin as Teddy, Clayton Post as the Thug, Bill Conrad as Josh, and Sidney Miller as the Hijacker. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. The Silent Waterfall, another adventure of George Valentine.
Listen to this, George.
Huh?
Dear Mr. Valentine, my name is Dora Duncan. I need your help desperately. I don't know any man that I...
Wait a minute, Brooksy. When did that letter come?
Just now.
Yeah, but the mailman was here an hour ago.
Oh, well, she brought it herself, George.
What?
She's out there in the waiting room now. You know, the deep, dark problem type. Writes a note so she won't have to confide her secrets to the underlings.
Well, didn't you explain your lofty status in this menagerie?
No, she's like a duchess imitating Greta Garbo, George. So I just opened her note instead.
Okay, what else is in it?
I don't know any men that I can trust. I don't know any man to turn to. Will you please come to my home this evening at 8 o'clock? I live in the country. Waterfall House on South River Road, signed Dora Duncan.
Yeah, sounds anxious.
It sounds fishy. Come here, George. I left the other door open. There. You can see her through there.
Oh. You mean you can't quite swallow that I don't know any men routine?
Oh, well, she could use a little more makeup.
Makeup would only get in the way, Angel.
George, she's not that good looking. That mink coat she's wearing is real, so she must be wealthy.
She has jodhpurs on underneath, Angel. Maybe she's only attractive to horses. Uh-oh, she's looking at me. Come on, let's go.
What's your step, pony boy?
Miss Duncan, I'm George Valentine. Now, why are you so anxious to have someone at your house tonight? I mean, couldn't you explain it a little more? Yeah, well, now, since you can say anything you want to in front of her, you can...
George.
Do you understand me, Miss Duncan?
She's nodding her head.
Yeah, but she can't hear.
She can't speak either. Oh, George, it never even occurred to me that...
Wait a minute. She wants to write. Here's a pencil. Here.
I could read them through the open door in the other office, too. Mr. Valentine, I wouldn't, for one instant, consider...
Oh, now, wait a minute, Miss Duncan.
George, stop her.
Look here. I'm sorry. We didn't mean anything. Now, don't turn away. Watch me. Watch my lips. I said I'm sorry. Miss Duncan, you shouldn't be so touchy. Of course we'll be there tonight. I said we'll be there. 8 o'clock. Do you understand me? Do you?
George. She kissed you.
Yeah. And she'd been crying.
Well, come in. Come on in before the house blows down.
Yeah.
I'm her sister. I'm Cynthia. Here, I'll take your coat, Miss Brooks.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, there we go. Oh, boy, look at that fireplace.
Well, help yourself. She'll be down, I guess. The maid says she's dressing tonight. That's because I have a suit on.
What's that?
Huh?
She'll be down. That's her music you hear. Drums. Plays a stack of drum records on a phonograph all the time. Says she can feel the rhythm of it. You want a drink? Drum buoy, maybe?
Jumbo. No, thanks. Say, this is quite a place, isn't it?
I guess so. I will.
Somebody's a hunter. All the trophies and the guns hanging on the wall.
My father. He's dead, though. She likes it, too. He used to take her riding and fishing with him all the time.
Tell me, Cynthia, has your sister always been the way she is?
No, Mr. Valentine. Dora lost her hearing from an accident when she was 13 years old.
Oh. But then her speech shouldn't have been...
Oh, that was part of it. She was in bed for more than a year. It was one of those mental things, too. The doctor said she was forgetting how. But she can hear and talk a little now if she wants to.
I see. She used to have a beautiful voice, and now she can't trust what it sounds like. She can't hear it. She's proud.
Catch on quick, don't you? What are you doing here tonight?
Well, didn't Dora inform you?
I've only seen her for a few minutes since she got back.
You mean back from town this afternoon?
Back from India. Yesterday. You didn't know that?
No. Well, what difference does it make? So she traveled?
Yes, she traveled. And when she got back, she sent for me. She ordered me out here tonight, too.
What is it you want to explain, Cynthia?
Nothing. Why should I? This is her house. It's her money. Father left it all to her, and the courts upheld it. She's a poor, suffering little thing, Mr. Valentine, and you might as well... Oh, it's 8 o'clock, isn't it?
Yes, but I think that's the door.
I know, but I've got to shut that door, those drums.
Hello.
Oh, it's you.
Can I come in, Cynthia?
Of course, Jake.
Oh, thanks. Dora wanted me to...
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, gosh, it sure is a cold night. It's almost as cold as... Hey, is that him?
What? Oh, no. That's not Everett.
Oh.
You needn't look so tough, darling. This is Jake Mannering. Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, well, hello. I'm sure pleased to meet you.
Jake is the next-door neighbor.
Uh-huh. Well, who's Everett, Cynthia?
Everett? Everett Stone. The devil.
Oh, great. That doesn't tell me
Now,
anything.
look, Cynthia, there's no need
He's Mr. Mannering's new competition, isn't he, Jake?
No, he's not. Just some guy Dora met on the boat coming home, Mr. Valentine, or over there in India. I don't know. Cynthia doesn't know either. She's never met him.
Oh, but Dora told you all about him, didn't she? Wasn't that what you were yelling at her for out there after supper? Out there in the dollhouse? So funny, Miss Brooks, the way people forget and raise their voices at a deaf person.
Cynthia, I didn't see Dora in the dollhouse, and besides, I don't yell at people. Now, will you please stop all this?
I'm sorry, Jake. I didn't really know what it was. I guess I'm awfully tired.
Oh, sure, Cynthia. But, gosh, you folks must think that
What's
we're
the matter,
all...
Mr. Valentine? Where are you going?
Oh, no place particular. Just listening to the drums. You know, that's the same record was playing when we came in here.
George.
The phonograph up there is just turning them over and over.
Dora?
Her evening clothes are still laid out on the bed, George.
Yeah.
The maid says she hasn't seen her since lunch. The clothes and the records and everything were just notes. Dora gives all her orders by note.
Uh-huh, lunch, huh? Well, around supper time, it was the dollhouse. Okay, let's take a look at that dollhouse. How about that? A perfect little dollhouse right on the river by a waterfall.
Oh, the fall's upstream a little ways. Oh, here, will you flip your flashlight over? It's a pretty fancy dollhouse. Her father built it for Dora. She likes the rhythm of the water, I guess. She always has.
But, George, she's not here either.
Oh! That's Cynthia. Come on!
No, this way, upstream.
Dora!
Okay, I'll call Riley when we get back to the house.
Yes, George.
Hey, Brooksy, Dora was upstream from the dollhouse, just below the waterfall. So it must have happened farther up someplace, and a body was washed over the fall and then against the bank there. But, Brooksy, I'm positive it happened at least an hour or two ago. Just like I'm positive it wasn't suicide.
What's that, Mr. Valentine?
He was just saying, who else could have been around here a couple of hours ago, Cynthia?
Well, anybody with all the woods here. What do you mean? I mean, there was nobody supposed to be here, except maybe that stone person.
Uh-huh, him again.
I don't really know, of course.
Hey, wait a minute, hold it, listen.
Hello there. Hello. Where is everybody? I say hello.
Oh, Mr. Frail.
Cynthia, there you are. What on earth's going on out here?
Mr. Frail, something
How do you do,
terrible.
Mr. Frail? My name's Valentine.
What's that?
Let's both say it together. Who are you?
Well, any friend of Dora's is a friend of mine, young man. Cynthia, I'm so sorry I couldn't make it out any earlier, but the traffic...
Oh.
Valentine, huh? I thought perhaps you were this Stone chap. I'm Dora's lawyer, you know. Business investments and those... I say, who's that coming now? That's Jake, isn't it? What on earth is he carrying in that blanket?
He's carrying your client, Mr. Frail. Stick around. Maybe you can defend somebody for murder.
I don't know why we're here, I tell you. I rather assumed it was to meet this new young man, that's all.
Oh, sure. Stone. That's all I hear.
But at least you can hear, Mr. Valentine. Life wasn't very easy for Dora, you know, living in the silence, not knowing what people were saying, people trying to take advantage of her.
That's not true, Mr. Frail.
Now, see here,
Nobody
Jake.
ever took advantage of her. Nobody ever tried to, not even for her money. She just thought they were. She wouldn't let herself be loved. She was so proud, so afraid of pity.
Just because you weren't successful, young
She
man.
never let herself love anybody. I'm just trying to face it. I don't know who this guy Stone is, but I can't believe
I'll
that
tell you who he is, Mr. Valentine. A fortune hunter, that's all. A smooth-talking fortune hunter. And some man was with her earlier this evening, you said? Cynthia heard a man's voice in the dollhouse, and if it wasn't Jake here,
You
then...
talk too much yourself, Mr. Frail. No, I'll go answer that.
Hi, Mac. Duncan's residence, ain't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I got a fare looking for it.
Oh, wait a minute. Who is he?
How should I know? Don't ask me.
Never mind. I see now. Yeah, it's the people's choice. Who else?
What's this?
Here comes the guy who shouts at people, Mr. Frail. The smooth-talking fortune hunter. Now, why didn't I guess?
What do you mean?
Oh, I should have figured the guy a girl like Dora might have fallen for. Hello, Mr. Everett Stone. Welcome to nothing.
No point in talking to him, Mac.
Yeah, I know. He's deaf and dumb, too, isn't he?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Now's the time of year when Chevron Supreme gasoline lends a helping hand to your car in more ways than one. Take this business of cold starts, for example. It can be awfully exasperating bearing down the starter with no results. And that means an unnecessary drain on your car's battery, too. Chevron Supreme, a premium quality gasoline, contains special blending agents that assure fast starts in the coldest weather. Not only that, it's climate tailored to meet the demands of each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. That's why wherever you drive, Chevron Supreme gives faster starts, smoother pickup in traffic, and ping-free power on hills. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Try a tankful. You'll notice right away how much better your car responds. Ask for Chevron Supreme at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. She was a strange, proud girl, oversensitive about the fact that she couldn't speak or hear. She asked you and several others to keep an urgent evening appointment at her palatial home in the country, Waterfall House. Well, you kept the appointment, but she didn't, because Dora Duncan was dead before any of you arrived. And now the last and strangest of the guests has arrived, the person no one knew and everyone seemed to suspect. until they realized that Everett Stone, Doris' newest boyfriend, is a man who lives in the same half-world of silence.
I'm watching, Mr. Stone. Write some more.
That's who I am, Miss Brooks. A bum, I guess. Until a friend brought her to me there in Calcutta. She was wonderful to me. Maybe because I was even worse off than she. It only happened to me a year ago, my being like this. Result of a shock. I guess I was pretty sour until I met her. She was even starting me on learning how to read lips. She was even... Oh, nuts.
Go on, Mr. Stone. Keep writing, won't you?
I loved her. Now look. Welcome to nothing.
I know. But did she say anything to you about planning to meet a man out here around supper time at the dollhouse? Oh, here. Meeting man out here, the dollhouse.
No. What do you mean? What man? Where is Mr. Valentine?
No, Riley, I haven't found the place it happened yet. It was out in the woods up the river.
All right. I'll be out there as fast as I can. We'll get some men to help after I get out there.
The local doc says she was dead before her lungs filled, so it wasn't drowning, you understand me?
Oh, Valentine, how you can always manage to get mixed up in... Now, look, I tell you what you do.
Never mind, I know what to do. Find a guy who does exactly what you're doing.
Huh?
Yells at people, even if they can't hear. Feeling any better, Cynthia?
Oh, I've just been crying. I can't help it.
Why have you been crying, Cynthia? You didn't like her. She's dressing tonight. That's because I have a suit on.
What?
She's a poor, suffering little thing, Mr. Valentine.
Stop it.
Cynthia, you hated Dora. You made that clear.
Mr. Valentine.
She ordered you out here tonight, you said. Dora's so beautiful. She's got all the money. She gets all the sympathy.
No.
She gets all the boys. Isn't that it? It's about Jake. You love it. Lady, maybe I don't blame you for resenting your sister.
You should. You should.
She was handicapped. But she wasn't like most people when they're handicapped. She was a little hard to take, maybe.
Oh, my trouble is I've always been normal.
She didn't want Jake, but she wouldn't let you have him. Only out there in the dollhouse, for some reason, he got mad at her. It was Jake's voice you heard, wasn't it? That was your first impression, and that's who it was.
No. I don't know who it was.
Yeah. Now you're again saying you heard it. Confused, aren't you? So either you're protecting the guy or...
Or what?
Or you're protecting yourself. Thanks for clearing up the motive, Cynthia. Yours, I mean.
The question was nice and simple, Mr. Frail. Now, once again, how much money did Dora Duncan have?
But really, with the current value of investment...
How much?
I should say 800,000 or 900,000. Of course, one can't be sure. Why?
Well, it's a stock poser my friend Riley always asks the minute he comes in the door. Money, motive, money.
Yeah. I'm just an old cynic. Now, where's this guy, Jake Mannering?
I'm here, Lieutenant. I'm sure pleased
Save it
to...
and listen. We ran a check with all the specialists in town, and one of them clicked. Definite improvement after her trip, the doc says. 25% hearing, he calls it.
Okay, Riley, so Dora was getting well.
And so she ordered a gathering of the clan out here tonight, my friend. Why? Why? Did someone speak out of turn and get her upset? Huh? Think about it. Come on, Valentine, let's go.
Hold it, Riley.
Why? I want to go upstairs?
Since you started this, let's wind it up.
Huh?
Oh, Brooksy,
Yes, George.
has he finished yet?
Just about. It took time to write all the questions. Here.
Oh, good. Oh, excuse me, Everett. This is Lieutenant Riley. Lieutenant Riley.
He knows, George.
Yeah, well, how do you do, Everett?
Now, let's see. I had to remain in town to see about luggage and so on. Besides, I believe Dora wanted to surprise everyone with the news of our marriage.
Wait a minute, what's that?
Hey, you mean Everett here?
Dora and I had been married by the captain of our ship just after we sailed from India. How about that, Riley? Now let's do some guessing about what else she was going to tell at 8 o'clock.
All right. So you put a bee in everybody's bonnet.
Well, that's all you were doing, Lieutenant.
But I didn't try to get a bullet put in somebody's bonnet.
Yes, George, don't you see? If Dora was murdered before any of them knew that she was married...
Yeah, and you pull your smart stunt in a house full of guns.
Okay. So Everett here is in danger now.
If this does have anything to do with Dora's money, then Everett stands just as much in the way of the killer as she did.
You're up against a case with no real clues, Riley. You won't get anywhere unless you force someone's hand.
With what? Those boys I've got upstream haven't even found the place where she was killed yet. They haven't even found
Besides, if there are any bullets aimed at the kid here, I'll get him first.
What?
Yeah, come on, Everett.
Hey, Valentine, wait a
You
minute.
too, Brooksy. We got places to go.
The dollhouse, George?
Yeah, this thing won't make sense otherwise. Come on in.
Here, Everett.
Now, look, the starting point's her character. Dora loved this place by the river. She liked the rhythm of the falls. Well, she was unhappy this afternoon, so where else do you think she'd come?
But, George, her body was upstream. George, what are you doing?
Here, write him a note, Angel. I don't want him to think I'm crazy throwing a wooden tray off the balcony. There it is. See?
George, it's going toward the waterfall.
Uh-huh. Floating in a circle.
But it's moving upstream.
It's an eddy, that's all, from the waterfall. There, see? Now it's swinging toward the bank again.
And the body would do that, too, wouldn't it? There. It's right where we found her body.
Uh-huh.
So she was killed here, wasn't she? She was killed and thrown off this balcony.
Hey, look at this, Brooksy. Spot on the rug.
Blood?
And that mark on the railing out there.
So there are clues. Maybe even fingerprints. The murderer wasn't able to
He
get rid-
tried to clean up all right, but he needed time. That back current out there gave it to him. Now, Riley's men are still a mile away, beating the brush.
I can run over to the house.
No. Now's the murderer's chance to come out here. And now that he's looking for Everett anyway. Shh.
What?
There's nothing, I guess. I wonder if the kid over there would be game. Here, Everett. Give me the pencil. Now. Hey, did you hear that?
No.
Well, now look, Brooksy. Take the flashlight and get out of here fast.
Oh, but
Never
George,
mind anything. Get going. Move upstream. Make lots of noise. You're supposed to be all of us. Understand? Come on, now hurry.
Okay, George.
Now, take it easy, Everett. It's all right. Oh, your note. Here, I'll write another one. We're the welcoming committee. I've spotted enough evidence in here to hang the murderer. He has to come back to destroy it. Just keep quiet and... What's the matter? What is it, Everett? You want the pencil?
It will be welcome to nothing, Mr. Valentine. There are guns up in the house.
Huh? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, he'll be armed, won't he? Well, hey, wait a minute. Dora kept her things down here. She liked to hunt, too, didn't she? Sure. Come on, help me find something. That's it. Well, there's nothing over here but... Huh? Yeah, a rifle. Good. That'll do it. Thanks. Now, you stay down here, Everett, behind the door. That's it. That's good. I'll get back by the balcony. See better from there. Now, don't you worry, kid. It's about over. Funny how it gets in your ears, the rhythm of the waterfall. Gets in your head, and you hear nothing else. Hey, listen. No, that wasn't anything. She was a lonely girl, Dora. But she was proud, like the waterfall. Wouldn't let herself love anything until you came along. And you were worse off than she was. Wonder what it's like to hear nothing but water falling and drums pounding.
Valentine.
What was that? No, I don't hear anything. Just the water. Wait a minute, what's that?
He's here. He's here.
Something outside, I guess.
I can't say what it is, but it's...
Cynthia heard something down here at supper time. A man's voice. The man who killed his sister. Door open? Can't tell. The waterfall makes so much noise. Where is he? I can't hear him. Where is he?
Fire! Fire, Mr. Valentine, soon!
I guess you can stop standing in the doorway, Riley, and turn on the lights.
Okay.
Thanks.
Wait.
Well, that waterfall does get in the guy's ears.
Oh, no.
It would have been hard for Cynthia to tell what man's voice she heard down here yelling at Dora. But Dora could hear a little herself, couldn't she? No wonder she was so upset when she came to my office. Wanted a man she could trust to be here tonight.
Despite the fact she had a brand new husband.
Yeah. That was going to be the 8 o'clock announcement, I guess. She was going to say that she heard a voice. A voice that tonight yelled at her. The poor kid, Riley, was going to expose the biggest heel in the world.
Let me out of here. Let me out! Take it easy, bud. That's better. That's it. The guy who couldn't hear or talk. How about this guy, Valentine? Fortune hunting with a new angle. No voice.
Cynthia, the only thing you should feel bad about is that he almost got away with it.
Yeah. You know, Everett put in a lot of practice for that act. It was going to be worth $800,000 or $900,000, wasn't it? Getting his sympathy, being her husband.
And if I hadn't read that note George wrote me the minute I got outside saying to get Lieutenant Riley,
He might have got away with it.
Well, I knew the only way to make Everett talk in front of anybody was to scare him into it. Feed him a lot of phony stuff about finding evidence, like coffee stains on the rug.
Coffee stains? Why, you said...
Yeah, Everett actually thought if I'd shoot Jake or Mr. Frail, then there'd be a fall guy. And the evidence would just be a few notes and a post-mortem. He'd be left clear. That's why he was so anxious to give me that rifle.
How did you guess, Mr. Valentine?
Welcome to nothing.
That was a phrase of George's Everett seemed to like. Not much to go on, but, well, he repeated it in 2 of his notes.
Mm-hmm. And when I gave him that phrase, I spoke it. He was just getting out of a taxi. It was dark. And what really clinched it, your sister had only begun to teach him how to read lips.
I wonder if Dora really loved him.
You mean, if she really loved Jake, don't you?
Oh, no. I know that she didn't care for Jake, but...
But has Jake got over caring for her? That's the question, huh? Well, why don't you answer the door and find out?
But I...
Go on, Cynthia, go on. Don't stand on ceremony.
Yes. I see what you mean.
George, you're... Well, you are in favor of love, aren't you?
Angel, let's sort of put it this way. I think it's here to stay.
If you're headed for the snow country or planning any jaunt next weekend, first stop at a standard station or at an independent Chevron gas station and ask for a battery check. These friendly station men can give you this protective service in about the same time it takes you to buckle on your skis. They'll make sure the battery's charged, that its water level is right, its terminal posts and clamps clean, and they'll inspect those all-important battery cables for signs of corrosion. Remember, a battery in A1 condition helps your car start fast, keeps the lights bright, assures top performance from your car radio and heater. But you don't have to wait for a long trip before asking for this protective service. For your own safety and comfort, wouldn't it be wise to get a battery check tomorrow? Ask for this speedy service at an independent Chevron gas station or at a standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Gregg appeared as Brooksy, Wally Mayer as Lieutenant Riley. Jeanette Nolan was heard as Cynthia, John Diener as Jake, Ed Begley as Frail, and Tony Barrett as Everett. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Juniper Lane, another adventure of George Valentine.
I am writing this most tardily, I fear. Christmas has come and gone, and the New Year, too. But perhaps the trembling of my hand will explain it. I could not write before this or drop by. The two faithful guardians of my confinement, the butler and the maid, will bear witness to the degree of my suffering. A suffering that is so prevalent among us here in Juniper Lane. Yes, I shamefacedly admit that my writing to you has been delayed by a common cold. And so, my good Aunt Bess, please accept my apologies and know that the pair of brown wristlets, which you so thoughtfully knitted for me as a Christmas gift, were most gratefully received.
Huh? What's all that, Brooksy?
That's what the letter says, George.
Wristlets?
Those old-fashioned things like a glove with no fingers. Keep your wrists warm.
Oh, yeah. Well, who wrote this letter? What's the signature?
There isn't any.
Heading?
Isn't any?
Well, pretty simple, I guess. Just a mix-up of mail. One thing I know. I'm not Aunt Bess.
Oh, I thought you'd enjoy it, that's all. Now we can get back to our own knitting. The next letter...
Hey, don't tear that thing up.
Why not?
The envelope, let me see. George Valentine, proper address. So whoever wrote this thank you note also wrote to me. Then got the envelopes mixed.
Absent-minded professor, maybe. He sounds sort of stuffy.
Yeah, that's probably a man, all right. And the words he uses. He's sure not young. Butler and maid. Might be wealthy. Now, a guy like that wouldn't be writing to me unless it was pretty important, would he, Brooksy? Maybe something dangerous. Maybe frightening. Come on.
What? But, George, you don't even know his name.
I'm not thinking about him, Angel. I'm thinking of crossed envelopes. Of who must have got the letter that was intended for me.
Aunt Beth.
That's right. We have to find her. Think how she'll be feeling when she opens her morning's mail. A little old lady who knits wristlets and who lives in a place called Juniper Lane.
Sure it's Juniper Lane, Bud? What'd you think it was? Barclay Square?
Well, at first we didn't even realize it was right here in the city.
Bounded on the north by Industrial Street, on the south by Noise, gas works to the east, and the west is too smoky.
Yeah, I get the idea. Is Juniper Lane just one block long?
It's a dead end. Dead at both ends.
Uh-huh. Now, you own the only store on this street. The rest are all brownstones. So maybe you've heard of somebody's Aunt Bess.
Everybody's Aunt Bess.
What?
Huh?
Bess Bothwell, the good Queen Bess, used to run a millinery shop. Always claimed she made a hat for Queen Mary.
Well, go on.
Yeah, great little lady. Lives at the head of the street, number 1. Aunt Bess owns Juniper Lane, Mac.
Well, come on, Brooksy. Let's visit the Queen Bee.
Mr. Valentine, Felix McCoy, the cigar man, has been with us for years. He's so kind to the children.
Yeah, sure. Kind to his mother, too, I bet. But look, Miss Bothwell...
I'm sure you have nice points. Everyone does.
Miss Bothwell, what we really came to see you about...
And you too, my dear. You too. In the world outside, it is different, I'm told. And that's very tragic, and I weep about it sometimes. I can't help it. But somehow the tears come out happy in Juniper Lane. And then I find myself laughing because...
Miss Bothwell, all I came here to ask you was
How
if you...
could you understand about Juniper Lane? You've never seen the tree, have you?
Look,
George. What tree, Miss Bothwell?
Why, the juniper tree, of course. It used to be on the street, but now it's on the window. I put it there.
On the window?
Yes, of course. I'll show you. It's much nicer. There. I painted it there on the glass. It's the greenest tree in the city. That's what I'm told, though I've never been there. There were lots of trees on this street long ago.
Miss Bothwell, it's a beautifully painted juniper, all right, but may we talk about your knitting? Knitting wristlets?
Oh, there it's happened again. I might have known when you came in asking for Miss Bothwell. But I like to pretend I have friends, too. That I am important, too. And though I don't really want to be. It's my sister who knits, Mr. Valentine. It's Beth. She's the wonderful one.
Oh. Well, may I see her, please?
Of course. She's in here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, but this is her bedroom. She's not even awake yet.
No, my dear. It's quite all right. Bess is dead.
While she was sleeping.
It's difficult to keep your mind on things sometimes.
George, what was it? Is there anything...
Her neck. She's been stabbed.
Yes. The knitting needle. I saw that just a few moments ago. I thought she was asleep, too. Oh, I'm so glad you came, Mr. Valentine. I've been all alone here, just staring at the juniper tree. Just wondering what to do.
Clues? What do you mean, clues?
Oh, take it easy, will you, Lieutenant? What time did the doctor say she died?
Sometime before midnight last night. But look here. Her room's at the head of the stairs, and the front door down there is always left open. And in this neighborhood yet.
So anybody could have walked in, picked up the needle there?
Yes, and the whole street was here last night. The whole street paying homage to good Queen Bess.
What do you mean?
I mean paying rent. The old biddy sat here collecting rent from everyone who lives in this... Valentine, I never even heard of this street before. This relic, this down at the heel.
Yeah, the kind of a place you get unsolved crimes, I know.
Yeah, there's nothing to go on. And that wacky sister, Miss Bothwell, sitting in there, won't talk about anything except how nice old Bess was, how nice Felix
Hey, Riley,
is.
You know what wristlets are?
Huh?
Well, there's nothing to go on except one thing. Nobody to help us except one person.
Yeah? Who?
My letter, Riley. Don't forget it. My letter. And it's my hunch we better find the guy who wrote it.
In this closed-mouthed bunch of... Oh, look, we've already gone through Bess's mail looking for that letter you should have got.
Let's find the guy, Riley. He must have wanted help. He must know something. And all we have to do is look for somebody around here who got wristlets for Christmas.
George.
Oh, it's no use, Angel. Queen Bess always gave everyone in Juniper Lane wristlets for Christmas.
George, come here. Down these steps, the basement apartment.
Yeah?
Listen.
Fugitives
Listen
from
to the man
junkyard, that's all you are. Holding out your trays, my good and faithful servants. Now, don't you answer me. No, don't you ever answer me. Without food, you won't speak. You never speak. Rusty, dumb, the butler of my bidding. You're laughing at me, aren't you? Laughing at...
Brooks,
Oh, I don't blame
servant,
you. I blame
butler,
me.
in the thank you letter. Remember? Come on.
Well, and to what do I owe the honor of this intrusion? Income tax, census, the Fuller Brush Company?
The name's George Valentine.
Oh, I'd about given you up, Mr. Valentine. Come in, come in.
Your letter got crossed. But you are the one who wrote to us, Oh,
What troubles you, young lady?
well, there's nobody here. We heard you talking to... Oh.
Printing presses. 2 old-fashioned printing presses.
Permit me. The butler and the maid.
Oh. Newspapers all over the floor. The Juniper Lane shopping news.
But look at the date. July 2nd, 1916.
The last beautiful days of Pompeii. Look at the artwork on the heading. There were trees on our street then, you see. Stores and children. Even a newspaper published by a young fool.
Stevenson Sproat, editor. That's you, huh?
Stevenson Sproat, part-time printer of greeting cards, occasional racing sheets, or bills due for the Queen. My 2 faithful servants here. Oh, stop looking at me that way. I talk to them because I'm lonely. You talk to yourself when you're driving a car, don't you?
Yeah, okay, Mr.
I'm
Sproat.
sour. I'm old. I've been sick, that's all.
Well, why did you write to us in the first place, Mr. Sproat? We didn't get your letter, you know.
Oh, so that's it. Mr. Valentine, do you know what it's like to be a conscience? To be alone, to helplessly watch the steady march of rack and ruin?
Look, don't get carried away. Just tell us what...
yes. The murder. That's all everyone's talking about. The Queen is dead. The Queen was a knave, tyrant, bloodsucker, hypocrite. Out to make as much money out of Juniper Lane as she could. That was what my letter was about.
So you can help us. You do know something
about the danger of Aunt Bess being killed. Of course I do. There's a copy of what I wrote you here someplace. Of course I can help. Oh, here. Now, you listen. Dear Mr. Valentine, you must hurry to prevent a crime. There is a woman in Juniper Lane who is hated by everyone, who is in constant danger of being murdered. But there is one man whom I know for a fact has been planning her death for years. At all costs, he must be stopped before it is too late. That man is me.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. A man doesn't have to lift the hood of his car to keep it running, naturally. He can put some gas in the tank, forget all about the vital parts under the hood, and his car will run all right for a while. But if you want both safety and savings for your own car, it's wise to have your station man look under the hood regularly. At standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations, the under-hood checkup is part of their protective service. That's when they catch a worn fan belt or leaky radiator hose, things that might lead to major repair bills. Another example is regular oil check. Maybe 9 times out of 10, they'll tell you your oil is at the safe level. But when fresh new oil is needed to avoid costly engine damage, that's when protective service pays its own way many times over. A few minutes of your time tomorrow for an underhood checkup may save you hours of delay and expense the day after. So why not stop at an independent Chevron gas station or at a standard station where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Juniper Lane. A few good people, a few bad, a little excitement Saturday night. Oh, yes, and if you live on Juniper Lane, you get a pair of knitted brown wristlets once a year. Doesn't sound important, does it? Well, if your name is George Valentine, you're no longer asking questions and looking for wristlets and wondering about this one-block-long street lost in the middle of the city. Now you have begun to find out. And according to Lieutenant Riley, you found out quite enough.
Well, it's plenty good for me, Valentine. Plenty good for me.
Well, of course, Mr. Sproat had the
Miss
opportunity.
Brooks, he not only had the opportunity, he had the time and the inclination. And besides, he told you he was going to kill Aunt Bess in that letter to you that got lost, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what he said, all right. But he's not saying much now, are you, Mr. Sproat?
A man is supposed to be cautious of what he says at a time like this, isn't he? But fairly obviously, I'm your man. And I assure you it doesn't make much difference what happens to me.
Yes. Now, look, friend, you hated that old dame, didn't you?
She cheated me, Lieutenant. Out of the only business I ever loved, my little pretentious neighborhood shopping news. It went broke in 1916. She made it go broke. She couldn't stand anyone else making money but her.
Good Queen Beth.
Ever hear anyone else call her that but Felix McCoy? I suppose he's made a little money.
Yeah, we know all that.
Nobody else has. It's a street full of has-beens. The Queen was always there to loan money and to pull the drawstrings or boost the rent or twist somebody's arm. Juniper Lane. We're like a bunch of rats biting each other. The only one who's not infected, who can still see the tree, is Miss Bothwell, her sister. But she has to paint the tree on her window.
All right. Bess Bothwell ruined you, and you did something about it. Come on. We can fill out a confession down at headquarters.
No, I don't believe I'll do that.
Hmm?
I didn't kill her, you know.
You what? You didn't, but you've been saying you've been as good as admitting.
Lieutenant, I may have.
Huh?
It's just that, well, I might as well have, I said. I've been brooding about it for years.
And you wanted Valentine to stop you from doing it, you said?
Well, of course I wanted him to stop me. Have you ever known what it feels like to commit murder?
There, you just admitted.
Or to feel like you wanted to?
Have I? Oh, brother, may I say...
Wait a minute, hold it, Riley. Let me, will you? Now, Mr. Sproat, you're not quite sure what happened last night, are you?
Oh, please, I'm very tired, but I'm not really...
You're all mixed up, yeah. You've thought about it so long that you're not quite sure whether you did or you didn't do it.
I wish you'd take me down and get it over with.
To make you feel better for wishing her dead? There's no concrete evidence against you, you know. A man doesn't like to admit to this kind of confusion, but, well, you can't honestly remember last night, can you?
No, I'd been drinking a bit. But who else, Mr. Valentine? What if I don't think I really did it? When all's said and done, who hated her as much as I?
Well, don't just stand there, Valentine. Let's keep looking. Juniper Lane. Oh, my. Miss Bothwell, please, you still haven't once mentioned a single thing that happened here last
But
night.
how could I, Lieutenant, when I wasn't even here?
What's that?
Poor Stevenson's cold has been so bad, you know, and I never could enjoy those people tramping in and out, looking unhappy.
Wait a minute. You were with Mr. Sproat last night?
Of course. To take him a good book and perhaps play a game of pinochle to cheer him up a bit. He's really my only friend, my only close friend here. Faces have changed so.
But he never once mentioned it.
How sweet of him. He only mumbled a word or two. He was so tired. So I tidied up a bit and put his bottle away, and then I read the book myself.
Until when?
Oh, no later than 1 or 2 o'clock. Oh, well, really, there's nothing wrong in it. A woman of my age.
And the doc said she died before midnight. Oh, Valentine, now the barn door's really wide open.
My, what a nice expression.
Hey, wait a minute. My letter, Riley. It was sitting there on the hall table. Anybody walking in or out of the house could have seen it, right? Seen it and maybe capitalized on what we know was in it.
Yeah. Sproat's worry about killing her, sure. Blame it on him and he'd make a good fall guy. Only how in the name of...
Yeah, Brooksy?
Come here. The bills, those collections Bess was making last night, they were by her bed.
Yeah?
I checked them against the police list of the neighborhood, and there's only one name that's missing, that there's no bill for.
Yeah?
If his bill is missing, then he might have been the last one up here.
Who?
Felix McCoy.
But what did I say wrong, Lieutenant? That Felix McCoy was Bess's husband? So why should she send him a bill? Oh, really? Sometimes it's very confusing.
Your sister was actually married to that small-time...
It was all so long ago that no one remembers. She never even took his name. I hate scandal, don't you?
Oh, Mother McCree.
They did admire one another in a business sense. I haven't even remembered their marriage for years. And now you've made me think about
Take it easy, Miss Bothwell.
And made me think about her being dead now. I hadn't thought about her being dead yet. Like all the greenery that used to be along Juniper Lane.
It's pretty late. He's probably in bed by now.
Well, this outside stairway will take us to McCoy's apartment. It's on the second floor.
You know, George, it would make a lot more sense if it's a person like Felix McCoy.
Yeah?
This property Bess owned around here must be worth a good deal. Oh, look. There he is.
Hmm?
You can see him through the window.
Sleeping like a baby.
George, the door just opened over there.
It's hard to see.
There's somebody standing there, moving toward the bed.
Come on. How do you get into this place? Balcony door's locked.
George, there's a knife. He's going to stab him.
Stand back.
Hey, you stop!
Hey, it's too late. There's the knife.
Riley, slow down, will you? Well, I'll be... Well, look what bounced back at us, Valentine.
All right. You don't have to keep your knee in my stomach.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I'm not going anyplace.
Not this time, you're not, Mr. Sproat. Felix dead?
Yeah, Riley.
Well, this time I won't be begging for confessions. Come on, get up.
Take it easy, Riley. He didn't kill him.
Huh?
What's that, Mr. Valentine?
Felix looks like he's been dead for several hours. Only shot to death. Yeah, Riley, this gun was lying here on the floor. Whoever did it pumped all 6 shells into Felix, then pulled up the blank.
Juniper Lane, the whole place is crazy.
Yeah, that's been bothering me, too.
Huh? Yeah. I mean, like Sproat in there with Miss Brooks. He knew where we were, yet he came up here to stab Felix.
Felix was Bess's husband. Long time ago, but I suppose it still sticks.
I'm not sure I like the way it ties together, but it does, and it all points to Miss Bothwell. Sproat, come on in here.
Go ahead, sit down, Mr. Sproat.
Now, look, my fanatic friend. You hated Aunt Bess, but you didn't hate Felix here, did you?
No, he didn't.
Come on, answer me. You came wandering up here to kill him. Now, you didn't care whether you were caught or not. Why? All right, I'll tell you why if you'll answer just one question. Who were you with last night till after 1 o'clock?
What's that?
Were you with somebody in Wide Awake playing pinochle?
Why, yes,
Or, did you fall asleep earlier after a drink and, maybe somebody brought you a book?
Well...
Look, it's no use, Mr. Sproat. You don't even know where you were supposed to have been. You haven't even heard the story she made up yet. That alibi she made up for herself.
Lieutenant...
You're not helping Miss Bothwell anymore. You're a big, noble guy. You knew there wasn't any evidence on the first murder, so you figured that if you got caught for the second one, you'd hang for them both.
My life is worth very little, Lieutenant, but she...
Sure. In your own mind, you'd be the hero who got rid of the wicked witch of Juniper Lane and her shakedown husband. Only I've got a job to do, my friend.
I have nothing to say.
I'd like to talk to Mr. Sproat alone, Riley.
Huh?
So go on over to Miss Bothwell's place, will you? I'll meet you there.
Okay, I've got all I need.
Now, what can either one of you expect me to say, Mr. Valentine? Miss Bothwell is my friend, my only friend.
I wouldn't waste any time with any of that Juniper Lane stuff, Sproat. That brooding about murder.
What's that, Mr. Valentine?
Well, Lieutenant Riley swallowed it, hook, line, and sinker. And why? Because it would never occur to anybody that a guy'd be crazy or smart enough to stab a body that he'd already shot.
Well, what are you talking about?
Now, just stay where you are. To start out with, you mixed up a couple of letters, only you mixed them on purpose. You wanted me to walk into this thing to meet poor Miss Bothwell, to get the setting. The Juniper Lane malarkey that doesn't exist except in her mind. And in the stuff you fed me.
Well, I don't understand. Her sister, Bess.
Bess was an old biddy. Probably no better and no worse than a lot of other people. Felix here was a tramp. But even he had his points. But they had dough, didn't they? Yeah. That's what it was all about, Sproat. Simple, hard dough.
Mr. Valentine.
I said stay where you are. This is a gun you're looking at, mister. Remember it? The gun we found here, so don't come any closer. Okay, step one. You killed the old biddy. Her next heir was a half-forgotten husband. Step two, you killed him.
You don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing you can prove.
Step three, you kill Felix again and get caught. So the whole thing will hang where you want it to hang, on the next heir to the money, Bess's sister. And you, her noble, her only friend, would get that money about the time Miss Bothwell went to the chair or an asylum.
Why,
now stand still, I said. Who else would she leave her money to but someone who tried to save her?
I've heard enough, Mr. Valentine.
You picked a nice little lady for a fall guy. So peculiar she could never defend herself.
I suppose you're different. I'm in better physical shape than you might think, Mr. Valentine.
You won't be if you get one step closer. I'm warning you.
You're just guessing, my friend. There is no evidence. I'll get you. I've got a knife.
Yeah. It was just a guess until now. Until you did something no man in the world is brave enough to do. You kept walking straight toward the gun that did away with Felix McCoy. When only his murderer would know the gun's harmless. That all the 6 shells had been fired.
No,
Oh,
you
don't. But the other end of the gun worked all right. Didn't it, Mr. Sproat?
Mr. Valentine, I'm quite sure.
Please, Miss Bothwell, that alibi for Mr. Sproat wasn't true, was it? It's the only thing that doesn't fit.
Oh, it wasn't very nice of me to lie. But he asked me to.
Yeah, sure, we understand.
Do you? You're so much younger than I. You have so much more time left to understand about the world.
The world is just the same as your street, Miss Bothwell.
No, it isn't. There's no place like Juniper Lane. It must be perfect. And everyone in it must be good. That's why I lied for Mr. Sproat.
Mm-hmm.
Is it wrong for a lonely old woman to fool herself? I know that I painted that tree there myself, Mr. Valentine. But if you stand right here, the tree's on the curve. And if you stand over here, it's farther down the street.
Sure. All the trees you want in Juniper Lane. Well, you stick to making believe, Miss Bothwell. It's nice.
Sometimes during winter driving, maybe you have the feeling that your car has lost its pep. Last summer, it ran beautifully. Now it starts hard, acts logy in traffic, drags on hills. Maybe it's the gasoline you're using. But just try Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's climate-tailored. Based on year-round weather reports from your driving area, this premium quality gasoline is tailored to meet seasonal variations. And it is further tailored to meet the requirements of the West's different altitude and temperature zones. Try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Right away, you'll notice how much better your car responds. Faster start, smoother pickup in traffic, ping-free power on hills. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Gregg appeared as Brooksy, Wally Meir as Lieutenant Riley. Bob Griffin was heard as Sproat, Lorene Tuttle as Miss Bothwell, and Herb Butterfield as Felix. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Floaters, another adventure of George Valentine.
Valentine, nice. Mr. Valentine, please,
Hey, who is this? Who's this speaking?
Won't you wake up? Can't you wake up and try
Hey,
to...
look, lady, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
But I already told you. My name is Bernice Hillary, and you've simply got to come here.
Huh?
I don't know anybody to turn
Come
to.
where? Why?
It's only a few hours' drive for you. I'm the 4th cabin on the left, the border motel.
Huh?
It's a big place with palm trees and cactus. The Mexican border, it isn't far.
Mexican border?
The American side, that's the trouble. Only drive fast. Please, drive fast. You've got to get here before daybreak.
I said why? What's the matter? Will you calm down a minute? Will you, Bernice?
No, the 4th cabin. You can find it. It's a big one off by itself. My car is parked right beside it. I can't stay here, and I can't leave. I'm all alone. I don't know what to do. If I run away, they'll catch me. And if they do, they might hang me.
It wasn't much of a drive. Oh, no.
Oh, this doesn't look like much of a place either, does it, Brooksy?
Might have been once. Nobody awake but us chickens. Here, that's the 3rd cabin.
Huh? Yeah, the motel's all run down.
Yeah.
Business on the border must be slacking off. Hey, wait a minute. Here's her car.
If it is, she certainly doesn't need anybody's help. Enough chromium to start a bicycle shop.
Yeah. Come on, let's take a look.
Probably locked, George.
No, it isn't. It's what?
Excuse me,
senor. No, you don't. This isn't a drive-in movie, Buster. What are you doing sitting in that car?
Excuse, I said, chump.
Slow down, will you?
Senor, I take it back. You don't excuse. Hey, okay, you don't, but the senorita will. Excuse me.
Hey, you...
Oh, what a chump.
George, are you all right?
Oh, yeah, sure. Nobody here but us chickens, huh? First one I ever saw with a mustache.
We tried to hide when we came along. But here, see? He'd been rifling the dash compartment.
Yeah. Hey, the car's registered to Miss Bernice Hillary, St. Paul, Minnesota. Well, Brooksy, she's a long way from home.
Mr. Valentine?
Miss Brooks, that's right.
Yeah.
You're Bernice, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. Come in.
Okay. Now, will you please...
You got here before sunrise, didn't you? Dawn's just coming, isn't it?
Hey, what's
George,
going on?
she's hysterical.
Oh, no, I'm not.
I'm just sorry I made you go to all this trouble. Coming down here for nothing. For nothing?
Well, look, we're here now, Bernice, so what's the story? For better or worse, let's have it.
Well, I've only been here about 36 hours. I stopped over to have my car fixed. I'm on my way to Mexico City. That's where my best friend lives. She married a man who has a tango band. Oh, it's wonderful if you like that down there.
Whoa, wait a minute. Let's stay in one key, huh? You're a little young, Bernice, to be galloping off down there all alone, aren't you?
I'm 21. It's none of your business. I didn't ask you here to discuss...
All right. So you're on your way to Mexico.
Father know about it? I said it's none of your business, any of it.
Come on, get to it. You stopped here, and last night something happened. What?
I met the woman last night for the first time.
Huh?
She's German or mid-European or something. She didn't tell me herself, but the chambermaid did. I was curious.
Who is this you're talking about, Bernice?
Helga, I think her name is. Not even a citizen. People sneak back and forth here, you know. They never get farther, but they do stay here for a few hours. Well, anyway, she was talking to some friend, I guess. A real sour-looking apple. He coughed a lot. And then one of those immigration men came in the other end of the bar. Well, at least I guess that's what it was. Anyway, she asked me if they could bring their drinks over to my cabin. She and the man, I mean. So they slipped out. Well, I didn't even come over here until hours later. I had to pick up my car at the garage.
You're wasting a lot of words. Are there 2 rooms in this place?
Mr. Valentine, I started to go to bed in here. I'd forgotten all about those 2. No, wait a minute.
Other rooms through here, I guess, huh?
Well, wait, please. I didn't have anything to do with it. Not anything. I just opened the door.
I'll look for myself, thanks. I catch on fast. But I see what you mean. They're both dead.
It's a double suicide, George.
Yeah, Angel. Poison. Looks like it hit her harder than it did him.
There's 2 whiskey glasses there. This little box is what it must have been in. Ew. Not almonds, but it's something that smells a little like it.
Mm-hmm. There he is in the chair. Looks like maybe she changed her mind when it was too late, tried to make it to the phone.
I didn't see all that at first. Can you blame me? All I could see was something dark, and I touched it, and she was dead. And...
Yeah, well, never mind, Bernice. Who's the manager of this motel, the owner?
Wait. Fred Dexter, I think that's it.
Go find him, will you, Brooksy?
Yeah, sure, George.
Washed out looking blonde. Muddy skin, cheap clothes. So that's Helga, huh?
She was a sad sort of person, I guess. Chambermaid says she's been trying to get into the country for months legally. It's only a few blocks. She'd sneak over this far in the evening sometimes.
Sure, I know. To pretend she was already an American instead of a floater in nowhere, living with the chickens on a dusty border waiting for some quota. Yeah, lots of people like that nowadays, Bernice. Waiting at the Golden Gate. Guy looks about the same. Holes in his shoes. Skinny, gray hair. You said he coughed a lot.
I don't know who he is. I don't know and I don't care. That's why I sent for you, Mr. Valentine, to tell the police.
Yeah. You get mixed up in anything, and your father or whoever it is will find out where you are, haul you back to St. Paul.
Look, I'll pay you $1,000.
It's written all over you, Bernice. And it's also written all over you how mad you are because these 2 people were inconsiderate enough to pick your room to die in. Well, kid, for my money, you ought to be spanked. And if you think I want to face the music for you, you...
Please, Mr. Valentine.
Stay there. Well, early caller.
I guess I got the wrong cabin.
No, wait a minute. Looking for Miss Hillary?
This ain't the cabin I thought it was. Really, it ain't.
You work here, don't you? You're the chambermaid.
Look, mister, is Helga there?
Helga? Yeah, she's here. Why?
She's a friend of mine. Asked me to keep something, that's all.
Keep what?
Well, it's a purse. Only I'm on my way to work now, mister, and I just... Hey, what's that? Hey, what's the matter?
Hey, Bernice! Bernice, come back here. Hey, you... Oh, for the... Oh. Okay, chambermaid, come in here, will you? Come on.
Who? What are you talking about? Dexter's my name, Fred Dexter.
Yeah, I figured. But where is...
That's Janie. Laundress, cook, bottle washer. She's on her way to work, that's all. Getting my breakfast. And don't get so lathered up. Cops will be here, nothing to steam about. Been plenty of suicides in this town before.
Okay, maybe you're right. Plenty of suckers, too, I'll bet. Just like me.
call the police, Mr. Valentine. I will just wait.
What about this guy who coughed? Who was he?
He and that Helga dame, birds of a feather. Nothing to live for, and they flock together. It's easy to drink your last toast if there's somebody with you to keep your courage up. He never would have been admitted, made the quota. So, why not?
Yeah, but I said, what about him? Who was he?
You're stubborn. Why don't you leave well enough alone? That's what the people do down here. That crazy dame who skipped out on a bill, Bernice Hillary, forget her. She can't get far. If they do find her, there's nothing to say. It's a closed case.
Buster, for the 10th time,
I'm just passing some advice. The guy who coughed, I don't even know his name. Seen him a number of times the past few years.
He was an American citizen, wasn't he?
Oh, sure. But he was sick, broke. Lived on sleeping pills, whiskey, and dreams. Always been that way. Border case. Came here to get rich and didn't. There's a lot of money floating back and forth, you know, if you're smart enough to latch on to something. He wasn't.
Are you?
Look at this rat's nest. I had big ideas once. Thought I might latch on to something. Oh, skips.
Okay, that Mexican mustache who hit me. How about him?
I never saw him in my life.
Okay, then this woman Janie who works for you.
She's fat, reads movie magazines.
I know what she's like. I just want to know where she lives.
You mean a room?
Where is it?
How should I know? In town someplace. Why? You want a date?
I'm going to do a little floating around myself, Buster. Maybe I can latch you onto something.
George, where have you been?
Well, I finally found that chambermaid Janie's place in town,
But,
Angel.
George,
Never
I've been
mind. Now, listen. She was keeping that purse for Helga like she told me, all right. Nothing in it much. Kleenex, comb, about $16. Eyebrow pencil, handkerchief, period. And a torn lining. Somebody beat me to it.
What do you mean?
Oh, Brooksy, I've a tiny little emerald here. And around one end of it, a bit of platinum wire.
What?
Yeah, all told, worth $100 maybe. But this is something jarred loose from something bigger when it was jerked out. A brooch, maybe.
A what?
Something worth plenty. You get it? That dame Helga shouldn't have been so sad after all. Maybe she didn't have her citizenship, but at least she had...
Then he shouldn't have been sad either. The man who caught.
Huh?
That's what I've been trying to reach you for. They must have owned that thing together. Darling, I checked the immigration people like you said. And she wasn't here illegally, not this time. The two of them were married several months ago down in Ensenada.
Well, how do you like that? Motors go flying out the window, don't they?
That's what I mean. Helga was the wife of an American citizen, and they had something worth money, too. So they had everything to live for. Why would they commit suicide?
To be more blunt, Brooksy, who murdered them?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. People are sensitive to seasonal changes, that's for sure. But do you know that the gasoline in your car is also sensitive to seasonal changes? You bet it is. And that's why Chevron Supreme gasoline is climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone. This scientific tailoring is based on year-round weather reports from all over the West. Today, tomorrow, any day in the year, depend on Chevron Supreme to get the best out of your car wherever you drive. Try a tank full of this premium quality gasoline. You'll notice right away how much better your car responds. Faster starts in any weather, smoother pickup in traffic, ping-free power on hills. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Get a tank full of climate-tailored Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The border between countries that collects the floaters from both sides like flies in dust against a screen. Only some of them don't get away. Like the mid-European Helga and the sad man who coughed. Yes, the couple who at first you thought had entered into a suicide pact, only now you realize they were both murdered. And right in the motel cabin of your client, Bernice Hillary, who has since disappeared. Only who committed murder and why?
Look, mister, I told you the truth, didn't I? Why should I lie?
I don't know, Janie. Why should you?
But sure I knew they was married. Helga and that mopey-looking thing, but what of it? She's been married before. I don't see what she's seen in the guy anyway.
Did you tell the police you knew?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Why should I? So they didn't ask me.
Uh-huh.
Leave well enough alone, mister. That's what I say.
Even if people have been murdered?
Oh, yeah, I know. Oh, Helga wasn't much, I guess. Had to duck out of her own country for something a long time ago. I don't know what. I don't know anything really, except, well, she was a person. You know what I mean? Near broke her heart when Clark Gable was married. Sort of liked her.
All right, Jenny. She was a friend of yours, period. And yesterday, when she and her husband came in, she gave you her purse and asked you to keep it for her. I wonder why.
Well, holy gosh, how should I know? It's a tough town. Well, she was kind of nervous anyway, like maybe the two of them was being followed. I noticed it at the time.
Okay, followed. Only I suppose you didn't know why the purse was so important. What was in it?
Well, there was a few bucks in it. Don't kid me, that ain't
He
important.
means what was hidden in the lining. Something made out of emeralds and platinum.
What? In Helga's? Well, you don't think I'd be here if I did know about it. Oh, no, I don't mean that. I never stole anything in my life, and neither did Helga. I'm sure she wouldn't. It might have been a heirloom or something like that.
Okay, Janie, okay. We're wasting our time. Skip it.
Well, George, what are you going to tell the police?
Everything I know about it, but I wish it were more. Well, 16 parola, here we are. Huh, it's a saddle shop, farm supplies.
What?
Yeah, gets a pretty good trade, too, doesn't it? I just want to double up on something the police already have found out, the poison. You remember that little box that smelled like almonds?
Yeah.
Well, they say it's some kind of stuff used on vermin, and this is the place that sold it.
I told the police, Mr. Valentine. Don't remember much. Hot day for this time of year.
Well, did a man buy it or a woman?
Afternoon there, Fred. Nice weather. What did you say?
Was it a man or a woman?
Lipstick.
What?
Fished out some change, out dropped a lipstick. I know, 'cause I picked it up to hand it back. Afternoon, Mr. Gonzalez.
George, so it was a woman.
No, man. Man bought it.
Okay. Some guy mixed up with a woman.
Hey, shut the door back there, will you, Fabio?
All these people. What's back there anyway, Mr. Heinrich?
Harness room.
And a few slot machines, I could see.
Oh, that's nice.
All right, now listen, Buster, make it fast. A man bought the poison yesterday. Who was it?
Oh, no, that's what I told the police.
You mean you run a gambling joint? It's not smart to tell on people.
Oh, relax, son, relax. Too hot a day for that. I'm blind.
Blind? But I didn't... But you've been saying hello by name to all these people who've been walking back...
Old customers, that's all. Recognize their steps.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm sorry. Come on, Brooksy.
You're going the wrong way, Mr. Valentine. Harness room is for friends.
Oh, I got some money to throw away.
Okay, friends.
Thanks. Only, Brooksy, maybe you'd better...
No, there's a ladies' table. Help yourself.
George, why are we
When
going...
that door was open, I saw a guy, Angel. The far end of the room, sitting right by the window. A guy with a mustache. Hello, chum.
Huh?
Having nice cards?
Senor, no, I'm not playing now.
I am. Come on outside. I want to talk.
No, senor. Excuse, please.
Never mind that excuse routine again.
Don't be tough. Not you. Not a sucker for the
I
left.
said come on outside.
I'm staying here. You say anything, say it here. Say goodbye.
Oh, you chump.
Stop it. Get away from me.
No time to argue, senor. Take it easy. Just a friendly little spat, folks, that's all.
$5, $10, $15.
People are upset when things happen. It's pretty bad for business.
This isn't hush money, friend. We're paying you to take care of this guy.
Oh, he'll come to in time. Need a beefsteak, maybe.
I'll bet he gets hamburger.
You're smart, lady. But I better keep that wallet of his for him.
Not so fast, Heinrich. He only has traveler's checks anyway.
Traveler's check?
Yeah, Mexico City.
Let me see that letter.
Okay, try your Spanish.
Jose? Oh, Jose, that's him. George, Jose. He's a detective.
What?
Be good reward in it if you can trace for me. Darling, he was on the trail of an emerald brooch.
So that's what it was.
Emerald brooch stolen, George.
Go on.
From, anyway, you pronounce it, jewelry store, Mexico City, 2 months ago, signed by an insurance company. That's it.
So Tough Boy here's a detective.
He must have been looking in Bernice Hillary's car for the brooch.
Hey, wait a minute, Angel.
What are you talking about?
Jose didn't start swinging till I tried to get him outside, to get him to move, to get him away from his chair by the window. Why?
So that's what he was watching. Chromium. That old garage across the alley. George, that's Bernice Hillary's car. George, how long are we going to wait here?
Well, it's a nice, comfortable car, isn't it, Brooksy?
But it's dark already. We should tell the police.
Oh, well, a board is a funny place. Collects the strays from both sides. Everybody looking for a little excitement or some easy money. Turning into floaters.
Oh, George, really, I don't...
Listen. Out in the alley.
You hear that? Key.
Yeah, but you don't need them for the garage. No, somebody's got them for the car. Now stay there in the seat. Duck down.
All right.
Do what I told you. They can't see me in the shadows.
Who's in there?
Easy, Buster. I'm right behind you.
Oh.
Yeah. Now turn around slow, Dexter.
Yeah, sure, Valentine.
What did you do? Steal this car?
What happened to Bernice? She drove away in the car this morning. What'd you do with her?
Brooksy, we know the guy who bought this poison was mixed up with a girl.
What? What's that?
So maybe she loaned him the car.
No, I tell you...
Hey, what's the matter? There's no one in the street. Can't you start again?
Hello, Bernice.
Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine. The sucker you called down here last night to face the music for you. So you wouldn't have to interrupt your joyride to Mexico City.
But I didn't do it. Helgen the man, it was a double suicide.
That's right. That's what the police said.
Sure. Only let's have the brooch.
What?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Valentine, I know it was silly of me to run out on you like that this morning. I rode around town intending to come back, but Mr. Dexter here saw me. He said I'd just be in more trouble. And he knew a place to hide the car, so I...
Right across the alley from the place where the poison was bought?
What poison?
The poison that killed Helga and her husband.
It's a little town. I don't know where else you'd hide a car.
You're an old hand around here, Dexter. Only an old hand would know which place has a blind man running it. Convenient, so there wouldn't be any identification.
So what? Lots of people know about it.
Come on, Dexter, I want the brooch.
What brooch?
This morning I asked you where Janie lived. You said you didn't know. It took me a little time to find it, and when I found it, I found a certain purse. A brooch had been ripped out of it so fast, part of it stayed behind. In Janie's place. And she said you'd been there before.
He's holding his hand against his coat pocket.
Is it?
Brooks, stop it!
All right, so you got it.
Yeah, stolen in Mexico City. Probably by Helga. It was hidden in the lining of a purse yesterday for only one reason, to smuggle it across the border, which she did. So people in this country don't even know about it. It was your big chance, wasn't it, Dexter?
But what if it was? You know what it feels like to sit down here in the dust, losing your dough, and the big chance is floating right past you?
Mr. Valentine, I didn't know he had it. Honestly, I didn't.
Oh, sure, Bernice. Last night, who besides you knew that Helga and the man could be found in your cabin? Well, it was murder, lady. Plain and simple murder. And the police know it.
No.
There's a mountain of evidence 14 feet high stacked against the two of you.
Look, I took the brooch. I did it when I thought there was a double suicide. Nobody would know. Evidence or not, I don't know anything about murder. If you ask me, neither does Bernice here.
I know it.
George!
But you said that...
I said a lot of things to find out things. Maybe a more complete autopsy and some rigmarole will help. But I gotta hang my hat on a piece of lipstick. And it's not easy.
Lipstick? You mean Bernice's lipstick?
No. Neither one of you went into action until hours too late. No, there's somebody else, Fred. 2 other people. With perfect motives. And their actions check.
Who?
The man who bought the poison was mixed up with a woman. Had her lipstick in his pocket. Only I happen to remember a comb, some change, handkerchief, eyebrow pencil, period. What's missing from the list? Lipstick. Whose purse was it missing from?
Helga.
Yeah, a floater, Brooksy, who couldn't stand to share the profits. And the new husband she married to get in this country knew he couldn't trust her to make a split. Sure, Helga and the guy with the cough. The double suicides. How else could it have happened? Did you ever stop to think they could have killed each other?
A double murder. Timed so perfectly it looked like a double suicide. The gingham dog and the calico cat.
Yeah, the husband was filled up with his own sleeping pills. Helga must have fed them to him earlier in the bar. Then she borrowed Bernice's room so he'd have a nice place to dine without being able to yell for help.
And that gave him a chance to use the poison he'd bought from the blind Mr. Heinrich.
Mm-hmm. Helga didn't marry that guy for love. She did it cold-bloodedly to buy herself a ticket into the United States where she could safely dispose of the brooch.
And to get the man to do it, she must have had to offer the poor groom a 50-50 split.
Poor groom? Huh. Neither one of them was the kind who could take half of anything, and they both knew it. So the minute they were safely past immigration, bang. Only instead of a bang, they picked the obvious method down here. The one either one might have got away with. Poison suicide by just another floater.
The border. Sad part of the world. George, I wonder if Bernice and Fred Dexter will ever wake up to what their lives are really for.
I think they've already started, Angel.
Here's the car. Have the keys?
Mm-hmm. In my pocket. Look out, chicken.
You know, George, I was awfully impressed with you. The lipstick. Noticing a clue like that. You noticing lipstick.
Well, I'll tell you a secret. I just realized that clue was no good.
But it was perfectly obvious Helga had just given it to her husband.
Well, now, look, any man should have realized. Here, look. Look what was in my pocket. One of your lipsticks. And can you prove when or where I got it? Probably been there for weeks. Women are always doing that.
George, you're right. It doesn't prove anything. But explain just one more thing to me, will you?
Sure, go ahead.
This is not my lipstick.
Like a rolling stone, a rolling wheel bearing gathers no moss. But when your car has gone 5,000 miles, you can be sure the wheel bearings have been exposed to a lot of grime, moisture, and road dirt. And dry bearings that need repacking are in danger of being ground to pieces by the weight of your car, to say nothing of the uneven tire wear they can cause. So why not play it safe and ask for the protective service offered to you at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations. Here, the experts are specially trained to keep your car's wheel bearings in A1 condition. They use only RPM wheel bearing grease, a lubricant that's tailor-made to seal out harmful grit, dust, and moisture. A lubricant that won't harden in cold weather, won't melt in hot weather. So, for your own safety and economy, have your wheel bearings repacked every 5,000 miles. Ask for this protective service at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Gregg appeared as Brooksy. Jane Webb was heard as Bernice, Eddie Fields as the Mustache, Ruth Parrott as Janie, Tony Barrett as Dexter, and Joe Duvall as Heinrich. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Ugly Duckling, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, having devoted my entire life to music, to the management of concerts, the development of singers, I find that sometimes my knowledge of simple human nature is lacking. A friend of mine needs help, quite desperately. A woman who gave up her own musical career just for the sake of a man who is as cold and bleak, as incapable of tenderness as the music he composes or the dreary stone house that they hibernate in. His name is Edmund Salter. He is very ill, it's true, but caring for him has made his wife even more than ill. She can't even smile anymore. Nor will she tell me, her oldest and only remaining friend, the strange secret of her unhappiness, her worry, her fear, perhaps even her danger. Mr. Valentine, since I must leave shortly for New York, the opening of a new ballet, will you please come immediately to meet me at the Salters' home? It is far out on Ocean Drive, Pacific Bluffs, California. Sincerely, Yasha Hardwick.
Come on, George. He won't mind.
He?
I'm just beginning to wake up. It's the husband playing Edmund Salter. It must be. Mr. Hardwick said composer, and it never occurred to me, but there was an Edmund Salter who was famous.
Well, you couldn't prove it by me. Concert pianist?
Mm-hmm. When I was in school, he performed once. But there's something strange about him. He's a little tiny man, George.
He makes a lot of big music.
He was shy, and why, he's the one they call the Ugly Duckling.
Well,
Oh.
how do you do?
Oh, excuse us. We were just listening to...
I have absolutely no statement to make for the papers. And if you think you're going to hear a personal, private requiem...
Oh, just a minute. My name's George Valentine. This is Miss Brooks. You're Mrs. Salter, aren't you?
The friends of Yasha Hardwick from town?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, excuse me. He has such odd friends, I never would have guessed.
Well,
I'm one of the artists. Don't be offended. Yasha's staying at the hotel, but he's on his way over now, I think. You may wait for him here.
Mrs. Salter, is that one of your husband's own pieces he's playing?
Johann Sebastian Bach.
Oh, well, I didn't know. I just...
Johann Sebastian Bach. Lovely, isn't it? Edmund plays it so neatly, so cleanly, so precisely. Alongside of my husband's own music, you know, Bach sounds like Chopin, like the springtime, like Boogie Woogie.
What's that?
Like something with blood in it, Mr. Valentine. I'm afraid my husband was much too self-centered to be ever quite capable of...
What's the matter, Mrs. Salter?
Oh, pardon me.
Yoo-hoo, Mary. Mary, darling, may we come in?
Oh, of course you may. Hello, Bertha. And you, too?
Oh, this is Emile, darling, my new husband I told you about.
Mrs. Salter.
Well, you get such handsome husbands, don't you, Bella?
What does she say?
Oh, nothing, dear. Mary, darling, I rushed back.
These are friends of Yasha's, Bella. Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Hello.
Mrs. Bella Rappo, Emile Rappo.
Oh, hello.
How do you do?
Such a pleasure.
Emile Rappo. You're a pianist, too, aren't you?
In this house? No. Alongside of Edmund Salter, I would call myself a bricklayer.
Oh, he's so modest, too, and polite. And such a friendly smile.
Yes, Mrs. Salter.
Oh, Mary, darling, I understand how upset you are. I rushed back from San Francisco just the moment I heard. But if only I hadn't left here yesterday, it was such a tragic surprise.
Yes, you rushed back. Of course you rushed back. And I'm so glad that you did, Bella. I've been just waiting for you. I've been just waiting to slap your face.
Hey.
Mary, darling.
What in the name of...
Why on earth did she do that? Why?
To hit you?
I don't know, lady, but it seems...
Oh, no, please, both of you. The poor thing must be almost out of her mind. After all, she devoted her entire life to him. Well, won't one of you please go in there and shut off that phonograph?
Phonograph?
It's just making it worse for her. It sounds so real.
Well, I will shut off the phonograph.
Oh, we should have guessed an angel.
Yes, it happened late last night. She wired me. He had another attack. Edmund Salter. The ugly duckling is finally dead.
Since moving here, Mrs. Salter seems to have changed so, Valentine. In the old days, she used to be alive and warm and so
And now
full
she's
of-
a nervous wreck. Sure, Hardwick, I'll buy that. But what exactly...
Well, Mr. Valentine, her husband, Edmund Salter, he was cold, aloof, the sort of man who would keep things to himself.
Go on.
I strongly suspect there was some specific thing, some secret of his that might bear on the way she is. If you could only find it. Perhaps in some of his papers. There is a box of them somewhere, I'm sure. And it will be easier now that he is dead.
Yeah, now that he's dead. And Salter died of his illness, of course. Another attack.
I haven't talked to the doctor about
No,
it.
neither have I. But the doctor's name is Robinson. Miss Brooks is getting in touch with him for me.
You're curious?
Well, wouldn't you be? Haven't you noticed all the bottles and medicines in this house?
Well, of course.
And a
but-
good many of them with red labels? Drugs? Maybe poisons?
Mr. Valentine, I asked you here to Pacific Bluffs because I was afraid for Mary Salter. She had the foolishness to devote her life to a man incapable of love. A selfish man, a man she may have feared for some reason, but no, I can't imagine she ever grew really to hate him.
I didn't say that.
Oh.
I didn't say anything. Yeah, this is quite a place they have here. Worth a good deal, I imagine.
Oh, he was wealthy, yes, if that's what you mean. He made it on concerts, invested wisely, I suppose. Why?
Why, now that Edmund Salter is already dead, do you still want me to go nosing around for what was wrong between him and his wife?
Well,
Could it have been money? Mrs. Salter's career was never very successful, was it? You've managed them both. Who gets his money now, Mr. Hardwick?
Well, really, Mr. Valentine, I haven't the slightest
I
notion.
can answer that.
Mrs. Rappo.
I get some of it.
You do?
25 or 30,000, I suppose.
30,000?
Well, there's nothing to be surprised about. I started Edmund Salter on his career, you know. Loaned money for his studies, his first concerts. You see, there was a day when I had money to give to musicians. There's a vicarious thrill in being a patroness of the arts.
It's true, Mr. Valentine. Mrs. Rappo has started a great many young people. And I doubt if the ugly duckling ever paid her back.
He certainly did. The tables are reversed, that's all. He knew that I needed help now. And so does that pupil of his.
Pupil?
Yes. Miss Diana Luskin, her name is. She lives in your town, Mr. Valentine. A great deal of promise, I've heard. But no career's worth much unless you have a little money to start out on.
Yeah, I see. Salter was planning to give her some, too. And what about the rest of it?
The rest, Mr. Valentine? To his wife, naturally. All the rest. The house, everything. To Mary, of course. That's what I've always understood. Where else would it go? What else was there in Edmund's life besides music and his wife? George! Hold me! George!
It's none of your business. None of your business.
I found her burning things in here, George. I didn't mean to interrupt, but the door was open and she was so startled, screamed at me to get out.
Some sheets of music. That's all that's left.
Well, that's all there was.
No, it isn't. Those other papers weren't music.
But it's my house. I can do what I like. A little fire might warm this house up.
Yeah, sure, of course you can, Mrs. Salter. But you just found this stuff, didn't you? It was in the box there.
Your husband's name on it.
My husband's dead. It's my estate now. I can do what I like. Now I can do anything I like.
Yeah, that's right, operator. Long distance. It's a city number. I'll wait.
Yes, sir.
George, what are you doing?
Miss Diana Luskin.
What?
Curiosity's getting me, Angel. Say, tell me, Dr. Robinson, isn't it quite possible that Edmund Salter could have been given an overdose of a wrong dose of medicine, that somebody could have wanted him to die?
No? Oh, wanted? Well, yes. Maybe. I don't know about that. But did it actually happen? No.
But, Dr. Robinson...
I was with Edmund Salter for the last 12 hours of his life.
What?
There is absolutely no conceivable possibility that the man died from anything other than natural causes.
Oh, I see.
Your party doesn't answer, sir.
Oh, what's that, operator?
I said, I'm sorry, sir, but I have the correct number now, and your party doesn't seem to answer.
Oh. Brooksy, maybe we're just trying to open some hidden boxes in private lives that shouldn't be opened.
Shall I try again later, sir?
No thanks, operator. Might as well cancel the...
Hello.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, but never mind. Hey, look, say hello again, will you?
Valentine, what in the name
Lieutenant Johnson. I was calling Diana Luskin. What are you doing there?
You can't talk to her. She's busy. I'm busy watching the rescue squad. Bring her around. What do you think?
Bring her around?
Oh, the young lady drank a little too much wine, that's all. Out of a little gift bottle sent to her yesterday from up where you are, Pacific Bluffs. And what do you think was in that wine, Valentine? Poison.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. A squeak or a rattle in the family car is annoying, to say the least. But even worse, it's a sure sign that something could be wearing out. And 60% of all auto repair bills could be avoided if drivers remembered one simple rule: chassis lubrication at regular intervals. That's how the protective service offered you by standard stations and by independent Chevron gas stations can save you a lot of money. Ask them for their expert lubrication job every 1,000 miles. It's one of the surest ways to keep your car out of the repair shop. For here, they're specially trained to catch every single wear spot. And they use over a dozen RPM lubricants, each one tailor-made to do an important wear-saving job. It's a protective service that not only assures longer car life, but a smoother, cushioned ride, free of squeaks and rattles. Ask for it every 1,000 miles at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The ugly duckling is dead. A strange, cold man. Once a concert pianist, and then a composer of perfect, concise, cold music. Edmund Salter is dead. The doctor insists his death was quite natural. But there's nothing natural about any of the little group of people collected in the lonesome stone house overlooking the ocean near Pacific Bluffs. And so if your name is George Valentine, it's no great surprise when you learn that a distant beneficiary of Salter's will, Diana Luskin, was made ill by a gift bottle sent from Pacific Bluffs, by a drug, a poison, which you very soon confirm could only have come from this very same house, some of Salter's medicine.
Here, George. This is the room we caught Mrs. Salter bringing those things in.
The sewing room, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. There's the little box of her husband she took the papers out of, whatever they were.
I don't know what I expect to find, Angel. The doctor's already rounded up all the medicine bottles for fingerprinting.
Just ashes, that's all.
Uh-huh. And this folder of music is the only thing left. Manuscript paper. Something he wrote himself. All we've got left to tell us the story of the ugly duckling. Dum, dum, dum.
He's out of your class, George. Here, let me try. What was that?
I don't know. Thought you said everybody was downstairs.
Well,
In here, I think.
the next room is the study or the library.
Yeah. Huh. Empty. Sounded like something metal.
Yeah.
The porcelain stove there, maybe. Only whoever it was.
George!
Well, look who's here.
Oh, Mr. Valentine. I didn't know it was you, honestly. I just heard someone coming.
Yeah. What were you doing tinkering with the stove, Mr. Hardwick? Prying around?
George, at least he wasn't burning anything. The grate's cold.
No, of course. I'm just curious, like you are, Mr. Valentine. I can't stand not knowing.
Not knowing what?
That's just it. That's what I hired you to find out.
You didn't find anything destroyed in here?
No, not after your experience. I thought perhaps poor Mary has had to destroy many things recently. Or has thought she had to. But there was nothing in the ashes there except these two little loops of ribbon.
Here, let me see.
Must have been pink ribbon. Silver threads kept them from burning completely.
Yeah. And burned some time ago. Now, wait a minute. Here. Corner of a newspaper caught on the lid, see? Last week's newspaper.
Pink ribbon. It's tinsely and dainty. Not exactly Mary Salter's style, is it?
Well, nor her husband's, the ugly duckling. So I doubt if my discovery amounts to much.
Mr. Hardwick, do you remember what happened to the ugly duckling in the fairy tale?
What?
Come on, Angel. Bring that music. The duckling turned into a swan, Mr. Hardwick. A swan.
Well, of course I can play this, Mr. Valentine, but Salter should have wanted it buried. He would probably turn in his grave.
Shall I leave this door open, too, George?
Yeah, that's right, Brooksy. Mrs. Salter still in the back parlor?
Uh-huh. I bet she doesn't stay there long.
Oh, don't worry. She'll hear it all right. You know, whatever this thing is, it's tied up one way or another with the papers we know she did burn.
There, you see, it is soupy, too much sentimentality.
Keep it up. You're doing fine.
The one thing Edmond Salter always had was dignity. Calm, concise clarity. Too cold for the common ear, but musicians, music.
Never mind the lecture, Mac. Hey, Brooksy, look.
Yeah, here she comes. It's a magnet, all right.
Hey, Neil. What on earth?
Mrs. Rampo.
Hello, my pet. How do you like this hot fudge sundae?
What is it? What?
Come on, keep playing. It's a new work of Edmund Salter's, Mrs. Rampo.
What? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. What the man says is true, my pet. Poor fellow, he would die all over again if he could know anyone was hearing it.
Let me see the pages.
Mrs. Rampo, I'm sorry, but I want him to keep playing.
Did you look through the pages? Here, I can take the back one.
No, I don't read music that well, but will you...
That's not what I mean. It's program notes. What? On the back of the pages, Edmund always typed his own program notes. That he insisted on.
Let me see.
I can read it. To whom it may concern, it is my absolute wish that the accompanying work be performed by a pianist of the first rank, preferably in Carnegie Hall.
Oh, the poor idiot.
While I realize that it is a departure from my usual technique, I consider this work my most personal composition. There's some loose leaf notes attached in explanation, or perhaps confession.
Loose leaf notes. George, maybe those were what she burned.
Yeah, go on, Mrs. Rampo.
Confession. I call this work The Secret Sonata, and I dedicate it to the two secret loves of...
Hey, Mrs. Rampo, wait. Don't tear that up. Give it to me, will you?
Stop it. Stop it all. Yes, and you. Stop saying that. Stop every mushy, feeble-minded note of...
Mary.
Mrs. Salter, what in the
and
name
you,
of...
Bella. Sonata to the two secret loves of...
Mary!
Why do you stay here?
I slapped your face once. I've insulted your husband. Mary, please. Amy, you go on playing. Please, please.
But so fast you talk, I do not understand.
You heard the lady, Buster. Play it. Here, have some more music. Stay here with him,
Well,
Brooksy.
it's only a waste of time for any of you.
You're coming with me, ladies, both of you. Yeah, that's better. Now, let's leave the husband out of this.
Mr. Valentine, I want you to clearly understand. For years, I was a patroness of music. I was a patroness of Mr. Edmund Salter. That is absolutely all. It's all in the music. For Carnegie Hall. For the world to hear. I sacrificed my own career, my entire life for that man.
Mary! You know the secret now, Mr. Valentine. My jealousy. My husband's infidelities. I'm sure there's nothing more you need to know.
I'm very sorry, Mrs. Salter, but the other half of the sonata, the other of two loves, a young woman who was sent some poison from this house.
While you were in there, a policeman came to the house. He says his name is Lieutenant Johnson, and he wants to see you.
You bet he does, lady. I'm trying to tell you, there's still a little matter of attempted murder. Oh, but Johnson, for the love of Pete.
You heard me, Valentine. There's no case.
Oh, but Diana Luskin was mailed poison. That's attempted murder.
They bottled their own wine in this house. Sure, some drug got into it by mistake, but not enough to kill a mouse.
What?
All I knew was she was sick from the stuff. Well, the office had a message waiting for me at the local police.
But I know now there's only one person who could have sent that stuff to her.
Sure. Mrs. Salter herself. She's the one sent the poison, all right. A vindictive gesture.
Vindictive gesture?
That's what it'll be called. What else could we ever prove?
Oh, so that's it.
Mrs. Salter was the one who always gave that medicine to her husband. She'd have known how much to use for a lethal dose, wouldn't she? And there's the case right there.
Uh-huh.
The most important thing is Miss Luskin herself refuses to bring charges of any kind. She says it must have been a mistake, too. We can't make a case without her help. She's already in touch with Salter's lawyer, and he came down here just behind her.
Yeah. So Mrs. Salter was just a jealous woman who was married to a two-timing heel. And the other two women involved are so afraid for their reputations, or maybe I should say a musical career for one and a new husband, Emil Rappel, for the other, that they'll do anything to keep it quiet, too.
That's about it.
Johnson, I'd best go and offer my apologies to the lady of the house. Mrs. Salter, what did you burn this time? The pages of the sonata that were still there on the piano?
Pages of it? What do you mean?
What did the lawyers say about burning the sonata? About going against your husband's wishes?
Well, I did it before they came. They thought it was in the best interest of my husband's memory.
Yeah, the stony, cold little guy on top of the musical pedestal.
I devoted my life to him, Mr. Valentine. I never once suspected. Toward me, he was always, well, incapable of tenderness, of sentiment.
Why don't you cut it out?
What?
Tell me something, Mrs. Salter. What was the rest of the deal to hush it up? With the lawyers and Mrs. Bella Rappo? And maybe they've talked again to Miss Luskin on the phone.
I don't know what you mean.
I've already talked to Mrs. Rappo myself. She's not inheriting $30,000 anymore, is she? And the girl isn't taking hers either, is she? Not if there's a scandal to go with it.
Oh?
Mrs. Rappo's got her husband Emil to think about. And I suppose the girl thinks too much of the memory of your husband or too much of her own career. They'll both refuse that money.
Mr. Valentine.
That was the price you asked for burning the sonata, wasn't it? The price for interfering with your husband's supposed desire to have that thing performed at Carnegie. To air some bad music and nasty program notes like the family wash in public.
Well, I tried to burn it before. I didn't want it to happen
Oh,
that
yes,
way.
yes. It happened just the way you planned it, lady. There'll be no concert, and you'll get all the money. Yeah, pretty neat. Except that it's not going to work. Simply because of your bad timing.
Bad timing?
You said you tried to burn the music before. Well, then, Mr. Salter, why didn't you? When Miss Brooks caught you at it the first time, why did you leave your door open? And how did Yasha Hardwick know there was a secret box somewhere unless you told him about it? And if you knew, then why hadn't you already looked into it? Your husband was an invalid. Yes, why didn't you burn the sonata days ago?
Mr.
I'll tell you
Valentine.
why, lady. It's because you wanted the big secret to be uncovered just the way it was today. Oh, I know none of what I've said is concrete, but this is.
Where did you get that?
Just one page from that sonata, but it's all I need. I stuck it in my pocket on a hunch. And the hunch is right, isn't it?
Give me that. Give it to me.
No. This is what I'll take to his publisher, who can examine his musical figures the same way a handwriting expert examines a forgery.
No! Give it to me, please! Please, let me have it! Let me have it! No!
Because that's it, isn't it, lady? It was you who made up the whole nasty thing about some very nice people. And I don't know why I didn't realize when I heard what bad music this was. Because he didn't write the sonata. That was your fraud, Mrs. Salter. You wrote it.
There's still nothing you can do, Mr. Valentine. Even if I did write it.
No. So long as you don't interfere with Salter's will.
How can I now? It was such a joke, that sonata. Making people believe that he could be sentimental, capable of tenderness.
Mrs. Salter, I guess there isn't any way you can be punished. Except maybe one. You see, there's one thing I've left out. A couple of pink ribbons. They'd been burned in the stove in your husband's study a week ago. I showed them to Mrs. Rappo. She said they'd been tied around the letters he wrote to her, which she'd returned later on.
What? He never wrote to her. They were just friends. He was incapable
I
of...
suppose he burned those letters himself so as not to hurt you by finding them after he died. Funny, isn't it? The little guy must have been considerate and kind and lots of good things. And the only punishment I can think for you, Mrs. Salter, is to tell you the real truth. Your husband did love Bella Rappo, and probably the girl, too.
No, you're mistaken.
But not in a way that you can understand. He loved them from a distance because they were all he had. Bella said he once wrote her that he wanted to give you so much happiness. That his tragedy was in marrying a woman incapable of tenderness.
Look, Valentine, what'd you tell that Salter dame anyway?
Well, when she said goodbye to me, she looked like she'd seen a ghost.
Did she? Well, I'm afraid Mrs. Salter's just beginning to realize how badly she wasted her life.
What do you mean by that, George?
Oh, well, nothing, I guess. But maybe it made me think about things a little.
Huh?
Oh, thinking about the Pacific Bluffs here. It's a beautiful place to live in. Or, for that matter, to visit. Or to take a vacation in. Or to go on your honeymoon.
Yes, George. Go on.
Oh, what am I doing? Getting sentimental? I've been out of my league, that's all. I wonder if there's any place around here we could catch some good Dixieland music.
Who drives the kids to school in stormy weather? Who uses the car to do the family shopping and other errands around town? In a lot of families, these are equally shared duties. And if you want to be extra nice to the person who's going to use the car next, let me give you a tip. Before you put the car away, make sure there's plenty of Chevron Supreme gasoline in the tank. This premium quality gasoline is climate-tailored. It's specially blended for each season of the year based on weather reports from your driving area. Further, it's tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. That's why Chevron Supreme makes all your short trip driving more pleasant. For it gives your car faster starts, smoother pickup in traffic, ping-free power on hills. You'll find you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Try Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Gregg appeared as Brooksy. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Larry Dobkin as Hardwick, Irene Tedrow as Mary, Lee Patrick as Bella, Jay Novello as Emile, and Victor Rodman as Robinson. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Old Style, another adventure of George Valentine.
Mr. George Valentine, dear sir, my name is Jeremiah Stark. Perhaps you've heard it in connection with crime, with the study of crime, that is. I am, by vocation, an antiquarian, the owner of a modest curio shop on South Lane. But by avocation, Mr. Valentine, I've become rather an authority, if I do say so myself, on those desperate and terrifying deeds which men have committed in the past. Mr. Valentine, I've only this morning stumbled into a mystery so intriguing that I am at a complete loss to solve its riddle. Perhaps you can. Or perhaps someone must die. Sincerely, Jeremiah Stark.
It's certainly a curio shop, all right.
Yeah.
Antique bedsteads, snuff boxes, and old porcelain.
Everything but a Venus with a clock in her stomach.
I don't know, George. There's Diana on a hat rack.
Yeah, the kind of place you buy your relatives presents.
You mean if they happen to be spiders or bats?
Hey, wait a minute, Angel. The stuff on this counter here. A knife, piece of rope, and the stuff in the glass case.
This is the actual Bowie knife that figured so prominently in the Sykes-Jefferson killings in October 1912.
There's a card on each item. 1893, Hangman's Noose.
This broken wine goblet was Exhibit A in the state of Illinois trial in early 1903 of Eric Stockwartz.
He killed his wife, you know. She was a dancer.
What's that?
The old Sarah Bernhardt Theater, stage doorman. He died, too, of course, but it was 14 years in the solving.
Well, so you're the authority, huh?
Yes, Mr. Valentine, Jeremiah Stark. Here, let me show you. If you look closely, you can still detect traces of the original blood.
Oh, no, never mind. Thanks.
Fascinating case. In the old style. The grand tradition.
Yes, well, it's quite an exhibit you've got, Mr. Stark.
Just the one counter here for the choicest items. I'm rather discriminating, you know, regarding my hobby. But, of course, alongside of you, Mr. Valentine, after all, murder is your business.
Well, it's not my pleasure, Mr. Stark, so let's have it. What's your problem?
Oh, of course. Well, to begin with, this morning I received an item in the mail. I have no earthly idea who might have sent it, mind you, but, Mr. Valentine, it, too, is in the old style.
What do you mean? What is it?
Here it is. A little box.
Little old-fashioned flowers painted on it. And you have dusted my heart with your dainty smile, made sweet my soul with your own sweet glance, Painted lids of our lives only shield our shy love, so lift them and murmur that I have a chance.
Yeah, it's a little on the sentimental side. But what's in...
Go on. Open it.
Oh, a music box, of course. It's playing Let Me Call You Sweetheart.
All right, so what? So you got a music box in the mail with a little corn painted on top.
Well, Mr. Valentine, people from all over send me things, send me souvenirs, mementos of death.
Great friends you got.
I have no friends. People send me little items for my collection, my hobby.
But you said in your letter that someone must die. I don't understand what this music box
Now,
has
please. Would anyone send such an item without giving their name, with no note, with only a crudely printed address?
Well, now I grant
and
you...
Mr. Valentine, you have seen for yourself, every other item I have bears a tag with a date. The historical date of each separate murder. Well, look here. Here is the puzzle. The bottom of the music box. Underneath is a tag. You see it? A tag with a crudely printed date. Just a date, that is all. But the date is tomorrow. Here's the paper it was sent in.
A memento of a murder to come, huh? Well, it's the same printing as the wrapper, all right, isn't it? No name, no indication.
The wrapper was postmarked here in the city, George.
Mr. Valentine, there's only one possible clue I can suggest. A man. A man who betrayed more than the usual interest in this box.
What man? When?
About noon he came in. I remember. Big, bulky, wearing a brown overcoat. And he happened to glance at this counter. The man looked at the music box. He examined it. Then he noticed the date. And Mr. Valentine, that man left this store as though he had seen a ghost.
Why didn't you stop him?
I tried to. I was busy with another customer. He was a tall man, graying a bit. Sad-looking man, sensitive.
Had you ever seen him before?
Yes, just 2 days ago in Joe Murphy's barber shop down the street. Murphy might know his name, though, of course, I don't.
Uh-huh.
You know, Mr. Valentine, I had the peculiar impression of this happening before. When I read the poem on the music box, it struck me as funny, but I don't know why. But there's the clue. That's all I remember.
Well, Brooksy, so far it strikes me as crazy.
Why, Mr.
But take it easy, Mr. Stark. That doesn't mean I won't go chasing after your one clue. Crazy or not, I don't want any murders to happen tomorrow.
Mr. Elmington, that's his name. Always wears brown overcoats, the best material.
Mm-hmm.
Been coming in here for haircuts the past 10 years. Yes, it's Mr. Elmington. That's the man Stark means.
Hey, hurry it up, will you, Joe? The old lady will chew my ears off.
I'll be with you in just a minute, sir. Yes, Mr. Valentine, that's the man Stark refers to.
Elmington, huh?
Not the usual type in this part of town. He made his wad and moved out. Still faithful to the old barber, that's all.
What else do you know about him, Mr. Murphy? Where could we find him?
Telephone book, probably. We don't talk much. Why?
Well, look, Joe, we're not prying. We're just
He
trying
made his money manufacturing barrel hoops, if that'll help you any.
A long way from music boxes, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, thanks a lot, Joe. We can find him.
Just a minute, Mr. Valentine.
Joe, for gosh sake.
I'll be right back. Did you say music box?
Yeah, a particular music box. Plays Let Me Call You Sweetheart. Has a poem on top.
Yes, of course it does.
You mean you saw it down there in Mr. Stark's curio shop, too?
No, but I know it. The music box belongs to Miss Castor.
What? Who's Miss Castor?
My manicurist, Mr. Valentine. Emily Castor. A very beautiful young girl, a real lady.
Huh? Then, George, how did it get to...
You know,
What's the matter?
I thought you were in here for something serious. Yes, and that's when Jeremiah Stark noticed Mr. Elmington in my shop here a couple of days ago. The music box, sure.
All right, clear this up, will you, Buster? What's the gag?
Well, you saw it, didn't you? That's when Miss Castor got it a couple of days ago. Delivery boy brought it to her here. She'd no idea who sent it, but I remember she was manicuring Elmington's nails at the time. A sallow-faced man was waiting. Helped her open the package. Got a big kick out of it. Jeremiah Stark, he was under the towel, half asleep.
George, Mr. Stark said he had the impression of its happening before, of there being something funny about the poem, and if he was half asleep...
Of course it's funny, don't you think so? You'd have dusted my heart with your dainty smile, made sweet my soul with your own sweet glance. Miss Castor, she nearly died of laughing. They all did. Oh, my sweet soul, she said. What corn, she said. On whose foot, I said. That killed them. I got the biggest laugh of all. Well, what's the matter? What's serious about it?
Joe, I really don't know.
Just a thing somebody sent her for a gag. On whose foot, I said. Sure, I got the biggest laugh of all.
Yeah, Buster. But how did the music box get back into the mail and over to Stark's place? What did she do with it?
Huh? Well, I figured she just threw it in the first cornfield.
Well, where is she? Where is Emily Castor now?
There you got me. Just out having fun, I figured.
What do you mean?
Well, she hasn't been to work all day. You don't think there's anything wrong, do you?
Here we are, Angel. Second door is Emily's.
Here's the landlady's key, George. Oh, George.
Yeah. Dead, all right. Stabbed.
It must be he. Brown overcoat. Tall. Graying.
Sure. It's Mr. Elmington's body, all right.
John H. Elmington, wealthy, honest, no enemies. Manufactured barrel hoops. That's for us to jump through, of course.
Just the facts, Lieutenant.
Facts? What facts? We've been at it 3 hours, and what have we got? Hurry up the pictures, will you, boys?
But you said he was married.
And not too happily, which does begin to explain his being killed in the room of a manicurist. I don't know how long this had been going on, but...
How long would it have been going on? Oh, if that isn't just like a man adding 2 and 2 to get 5.
Okay, Mrs. Bond.
When I told you already she only seen him on Mondays, and he took her to the races, Mr. Lieutenant. So there. That much I do know. And now, if you think anything goes on at the races but horses, then you're sadly mistaken.
Oh, now, look here. We're really not drawing any conclusions or pointing any fingers either. But as her landlady, you'd know. Emily is a girl who likes to have a good time, isn't she?
If an unhappy man with some money like this, Mr. Elmington, wants to take her to the races sometimes, do you think she's crazy?
Maybe, I don't know. Who's her regular boyfriend?
That's what I mean. She doesn't have many. Only been in town 3 or 4 months. Nobody's steady. She isn't the type.
All right. But who?
Well, there's one man, a little older, sort of nearsighted. Then there's a boy called the Duke. Oh, he's a real live wire. He says the funniest things. But that's all there is, except the occasionals. And I tell you, any girl is crazy if she don't go to the races.
Lieutenant, I've taken the knife. Okay if we move the body off the rug?
Yeah, sure, Doc. Go ahead.
Overcoat's twisted under him. Thought maybe... Yeah, there's something in his pocket. Look out, it'll drop.
George.
Yeah, music box. The tune. Poem on top.
George, it's the same box.
Is it? Angel, things are finally beginning to make sense. What's the time, Johnson?
Huh? 5 minutes to midnight. Why?
Because there's a tag on this box, and it's dated today. And there's been a murder.
Today? But, George...
I know, Angel. The other tag on Stark's box was tomorrow. Well, in a few minutes, it'll be tomorrow. Come on.
Oh, my head. He struck me. The head.
All right, now take it easy, Mr. Stark.
Yeah, this is it, Valentine. An old vase. Must have been smacked down on him from behind.
George.
Yeah, Angel?
George, the first music box is still back there on the counter, and the tag is just the same as it was, too, dated tomorrow.
You mean now it's today, Angel? It's 10 minutes after 12. Stark must have been attacked just after midnight, just a second before we got here. Oh, it's a great case, Johnson, the old-fashioned style.
Huh?
Yeah, in the grand tradition. We're up against a killer who keeps his promises. I wonder how many more music boxes he's sent around town.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When was the last time your car's battery had a drink? One of the biggest reasons automobile batteries fail is simply because of lack of water. That's why it's important to get regular battery check where they specialize in protective service at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. They'll make certain that water in the battery is kept at the right level. They'll inspect the battery cables for signs of wear or corrosion, take a hydrometer reading, make sure terminal posts and clamps are clean and tight. Remember, a battery kept in A1 condition helps your car start faster, helps keep lights bright, helps the radio and heater to do their best. So why not ask for a battery check tomorrow? It's another protective service available at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A little old-fashioned music box. But the only trouble is there seems to be more than one. And so far, there's been more than one attempt at murder. Mr. Elmington is dead. And the man who started this case, the man whose hobby is collecting mementos of death, has very nearly collected death himself.
Just sitting here making out some bills. That's all I was doing.
Sure, like a sitting duck. And the vase you were hit with, Mr. Stark, was grabbed right off the counter there behind you. If we hadn't come in here so fast after midnight, you'd have been a dead duck.
It was the desk, I think, the roll top.
What's that, Mr. Stark?
The top of the desk here took part of the blow, too, you see. That's what saved me. I was leaning over. I'm nearsighted. Be thankful for your infirmities.
Yeah. Well, you're all right now.
Yeah, but your head must be soft to start with. Sitting here alone at night when you'd already received a music box.
But it was for my collection. It had nothing to do with me.
You thought it didn't have anything to do with you.
Well, how could it? Why would anyone want to kill me? I have no enemies, no debts, no money to steal.
Don't ask us to make any sense out of it, Mr. Stark. You're the one who likes mysteries and riddles.
Well, I grant you. But I prefer the type that are already solved.
Oh, sure. The old style. All neatly laid away in a glass case with clues and motives.
But this is like some of those cases. The terrifying type, without rhyme or reason. Now, it must have been the same man who attacked us both, Mr. Elmington and me. And yet we have absolutely nothing in common. We've never even been introduced.
You don't have to rub it in. We know we're up against a lunatic. Who else would send music boxes with dates on them?
Wait a minute, Johnson, wait a minute. Maybe it makes both rhyme and reason. At least there's a poem in it. And at least we know now why Elmington acted so funny when he was in the store here today.
Yes, he must have already received his music box. And when he saw the one here with a different date...
Sure, Brooksy. He tore out of here and up to the girl's place to ask questions, maybe. Only he got killed for his trouble. You say you're nearsighted, eh, Mr. Stark?
Well, yes. I need correction in both eyes, but the left one...
She doesn't have any steady boyfriends, but there's one called Duke. And one man a little older, sort of nearsighted.
George.
Hey.
I beg your pardon.
Miss Emily Castor. There's something you had in common with Mr. Elmington, isn't it? An interest in the same girl, the manicurist. Well, come on. You are the one the landlady was referring to.
No, Mr. Valentine. I mean, yes, in a way. But you wouldn't exactly call it an interest. I've only escorted her out a few times.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's a pattern, all right. Duke, come on, who's he?
Duke?
Yes, Duke. He's the other one, isn't he? The other boyfriend?
Oh, really? I don't believe I've ever heard his name.
Well, come on, think, will you? Landlady wasn't any help. What's he look like? What's the rest of his name?
Forget it, Lieutenant. There isn't time.
Isn't time. The girl's good looking. There's liable to be hundreds of boyfriends.
Johnson, I'll buy. We're up against a crackpot. Sure, find Duke. Find everybody. But it's the music boxes we're after. So get every cop in town after Emily Castor.
George.
Find the girl and quick. She's the one we know got a music box first. Now, you want to make any bets she's dead?
Valentine, do you happen to know, did Emily Castor have her manicure stuff yesterday?
What's that, Johnson?
A pair of manicure scissors, her initials, E.K.
Where'd you find them?
They just turned up in the police department's own lost and found.
Oh, excuse me.
Hey, wait a minute. Joe, where are you going so fast?
Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks, good evening. Well, you see, I was
Never mind, Joe. When did your manicurist lose her scissors?
What?
Her manicure scissors. You know, they had her initials on them.
Yes, I understood, but... Why, I don't remember her losing them.
Uh-huh, so it is a lead, Angel. She didn't lose them until yesterday, the day she disappeared.
Mr. Murphy, did you ever see one of her boyfriends named Duke?
The police have already asked me. I've never pried into her personal life.
Never dated her yourself, huh?
My own employee? I wouldn't presume to. Why? Why do you ask?
Why do we ask anything? For instance, what are you doing out so late, leaving your quarters here in such a hurry?
Well, I was just coming to see you, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah?
I found this left at my door tonight. See? A music box.
right, Valentine, all right. So everybody's getting one. Maybe you'll get a music box yourself
But
someday.
how many music boxes are there? And we're not protecting the girl, are we, Johnson? And where's Duke?
We haven't even found him yet. Forget it. There isn't time.
Listen, if you just check the place the music boxes were made or sold, if we only knew how many there may be in town.
There isn't time. It was your idea. Get in the car. Find the girl, you said. Well, don't get your hopes up, but we found the newsboy who turned in the manicure scissors to Lost and Found. He found them in the lobby of an apartment building.
Well, this is the last chance, top floor.
Any building that hasn't got an elevator.
Ought to have the rent reduced. Probably did 50 years ago.
What a joint. Nobody knows anybody. No janitor. Place hasn't even been swept out since McKinley's election.
At least if Emily dropped the scissors here, maybe she was someplace in the building. Hey, hold it. There's only one door.
One apartment.
Yeah. Yeah, one door with cloth stuffed in the keyhole.
Huh. On the outside. Cloth stuffed in the crack under the door, too. Put out that cigarette.
Bud, here goes.
And you're wasting your time. Come on, hit this way. Hurt.
A man. The body of a man.
Every time we go looking for that dame, what do we find? A dame? Oh, no. Just men. The bodies of men. As if that ain't tough enough. Listen. Just listen to it, will you?
This guy didn't die from gas, Johnson. He was shot.
Shot a long time ago. He's been dead for hours.
Yeah. And he's a young guy. Wears flashy suspenders, a real fancy tie.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Johnson, we have now found the Duke. Lieutenant, come here.
Huh?
And Joe, Mr. Stark, you both stick around.
Yeah, sure.
Look at this, Lieutenant. More cloth stuffed around the street window, and the window's nailed shut.
All right, so the murderer planned to turn the gas on this guy Duke and shot him instead.
That's a radiator, friend. This place has steam heat, no gas.
Oh.
Yeah, and this overturned chair. And a bunch of neckties standing by it. Some of them still knotted. Torn. See, look here. Lipstick on one of them.
Hey.
Yeah, someplace around here. Wait a second. Top floor, isn't it? I looked in the closet once, but maybe... Yeah, here we are. It's been banged into place.
Valentine, what in the
Hand me
name
that
of
chair. No, the one right
Hey,
here. Sure, it's the one she used, and it kicked over. Escape door to the roof, Johnson. It's in all these old buildings.
Hey, look here on their edge. Blood on these splinters, fresh.
Sure, of course. She just got out of here a few minutes ago.
Lieutenant, what's
Never
going
mind,
on
never
here?
mind, Stark. Brace my leg, Johnson. This trapdoor's heavy. There we are.
Yep.
Okay, come on.
Yep. Boy, it's windy up here.
Yeah. Okay, swing your flashlight.
Hey, beyond that stack. Over there by the edge.
Oh, yeah, there she is. There she... Turn it off. Turn that light off.
Don't touch me. I'll jump.
Oh, it's her, all right, Mr. Valentine. It's my manicurist, Miss Castor. Only what in the world is she...
Yeah, I know, Joe. Turn the flashlight on your badge, Johnson.
Huh? But come on, let's...
No, stand still. The flashlight on your badge.
She knows me, Mr. Valentine, knows my voice. Miss Castor! Miss Castor!
No, Joe, stand still. You too.
Oh, but that girl
That
over there...
girl over there's so scared she's out of her mind. Stand still, Joe. Yeah, she must have finally clawed her way out here when she heard us coming upstairs to Duke's apartment. Must have thought we were somebody else. The same guy who left her there with Duke's body. Left her tied up in that chair with those neckties.
Mr. Valentine, she's not moving. Maybe you...
No. She's frozen there, you idiot. Let her keep watching us. Maybe it'll finally sink in we're all right. And if we're lucky, there won't be any more deaths. Any more music boxes.
What do you mean?
I mean, Duke has a sallow face, doesn't he? Pale.
Well, yes, I've noticed as I've shaved him.
So he's the last one. Everybody's accounted for, Elmington. Elmington was getting a manicure. The sallow-faced Duke, he was waiting. And Jeremiah Stark, he was under the towel half asleep.
Well, I know, but...
Everybody who was in your barber shop, Joe, the day the first music box came, to Emily. The night the police were at your place, and you never told them about the music box you said you received. Why not?
Mr. Valentine...
Because that one was Emily's, wasn't it? The first music box, the one that started it all, started you killing people.
But I...
The boys in the barber shop, the boys with more nerve who took her out.
She was a lady. I didn't do those things, Mr. Valentine. I love her.
And she probably never even suspected how you felt until you sent her up here with her scissors and stuff to give Duke a manicure.
that's...
Sure. Who else would she take orders from but her boss? Then you followed along and locked her in until you could finish the other boy.
Oh, that's...
What was the big plan? Were you going to come back here and jump off the building together with her? Big romantic deaths? Only we moved too fast for you.
Mr. Valentine, I'm here, aren't I? I'm here on the roof.
Sure, you're here, Buster.
I'm here, and you're not touching me. And if you grab, I can run. If she's seen me coming...
Nobody's going to hurt anybody, Joe.
Stand still, Lieutenant. You won't stop me, not before Emily and I go to
Oh,
our...
Joe, I like you. I wouldn't
Oh,
hurt
cut
you.
it, Johnson. Let him go. It'll be a big romantic death, and people will laugh their heads off.
What?
Oh, what a sucker, they'll say. What a jerk. It'll be in the newspapers and everyone. Joe, you killed me.
Stop that.
And the poem. I can see it on the front page. Silly little flowers all around it. You have dusted my heart with your dainty smile, made sweet my soul. Oh, my sweet soul, they'll say. That Joe Murphy's a car.
I laughed, didn't I? I laughed at the poem, too.
Sure, because you had to, because you said it. Corn on whose foot, you said, and it killed them. You got the biggest laugh of all, and no wonder. A guy like you dreaming about a blonde manicure.
Stop laughing.
Just a gal, but what a laugh you'll get this time.
Stop laughing, all of you. Stop it. Stop it. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Hey, I got him. Oh, good work, Valentine. Getting him sore enough to rush us. The girl, can you see her? She okay?
Yeah, she saw what happened. She's crawling from the edge. Why, that poor kid. She's been near this same abyss for months and never knew it.
George, I wish I'd had a chance to meet Emily Castor.
Oh, she's not your type, Brooksy. Besides, she'll need a week or two in the hospital to get over that scare.
Oh, the poor thing. Hadn't she ever suspected how Joe felt about her?
No, just her boss, that's all. Quiet, polite, didn't talk much. Only the longer she was there, the higher he put her on a pedestal. The crazier his dream got.
Until he finally got up courage and sent her the music box.
Yep. And then she laughed. And the boys laughed. And the dream blew up.
And just because of that, all those murders.
No point trying to explain a guy like Joe, Brooksy. But he happens sometimes. Too much loneliness, too much under his lid.
It makes you wonder, doesn't it? But she shouldn't have laughed. Well, she shouldn't have. I know some girls like to go out a lot and have a good time and be happy and everything, but, well, she shouldn't have laughed. I mean, listen. You have dusted my heart with your dainty smile, made sweet my soul with your own sweet glance. Now, what's funny about it? What if it is sentimental? Why should people be so self-conscious nowadays about sentimental things?
Well, don't look at me that way. I'm not laughing.
I'll say you're not.
Oh, the old style, huh? Play that again.
It may be very cold or rainy where you are, but you may be sure your car doesn't mind what the weather's doing so long as you use premium quality Chevron Supreme gasoline. Based on year-round weather records, it's blended for each season and for the West's different altitude and temperature zones. So to get the best out of your car all winter and wherever you drive, go on Chevron Supreme gasoline. With the first tank full, you'll notice right away how much better your car performs. Faster starting on cold mornings, smoother pickup in traffic, powerful ping-free performance on hills. You can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Try Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Gregg appeared as Brooksy. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson. Ed Begley as Joe. Bob Griffin as Stark. And Frank Hale as the landlady. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Go Jump in the Lake, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, or rather, I should say, dear Miss Brooks, because if you're anything like I am, you open all your boss's letters. And now that you have, it's really you that I'm writing to, Miss Brooks. I need your help to get Mr. Valentine's help. You see, I work for the same kind of a man you do. He likes trouble, and so he's always in it. His name is Terrence Doyle, and he's vice president of the Consolidated Machine Tool Company. Of course, he would never admit how desperately he needs help, and right now. So please, Miss Brooks, bring that help quick. Otherwise, it won't be long until I'm taking dictation from a corpse. Sincerely, Miss Mona Chandler.
Well, let's try this one, Angel. Uh-oh.
I think you're in the wrong office.
Excuse us, we were just looking for
Sales department's down on the next floor. Employment's out at the plant.
We're looking for Miss Mona Chandler.
She's an old friend of mine.
Oh. Well, Miss Chandler's pretty busy this afternoon. I asked you to run through some financial statements.
Oh, sure, we realize, but... you did, huh?
That's right. And she's out. Perhaps if you called later, you could speak... Oh, so I'm a liar. You got back quick, Miss Chandler. Any reason?
No, sir. He's not back yet.
All right. Friends of yours.
Mr. Valentine? I'm Claire Brooks, Mona. Oh, thanks for making it so fast. Sit down, won't you?
Yeah, thanks. That boss of yours throws out quite a welcome mat.
Yes, and Mona, he's not quite... Well, I expected something a little more Flynnish. What? Oh, no. No, Mr. Doyle's out of town for the day. That was Gil Frank, Mr. Frank. He's the other vice president. He's quite different.
Oh, I get it.
You mean you're not in love with him? I'd like both of you to understand I don't love Mr. Doyle. Oh, I'll grant you he's exciting and different, but well, you can only take so much adrenaline, you know, and I got over that a long time ago. So I'm not being just silly about anything, Mr. Valentine.
All right. But in your letter, you weren't very specific either.
I know it.
And if Terrence Doyle is in trouble and wants help, that's one thing. But suppose he tells me to go jump in the lake.
Oh, he'd never do that, Mr. Valentine. He'd just throw you in himself. That's the way he is. I don't know exactly what the trouble is. I've tried to ask him about it, but he just laughs.
Uh-huh. And so you want me to pose as a palm reader. Well, look, lady...
Well, do you think it's normal for a bright young businessman to get mixed up with a lot of thugs and to have to stay at work at night because in the daytime he's busy dodging strange callers? Well, Mona, that's... Oh, I've nursed him through escapades with heiresses and fights with newspapermen, but this is different, Mr. Valentine. It is. Do you think it's normal for a man who loves publicity to jump a foot every time the telephone rings?
Nervous condition.
Mr. Valentine, do you think a man should have to sneak out and buy himself a gun?
Go on. I'm listening.
I know I'm not very specific, but I'm positive he's finally gotten mixed up in something that's way over his head.
What about that gun?
Well, he bought one day before yesterday, and he got a permit to carry it for self-protection just because this office handles money sometimes. But that isn't it. He's in danger. He's being watched. He's being threatened. I know he is. And look what came this morning, a package addressed to him. You see? Just addressed in printing, but I've already opened it. Here.
Well. Merry Christmas.
Oh, Mr. Doyle.
Home again, sweetheart. And a Happy New Year to you and you.
Oh, Mr. Doyle, these are friends of mine, Miss Brooke. How do you do?
Oh, pleasure. I like friends.
And Mr. Valentine?
Valentine? Of course. It's me who's out of season, isn't it, huh?
My real name, thank you.
Must haunt you like a red necktie this time of year. Well, go on, sweetheart. Open the box of candy.
Oh, it's addressed to you, sir. I already didn't.
What would I be doing without her? Probably stab myself in the letter knife. She'd open anything, including
but
a heart.
Mr. Doyle, look at it.
What?
Look what it is. Somebody sent you a second gun. Only see? It's broken. They've broken it right across
Let me see that. Broken gun, huh?
And there's no note or anything. But it means a gun won't do any good, doesn't it, Mr. Doyle? Isn't that what it means? Somebody knows you bought the other one, and now they're telling you it won't do any good to protect yourself. Well, isn't it? Mr. Doyle, look at it.
I did, so what? By the way, where's Gloomy Gill?
We're going back to the plant, I guess, sir. But, Mr. Doyle...
Oh, take the day off, sweetheart. But, you, Mr. Valentine, may I see you for a minute? My secretary thinks I'm in trouble, doesn't she?
Never mind the understatement. What's this all about?
She's in love, you know. That stretches a woman's vision. Carries a torch for a blind man. That stick of a man, Gil Frank, only he's too sober to
I
look
said,
at
what's this all about? What's with you?
No reason I should tell you, of course.
No. Except I like to keep ladies happy. And I'd rather stop trouble before it happens than pick up the bloody ends of it.
Gambling. Yours truly is a few thousand behind in meeting his gambling debts. Now you have it.
Suppose I told you you were lying again.
Oh, get out of here, will you?
If you think the way you act, Buster, fits in with just a little gambling mix-up, you're crazier than I thought you were.
It's none of your business, Valentine. Give me that phone.
No, I've got it. Hello?
Hello, this is Mr. Doyle's office, isn't it?
That's right.
Then let me speak to him, please.
Who shall I say is...
If you please, I said, will you let me speak to Mr. Doyle?
All right, Valentine. Now let me have it. Thanks. Hello? Yeah, this is Doyle. Hang on a second, will you? Goodbye, Mr. Valentine.
Okay, sucker, be the big shot. Be the one-man band.
Now, look here, Valentine, I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you, but I just... Well, I don't want to spread this danger, that's all.
That's how people get a quick spread on a tombstone.
What if it is? I can take care of myself. I can take care of everything. Now, beat it. Go jump in the lake.
But, Mr. Valentine, listen to me. After you went out of the office, Mr. Doyle was still talking on the telephone to somebody.
I know, Mom.
I opened the door by mistake, and I heard him screaming, "I'm not afraid of you nor any of your thugs."
Uh-huh. Where's Gil Frank?
I tried to get him to meet you here, Mr. Valentine, the way you asked. I know he can help us because he's noticed the way Mr. Doyle's been acting, too. But I couldn't find him at supper time, and now he's back at the office. And when I rang there, Mr. Doyle himself answered and said that Gil had taken his car out to get some sandwiches, and why did I want him?
Okay, I'll find him at his home later on.
Well, I do have some more work back at the office. And...
Oh, what kind of work, Mona?
Mr. Valentine, I've been going over some of the financial things, and one of our accounts is a little short.
What?
Well, I don't mean anything wrong. And a regular audit doesn't come up till the first anyway, but a special cash account for the executives, well, one of them has had to borrow a little, I guess.
How much?
A few thousand.
One of those cases, huh? Well, I was told to go jump in the lake.
So why don't you just go on
But,
back?
Mr. Valentine, you are going to help, aren't you? I mean, you just can't just leave
I don't know
me
what
here.
I'm going to do. Maybe nothing. I don't know. I said go on back to the office. Good night.
But, Mr. Valentine...
Good night, Mona.
But, George, I thought you said you weren't going to handle the case.
The fewer people know I'm crazy, the better, Angel. Now, listen. Guy phoned you. You can hear a Roomba band in the background. The guy talking might be a gambler. Question, where is he phoning from?
Oh, Roomba band. Well, the only place I know, the Club 50?
Uh-huh. So the guy who telephones just might be the owner of the Club 50, Starkey Bennett, one of the biggest crooks in town. That'd be trouble enough for anybody, even Doyle.
Yes, hello.
It's him, all right, Angel. Same voice.
Who is this?
This is George Valentine speaking, Mr. Bennett.
Mr. Valentine? Oh, now, really, when tomorrow's the 14th? Suppose I let you speak to Mr. George Washington.
Well, if you prefer, you can just call me Better Business Bureau.
What's that?
That's right, Mr. Bennett. Investigations Department. It's in regard to a minor debt collection. Just routine, you know. Name of the party is, here we are. Terrence Doyle.
Doyle?
Just thought you might know him. Heard he's traded with you and...
Yes, of course. I know Mr. Doyle.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Ever matched pennies or anything?
Young man, Doyle's just a drinking acquaintance, but he pays for his drinks and I pay for mine.
Oh, nothing on the cuff. A few thousand, maybe.
No, a very sweet boy, Terrence Doyle. Why? He in trouble someplace else?
Someplace else? No, Mr. Bennett, I don't think so.
Young man, you're making a mistake. I haven't seen Doyle for a long time. We're no longer in touch.
The heck you're not. And how about Gil Frank? You after him, too?
Gil Frank? I'm afraid I've never even heard the name. See here, young man, where are you calling from? There's something about that music.
That's a little familiar. I'm calling from your own club, Mr. Bennett, from downstairs. Can I come up?
Downstairs? Well, how convenient, Mr. Valentine. How convenient for my men to throw you out.
I guess it's just that nobody wants a Valentine, Angel.
Here we are, number 316.
Yeah. At least Gil Frank shouldn't have any reason not to talk, unless he's already asleep in bed.
You mean if he knows anything. George, that Starkey Bennett must be really mixed up with Doyle.
Sure, but how? Who'll tell us? Apparently, Bennett would like us to think it's nothing but a little minor debt or two.
Not the way Doyle's acted, and the gun and everything. Because Starkey Bennett is mixed up with a lot worse things than gambling in this town, and maybe...
Yeah. Maybe nobody's answering the door. I wonder if there's a chance we could...
George, listen.
Huh?
No, outside, coming up the street.
Huh? Oh, no. Mr. Frank. Mr. Frank.
George, look at him. His face, there's blood on it, and his clothes are torn.
Yeah, here, I've got him. Oh, this guy didn't just tie one on, Angel. Mr. Frank, can you hear me?
I'm going home. Let go. That's my home there.
He's been beaten up.
Yeah.
Well, at least he needs help. It's Mr. Valentine, Gil. Do you understand? Can you give us your keys and we'll...
Valentine?
That's right, friend. Now, just take it easy and I'll get you...
No, get away. Leave me alone.
What?
Leave me alone. I am all right. Just a little accident, that's all. Go on, stay out of it. Don't jump in the lake. Hey, you...
Well, that does it. He swung so hard he fell in himself. Brooksy, at last I got company in that lake.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. If the family car is a sweetheart and you want to treat it like one, give it Chevron Supreme gasoline tomorrow and every day. For this premium quality gasoline is climate-tailored. Based on year-round weather records from your driving area, Chevron Supreme is scientifically blended for each season and for each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. That means any day in the year, wherever you drive, your car performs better when it has Chevron Supreme in the tank. Faster starts, even in cold weather, smoother pickup in traffic, and ping-free power on hills. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Get Chevron Supreme tomorrow at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Terence Doyle is in trouble. There's no question about that. But he's not the kind of man who's willing to ask for help. Nor is Starkey Bennett, the gambler, who has already had you thrown out of his Club 50 once this evening. Yes, despite your name and the highly appropriate time of year, nobody wants a Valentine. Not even Gil Frank, the other businessman. But Mr. Frank is a little different from the others. He's been beaten up. And as you carry him into his house and examine his bruises, you know that here at least is one man who doesn't have enough strength left to throw you out.
You don't like Doyle, do you, Mr. Frank? He's big and flashy.
I hate him. We have the same job, but he gets all the credit. He's faster than I am, sharper, more guts. Oh, look, I feel horrible. What am I saying all this for?
Because you're toying with the idea of being a heel, a real first-class heel?
But they told me they'd kill me if I said anything.
All right, then. Die a hero. In concrete.
Concrete?
What are you talking about, George?
That's cement dust all over the back of your coat, Mr. Frank. Most alleys don't have that. Simple.
I wanted you to go away, Mr. Valentine, to let things happen. It'd be so easy. I don't know what Doyle's mixed up in, but he's always in trouble, and I have to help protect him.
And this time you were going to let him die?
No, I would have told the minute I got around to my senses.
Well, then start telling, Buster. You left the office. It was night. Doyle's known to be the one who works at night. You went out to the alley where his car was parked. It was dark. And you walked right up to his car, hauling out his keys. Probably
Sure. They thought I was Doyle. There were two men, Mr. Valentine. I never did get a good look at them. Just guys in overcoats. Midwestern accent, though. Anyway, I put up a pretty good fight until one of them got me over the head. Next thing I knew, I was in the back seat of a car. A big convertible it was. My pockets were inside out, and I heard them talking. They were mad about something. They had my wallet and stuff, identification card with a picture. I remember one of them said something about a mistake. Then they slammed down the brakes and kicked me out of the car into the gutter. That was it. That's what happened.
Uh-huh. What else was in the back of that car besides cement?
Some baling wire, a couple of chains.
George.
Yeah. A concrete coffin designed for Doyle. All right, Buster, you were pretty lucky. Taken for a ride, only they gave you a transfer.
I intended to tell, of course. It's what happened. Say, what are you doing? You believe me, don't you, Mr. Valentine?
What difference does it make? I'm calling Doyle's office to see if there's a...
Hello?
Wow, Mona. What are you doing there?
Mr. Valentine? Well, I told you I had work to do. Only there's a policeman here, a friend of yours, a Lieutenant Johnson.
What? Where's your boss? Where's Doyle?
I don't know, Mr. Valentine. We just found his office is empty. He's disappeared.
Happy Valentine's Day, Valentine. 14 minutes after midnight, and in honor of your name, I probably won't get any sleep until the next midnight.
Oh, forget it, Johnson.
Now, you take, for instance, two thugs from Kansas City.
What's that?
Oh, yes, my friend. The police department's ever alert. Two of the roughest monkeys in the Midwest showed up in town today.
The two guys who kidnapped Frank, huh?
Who else? Hired hands. Do any kind of a job without disturbing the local boys' manicures. Explains how they made a mistake.
You mean the first time?
And something else in honor of your name day. The girl here finds some more money missing.
That's right, Mr. Valentine. From several of the accounts.
Okay, Johnson, I didn't tell you this was a peanut case.
Who in this town would hire thugs like those two? And who'd like to get a businessman all mixed up with him so he could engineer a pipeline into a rich company's books, sweat a man into dipping into the till for maybe a few $100,000, then have the thugs rub him out before any link between them was found?
All right. Send some boys out after Starkey Bennett.
I already have.
But where's Doyle? He's the kingpin. Let's find him while he can still talk.
Mr. Doyle is down at the plant.
Huh?
Yeah, he's all right for a while. Noticed his car was gone, didn't you?
Well, after you called, we found a note. He went to meet the plant manager about something. It's just business.
That, Miss Chandler?
Yeah, take a look here, Mr. Frank. Mona, somebody at Harbor Plant phone says plant manager wants to see me. Urgent. Tell Gil where
Here, please.
What's the matter, handwriting?
No, it's his, all right. But I was down at the plant in the late afternoon. I thought I told Doyle. The plant manager wasn't feeling well. He went home to go to bed.
So Doyle's all right for a while, huh, Johnson? Going to meet the little man who isn't there.
Come on.
Any sign of him out front?
Nobody's car's out there with the side entrance empty.
The night watchmen are all inside. They didn't see anything.
Well, there's no reason they would, Lieutenant. But I checked them all to see if anyone had telephoned the office from here.
And they hadn't, of course. And the plant manager is in bed. There was a phony call to sucker Doyle out
Hey,
here.
Lieutenant.
Yes, Sergeant?
Found a man here who works in a service station down the road.
Okay, let's have it.
Just by the bend there. Harbor service, we call it. Only things are kind of slow at night.
Come on, what'd you see?
Well, there was two cars, sir. I mean, just a little while ago, that car of Mr. Doyle's came driving by. I see him stop there by the plant.
Yeah?
But there was this other big car parked there already. And when he drove up, a couple of men got out and went over to him, and they put him in their car, a convertible, and drove off.
Oh, go on.
I saw they had him sitting in the front seat with the driver, and the other two guys were in the back seat to watch him, I guess.
Which way to go?
Down to Ocean Road, Bay Road, the one that goes to the pier.
Up the pier, huh? Well, Valentine, if at first you don't succeed, try again. They got him this time.
Don't be so sure, friend. It takes time to build a concrete coffin. Hey, you see? Dry sand where they walked out on the pier.
Steps go over to the side there. Pretty shallow water to dump a guy.
Oh, wait a minute now. Take a look down here.
Huh?
Easy.
Bastard, slippery planks.
Look, the boat was tied up. They cut it loose. They got him out there someplace where it's deeper.
Let me see that line. Sure. The rope's still dry where they cut it. Not even wet from the fog yet. Only we'll never be able to see far enough with a searchlight.
Listen. Hear the motor out there?
Huh?
Well, Johnson, there's a big live bait boat here on the other side of the pier.
What? Well, why didn't you say so? Let's steal it. Sergeant, where's the rest of that crew? Come on, Sergeant. You know, Mr. Frank, that counterpart of yours, Doyle, he's an idiot.
I suppose so.
Yeah, the big, strong boys who want excitement. Want to take care of everything themselves, don't want help.
Well, he was apparently in pretty deep, Lieutenant. A man can't ask help when he has to admit he's dipped into his company's money.
I'm not so sure. Somebody was apparently strong-arming him. Somebody like Starkey Bennett. Gets a hold on him through gambling and then twists his arm for some real money.
Picked up that motor again, Johnson. The guy aboard can hear it.
Oh, you mean so now the other boat can hear us?
Sure, they're running all right, but we're faster. Oh, cold, isn't it?
It certainly is. 14th of February, Mr. Valentine. I wonder how many smart people will come up to you today and ask
He's
you...
tired of the gag already, Mr. Frank. Yeah, listen. Yeah, we're getting closer now.
But closer to what? Is Doyle dead or alive?
Valentine, Starkey gave you a lot of double talk, but somehow I don't think he'd have done that if he was the guy who hired two killers in Kansas City to get rid of Doyle this very same night.
Yes, that makes sense. But if Bennett didn't hire those killers...
But he'd make a great fall guy, though, wouldn't he?
Hey, wait a minute, hold it. There goes the searchlight. A lot of fog.
Lieutenant.
They're shooting. Duck down.
Don't cut that motor. Get him, Sergeant.
Yeah. Look, he's alive, Johnson. 3 guys in the boat.
Well, they can't get away now.
Those men. Those are the ones, the thugs.
But he's fighting with them.
Oh, hurry it up, Sergeant. Give it the gas.
Look out!
There he goes. He's overboard.
Cut the motor, Sergeant. Cut it.
Get a line out there, Mac. Come on.
Hey, you can see him in the water. He's swimming. Sergeant, pull it up closer, can't you?
And there goes Kansas City, out into the fog again. Can't even hear the motor. Hurry it up, will you? That guy's all right.
I can reach him. I'll get him.
Well, all right, come on, step on it.
Come on now. Here you go. Give me a hand.
Easy, Dusty. Come on.
How are you, Doyle? You all right?
Oh, there was better condition.
Well, don't just stand there, Sergeant. Get those motors going.
No, Johnson, wait a minute. We can worry about those guys when we get back to shore.
Oh, yeah. And in this fog, they can land any place they want. They'll be back in Kansas City by the time...
I said, wait a minute. They won't get away.
Optimus.
They're pretty tough, I can tell you that.
You're quite a guy, Doyle. I'm proud of the Irish.
Well, I'm a little glad to meet you, too, this time.
But you should have asked for help a long time ago, Doyle. Like I started to tell Mr. Frank, a guy shouldn't work alone.
Especially when you're the villain of the piece, like you, Doyle.
Him?
Doyle? Oh, sure. Sure, I went swimming for fun.
You went swimming because you knew all three of you couldn't get away, so you made it look good. Yeah, you have got a lot of guts.
Well, they're wet now, my friend.
Stop smiling, will you? I mean it. You'd have come back and still tried to face down your embezzlement. Still try to blame it all on a vague mix-up you cooked up with a gambler. But you hired those thugs. You're the pal of them. You even got them to rough up Frank here intentionally by mistake.
Is that so now?
Yeah, that's so. It all boils down to a convertible, Johnson. How you get into one.
Right.
Yeah. A convertible has two doors. Well, a guy in a service station saw you riding in the front seat of that car, Doyle.
Well, what of it? They forced me to.
Well, who has to climb in the car last? Man in the front seat, isn't it? Did you ever hear of anybody being taken for a ride who got in the car last?
Hey. Really? Valentine.
All right, so it's not conclusive. But we can ask the boys. They'll be easy to find, Johnson. An embezzler needs to throw the police off his trail. Well, for years we might have dragged this bay for this guy's body.
I would have been dead. The cement.
Sure. It was a great act. All the clues. But they fit with something else. These guys didn't come down here for murder. They came to take a longer ride. They came to meet a ship. Well, ask the Coast Guard to pick up your thugs, Riley, off the nearest slow boat to China.
Valentine. No, you're wrong. I didn't do any of these
things. That's all there is, Doyle. There isn't any more. Unless you'd like to go jump in the lake. Yeah, you see, Angel, Doyle did the whole thing. Intentionally got himself in trouble with Bennett. Got Bennett after him over a small gambling debt to set up a fall guy. Then he bought himself a gun and sent himself a broken gun as a threat.
And then got those thugs to almost kill Mr. Frank.
Sure, they admitted it when Johnson hauled them off that ship to South America. Oh, it was a neat, exciting plot, all right, up to the point where he pretended to be suckered into going down to the bay to his own death. And in concrete yet.
Well, at least now I understand why I didn't want you around.
No, I'm not so sure, Angel. I just made it more exciting for him, that's all. Well, maybe prison will cure him of his yen for thrills.
But, George, it isn't finished yet.
Hmm?
I mean, I've noticed all night people have been starting to say something else to you besides jump in the lake. They've beaten around the bush, sort of, and said it was the 14th of February.
Why, Brooksy, what do you mean?
But maybe none of them really wanted to say it. Only it is the 14th of February, and, well, I've got to get it out of my system, so.
So?
George, will you be my Valentine? Why, George!
If the tread on your tires is almost gone, don't take chances. Get new Atlas Grip Safe tires now. Your present tires, worn as they are far more valuable for a trade-in than they will be after another month's driving. So, for both economy and peace of mind, why not pull in at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station tomorrow? They can supply you with those famous Atlas tires. Famous? You bet they are. Across the country, millions of motorists know that Atlas Grip Safe tires have the wider, flatter tread that puts more tire surface on the road. They know the broader surface lets the tire edges do a better, safer, skid-resisting job. And they probably know that Atlas tires have special cooling vents that reduce tire heat and blowout danger. On top of all, with each new Atlas tire, you get a year's written warranty against tire damage from any road hazard. And this warranty is honored by 38,000 Atlas tire dealers from coast to coast, many of whom are open 24 hours a day. So play safe. Get those tires tomorrow. It's another protective service offered you at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Gregg appeared as Brooksy, Ken Christie as Lieutenant Johnson. Michael Ann Barrett was heard as Mona, Walter Burke as Gil, Dan O'Hurley as Doyle, and Bill Conrad as Starkey. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Tears of Sorrow, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, you ever hear a little Malayan with black earrings and white smiling teeth bust out laughing like he just won a lottery and say, "Look at me, boss. I'm so happy. Yes, yes, I got tears of sorrow." Yeah, I know. You think I'm crazy. Well, so do I. So does the Western Milk and Separator Company. That's the outfit I work for. I travel in farm supplies. My district is Eastern California, Arizona, New Mexico. But Valentine, there's one place on my route I can't stay away from. It's the dullest, saddest, poorest, loneliest place on all of Route 113. Gas, hamburgers, motel, and the Malayan. The place is called Stillman's Last Chance. Brother, it is. Now listen, last time I was there, I bumped into the wrong cabin by mistake. I never see what happens except I get a knife in my face, a foot in my stomach, and a fist on my jaw. The next thing I know, I'm waking up between my own proper sheets, and nobody will say who put me to bed. Nobody will explain a note I find in my pocket which says, "Stop asking questions or you'll have a worse accident." Valentine, I'm going back to that place. But I'm no hero. I need your help. If you could come meet me there, drive out on Highway 113.
Stillman's last chance, huh? Last chance at what?
Last chance at Stillman's going broke. That's all.
I get it.
Say, I noticed your license plates. California, huh? I got friends in Hollywood.
Is that so?
Sure. I thought of going out there sometimes. There's one fella, he says I'm a type they don't get very often. He was just passing through and he seen me. I don't know, though.
Well, you're very attractive.
Of course, this dress is a little tight. It's pretty hard keeping your skin like this with all the dust. I think a girl owes it to herself, no matter where she is.
Yes. Yes, of course.
So do I. I guess your husband ain't much interested in these abstractions, is he?
He's not my husband.
Oh? Well, if you'd like some coffee, mister. Hey, look, lady. If you'd like to go back and wash your hands or anything...
Hey, Lucy!
Excuse me. Yeah, Mac? Here I am. I told you there was customers.
Get in here, finish the dishes. I'll take care of them.
Her name's Lucy, George. Shall I tell her you're a casting director?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Let's look around and find this crazy salesman.
Well, Mr. Guthrie, I've seen what the attraction is here. Lucy.
Yeah. No wonder you couldn't stay away from this place.
Now, just because I'm a traveling salesman. Here, wait, I get a little music on here so they can't hear us. That, Lucy there, she's his wife.
His what? You mean that older man is...
Sure, yeah, the sourpuss. That's Max Stillman. He owns the place. Makes no bones about it, either. And don't forget he owns the girl with the wandering eyes, too. It's like the movies, isn't it? Middle-aged man with a frizzle-top young wife way out in the middle of nowhere.
You wouldn't be wanting to rescue her, would you? She could be talked into running away, I imagine.
No. Whatever made you start getting me wrong?
Now, look, we drove a long way, Buster, just on the basis of some double talk and your letter, so let's start getting you right.
Double talk, nothing. It's even worse than when I wrote you. We'll sneak out the side here while the music makes them think we're still in the bar.
Okay.
That Stillman, he watches me like a hawk this time.
Where are we going?
Here. Outside, up the path there. See, I figured out which cabin it was, that one I stumbled into before. And Stillman, I think it was him wrote me the note telling me to stop being nosy.
All right, Mr. Detective.
Valentine, I got beat up. I could prefer charges, but we're going to figure it out instead. Here, turn right. Now, this place is broke, see, not a penny. And those two in there, they hate each other. The only other person, the only one who's happy, that's the cook. I'll swear they never paid him a penny.
Wait a minute. The cook?
Yeah, Charlie George Washington.
What?
Yeah, he's been here 6 or 8 months. Malayan. Little guy takes an awful beating from Stillman. He always comes back with a grin, just like he owned the secret of the world.
The tears of sorrow, huh? So all that stuff wasn't just a gag.
Of course not.
The Malayan. And you also mentioned a knife in your face.
Yeah, Valentine, it was Charlie's cabin that I stumbled into. Here, this is it.
The curtains are all drawn.
Yeah.
Always are. Long time ago, Stillman told me Charlie'd never let anybody near his room. I should have added 2 and 2 faster.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going? Isn't Charlie here now?
It's his day off. Some big chicken ranches down the valley. He always goes over to visit with his Oriental friends. Curtains all drawn. Doors locked tighter than a drum. This morning, I found that if you squeeze in the space between this and the empty cabin next door... Come on.
Yeah, okay. We're still with you. Watch those nails there, Angel.
No, I'm all right, George. I just had some idea of why we're squeezing...
Miss Brooks, there's a window in here with curtains that are frayed. You can see through them.
What?
Yeah. Hey, you see? Inside Charlie's room there.
A coffin. A casket.
Yeah. Look at the way it shines. And the fancy carving on it.
George, it must be solid silver. A silver casket.
Where would a little cook like that ever get enough money to buy it?
It'd take plenty to buy it. But there's something else. Doesn't it make you kind of wonder what's inside the casket?
The Malayan.
What?
Not even a mark on him. Oh, yes, there is a little bruise on his jaw. But there he is, Brooksy, dead. In his own silver casket.
Well, Mr. Valentine, Charlie George Washington was not a young man.
Look, Doctor, look. You've seen the coffin. I've told you how the people acted, and there's that bruise.
So somebody hit him, or maybe he bumped into a door. I treated this man once, Valentine, and the coffin fits in, surely. He must have bought it for himself. A philosopher, I guess. You see, his chest was weak, his heart was worse. He acted like the lord of the world, and at the same time knew darn well he was dying.
Uh-huh, quite a guy, all right. But, Doctor, you can't kid me that last
now,
night...
Now, get me straight, Valentine. I think he was murdered, too. But my testimony won't help you much. I can't prove the shock of a tap on the jaw did it any more than you can prove that he had a buried treasure of some kind. No, he didn't, I tell you. I know.
How do you know, Mr. Stillman?
Because I looked for it. In his shack, in his clothes. Even followed him to see if he ever buried anything. Of course, that's why I try to chase people away from him, because I wanted to find it myself. Only I didn't. So, but I didn't do anything wrong, did I?
All right. Lucy, let me ask you.
She don't know
you...
no more about it than I do, mister. You see, it's too bad now. Charlie's dead, that's all. It was an accident.
Sure. Maybe all the dough he ever had was invested in that fancy box.
You know, I might agree with you if Charlie was still alive. If there hadn't still been reason for somebody to slug him last night.
Gosh, I didn't even see him last night.
Neither did I.
Oh, no, of course not. Who else was staying here besides Guthrie?
Nobody.
Mac, if you're going to...
Nobody, I said.
Well, now, look, don't argue about it. You're jealous of your wife, Mac, aren't you? She's nice looking. It wouldn't have been somebody that,
What? Right under his nose?
Shut up. Yeah. Now, look, mister, we've been helpful enough now.
There's an empty cabin next to Charlie's. Guthrie says he saw you bringing fresh linen to it this morning.
Huh?
And it's happened before, yeah. He says he counted 4 dirty plates once when there were only 3 people.
Well, look, maybe I slept in that other cabin. See, and who cares?
Now, don't get excited, Buster.
Well, a couple of customers. If you'll pardon us, Mr.
Yeah, he'll excuse you.
Hey, Mac.
Hey, the law.
Hey, Mac. Mac, what are you?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw the doctor's car out front. Is he here?
Yeah, cabin 14, officer. What's happened?
Accident up the highway. Almost got me. Pepper, too, here.
Hello, Pepper.
Hey, got some people hurt out in the car.
You need me anymore.
Look, you want some help?
You need me anymore?
No. I'll drive them up to the cabin for the doc. Hey, put some coffee in that guy, will you? He almost got his truck turned over.
Pepper.
Yeah, come on, tell us, Pepper.
Oh, holy smoke, I can't stand the sight of them things. Oh, thanks, Mrs. Stillman. Got a piece of your fresh pie. Never mind. Coffee's too hot. Maybe it's whiskey I want.
Hey, friend, calm down.
Well, it's my egg truck, see? I run the pickup route out of here for the poultry outfits. It was an hour ago, maybe 2. We've been working to get them people out. Tourists' car coming from the east.
Yeah. Well, what was it? Who got hit?
Well, I seen this car behind me coming like a bat at a... Oh, hey, excuse me, Mrs. Stillman.
Yeah, what?
Well, it was up in the curves. You know these mountains. Anyway, this crazy galoot is in such a hurry, he barrels right past me on a curve, and this other car's coming from the east, right head on. The cop, he's right behind the eastern car. I slam into a ditch, and he skids sideways across the road. Oh, brother.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, all right. This guy going so fast, he was coming from this direction.
And, Mac, before the cop gets back, there's something I got to tell you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, gosh, I'm sorry, but this guy who's speeding, who passes me, the cop says he's somebody broke a parole.
What are you talking
now,
about?
Take it easy.
Pepper?
Take it easy. The cop says it's Bo Stillman, that cousin of yours.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, Mike, the cop seems to think Bo must have come from here. I just wanted to warn you. The cop says he'll bet you were hiding Bo out again.
Yeah, well, where is Bo? What happened to him?
He's dead, Mac.
Bo?
Other people only got injured. Bo's dead.
Oh.
So, there was somebody here in the empty cabin last night. Your cousin. And now he dies by a real accident while speeding away.
All right, mister. Sure. Only, look, I want to explain...
Never mind, Mac, not now. Besides, you better look after your wife. She just fainted.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. How come neighbor Brown, who has a car several years older than yours, drives past you with a big, broad smile on his face? Well, looks like he's got that new car feeling. And how did he get it? Not by using a gasoline that contains engine-sticking gum, that's for sure. So it's a safe bet that neighbor Brown is using Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that's super refined to get rid of engine-sticking gum. This troublemaker, gum, comes from the impurities that are naturally present in most raw gasolines. And Chevron Supreme is the gasoline in the West that's super refined to eliminate gum. Just try it on your own car. You'll get and keep that new car feeling. Try it tomorrow for fast starting, smooth pickup, ping-free power on hills, and for full mileage in the kind of driving you do. Ask for super refined Chevron Supreme at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. I so happy I got tears of sorrow. Those were the words of Charlie George Washington, the enigmatic little Malayan cook who was the only happy person at Stillman's last chance. The only happy person, yet in his room he had an ornate silver casket waiting. But now that Charlie is dead, you can't believe, somehow, that he wasn't murdered. But by whom? Max Stillman? His wife, Lucy, with the wandering eyes? Jeff Guthrie, the salesman who hired you? You settle on the prime suspect, a cousin of Max Stillman's hiding out from the law. The only trouble is that cousin is now dead, too. This time from a real accident out on the highway. And so you talked to the highway patrolman who was there.
Well, Mr. Valentine, I told you how it happened. Oh, and Pepper here saw it better than I did.
Just streaking up the road he was. Come past me just
What
like
I
he
want to
was...
know is why he was in such a hurry.
Well, the law wasn't closing in on him or anything, if that's what you mean. Yeah, he didn't even know what part of the state he was in.
Yeah. Somebody said he broke parole.
That's right, in Tucson. Yeah, he was one of those guys that's always in trouble. Max Stillman in there claims he was surprised to see Bo show up here. Yeah, just pulled in late last night and asked for a bed, then drove off first thing this morning.
Uh-huh. Harboring a criminal.
Well, yeah, sure, to be technical. Oh, but Mac's all right. He never done anything himself, I know of.
Uh-huh. Pepper, you know these people pretty well, the Stillmans.
Well, I've been making egg pickups for the big ranches over here for a couple of years out of Williams and Flagstaff, only, well, I never...
All I mean is maybe you know some gossip about them.
Oh, what are you driving at?
Well, how about Lucy Stillman and Mac's cousin, Bo? That make any sense? Remember, she fainted when she heard about this.
Huh? Bo Stillman, 60 years old, with a face he never shaves, and a mouthful of tobacco.
Oh, okay, we'll throw that one out.
Mrs. Stillman, well, she smiles at just about everybody, mister.
That's right.
Well, now, that's what intrigues me. That'll be the best cover-up for the fact that there really is some man beside her husband.
Well, gossips haven't got it pegged yet, and, well, I tell you this, I don't hang around enough to find out. My wife sees to that.
Yeah, and I'm in the same boat.
Wait a minute, Pepper. Where are you going?
Well, gosh, I got a load of eggs standing out in the sun there, you know.
Oh, I'll run Pepper back up to where we left his truck and then get back to my job on the highway. Doc's getting an ambulance for those other people from the accident. They're taken care of, so...
So you think the law isn't needed anymore, and I'm just stalling you, huh? Well, I am, officer, and I'll tell you the reason.
George?
Yeah, Brooksy.
George?
Yeah, right here, Brooksy.
Oh.
Did you get them?
Well, just the secretary on duty, but she'll locate her boss and have him call us back.
Hey, wait a minute. What's all this?
A funeral parlor in Phoenix, officer. The outfit whose nameplate is on that silver coffin of Charlie's.
Yeah? Oh, what did they say?
Oh, you mean you are interested?
George, it was only sent to him on consignment. At least that's what the girl's record showed, but she said her boss was
Consignment, huh? So Charlie hadn't paid for the thing yet. Or if he had, it was only a deposit.
Oh.
Yeah. Now there's a crime, isn't there? Because how could Charlie have expected to pay for that thing, or the funeral parlor expected to be paid, unless he did have some money hidden away? And where is it now?
Well, where was it at any time? Oh, I've heard those stories. People wondering why he was so happy, betting he had some hidden away.
Mac looked all over for the treasure and never found it.
Sure, and we've done a little looking ourselves. Only in the wrong places, Brooksy. We've never been obvious enough.
George.
Now, give me that letter the salesman wrote us to bring us here. I'm beginning to wake up, Angel. Wait a minute. Here we are. Dear Mr. Valentine, you ever hear a little Malayan, you know the type, wears black earrings and white smiling teeth and so forth and so forth?
You mean black earrings?
But he always wore them, Valentine. Just black buttons.
Oh, no, he didn't. Not when we found the body.
George, you're right. There were just the marks on his ears.
Yeah, where his earrings used to be.
Well, I'll grant you, I never saw Charlie without them before.
It'd be a pretty good joke on people if his treasure were right in front of them. And listen to this. I so happy I got tears of sorrow. I got the tears of sorrow. Pearls, maybe. Tear-shaped pearls. Brooksy, do you have any idea what a fortune a pair of matched black pearls would be worth?
No, I haven't.
Holy smoke. I have.
I guess you're not leaving now, eh, officer?
Huh? Oh, hey, Pepper.
Yeah?
I'll flag a car to take you back to your truck.
Okay.
Valentine, we're going to comb this place from kitchen to towel racks.
Okay, friend, we'll look for earrings, all right. But it's the person who knocked Charlie down and took him off him that I want. It's Charlie's murderer that we're going to find.
my line, Miss Brooks. The old-fashioned swoon.
No, it happens to anybody. And with all the excitement going on here,
Honey, you don't know how mixed up and upset you can get when you're married to a police dog like that. I guess that isn't any worry of yours.
Did you see Bo Stillman when he was here last night?
Gosh, no. I mean, it was a complete surprise when I found he was here. But I didn't talk to him or anything. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thank you. This is a nice room. You didn't see Charlie last evening either, did you?
Not after dinner dishes. Then I did some baking. Mac, he was asleep already. I went out for a little walk.
Mm-hmm.
Gee, poor little Charlie. Mac was rough with him sometimes, but I never was. Hey, why'd you come in here? What do you want?
I told you. Just to see how you were feeling.
No, you didn't. You thought I was up front in the lunchroom.
All right, have it your own way.
Well, what do you want? What do you come snooping here for?
Lucy, what's in the little bag behind the door there?
Hey, you get out of there. You get out of there. Put that down.
Oh, not so fast.
Well, we nice girls, though. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. Only please don't open that. There's nothing important in there.
I'm sorry, too, Lucy. You're right. There isn't what I was looking for. I just thought what gaudy decorations a pair of pearls would make for...
For a gaudy girl, is that what you were going to say?
No, Well, anyway, they're not here. Only a change of underwear, slip, roll of $30, $40, $50. Extra stockings. When were you planning on running away?
It's none of your business. It's none of your business.
Well, saved by the bell, George.
Why, Mr. Valentine, we was just having a talk
no,
when
come
she
on,
said...
Brooksy, never mind.
What?
Mrs. Stillman, a deputy sheriff's going to stay here until we get back. To make his job easy, we'll take Guthrie with us.
George.
We're going for a ride with the highway patrol, Angel. Lucy, that husband of yours got away. He must have taken out of here faster than his cousin ever drove.
Well, here's where the wreck was, Mr. Valentine.
I don't see any Dodge parked around. That's what Mac drives.
Yes, George. If Mac stopped here, he's already gone.
How about it? You see any tracks, officer?
I can't tell a thing. The wrecker and the ambulance that picked up Bo must have backed all over the shoulders here.
Well, that's what Mac must be following. The wreck itself and the ambulance. The body of Bo.
Yeah. If the pearls were in the wreck, I don't see how they could have got thrown clear. Must still be in the wrecked car someplace. Or in Bo's pocket. Halfway on to Mountain View by now.
Valentine, maybe I'm just a thick-headed
You know, I think
salesman,
it's a very simple crime that's piled up like a snowball.
Simple. With silver caskets and mullions.
Still, it all boils down to this. Charlie had something worth money, and one or more people figured that out.
Well, I grant you that...
Bo Stillman spent the night in the cabin next door to Charlie's.
Oh, I get it. The window. He could have looked in, spotted the coffin, got curious, and gone over
Obviously,
there.
that's what Mac thinks happened. Come on, let's get after him.
I must be gaining on him, sir. There's Pepper's egg truck up ahead.
Well, come on, officer. Step on
All
it.
right.
Can't you get by the truck now?
I can't see how. I'll give Pepper a touch of the siren so he'll let us pass him.
You know, I've been thinking about Lucy. The way she's been acting all day. Nervous Nellie. Oh, I doubt if she tapped Charlie on the jaw herself. But suppose her accomplice did. Her boyfriend.
Valentine, I told you once before, I never saw
Can't you
much
get past that guy, officer?
Shoulder's too soft for Pepper to pull over and let us by.
Listen, Guthrie, listen. Suppose Lucy's nervous because everything's going wrong. A tap on the jaw didn't just knock Charlie out, it killed him. And then there was Bo Stillman, the cabin next door. And suppose he didn't do it himself, but suppose he saw it done.
Look, I'm still telling you, I
A little
didn't have...
crime with everything going wrong and snowballing. And the ones who did it scared to death, running.
These blasted curves, these slow trucks.
There. Pepper's waving you to come on. He can see.
Yeah, it's a nice guy. Hey!
Give me that!
Let go of that wheel.
George!
Hang on, hit the brakes. It wasn't Charlie who was murdered, it was Bo Stillman.
What?
Pepper's a nice guy, huh? He can see if there's any cars coming.
Oh!
No cars coming, huh? Well, it's not the kind of a murder you could plan.
But for a guy running, a guy scared to death, yeah, it could have messed us up pretty bad. Almost as badly as Bo Stillman.
Oh, George.
Now, let me do the driving, officer. You want to be free to use a gun on that guy, Pepper.
Yeah, I'll get out, Mr. Valentine. Gee, back there, I didn't see that other car coming.
No, not much.
Honest, I was just...
Stand on your legs. Stop wobbling.
Look, I haven't done nothing.
No, you just tapped a guy on the jaw to get some pearls for a girl.
Huh?
I should have guessed you were Lucy's boyfriend, Pepper. You've been on this run for a couple of years, you said. Pick up fresh eggs, so you have to come out at night. Lucy said she went for a little walk last night. Did some baking, too, she said. I remember you seemed to know she had fresh pies.
Look, Mr. Valentine, I'd never kill anybody as long as I
Not
live.
unless you got scared.
No.
I know how that bowl of jelly in your head works. Last night you got the pearls. Only Bo Stillman saw you, and you knew it. So instead of you and Lucy running away right then, you wait until morning, knowing Bo will try to get you alone for a little shakedown.
Look, Valentine, listen,
Bo knows
you got...
where to find you. Follows you down the highway. You know he'll try to pass you so he can flag you down.
Yeah.
Well, now, maybe you didn't plan it that way, but you got the nastiest idea I ever heard of. You waved him to pass on when you could see another car was coming.
Look, Valentine, you gotta believe me. You gotta. What else could I do? When I hit Charlie, he died. When his day off was over, what people would have gone in and found he'd been murdered.
You're wrong, Pepper. They wouldn't have.
What?
It never could have been proved.
What's that?
The doctor told me that. But, Buster, you overheard the cop and me figuring out the pearls and talking about a murderer.
No.
And then when you heard the siren and saw the red light and us right behind you, the temptation was too much, wasn't it?
No.
Pepper, I think you proved you're fit to hang.
George, that service was really something.
Yeah, it sure was all right. People wearing top hats, the works.
None of these people even knew the little guy.
Charlie George Washington wasn't quite the usual man.
A little, lonely, sick fella. Wonder what he thought about.
Oh, he was a pretty sharp operator. He made a good deal with the funeral parlor, had them send out his coffin in advance. He arranged for all this.
Yeah, look what it cost him. His pearls, his earrings. He'd already signed them over to this outfit. If you ask me, he might have cashed them in earlier and enjoyed his life.
Well, maybe he just wanted to enjoy something else.
The bluebird, huh? The pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
That's what I mean. I guess only Charlie had the answer.
Yeah. Keep it in the future. The dream.
Yes, darling, but you can overdo this future business, you know.
Hey, what is this?
Well, it's just a private little joke, Guthrie. Drop you someplace?
If your car has an oil filter, don't forget that it's a real money saver for you, but only if it is serviced every 6,000 to 8,000 miles. Neglect the oil filter beyond that mileage, and it readily becomes a liability by letting dirt, grit, and carbon circulate through precision-fitted engine parts. You can actually see and feel the difference by comparing a new filter element with one that's used up. You'll find the new one weighs less than a pound, and the old saturated one may easily weigh 4 or 5 pounds. A new oil filter element, by the way, is not only the surest way to keep fresh oil clean longer and to protect your motor, it's also the most economical. So if you haven't had that wear-saving filter cartridge replaced in 8,000 miles, why not do it tomorrow? It's another protective car saver service you can get at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Gregg appeared as Brooksy. Alan Reed was heard as Guthrie, Louise Arthur as Lucy, Larry Dobkin as Mac, Bill Boucher as the officer, and Walter Burke as Pepper. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Brothers McIntosh, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I am a butler in a very fancy house, though perhaps I ain't the usual type for butling. My bosses are two brothers, the brothers McIntosh. I've been with them ever since I was a busboy in the first cafe they ever owned. What a joint that was. But now they're a success so big it hurts your eyes. Bill McIntosh used to be a cook, and it must have given him a sour stomach, because there's a guy what hates everybody. But I mean everybody. And it's plenty mutual. Bill's brother, the sweetest guy in the world. This Mervyn McIntosh is a prince, a real gentleman, with good words and a wide-open pocketbook for everybody. Friends, I tell you, Mr. Valentine, there's nobody who ain't. Except that is, of course, whoever is that wants to kill him. But how can you ever get
a man to admit he's in danger? When he's so big-hearted, he'd slap the devil himself on the back and say, have a cigar. That's my problem, and I need your help. Yours most sincerely, and it's signed, Jasper, butler to the brothers McIntosh.
Sounds like he thinks one of these guys is going to kill the other one, doesn't it?
Sounds like he's crazy or punch-drunk. Jasper, butler to the brothers
What's the matter, Brooksy?
George, the postmark on the letter is Harbortown.
Oh, that's important?
Well, there's been something about Harbortown lately.
Something?
Maybe this letter isn't crazy at all. I remember now. It's something Lieutenant Riley was talking about.
Riley's out of town, Valentine, but I checked up for you.
Thanks, Devlin.
There's some kind of an investigation going on down there on the QT.
Uh-huh.
Small-time rackets of some kind. Nothing to do with us here in homicide.
A racket investigation. I thought that happened years ago in Harbortown.
It did. They blew the lid off the place about 5 years back. Sent a big shot named Fillery to the pen.
Fillery. Oh, sure, I remember. Well, how about the name McIntosh? That mean anything? Cafe owners.
The biggest roadhouse owners in the state. At least Mervyn is. He's got a sour apple brother, I guess, kind of got pushed out of the business. You know, that's what I don't understand.
What do you mean, Devlin?
Well, these McIntosh boys got their start at the same time Fillery went broke. Same time he was...
Well, go on. Hey, wake up. Hey, Devlin, come back to the party.
I'm here. I'm doodling on the morning traffic report.
Huh?
3:30 a.m., Sugar Canyon Road, 1949 convertible went over embankment. No explainable reason for accident. Single occupant. No, that's his brother.
His what? Hey, what are you talking about?
You got a letter said this guy McIntosh might be killed. Here, listen. Listen to this. Car rolled over 5 times, completely demolished. Single occupant, only here's what I mean. Bill McIntosh.
Oh, I get it. Wrong
And guess
guy.
what, Valentine? He lived through it.
No, I don't want to see you. I don't want to see anyone. Get out of here.
Lie still, will you please, Mr. McIntyre?
That goes for you, too, Doc. I don't need all them bandages. Emergency hospital already slapped enough
Look,
on
Mr.
me.
McIntosh, we don't mean to intrude, but your butler here, Jasper, tells me I can't see Mervyn unless I first see you.
So you want to see Mervyn?
Well, that was the original reason for coming here, but...
We don't like to bother you when you've just been in an
I'm
accident.
all right. I just got scratched up a little. Doc, you're all finished. You poked around enough.
I'm going.
You too, Jasper. Go on, go on.
Sir, I'll show you to the door, Doctor.
Friend of my brother's. Sucker won't even send us a bill.
Your brother seems to have lots of friends.
Maybe.
But you're not one of them.
Maybe. I know all about you, Valentine. Jasper told me about that letter he wrote you. He's an idiot.
Yeah, well, he's worried about your brother.
Follows him like a dog, the idiot. Anybody who ties strings around people or lets other people tie strings around them.
Mr. McIntosh, maybe the doctor shouldn't have left.
Nothing wrong with me. Driving alone, car flipped over. I was thrown clear. Scratches and bruises, that's all. I want to see you. I want to see anybody who hasn't been given a glad hand or a free cigar or a slap on the back. Jasper out there is worried, but he hasn't caught on yet. You don't know what I'm talking about, eh? Well, Jasper thinks my brother Mervyn is just sleeping late today.
What are you talking about?
Look, last night I answered the phone. And then Mervyn came home and went out. And then afterwards I drove and I looked and I looked. I got more and more scared at what I'd done. Mervyn keeps a cabin cruiser down in the harbor, but she was anchored in the same old spot with no lights. I looked every place. From the railroad station to Sugar Canyon.
Hey, wait a minute. Calm down, will you? Get back to that part. You got more scared at what you'd done. What had you done?
Do you understand a man having enough to drink and being scared enough that when he sees a sharp turn coming, he just plain doesn't make the turn? Just lets the car go over?
Your accident. You mean you were trying to kill yourself?
I mean, I've always hated my loudmouth brother. No, I was just excited, and I had some drinks, and I was scared, and Maybe I did. He is my brother. Abel and Cain, that's us.
You better clear this up pretty fast, Buster.
Know how to take dictation, miss?
What? Oh, yes, I do. Go ahead.
A confession. Yes, a confession. To keeping quiet when I could have spoken and prevented my own brother's death.
His death?
Yes. My brother, the great Mervyn McIntosh. Friend to everybody. Well, he seems to have one enemy. A man named Fillery lost his shirt when we came to this town, and apparently it wasn't just because Mervyn had glad-handed him out of the nightclub business. Then Fillery went to prison. Why? Who knows? My brother Mervyn is honest, not a squealer. But for some reason, Fillery has threatened to kill Mervyn, not once, but 50 times.
Fillery, huh? Go on.
Well, Fillery was released from prison yesterday. Last night, a wire came to the house from a friend telling us about it. And that's where I fit in. While I'm sitting here reading that wire, the phone rings, and a little polite voice says he'd like to see Mervyn out in a lonely place. About some business, the voice says. And then it happens. Mervyn comes home. I give him the message, but I don't show him the telegram. He leaves. I don't tell him that phony voice was really the voice of Fillery waiting to murder him. I don't know why I do it. For a couple hours, I just sit there and wait and sweat, but then I can't stand it any longer, so I go out looking. And I find the meeting's already taken place. And all I can find out is that Mervyn's green sedan has been seen leaving the place with Fillery in it alone. Don't you see? I let my brother walk into a trap. I let my own brother be murdered.
take a week to find Mervin's body in all those woods.
Yeah, it'll take you a lot longer than that to find Fillory.
Brooksy, Fillory did come in on the train, and we confirmed the part about his making the phone call. And afterwards, the kid in the service station was pretty sure of the description. Green car driving away quickly up this road.
George, certainly the police...
Well, we got a head start on the police. We might as well use it.
George, I wonder why that butler Jasper wasn't at home last night so that...
Sure. We'll ask him sometime. Hey, notice how the traffic funnels through just a few roads here.
Uh-huh.
Boy, what a town this must be when there's a parade.
You know, Fillory's had such a head start, and the highway patrol's already looking for him in the city and beyond.
Yeah. So suppose you hop on a bus and tell the rest of it to Lieutenant Devlin.
What, George?
Brooksy, the guy in a green car is supposedly running like mad across the country, only the trail dies in every direction. So maybe I got an idea. I'm going to take a little drive right around here. Up the country road right by the beach. Oyster Cove. And a green sedan parked right on the pier.
What's your trouble, Bob?
Huh? Oh, nothing. I was just wandering around. How's the fishing?
I don't know. I'm looking at boats.
Yeah, sure. Some pretty ones, all right. Say, you didn't happen to see anybody getting in or out of that car over there, the green one?
Yes, Bud. As a matter of fact, I did. Me.
You?
Me. That all right?
I was talking to a guy named Bill McIntosh a little earlier, and he said...
That's so. Never happened to meet the man.
Now, just slow down, Buster. You're Fillory, aren't you?
Is there a law against it? Whatever rotten branch of the law you spring from, Bud, I assure you, my parole papers are quite in order.
Not so fast.
Let go of my arm. Let go of it, I said.
Get away from those steps.
Here, what's going on? Fillory, stop that. Cut it out, both of you.
Why, you got a crew, huh?
No, just Tony, young fellow that helps me out. He's out there now getting the boat warmed up.
Who are you, chum? What's your name?
I think we can do without names on a hot day like this. I suppose you just run along, young man. And fill your pick.
Sure. You guys aren't interested in murder.
In what?
Murder? Well, if that's the case, perhaps I'd better. My name is Mervyn McIntosh. Now, what do you mean, murder?
All right. So you are Mervyn McIntosh, and you are alive. But how did Fillory get your car?
Because I loaned it to him last night. I had to see about the boat. My cruiser out there.
He doesn't need to know that.
Oh, now, take it easy, Fillory. He's not a reporter.
He doesn't need to know any of it.
Cool off, Buster.
Fillory, please.
Show you how I cool off.
Hey, you...
Now, look what you did. He was a nice young feller. No need to
I'm
do
in a
thing.
hurry, McIntosh. I came to talk business. Remember?
Relax, will you? Wait till I find somebody to look after the boy.
Leave him there. Business, I said.
Oh, people should be friendly. Fix the boy comfortable. There we are. Now, pick up your suitcase and we'll go aboard. We're going to be friends, aren't we? Here, have a cigar.
George, where on earth have you been?
Oh, don't even ask me, Brooksy. Where all good suckers go, I guess.
But, darling, it's practically midnight and the police have been...
I don't care what's been happening. Besides an ice pack, all I care about is getting my hands on that Bill McIntosh. That crazy, hoked-up story of his about his brother being in danger, being dead.
But, George, listen to me. The police have been calling. Bill McIntosh was right.
What did you say?
The Coast Guard up near Oyster Cove. They just fished out the body of Mervyn McIntosh.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Which tire on your car is the most important one? Ask the car savers at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. They'll tell you the oldest, smoothest tire is most important because that's the one that will probably cause trouble first. And at any of these service stations, they'll be glad to add to your tire safety before you go out on crowded highways. They'll be glad to explain why new Atlas Grip Safe tires give you extra protection. They'll show you the wider 7-rib tread of these tires with their ground-gripping edges that put more skid-resisting rubber under your car. You'll be both money and miles ahead by turning in risky tires for new Atlas grip-safe tires. Because a new Atlas tire is a protected purchase. It carries a double-written warranty for 12 months. 1 against tire damage from any road hazard, and 2 for workmanship and material. And this warranty is honored on the spot by 38,000 dealers from coast to coast, many of whom are open 24 hours a day. Friends, why gamble with your own safety? Ask about new Atlas tires tomorrow. Ask at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The brothers McIntosh. One of them no one likes, and the other one called everybody in the world his friend. The only trouble is, big jovial Mervyn, whom you talked to only this afternoon, now is dead. Dead just as his brother Bill expected him to be. Dead just as their strange butler, Jasper, warned you Mervyn might be in the letter he wrote. Still, if your name is George Valentine, the case has not worked out in exactly the way you anticipated. In fact, as you return to examine the body with Lieutenant Devlin, you're convinced that nothing makes sense.
Yeah, same guy I saw, all right. Struck over the side of the head, huh?
Yeah. Coast Guard found him floating in the water of the bay. As I figured, Valentine Fillery got gypped out of his roadhouses and maybe his little rackets by the glad-hander here.
Yeah. Yeah, there might have been holes in this friendship stuff.
Of course there are. Nobody was ever as popular as this bird's supposed to have been, or as nice to everybody.
Fillery gets out of prison and kills Mervyn.
Yeah, after the big boy manages to stall Fillery at their first meeting and so suckers himself into being bumped off in an even more secluded spot.
Mm-hmm. What about the boat?
Well, it's just adrift out there someplace. All this fog and so many little bays along the coast, it'll take us a little time.
Why adrift? What makes you think Fillery isn't still aboard?
You haven't looked back at the road at the end of the pier, have you?
Why, what do you mean? What's the... Oh, no.
Oh, yes. The green sedan isn't there. That's what happened to Fillery. He's got away again.
Well, have they checked in Arizona, the used car lots?
Valentine, stop blaming yourself for this case.
I got over that 2 days ago. I only asked you these
It's a police
things.
case now. Even if we haven't done any better than you did. Oh, hello, Miss Brooks.
Hello. Oh, George, about the steamer Guadalupe.
The what?
Go on, Angel. Foreign registry?
As foreign as they come, 3 miles out, and you're as safe as a seal. It's a freighter, so no questions asked.
When's she leaving?
This afternoon, 4 o'clock, Pier 73. That's the other side of Harbor Town, so there's plenty of time.
Will somebody please
You
tell
finally
me...
persuaded me Fillery's the kingpin in this case. That's all, Devlin.
What?
If he'd really planned on killing Mervyn, then he's also smart enough to have planned how to get away, how never to be caught.
Okay. Tell me the rest.
Fillery had already booked passage a couple of days ago to sail on the Guadalupe this afternoon.
Well, come on. What are we waiting
Not
for?
so fast, Devlin, not so fast. Get men down there just before 4 o'clock. But in the meantime, lay off. Stay away from the place.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you're right.
Angel, you and I have to go pay a social call on the poor guy that nobody likes. Harbor Town. Great. Bottleneck streets, bottleneck murder case.
But they'll certainly be able to make Fillery talk
No,
when
they
he shows
won't.
up at the boat. What'd you say?
I said no, they won't. Brooksy, this is the right street, isn't it, for McIntosh's?
Well, yeah, just up the block. But
Angel, hey, look. Just parking in front of the house there. My nemesis, the wild goose I
George.
chased. And let us park right behind. Good, that's it, Brooksy. Yeah, the green sedan, the special job.
Now, George, be careful.
Never mind. You stay behind me.
But he'll see you first.
I don't care. Let him. It's a 50-50 chance, Angel. And from where I sit, that's good enough. Well, hello there.
Oh, hello. You looking for me, mister?
Maybe I am. You had the car, didn't you?
Well, yeah, sure,
George,
but I...
what on earth is...
The wild goose, Angel. I finally remembered something Mervyn said about a one-man crew. About a boy who was out warming up his boat. Well, that was you, wasn't it, Buster? You're Tony, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Tony. Look, I've always worked on that boat, only... Well, I didn't even know anything was wrong until I just read yesterday's newspaper, and Mr. Mervyn loaned me his car.
You mean you stole it, Tony? Hello, Valentine.
No, I didn't. Honest, Mr. McIntosh, your brother said that
This
I could...
kid's been in trouble before you.
Go on, kid, you tell it.
Well, a couple of days ago, Mervyn came down to the boat at night. He'd had a meeting with some guy, giving him the car. And...
Hillary?
Well, I didn't know who it was then. Just somebody who didn't want to be seen coming through the public pier at the yacht club, I figured. Anyway, Mervyn had slept on board that night, and...
Why didn't he call the house? The blasted inconsiderate...
Well, look, I didn't think he wanted anybody to know where he was or what he was doing. Next morning, he told me to pull out, and we went up the coast to Oyster Cove, where it's quiet, to pick up the same guy.
It was Hillary.
Yeah. They were going to go out fishing for a day or two, fishing and talking, I guess. Only they didn't want me along, so Mervyn, he said I could take the car for the weekend. Gee, he was like that, always giving you everything. It's like I used to be in trouble, see, until he hired me.
Kid, the police of 10 states have been looking for that green car for 2 days. Where'd you take it that they couldn't find it?
It was in a garage, mister. My girlfriend's garage. Gosh, it's the first weekend we've had off together in a year.
Of course, I want to see Miss Brooks and the kid, Valentine, and we have plenty of time now that our little party at the freighter's been canceled.
What are you talking about, Devlin?
You remember that little black suitcase you saw Hillary carrying?
Yeah.
Well, something must have backfired with the jailbird's plan because the Coast Guard had finally located that cruiser.
Come on, make sense, will you?
It was dynamite. The cruiser had blown up. That's what killed Mervyn when something hit him and knocked him overboard. And guess what else, Valentine?
You got another body aboard the boat.
Yeah. At first, I thought it might have been a deckhand.
Only now you'll have to check the fingerprints
We
and find out...
already have. It's him, all right. It's Hillary. The guy whose plan to blow up Mervyn blew right up in his own face. So there you are, Valentine. The end.
Well, Bill, Hillery's dead.
Big loss, that is. Of course, I never met the man.
I wonder if your brother had him out on that boat trying to make a friend out of him.
He'd have offered the devil himself a cigar. Doesn't pay, though. Sooner or later, you reach out to pat a dog and it bites your hand off.
Yeah, I know. You don't like anybody.
I'm not apologizing.
I was wondering if you really did try to commit suicide that night.
What's that?
Well, it would have been so easy to push your car over the cliff and give yourself a few scratches and bruises and pretend that you'd done it.
Wait a minute, Valentine.
Oh, no, you don't, Buster. And don't argue with a gun.
Why,
I wouldn't trust you any further than I could throw a piano.
You're not going to shoot at me. You're not going to kill me in cold blood.
Stand still.
You're soft in the heart like Mervyn was.
I told you to stand still. Hey, Jasper. Get up here, Jasper.
You see, I've got a gun, too. And now you haven't. What's the matter? Hurt your arm?
What do you think? I suppose when Jasper gets here, you'll
The
just...
house is empty, Valentine. You sent Miss Brooks and the kid away. And Jasper, he's a sentimentalist. He's changed his shirt by now and gone to my brother's funeral.
All right, sourpuss.
Now, you were saying something, weren't you?
No, it's the things you say. Like just now, you said that you never met Hillary. I wouldn't have even noticed it if he hadn't told me exactly the same thing about you. Never met the man, he said, so maybe it's true.
Well,
it doesn't quite fit with something you said in that ridiculous confession of yours. That you recognized the voice on the telephone the other night as being the voice of Hillary.
You're a smart boy.
So that guilty remorse of yours was all fake, wasn't it?
It's a pretty good guess.
You bet it is, Buster, and I'll keep on guessing, too. You knew why Hillary got sent to prison. Maybe even planned it, sure. Sure, you were trying to duck out before Hillary and your happy-go-lucky brother ever got together to check notes.
But they got together on that boat.
Where you knew they'd be. Yeah, you're the one who made sure that boat would blow up the minute they were on board. And then you cooked up the cock and bull confession stuff.
Just on the off chance the murder might be blamed on Fillery.
Shut up!
Why? You planning to pull that trigger anyway, aren't you? Get rid of me and still try to get away with it.
Try to get away with it. Fillery had a getaway plan, remember? Well, who do you think really made that plan, using his name? And who do you think they're expecting aboard that freighter at 4 o'clock? And now there's no welcoming committee either.
I might have known. Got every possibility covered, haven't you? Except maybe the clock.
It's only 10 after 3. And Pier 73 is only just the other side of Harbortown. I'll make it all right.
How? You wrecked your car.
In
You can't...
your car, sucker. I haven't admitted anything, have I? I told you, I'm not crazy. There won't be any evidence. And you didn't pull the trigger on me, so I won't pull it on you.
You don't mean you're going to commit a friendly act?
Valentine, I've never done anything in this world for anyone else. And I haven't asked anyone to do anything for me. My brother loved the whole town, and vice versa. And where is he? And where am I? Turn around. That's it. It shows how much friends can do for you. Now you know what a guy like me can do. Just keep the useless strings off you, and you can get all the way to China.
Get your thumb out of that horn, buddy.
I'm sorry, officer, but what's the matter with that man up there? He won't move.
And I won't let him move. Can't you see there's a funeral going by? Keep your shirt on.
But I've got to get across town, you idiot. My boat sails at 4 o'clock. I'll miss the boat.
I said cut it out. Take your hand off of that horn.
Hey, Joe. Joe, what's the matter?
Some kind of jerk, that's all. Can't stand to wait for a funeral go by. Ever see such a crowd? It'll keep on all day. That Mervyn McIntosh was quite a guy.
How do you like that? Bill gets caught because he can't get by his brother's funeral.
George, are you sure you're all right? The doctor said...
Don't let the bandages scare you.
Valentine, I don't want to say anything, but...
But what?
Well, a guy who lets himself get beat up, knocked down, dragged...
Well, look, you got your man. You even got a screaming confession out of him. What difference does it make how he was caught?
I'll take it easy. I didn't mean to.
You want me to say I had him corralled? All I would have had to do was shoot. Why didn't I do it? Sure, I know. I'm some hero.
Darling, now, please.
Well, maybe it's the kind of guy I want to be, Devlin. Not a hero, just a sucker.
Valentine, all I started out to remark was fearless Fosdick may stop a lot of people from eating beans, but me, well, I wouldn't have shot either.
Good for you, darling.
Huh? Hey, what is this? She's kissing me.
If your car drags along as though you were driving on a sandy beach most of the time, it may be the fault of gummy gasoline, which is robbing your car of power. A sure way to get that new car feeling is to use Chevron Supreme gasoline. Most raw gasoline contains impurities that form power-robbing gum. Chevron Supreme is the gasoline that's super refined to remove engine-sticking gum. So to get and keep that new car feeling, ask for this premium quality gasoline. See how it gives your car new power and full mileage in the kind of driving you do. Ask for super refined Chevron Supreme gasoline tomorrow at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Gregg appeared as Brooksy. Ted DeCorsia was heard as Bill. Larry Dobkin as Fillery. Ed Begley as Mervyn. Ed Fields as Jasper, Pat McGeehan as Lieutenant Devlin, and Anthony Barrett as the Kid. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Portrait by Priscilla, another adventure of George Valentine.
Hello? Hello? Is anyone here? Is anyone...
Oh! Look out, you clumsy ape. You'll knock over the scrub bucket.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was looking for the proprietor of the art store here.
How should I know? Look around yourself.
Well, I haven't much time. I'm from
Get
Fairview.
your foot off my mouth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Back room, upstairs, after lunch, maybe. Look around. Steal a picture. I don't care.
Oh, I do a legitimate business with this shop. Supplies, prints, and reproductions in the $1.95 class. My department store in Fairview sells quite a few of those. Oh, well. I say, is anyone up there? No. Chinese glass chimes. Well, would you look at that? Well, it's not bad. Portrait by Priscilla. Huh? Who's that? Personal notice. Danger is my stock in trade. If the job is... Yes. Dear Mr. Valentine.
But couldn't you see who it was? Couldn't you see who hit you?
Well, no, Miss Brooks. It happened so fast. I was struck from behind. I have a terrible lump on my head.
All right, Mr. Simpson. I understand that part of it. Whoever it was probably hiding behind the door.
Yes, that's what I thought.
What kind of a place was this, the Grafters Clay and Art Shop?
Well, they sell mostly artist supplies. They're in the Bohemian section of town. But the owner, Ben Grafters, does a mail order business, too. That's how I happen to be there.
You mean he sends pictures to this department store of yours in Fairview?
Yes, just prints, reproductions. It's very modest. But I've always wanted to meet Mr. Grafters. His letters have always been so friendly. When I order pictures, I tell him about the fishing up there, and he answers with gossip about his wife, his car, or his opinions of the art world. He's quite an authority. I always wanted to know more about art.
And so you decided to look him up this time when you came to town? Hmm?
Well, he knew I was coming. He wrote and asked me to. He asked me to meet him for dinner tonight at the Romney restaurant. When I found a moment's spare time, I thought I'd run around to his shop and meet him in advance. That's all I was doing there. But nothing of mine had been stolen. I was carrying a great deal of money, too, $500.
Oh. So you come back to your hotel here and you didn't report it to the police. Where do I fit in all this, Mr. Simpson?
Well, I thought... Graftis has never actually seen me. I thought perhaps if you went in my place tonight to meet him.
Are you suspicious of Graftis?
Yes, the first thing I would have done would have been to get in touch with him.
Well, Mr. Valentine, I'd written this man from Fairview that I would enjoy some excitement. I was anxious to meet some of the artists, the unusual types one hears so much about.
Oh, I'm beginning to see. You had yourself set up for a fast night in the big city, and now you've got cold feet.
Oh, no. Though I'll grant you I'm not exactly the type for it. Well, I don't really know anything about Graftis, and suppose he's in trouble of some kind. Would I be of any help?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh, listen. I haven't told you about the portrait yet.
The what?
I was standing looking at this oil portrait. It was on the easel, not quite finished
No, you
yet.
did tell us about that. Portrait by Priscilla, whoever that might be.
Well, when I came to, the portrait was gone. It had been taken right off the easel.
Well, you finally said something.
Mr. Simpson, portrait of what?
It was an oil. Just the head and shoulders of a man. A gray-haired man, about 50, bushy eyebrows. Oh, and I remember a rather sharply cleft chin, because his mouth was young, with a mole on the lip. Oh, Graftis, that must be him. In his last letter, he said he'd call me up to confirm.
Never mind, I'll find out for you. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Simpson. It's so nice to hear your voice. How are the potatoes and fish and everything up in Fairview?
Who is this?
Am I fresh? I'm calling for Ben Graftis.
Oh,
Thinking
yes.
of the customer and just wanted to make sure that 8 o'clock is all right. At the Romney. It's a gloomy little place, but you will be there, won't you? You can find it all right.
Well, look here,
Mr. Simpson, isn't it? My name is Priscilla.
You're...
Just Priscilla. Nothing before, nothing after.
Oh, how do you do? Yes, of course. Tell Mr. Graftis I'll be there at 8. I am Mr. Simpson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine.
I beg your pardon. You're,
Mr. Simpson?
Yes. It's not so easy to find anybody here. It's rather dark.
Sorry, I should have waited at the bar, but
Hello.
Mr. Simpson, this is Miss...
Priscilla. We've met.
Oh, on the telephone.
What's the matter? Haven't you ever shaken hands with a girl who wears black nail polish before? Violent reaction to the name Priscilla, I suppose.
Well, it's very attractive.
Oh, but you're going to be alone, don't worry. 2 men in the town. I only stopped by for a drink.
Priscilla, please.
I told you no, Benny. I have another engagement. And I have to run home and dress.
And drink your drink. Stop fiddling with your watch.
Benny!
That's a very unusual watch.
Oh, isn't it, though? New. It even strikes the hour. See? And it's 8 o'clock and much too late. And goodbye to us.
Oh, no, please. Gee, I don't get to meet artists every day up in Fairview. I mean, well, I've heard of you. Your portrait...
I'm not a good painter, Mr. Simpson, but you're sweet.
Oh, no, please sit down. Look, this is my night in the city. But you know, Ben here is kind of a surprise. I expected an older man. Gray hair, bushy eyebrows, cleft chin, maybe? Or a mole on your lip?
Well, the mystery is solved, Benny. Did you steal my painting, Mr. Simpson?
No. But who was the old guy, the cleft chin?
A very dull painting of a very dull man.
Good night, Priscilla.
What? But Benny...
I said good night. You've got a date, haven't you?
Hey, no, wait a minute.
Oh, please, Mr. Simpson, a lady can take a hint. It's not important anyway. Bye-bye, Fairview. Provincial people up now.
What's the matter?
Well, it was pretty easy to figure out what had happened upstairs there. Picture missing, blood on the floor, little signs of struggle. There'd been somebody up there besides whoever it was that took that picture. But I had no idea that it had been you, Mr. Simpson.
I hope I didn't mess up your store too much.
I rent the upstairs to Priscilla as a studio.
Oh?
You would have known that if you were really Mr. Simpson. I mentioned it in one of my letters.
Oh, I see. Well, suppose Mr. Simpson doesn't feel well and asks me to come tonight in his place. Would that be anything for you to be so pale about?
I'm not pale. Waiter.
Now, just take it easy. Look, my name's George Valentine. I've looked you up, Mr. Graftus, and you seem to be okay. Come on, now, what's this all about?
Well, I don't quite know. That's the crazy part of it. Maybe it's, like she says, not important. Well, okay, Mr. Valentine, or whoever you are. It's in the budget to entertain a customer from out of town tonight, so let's go. Order a steak. Tell me the story of your life.
You in love with this painter, this Priscilla?
Mr. Valentine, don't try to solve all the riddles. I've got a wife. She's not very well. I work hard for her.
Okay, I'll try again.
I said don't
Aren't you
try
just as curious as I am what it was all about? Isn't that what you yourself are doing here with Priscilla, trying to find out who might have stolen the picture and why? That is, unless you did.
No, I didn't. I don't know, Mr. Valentine. Priscilla's strange. All that gaudy manner and, well, not really a very good painter. Yes. Yes, I suppose I am a little curious.
Okay, then what do you say we skip the steak and try to find some answers?
Mr. Stokowski, we're trying to identify a man in a picture.
We haven't had much luck the past hour or two.
Any man, any picture. To settle a bet, huh? You're at the right place, gentlemen.
Yeah, I understand you're one of the biggest art gallery owners in town.
The biggest, 300 pounds. Now, what is the period of
It's
the painting?
a portrait, Mr. Stokowski. A man in a portrait.
A portrait by Priscilla.
Well, I told Mr. Valentine here that you handled her other pictures for sale. That is, some of them. Well, you were in her studio just a couple of days ago. I thought perhaps you'd noticed...
What does the man look like, the subject of this portrait?
Well, he has gray hair, about 50, bushy eyebrows, cleft chin, a rather young or weak mouth, with a mole on the lip.
I am just on the telephone to a man who has been asking about the same person.
Yeah?
The subject of this particular portrait by Priscilla is Richard Ratterman. Huh? Oh, I'm just informed that this Mr. Ratterman has blown his brains out.
Yeah, that's right. He's a big shot broker, and now he's stone cold dead on the market.
Lieutenant Devlin, you sure it's suicide?
Of course I'm sure. Every test proves it.
What about the picture, the portrait?
It's lying on the desk in his study. He's lying on top of that.
So maybe he's the one who slugged Simpson.
So maybe a lot of things. So maybe there's a lady I'd like to talk to named Priscilla.
All right, Devlin. I'll meet you at her place. Only I told you she had a date.
Date with whom? What kind of a social secretary are you?
Graftus, you sure you don't know who her date was with?
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine, but she has an apartment uptown.
Valentine, are you still there?
We could wait for
Yeah,
her.
okay. We can look around, Devlin. Maybe she keeps a diary. I'll see you there.
Well, Valentine, the lady of mystery, huh?
Yeah. She'll be keeping her mystery now, won't she, Devlin?
Yep.
She's dead. She's been strangled.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. You've seen even older cars on the highway that have lots of pep in traffic, that take the hills as if they had lots of reserve power. Well, that's the kind of performance that gives you that new car feeling. But you'll never experience this feeling if engine-sticking gum is robbing your car of its power. Gum, every motorist should know, is formed by the impurities existing in most raw gasolines. And the only way to get it out is to refine it out. Chevron Supreme gasoline is the gasoline that is super refined to eliminate power-robbing gum. So to get and keep that new car feeling, try this premium quality gasoline. You'll like your car's new, improved response and the full mileage you get in the kind of driving you do. Ask for super refined Chevron Supreme at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Portrait by Priscilla. The man whose portrait it was is now dead. A suicide. Well, of course, if your name is George Valentine, you'd like to have another talk with the artist, Priscilla. Only when you go to her apartment, you find a slight hitch in your plan. Priscilla is dead, too. She's been strangled.
Yeah, that's what the doc says. Hurry it up with the pictures, will you there, boys?
How long ago did he say, Lieutenant?
Oh, hour, two. Hard to tell.
Well, it must have been just after she left us in the restaurant. Because she said she was going to change her clothes, and she didn't. Same gold dress.
Mm-hmm. Black fingernail polish.
Yeah, the same flashy earrings. She jingled when she walked. Yeah, lots of color. But both Stukolsky and Grafter said she wasn't a very good painter. The only one who seemed to think differently was Mr. Simpson here.
What? Well, I'm really no judge. I come from a small town.
I imagine there's some very good critics up there.
But I'm certainly not one of them.
Valentine, what you're talking about is this apartment itself, Jack.
Yeah, pretty fancy.
Oh, it is indeed.
A pretty fancy apartment for an unsuccessful artist.
Priscilla must have had a private income.
That mysterious date of hers tonight. That's what I'm going to find out.
Wait a minute, Devlin.
Yeah?
Her watch.
I noticed it too, George. It stopped running, hasn't it? Like other things, it's so unusual.
Looks valuable, too, Brooksy. Hey, you mind if I take it, Devlin?
Hey, what is this? Why? Why do you want to take it?
To get the same answers you're after. Only while you're going your way, me, I'll take a shortcut.
Monsieur Valentine, you are in general not stupid, but there is nothing wrong with your watch that a little winding will not fix. For this, you should get me from bed, huh? Now, like so. It will chime for you.
Hey, will you please slow down? I want to know the price of the watch.
This gaudy old-fashioned...
The way it's fixed, it's really quite fashionable.
For a bauble to catch the eye and never tell the right time.
Well, that's just it. It is a bauble. But it has stones in it. And a woman wouldn't buy that for herself, would she?
But, George, she might. I mean, for a woman with money.
I say $2,000. I say maybe $2,500.
I take it back. She wouldn't.
Huh? A gift from an admirer. Well, Angel, I remember Priscilla mentioned the watch was new.
So maybe from the current admirer. Maybe the man she had the date with.
Who'd sell a thing like this, friend?
Only an idiot who would sell gold paddles for canoes. An ignoramus who has never seen the Alps.
Look, Buster, I know it offends your good Swiss taste, but will you please...
It is a custom job, monsieur. EW, that is Excelsior Watches, Chicago. You would have to see them, the makers. And may I say, monsieur, have you ever noticed how all the wrong people get strangled? Yourself not accepted? Good night.
All right, Valentine. You got your wire off to Chicago, now you're happy, are you? I still say that in a murder case, you should never overlook the obvious.
Like what, Devlin?
I rechecked on the times of death, and I found definite...
Oh, you mean you finally figured out that maybe Mr. Ratterman killed her and then went home and shot himself?
Miss Brooks, I got Mrs. Ratterman on the griddle. She admitted she told her husband she was going to leave him because of this Priscilla who'd been painting his portrait. He'd been spending plenty of money on the girl. Well, it was too much for the guy, and later on he pulled out his gun, and that's that.
Wait a minute. If Ratterman was Priscilla's one and only, would she have made the crack to me that it was a very dull picture of a very dull man? So tell us what else you've been doing, Devlin.
Now, listen to me both and wait a minute. Yeah, Lieutenant Devlin.
Lieutenant, this is Ben Graftus.
Yeah, Graftus?
Here, give me that. What is it, Graftus?
Valentine, I came back to the shop. It's where my wife picks me up in the car to drive home, only...
Well, go on. What happened?
There's a light still on upstairs in Priscilla's studio. I didn't go in because I think there's someone up there.
There he goes. Grab it.
Slow down. Slow down, my friend.
You don't have to break my arm. I'm not doing anything.
Oh, no, you're not doing anything. Not much.
Mr. Stokowski.
Yeah, how do you like this? One of the biggest art dealers in town, and we catch him burning up pictures.
And I'm not saying anything either. I know my rights.
Well, that's a good one.
But some of them are his pictures, Mr. Valentine.
You be quiet, Ben.
I mean, he paid her for them several times. I've seen him come up here giving her checks.
Shut up!
Buster, it's your turn to shut up. Now, look, you're a big shot. You buy nothing but the best. And Priscilla wasn't a very good painter. Now, here, let's take a look at this stuff, whatever's left of it.
Here's one, George, upside down.
Yeah, let me see that.
Mm-hmm. Piece of a landscape. Yeah, here's another portrait.
Hey, wait a minute. I've met this guy, this one. Not very good of him, but he's a paving contractor here in town. Pretty well fixed. And this other one over here. I've seen his picture in the newspaper. Big manufacturer.
Yeah, Devlin, for a second-rate artist, Priscilla seemed to draw a first-class clientele. Only the noble Stokowski here probably thought the boys would appreciate no publicity.
Mr. Valentine,
you
you're
came
making
down here the
perfect-
minute you heard about her death to keep things quiet. Like the prices you paid for her landscapes that were lousy. Like who these other suckers were in a little black book.
Now, wait a
When you
minute,
bought
Valentine.
pictures from Priscilla, Buster, it was only to hide the fact you were paying blackmail. That's the explanation of where she got her money, Devlin. Blackmail.
Sure. She was just a good enough painter to get the big boys close enough to work on. To get mixed up with her and set for the frame. Portrait by Priscilla.
I didn't say anything. I remind you, I have not admitted
wait
that...
Wait a minute. No. If that's the case, then any of these guys might have had just as much motive as Ratterman.
Oh, excuse me, Lieutenant.
Go away,
Excuse me,
go
sir.
away.
I'm sorry, sir, but the car radio says there's a telegram from Mr. Valentine at the office. It's from Chicago. You can use the phone down the street.
Well, guess we better play it my way after all, huh, Devlin? If we keep our fingers crossed, maybe we can chop the field down to size again. Mm-hmm. Yeah? Yeah, I got it all. Okay, thanks, Sergeant.
What was it, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, not exactly what I expected, Graftus.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe it wasn't that. Only we'll have to work fast. Now, look, you said your wife was waiting for you around here someplace.
Well, yes. Right out here by the car. Darling. Darling, this is George Valentine.
Oh, how do you do?
Hello.
This is simply awful about poor Priscilla.
Look, please excuse me, but we haven't much time, and I think it'd be safer if your wife came back upstairs to Priscilla's studio with us.
Well, sure. Whatever you say. Hey, where's everybody gone?
Outside. That's part of it. Here, Mrs. Graftus, sit down, won't you?
What? Oh, thank you, but I don't understand.
Well, it's really pretty simple. I need your help, both of you. You see, the doctor says that Priscilla couldn't have been strangled by a woman.
What?
And, of course, Ben here was right with me all evening. So, you're the only ones I can turn to. Now, listen. That phone call I made, it was about a telegram to Chicago, an outfit that makes custom watches. Only the trouble was they said the watches were sent to Mr. Zimmy Zimmerman, care of General Delivery, this city.
Oh, wait a minute. You mean you were thinking about that watch of Priscilla's, the funny one that she had on?
Yeah. I was hoping they could tell me who bought it. Only Zimmy Zimmerman. Now, that's a phony, pretty obviously.
Oh, I see.
Benny, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing, darling. I just...
Mr. Graftus, you'd help clear the air a lot if you'd admit that you gave Priscilla that watch.
What?
Mr. Valentine, I think you've got a lot of nerve to
Skipper, will you? There
insinuate
isn't time. Now, listen. Yeah, they're right out there now.
Mr. Valentine, really?
You want to know what Devlin and the others are doing out there? They're searching your car, Graftus.
Searching my car?
Yeah, something might catch their eye. It's funny how things catch your eye. Especially in a dim place like the Romney.
You said Lieutenant Devlin is outside
They
looking into
won't
my...
find any of the flashy things, will they? Gold dress, big earrings, the jingle. Might find some polish remover, though, for the black nail polish.
Valentine,
Oh, no, you don't, Buster. You're not big enough. That telegram said watches, plural. But I'd already begun to guess before then.
No.
Guess
No, it
that
wasn't.
Priscilla wasn't really so exceptionally good looking or anything else if you took your eyes away from all the trappings, the exotic touches, the eye catches. But who could do that?
Please. No, now listen
When
to
I
me.
saw her, the real Priscilla, especially after the way she was killed, how could I tell the difference? Hey, what's the matter with your purse, sister? Give me that.
Let go!
Darling. The little wife got rid of the other stuff for the masquerade, but couldn't resist hanging on to the expensive watch, could she? Yeah, sure. Here it is. The other watch, Graftus. Exactly like the one you gave Priscilla.
I gave her?
The straw that was to break the camel's back when it came to my identifying her body. Only it's the straw that broke your back instead, Buster. Broke your perfect alibi.
Benny! Benny, stop him! You've got to stop him!
Hold it.
Because you killed Priscilla, didn't you, Benny? Killed her and right afterwards brought your wife around to meet me and start setting up your perfect alibi at the Romney.
What are you talking about, Valentine?
Look what I'm doing. I'm nervously fiddling with a watch. It's exactly what you did in the restaurant, Mrs. Graftus, to call attention to it so I'd remember. Only when you fiddle with a watch, you wind it, don't you? Sure, you did, like this, remember. But only a few minutes later, Priscilla's watch had run down. It stopped. So? I suspected two watches.
You're pretty smart, Mr. Valentine.
Don't. No, Benny, don't!
Our car doesn't have anything in it. But this is a gun you're looking at, sucker. Easy.
Now, who's the sucker? Thanks, Devlin.
You know, the thing that still keeps bothering me is this poor Ratterman fellow.
Oh, that was just coincidence, Mr. Stimson. His messing around, feeling sorry for himself, and the picture being stolen.
But it might have been blamed entirely on him.
I know. That would have been lucky for the Graftuses.
There were a lot of men mixed up with the real Priscilla, Mr. Simpson. Any one of them could have been suspected.
But wasn't Ben Graftus mixed up with her himself?
No, he just wanted to move in on her blackmail. Up in the hospital, he admitted he'd already swiped a little black book, the notes she had on the boys. So, since his wife was the same general type as Priscilla, they dreamed up what they thought was a perfect way of getting rid of her and taking over.
And inviting me, a man who'd never met them, inviting me to dinner here was part of their plan.
Mm-hmm. You would have been the alibi from Fairview.
Yes, here at the Romney. My, it's a dark, mysterious place, isn't it?
Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with it. I like it where it's dark. People can't see you when you... Oh, Angel.
Yes, darling?
When you take your shoes off. Oh, that feels so good.
Oh, George.
You probably don't know one single motorist who would deliberately drive with the choke out all day for the simple reason that it would be like throwing gasoline away. But if you listen to the car savers at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, they'll tell you this. All too many motorists let the air cleaner under the hood get so dirt clogged that it can waste just as much gas as a pulled-out choke. Even worse, a dirty air cleaner can mean that some road grit and dust is mixing with the gasoline. And that, of course, is a serious threat to the precision-fitted parts in your car's engine. So, to avoid waste of gasoline and possible damage to engine parts, why not have the air cleaner looked at tomorrow? If it calls for a cleaning, that can be done fast and for little cost. It's another car saver service offered to you by independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Pat McGeehan was heard as Lieutenant Devlin, Bob Griffin as Simpson, Lorene Tuttle as Priscilla, Donald Buca as Graftus, Harold Deerenforth as Stokowski and Rolf Sedan as the expert. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Mix Up in La Cruza, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, the little town of La Cruza is located on the coast of Mexico. First airplane stop to your south. In the spring, before the heat sets in, it's lovely, lovely. I know you'll enjoy it. I have the week I've been here. Your plane tickets are enclosed, and of course, there's only the one hotel. Quite adequate, with better than average menu. Your assignment will be quite simple, Mr. Valentine. Theft. Just ordinary theft. Small object of great value, worth perhaps $100,000. I know you'll have no trouble stealing it whatsoever and getting away with it. Any violence that you find necessary will be that much to the good, even though the person you'll steal from will, quite naturally, be me. Of course, I'll write you a note
sometime after your arrival tomorrow to cover your more specific instructions. I suggest that your assistant travel more or less incognito. As a divorcee, perhaps, since divorce is a rather popular business here in La Cruza. And as for you, Mr. Valentine, I have complete confidence in your ability to steal from me and in your ability to behave in a most criminal manner. Yours most sincerely, Pascal Van Tyfel.
Of the paper doll cutting Van Tyfels, I suppose?
No, George, it's RDGDA.
Huh?
Royal Dutch Gem Dealers Association and member of the International Diamond Dealers Institute.
Oh, you mean it's me that's supposed to be crazy? Member of the Fall Guy and International Suckers Institute.
Darling, I've heard that La Cruza is a very beautiful place. Quite small, but with big swimming pools and tropical palms.
Tear the letter up, Brooksy. Tear it up. Throw it away.
Only it does make you kind of curious what he means. Why he'd want you to steal from him.
Angel, look, it's either a confidence game or a sucker case. If that guy thinks I'm nutty enough to...
Yes, George?
Swimming pool, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Tropical palms, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Brooksy, let's take a look at those tickets to La Cruza.
George, she means you.
Huh? Hey, come on. I want to get over that desk and register.
Oh, welcome to La Cruza. Welcome. I know it's a man. I just know it is. I can remember so well.
Hi, lady.
Here, have a sip. You don't want a little lipstick on a glass.
Look, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's champagne, not tequila. Here, it's nice lipstick.
I said no thanks. I'm sorry. Look, sister, will you please?
Oh, listen, sister. Oh, it sounds wonderful. She your mother? What? Oh, honey, I didn't mean it. I was afraid to ask. Your wife?
Neither one, darling. He's George Valentine, and I'm Mrs. Brooks. I'm down here for my third divorce.
Oh, an amateur.
Well, I was going to say I just met him on the plane.
Well, you can have him back sometime when it rains. But in the meantime, I'm staging a little party, and he's exactly what I
lady,
need.
for the last time.
Bedelia. That's my name, Bedelia.
Well, get yourself unwound, will you? You're spilling that drink. And look, you're getting your necklace in it.
Oh, but it's a farewell party. Just me and champagne and now you. To say goodbye to my diamond necklace.
You mean every one of those things is real?
Sure, honey. All diamonds. See? $100,000 worth. Isn't it absolutely revolting? Here we are. Sit down. Now, isn't this better? Just the two of us?
Uh-huh. And the diamonds. Aren't you afraid to wear them, Bedelia?
Oh, the necklace has been in the hotel safe most of the time. Besides, all these people are harmless. Particularly the men, darn it. Now, hold your glass steady.
No, now, why don't we skip the champagne? You don't need any more.
No more champagne? Oh, Mr. Valentine, you'll drink it out of my slipper if I say so. Do you have any idea where I've been for the past year? In a lowest Slobovian sort of a country in Europe you never even heard of. Me, Bedelia.
From Brooklyn.
I beg your pardon, the Bronx.
Oh, sure. Okay, lady, so you've been traveling.
A whole year without even seeing a used car dealer or an item like you.
What were you doing over there, wherever it was?
Being married, naturally, to a Slobovian. Gosh, how do you think I got these glass eggs? Illegitimate?
So that's it. Present from your last husband.
It's my settlement.
And it's weighing you down.
I stopped here to get my divorce on the way home and raise a little cash.
Gonna sell the diamonds, huh? The farewell party?
Mr. Valentine, do you know where they can sell this thing best? Way down in South America where the beef grows. And can't you just imagine some bull of the pampas putting these gorgeous things around the neck of a cow?
May I be of any assistance here? Perhaps I may.
Oh, no, I'm quite all right, thank you.
We have an engagement, you know, my dear, at the bank in town.
Oh, yes, I'll be there. Don't worry.
Well, I only thought this gentleman here, the stranger...
Oh, no, he's not. He's George Valentine. And this is Mr. Pascal Van Tyfel.
Well, Van Tyfel.
At your service, sir, but Valentine. Isn't that strange? I don't believe I've ever heard the name.
You what?
And yet your face is so familiar somehow. You've ever been in Madagascar?
Hey,
well, it's of no consequence.
Hey, wait a minute, friend. What's the idea, Van Tyfel? What's the idea?
I'm really a very busy man, sir.
Sure, Buster, but
and
look,
you can't tell me I haven't seen your face before in quite different circumstances. Now, good day to you, sir.
What's the matter, Mr. Valentine?
Bedelia, who is that guy?
Mr. Van Tyfel? Well, he's the dealer. He's the man who's going to take my necklace down to South America and sell it for me.
Uh-huh. He's gonna take it, is he?
Well, yes. I'm going to meet him at the bank and sign it over to him. His plane leaves tonight.
Tonight? Well, excuse me, sister, but I got work to do, and you...
Oh, no, stay here, stay here.
Oh, will you? Look, nobody's gonna touch that as long as you're wearing it.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I meant you. I mean... Oh, you did. Do it again.
Sure. Close your eyes.
I'm the Countess, third time removed. Did you ever kiss a Countess before, Mr. Valentine? Mr. Well, he's gone. Well, now, wouldn't that fry your griddle?
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I don't believe that you've registered yet.
Oh, yes, he has. Has he?
Oh, hello there, Mrs. Brooks. What did you say?
A piece of Kleenex?
Huh?
To wipe off the lipstick?
Oh.
Mr. Valentine?
Oh, sure, I didn't, Say, I was looking for someone, a big, heavy-set man. He just stepped out of the bar a moment ago.
My name is Hill. I'm the manager of this hotel.
Oh, I'm glad to meet you. About this man, his name is Van Tyfel. I'd like the number of his room, and I want to send a telegram, too. Can you tell me where I could do that?
Of course, it's in town, the telegraph office on the plaza. Since you'll be going through there anyway...
Since I'll be... Hey, what's this all about? You look like you just swallowed a fish, Mr. Hill.
He's been asking me a lot of questions about you, Mr. Valentine. He says other people are asking questions about you, too.
About me? Look, Buster, I haven't got any friends in La Cruza.
I'm quite sure you haven't, Mr. Valentine. But would you be willing to identify yourself more fully? Would you be willing to state your exact business here?
Sure. Minding my own. Now, Buster, what in the name of heaven are you...
Mr. Valentine, I regret this, but I must inform you that there is no longer a reservation here for you.
What?
There's no space in our hotel for a person of your sort. And don't you dare raise your hand if you don't leave this instant. Boy, front! Goodbye, Mr. Valentine. Front!
Who'd you send the wire to, George?
Big jeweler friend of mine in Mexico City, Angel. A fellow named Emilio. Want to find out how genuine this joke of Antipal is, and fast.
George, I don't understand this whole
You and me
setup.
both, Brooksy. Come on, let's go over to the bank. Bedelia's going to transfer her necklace to the guy.
Senor Valentina, 1,000 pardons.
Hey, what's this?
I'm a lieutenant from the police,
Wait a minute, the police.
There's nothing to worry about for you, senora. But for a man like Mr. Valentine, with the international reputation as a jewel thief, that is the color of a different horse, naturally.
A jewel? So that's what the fisheye at the hotel was talking about. Now, look, Buster, I don't know who starts the rumors,
Senor, please, no resistance. But, of course, the police would not act without more information. However, Senor Valentine, I beg to announce you're under arrest for the crime that you were seen molesting a woman in a bar.
But they said you were the one I should see, Lieutenant, and I've already showed them the wires from police in the United States. I mean, look, usted conoce que él es el señor Valentín, y ahora usted está seguro lo que es en verdad.
Hey, let me out of this place, will you? I'll tear it down. I'll burn it up. Will you guys let me out of this place?
Dejen que la va. Esto es increíble. Dejen que la va.
Yes, of course we are releasing you, Senor Valentine. It was quite easy to verify who you really are. Only about this other matter, this molesting...
Who reported that, Lieutenant? Who preferred those charges?
That's the legal reason why you're being released. We don't know. We can't find out who it was. They never showed up.
Uh-huh. Riddle number 57. Okay, Lieutenant.
By the way, your assistant does not speak very good Spanish. But, well, I rather got the idea she thinks you did do a bit of molesting here or there.
Well, this is it, room 17.
It wasn't easy to find out, George. That manager, that Mr. Hill, watches everybody like a hawk.
Yeah. Mr. Van Tyfel?
Found out about the bank, too. Bedelia gave Mr. Van Tyfel the diamonds, and they signed some papers, and that's about all, I guess.
Mr. Van Tyfel. Oh, wait till I get my hands on this guy. Mr. Van Tyfel. Mr. Van?
Yes. Oh, yes, right here, Valentine.
Oh, you're going to admit you know me this time, huh?
Of course, only shut the door. Yeah, here we are.
Now, look, my friend, start rolling up your sleeves. Ever since I got that crazy letter of yours, I've been working in a 3-ring squirrel cage, but from now on, Buster...
Valentine, please, I know it was a strange assignment, but asking you to steal from me, but please, sit down. I don't feel so well myself, you know. After all, you hit me pretty hard.
I what?
Oh, yes, I was only just waking up from it, I suppose, when I heard your knocking there.
George.
Oh, now, don't apologize. After all, you had to take the diamonds away from me. My congratulations, Mr. Valentine. You stole them masterfully.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Here's good news for you motorists who have cars with automatic transmissions. When the transmission is due for a checkup, all you have to do now is pull in at your nearest standard station or independent Chevron gas station. The men at all these service stations have been thoroughly trained in lubricating automatic transmissions. And don't think this service doesn't require skill and knowledge, for your automatic transmission is a precision unit. Just a small amount of dirt could damage the mechanism. The wrong fluid level would be harmful, too. And it's very important to have your automatic transmission drained and refilled with factory-approved fluid at regular intervals. So for perfect performance of this vital part of your car, ask for the protective service you get at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You go to the little town of La Cruza in Mexico because a man named Pascal Van Tyfel wants you to steal something from him, a diamond necklace. Well, even if you're as curious and stubborn as George Valentine, you're beginning to think you shouldn't have gone. So far, you've been accused by the hotel of being an international jewel thief, and the police have thrown you in jail because someone reported seeing you molest a woman in a bar. Now, to top it off, Mr. Van Tyfel congratulates you. He says you've done a masterful job of already stealing the $100,000 necklace.
Buster, I did not knock you on the head with a sharp instrument, and I definitely did not take the necklace.
But, Father, you got my note, my instructions.
What are you talking?
I left them in your
What
in your
note?
room
What
for you.
note?
What room? He doesn't even have a room, Mr. Van Tyfel. That Mr. Hill canceled his reservations, threw him out of the hotel.
Oh, it's all my fault. I started the rumors about you, naturally.
Oh, naturally.
Well, I merely wanted people to start thinking of you as a thief.
Thanks for the friendly build-up, chum. Anyway, if there was any method in your madness, it worked too well.
And so someone else, anyone, must have found that note.
Maybe it was the same person who got you out of the way, George. Who got you put in jail for making passes at the Countess.
Van Tyfel, suppose you start at the beginning.
Well, I suppose first I should take a look over here.
What's that, a jewel box?
Oh, yes, indeed. There we are. Of course.
But there's the necklace. George, look at it.
No, my dear, I was robbed. The necklace was in a little leather bag in my pocket. And there, you see? It's gone.
What? But
this one in the box, my dear, is nothing but paste. Just paste.
Oh, that does it. So now we got two necklaces.
Mr. Valentine, when I agreed to take the necklace to South America for sale, I was worried. There were too many people around who seemed to be watching me, watching her. I've been in these things before. I'm a bit of a psychologist.
Oh, sure. I can hear Freud turning over in his grave.
Well, it's much too expensive, to insure a necklace so valuable during the time I would have it as a dealer. So to protect myself, I had this paste imitation made. It's very good, too, isn't it? And I assure you there's not a soul here in La Cruza who could possibly tell the difference.
No, I couldn't. Go on.
Well, that's where you were to fit in, you see, to take the hounds off the trail of the fox, to endure the little false reputation I rumored about you, and then steal the paste diamonds here, and then be caught. Yes, and everyone would have believed that you had stolen the real ones. I would have been safely on my way to South America with the real necklace, and no one following me. The hounds would have been left barking at you.
No, it wasn't a bad plan. It just didn't work. Somebody else got my instructions and followed through. Only they took the real diamonds instead of the paste.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, please. You're going to help me, aren't you?
I don't know,
He
friend.
certainly is not. You got yourself into this mess?
Oh, but my plane leaves in only a few hours. I have appointments with buyers in South America. $100,000. I signed a note for that amount. Where would I get it?
You'll think of something. You're a psychologist, remember?
Wait a minute, Brooksy, hold it. The bright boy here hired me for my criminal manner, didn't he?
What?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine. You will help me, huh? You will.
Oh, sure. He hired me to steal from him. So, Buster, hand it over. The box with the necklace, the diamonds, the paste. Come on,
now,
give.
see here, I
and
can't
when you're
possibly...
getting robbed, you don't talk back.
George! George, what's the matter with you?
He looks like he'll sleep for a couple of hours, but step on it. Now that I've done it, I don't want to get caught.
George, you've gone crazy.
No, it's just my turn to play a man of mystery for a change.
What?
Keep your eye on the little ball, Brooksy. See if you can tell what I'm doing. Come on, Brooksy, read me that wire.
All right, George. George Valentine La Cruza. Regarding Pascal Van Tyfel, he may be a little sharp at times, but Van Tyfel is definitely a legitimate gem dealer. Internationally yours, Don Emilio. Jeweler, Mexico City.
So the client's okay.
Uh-huh. Well, we'd know where we stand a lot better if your friend in Mexico City had said he wasn't okay.
Oh, Angel, stop worrying. Come on, join the party.
Party?
Sure, party for me. Didn't you know? I'm going to fly to South America in a couple of hours with Van Tyfel.
Yes, that's it, Pablo. Drink up, Lieutenant.
No, please. I'm on duty, you know. I only came out because you telephoned. Asked me to bring the expert here.
Well, there's one for him, too.
But I tell you, Lieutenant, I am wasting my time.
What was it you wanted, Senor Valentine?
An appraisal, that's all, an appraisal. If I'm going to fly south with Van Tyfel carrying these things, I got to have something official to wave at the customs people on the way.
Well, all the handsome men.
Ah, the Countess. I suggest we all step into Senor Hill's office.
Why? If the expert's in a hurry, let's get it over with. Here you are, expert. What do you think?
Mein Himmel!
Hey, keep it down a little. What do you think?
In my life, I assure you, I have not ever seen such beautiful, such perfect diamonds. Appraisal? Oh, about $100,000.
George, which are those things, real or phony?
You heard the expert, Angel. These are worth a fortune.
But they're the same ones you stole. Yet if Van Tyfel is supposed to be honest and he told us they were paid...
Well, I can't tell the difference, can you?
That's what I mean.
Okay,
I'm
then.
not...
Why worry? I told you to trust Junior.
Trust Junior. You wouldn't even let the lieutenant give you a man to guard the things and to... George, where are you going?
Out through the patio to room 17 for a little conference with my fellow criminal. I got a feeling I'll never get that swim. La cucaracha, la cucaracha. Brother, my head.
I think he's all right now, Miss Brooks.
George. George, can you hear me?
Where's Van Tyfel?
We just found you, George. I waited almost an hour.
Wait. What's this, blood?
Sharp instrument. Cut the back of your head a bit.
Yeah, wait a minute. White dust.
In case you're wondering, you don't have any diamonds anymore.
No diamonds, huh?
No.
Well, come on, we got to step on it. Van Tyfel's room.
Empty, Mr. Valentine.
He's gone.
Well, he can't have been gone long.
No diamonds in here. No leather bag, no jewel box.
Of course not. I've been asleep. But I'm awake now. Come on, let's find him.
Yes, I put Mr. Van Tyfel in a taxi for the airport a half hour ago.
He's aboard his plane by now. Wouldn't you know?
Now, where's the master plan? Now, where are the diamonds?
Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it, Angel? Van Tyfel's got him.
Well, of course he does.
He wouldn't have left here otherwise, would he, Countess?
Well, see here. If you think we should chase after Mr. Van
Why,
Tyfel...
Mr. Hill? Why? Van Tyfel's a legitimate businessman.
Now, George, listen to me.
No, listen to me, all of you. Oh, I know you all paid too much attention to that expert I got the lieutenant here to bring.
He was very convincing, I thought.
You mean he wasn't an expert?
Of course not. Now, I'll grant you it didn't work out exactly the way I thought it would. But I guess the diamonds showed up again in Van Tijfel's room, so he just picked them up and pulled out.
Mr.
What I didn't
Valentine.
expect was to get kicked over the head like that. I thought the switch might come easier. But, I guess that kicks you right in the face, doesn't it, Bedelia?
What in the name of...
White dust, powder, and a sharp instrument on the back of the head. It's a nasty weapon, isn't it? And Van Tijfel got exactly the same treatment.
Stop that!
I just want to
Let go
take
of
a
me.
look at the heels of one of those white suede shoes you tried to get me to drink champagne
Of
out of.
all the insulting
I might have
ways-
known it was you when you got so nervous in the bar tonight when Van Tijfel didn't show up. Were you scared you'd hit him too hard?
You mean in my hotel? She
Have
had
your
to...
cake and eat it. That's her motto.
They're my diamonds, aren't they?
Yeah. And you just couldn't stand to kiss him goodbye. So you cooked up a bright little plan to steal from your own agent, from Van Tijfel, just as soon as he'd signed for it.
I did
You
not.
found out his scheme of using me and stole the diamonds before I could get untangled from jail.
George.
Sure, Angel. Sure, it's that simple. Van Tijfel was left with the phonies, and he told us they were phony.
What did
And
you
he also
say?
told us there was another person in La Cruza who could tell the two sets apart. Sure, that's it. I just stole the paste ones. The lieutenant and his stooge helped me give them a big buildup. And then Bedelia here fell like a ton of bricks.
I what?
She got panicky, came after me, took the ones I had and switched them. She put the real ones, the ones she'd had in the first place, back into Van Tijfel's.
No, I didn't.
He wouldn't have left unless they were the real ones, would he? So I made you beat yourself, Countess. Outsmart yourself. And someplace you've hidden a piece of junk.
Oh.
Well, you don't have to take it that hard, Countess. Fainting is so old-fashioned for a girl from the Bronx.
George. Who got you thrown in jail?
Oh, Brooksy, look, I've already told you. The girl, of course, the girl to get me out of the way.
I was just thinking. It was for molesting her, wasn't it?
Now, how do you like that? Brooksy, I've explained to you
And
1,000
I guess
times.
she was the only one who was really close enough to... Well, to give a report or tell me exactly what it was
Come
that...
here.
George, was that what you did? Oh, never mind. Just show me again.
You're driving along the highway with the family. It's a nice day and everything's fine, except your car's acting a little tired. Every now and then a car behind you gives you the horn to step it up a little. What's the trouble? It well may be that gum is robbing your engine of its power. The kind of gum caused by the impurities that naturally exist in most raw gasolines. The only way to get rid of those impurities is to refine them out, and that's why Chevron Supreme gasoline is so popular in the West. For it's the gasoline super refined to remove engine sticking gum. Try a tank full and see how this super refined gasoline gives you that new car feeling. Faster starting, all the powerful pep your car deserves on the open road, and ping-free power on steep hills. Ask for super refined Chevron Supreme tomorrow. You'll find it gives new power, full mileage in the kind of driving you do. That new car feeling. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Larry Dobkin was heard as Van Tijfel, Sandra Gould as Bedelia, Dan O'Hurley as Hill, Jack Crucian as the expert, and Harold Deerenforth as the lieutenant. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. America is faced with a serious tragedy, the loss to one disease alone of more than 200,000 lives this year. The disease, cancer. We can strike back at cancer by joining the 1950 Cancer Crusade, by supporting the vast research, education, and service programs of the American Cancer Society. Give generously. Mail your contribution today to Cancer, care of your local post office. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Death begins at 45. Another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, you have never seen my name, Wendell Mason, as a byline on stories or articles, unless it's been in a garden magazine or perhaps a filler in the newspaper. You see, I am a writer, but I've never found a big enough story until now. But, Mr. Valentine, I have run across a grain of pepper in the midst of sugar, a black icicle in the midst of sunshine. In the midst of one of our most exclusive, quietest suburbs, what have I found? A criminal. One of the blackest criminals in all America. What is he doing in River Vista? Of course, he might only be visiting there, and yet, in that case, why should I, a mere observer of the scene, be struck from behind and left for dead? Oh, yes, it happened to be only this morning. Well, Mr. Valentine, that is my chance at a big story. That's for me to find out with your help.
Well, Brooksy, this is where the character said to meet him, the city limits. There's the sign across the highway.
Just about as fancy as everything else in River Vista.
And as sleepy. Some lovely homes, though, I guess, farther upstream.
I'm happy right here. Flowers and sunshine. George, look at all the trees in blossom down by the bank.
Yeah. Should have brought a radio.
Yeah.
I could listen to a ball game.
Oh, there are other things to do in the spring besides baseball, aren't there?
Track season's getting underway.
All right, stick to business.
No, Angel, it's just that this is the craziest rendezvous point I ever heard of. And it's 2:00, like the letter said, only what do we see? Just the big outdoors, you and me.
Yes, George?
Oh, look the other way. Coming up the path here.
Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon. It's a pleasant day, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is.
Out for a walk, are you young people?
Look, my name's Valentine, and
you haven't seen any barges, have you? On the river, I mean. Freight barges.
Well, there's so many trees you can't get a view of
Oh,
them.
yes, of course. I thought perhaps you'd been further up, up by the bend, yeah? Well, there aren't any, apparently. Anyway, now. Pleasant day.
Yeah. Interesting conversation.
George, that man's awfully well dressed to be just out taking a walk in the woods or looking for barges. Hey, and look at that car he's getting into. Custom job Cadillac convertible.
Hey, now who's working too hard? Brooksy, I think you had the right idea about today in the first place. It's spring, and the heck with business. The heck with all.
All right, you two. Break it up.
Huh?
Go on, get out of here.
Get off this property. You're trespassing.
Well, what?
Find someplace else for your smooching. Go on.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Buster.
Wait for what?
Oh, a rifle.
Yes, that's right, a rifle. Now just climb back in your car and drive someplace else.
Suppose I argue. What's down that trail anyway that makes it cough up such different kinds of people?
Such what?
That other guy. The pinstripe in the Cadillac. He wasn't exactly your general type. His fuse wasn't so short.
I don't know what you're talking about. Was there somebody else here? Who was it?
Well, we don't know. Who are you, Wendell Mason?
What's that, a gag? Now listen, both of you. The name is Tim McNeil. I'm leaving, and I want to see you get out of here first. Do it, or I promise you'll be trampled to death by cops.
McNeil's car's turned now, hasn't it? Heading into town?
I think so, George. He's going awfully fast.
Okay.
George!
Relax. We're just going back to see the birds and the bees, that's all. Trampled to death by cops, huh? We're going to find out what that guy McNeil was talking about.
A houseboat.
Sure. We parked in the wrong place before, wrong side of the sign to see it. Welcome to River Vista.
It's tied up there. There's a regular pier.
Yeah. Oh, it's a pretty fancy houseboat, Brooksy.
Yeah.
Somebody likes the good life. Here, around this side, I guess.
And somebody?
Yeah. The good death.
Who is it, George? Just lying there. Wendell Mason, it must be.
It's not Mason. Haven't you ever seen this face before? Rocco Banyan.
Rocco
yeah,
Banyan?
He's big, all right. One of the biggest criminals in America. I guess he's been dead since yesterday. Huh? Oh.
Excuse me, did I keep you waiting, Mr. Valentine? I'm your client.
Well, Mason. So now you show up.
Oh, yes. It's quite a story, isn't it? I told you it was quite a story. Well, aren't you glad you came?
Banyan died from a 45.
Not from a rifle, Lieutenant Devlin?
No, 45 automatic. Here are the bullets, 2 of them.
And the examiner says he died early yesterday morning, huh? Devlin, didn't the police have any idea at all that Rocco Banyan was in this part of the country?
They did not. Why would they? None of his enterprises were out here. Midwestern boy. St. Louis, last I heard of. Oh, but they come to California to die. Sure, it's the climate.
Oh, now don't be bitter.
Why not? There's only about 10,000 people in the world who might have killed Banyan, who have a reason for killing him.
Yeah, but how many of them live in River Vista?
I know. None. This town is clean, my friend. That's the trouble. That's what makes it hard. Be right back.
Mason, come here, will you?
Of course, Mr. Valentine. I've only been waiting.
Why didn't you meet us on time? Where were you this afternoon?
Well, I told you I'd been struck on the head. I had to have the bandage changed. Here, you see, to take it.
Okay, skip it. Now, what are you doing in this burg anyway? You don't exactly look like the country club set.
Well, I was just here to do some articles, or try to, on gardens. The beautiful gardens of River Vista for the gardening magazines. But now, holy smoke, do you know that just while you've been talking, I phoned in the story? I beat the local paper by 5 minutes. My story will be sold to the wire services with a byline.
I said, what are you doing here?
2 days ago, on my way into town, I saw this man for just a moment getting off the train. And, of course, I recognized Banyan. Anybody would. All his publicity, it's a face you can't forget. Naturally, the idea of the story occurred to me, so I tried to locate him.
And you did yesterday morning. That's when you got slugged, or claimed you did. And a medical examiner says that's when Banyan died.
Yes, I was out here. I just walked out here. I just walked out here from the hotel, but the minute I got on the path there, well, I never even knew what hit me. A blunt instrument, the hospital said.
Hey, hold it there. Yesterday morning, eh? Valentine, this guy must have come here just when the murderer was here. Maybe it was the other end of the same 45 that parted Mason's hair.
Well, of course, that's what I deduced. I've already put that in my story.
Yeah, wouldn't you know? Say, Mason, what do you know about Tim McNeil? And watching Banyan out here, have you seen him?
Who is Tim McNeil?
Save it, Valentine. McNeil is the man who reported this thing to the police. He's also the man who owns this houseboat. Well, the guy's supposed to be all right.
Sure, nice fella, friendly, too.
I'm only saying what I've heard. He's made some money on a bearing works, building a palace out here in River Vista and living on a houseboat in the meantime.
What did he have to say about Rocco Banyan being here on his houseboat?
That's what he won't talk about. But just to make you happy, McNeil claims he has an alibi for yesterday.
Oh, I see.
No, my friends, this case isn't going to be that simple. This is the big-time kind. If Mason could spot Banyan, then so could other people. He could have been followed all the way from St. Louis. 100 people could have come out here to call on him or been here with him. We wouldn't know about it.
Oh, yes, we would, Lieutenant. We'd know about one.
What's this?
Because I know. I was out here the night before he was killed.
Well, this story of yours gets better and better all the time.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, please. Now, I was out walking. I just found out that Banyan was living aboard this houseboat. I was on my way back to town, and I saw someone walking down the path from the highway.
Well, for Pete's sake, who was it?
Well, he was dark. I didn't come back to see. A middle-aged man, I guessed. He's very well dressed. Oh, yes. I noticed back up on the highway the man had driven up in a Cadillac convertible. A custom job.
It's our car. Now, wasn't it clever of you to remember the license plates, Mr. Valentine?
I'd like to use your telephone, Mrs. Reed.
Hey, it's right there in the library, Lieutenant. The maid will show you.
Never mind. I'll get it. Thank you.
Well, go on. Tell me the rest of it. This is the most exciting thing I ever heard of. Imagine a murder right here in our own Sleepy Hollow.
We don't know much more yet, Mrs. Reed.
Oh, darling, you do, too.
We hope you do, Mrs. Reed. That's the idea coming here, you know.
But what was this Rocco Banyan doing in River Vista?
Mrs. Reed, that is a portrait of your husband up there, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Of course, Huntley's really a little fatter than that and not quite so impressive looking.
Well, it's the same man we saw, all right? And the same one whom Mason saw the night before.
You say your husband's a doctor?
Oh, I thought everyone knew that. There's nothing else he ever talks about. The Huntley Reed Hospital. That's what we have instead of children. But, it's very exclusive.
I can't reach him in his office, Mrs. Reed.
Well, did you try the downtown club, Lieutenant?
His nurse did. I also asked her if your husband had ever had Rocco Banyan as a patient. She asked me how long have I been crazy.
Oh, wait till the gossips get this one. Well, maybe Huntley's gone out to the country. Our other place is up the river. It's such a beautiful day. The number's right there, Lieutenant. The Riverside number.
Okay, thanks. I'll phone him.
Mrs. Reed, couldn't you just tell us in one sentence what your husband did say about Rocco Banyan?
Well, here. This is all it was. A crime story in the picture magazine. There's Banyan someplace. Oh, there, you see? Well, Huntley said he saw him.
We know that.
Well, we were on our way out to the country place after a party the other night, and Huntley had to stop to see a patient, some other doctor's patient. Huntley doesn't usually do that sort of emergency business at all, but he said we'd be driving past there anyway. It was somebody with an infected leg or something on one of the river barges.
But did you say barge, Mrs. Reed?
Yes, isn't that preposterous? It was tied up right there at that same pier. Well, anyway, I sat in the car, and Huntley went down a path, but I guess he got the wrong boat or something, because he bumped into a man and had to ask directions. Later, when he came back up, he said, guess who I saw? Rocco Banyan. Just as if he went into a drugstore and saw Hitler or somebody.
I'm beginning to get the idea.
But today, your husband was out there today.
Well, you said he was looking for a barge. I suppose he was just being conscientious. That's his sweetest virtue, bless him. Just paying a return call on the patient.
Yeah, maybe. And the barge wasn't there anymore.
Well, I can't imagine why else, unless it was curiosity. Or unless he's been holding on to me all these years. Dr. Huntley Reed, secret associate of the notorious Rocco Banyan. Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful? Little stuffy old River Vista suddenly jumping into the headlines with its most correct citizens. Oh, Lieutenant, now we can find out. What do Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde have to say? What's the secret, nefarious connection between my husband and...
Mrs. Reed, I only talked to a servant out there and a highway patrolman.
A what?
I'm sorry, but I'll say it fast. They just found the doctor's body out in the woods.
George.
Your husband's dead. He's been murdered, shot to death by a .45.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. There aren't many of us who can say, tomorrow morning I'll go out and buy a brand new car, just like that. But it's so easy for you to get and keep that new car feeling with the car you're driving now. How do you do it? Just by using Chevron Supreme gasoline. Most raw gasoline contains impurities that form engine-sticking gum, and few things can rob a car of its power faster than gum. Chevron Supreme is the gasoline that's super refined to eliminate gum. Try a tankful. You'll see why we say it gives you that new car feeling. Better starting, better pickup, new power on hills, full mileage in the kind of driving you do. Ask for super refined Chevron Supreme at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Death begins at 45, and so far, a 45 has been the death of two men. Rocco Banyan, a big-time gangster, and Dr. Huntley Reed, the most dignified physician in the peaceful suburb of River Vista. If your name is George Valentine, you know that this one won't be easy to tie together. No more connection than between the houseboat on which Banyan was killed and the barge which Dr. Reed supposedly visited a day or two earlier. Because now the police have located that barge at the next town down the river, and the last thing it seems to carry is information.
Murder? No, that's bad. Yeah, that's too bad, really.
Read it to him, Brooksy.
All right, George. And the police have definitely proved that it was the same gun, the same caliber .45 automatic that must have been used to kill both men.
That's too bad.
Well, that's been right in the newspaper for the past half hour.
Here's the rest. According to Mrs. Reed's account, her husband only saw Rocco Banyan for a short moment. As she sat in the car that night before the first murder, Dr. Reed walked down toward
How about
the pier.
that part, friend?
What
was your barge doing at that pier that night anyway?
Well, that's an easy place to tie up. You see, my leg here was infected, and it was an easy place for the deckhand to go on the shore and telephone for the doctor.
He came back to see you again a day later, and you were gone.
Sure. I got a cargo to think about, and my leg, she's better, so we go the same night.
Come on, Valentine. This is a waste of time.
No luck with the deckhand?
No possible connection here with Banyan.
Another dead end.
All we do is confirm Mrs. Reed's story about her husband that night.
Yeah, I know. So there's only one thing to do, isn't there?
McNeil?
Yeah, McNeil. And Devlin, how about letting me have a try at the rising businessman by myself?
I've got an alibi, Valentine. I wasn't even out here those 2 or 3 days.
Not so perfect an alibi, McNeil. Staying in town in a hotel, partying with friends. You still might have had a chance to get out here and kill Banyan.
There was somebody with me all the time.
There was what?
I said all the time, every minute.
Yeah, sure, I saw the list. You were with various respected citizens all the time. But a guy isn't normally that sociable, is he? Unless he sets it up that way.
Oh, you're
Why were you
crazy.
so nervous? Who'd you expect?
Nothing. I wasn't.
Why
I
was
just...
Rocco Banyan staying in your houseboat? Okay, shall I do a little guessing? Shall I talk about a rising businessman who's made a little money and come out to build a home where the rich people live?
It's a nice place out here. The
I've
climate
noticed
is
you
good.
can't take your eyes off the newspapers over there. You don't like being mixed up in all this, do you, McNeil?
Well, look at that stuff. The big shot gangster.
And the doctor, how does he tie in? He's respectable.
How should I know? Punks who write that stuff, this beagle-nosed Mason, whoever he
Let's
is.
get back to Rocco Banyan. Let's see what makes you so touchy about the publicity. Why are you so?
He's my brother. That's why.
Your brother?
Yeah. A brother to be proud of. To love. I haven't seen him for years, Valentine.
You saw him last week.
He just showed up in town. He knew I had the houseboat.
Why did he come?
How should I know? Take a rest, he said. He wasn't actually a fugitive or anything. What could I do?
Give him the keys and move out yourself?
If I threw him out, what would happen then? I haven't liked the guy for years. I hate him. I even changed my name not to be mixed up with him. Sure, I was with people, but it wasn't to set up any alibis. Rocco said he'd just stay a few days. He wanted to rest where it'd be quiet, where he could be alone.
Where he could be alone, huh? Alone.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
To put this together fast, McNeil.
What?
Yeah, put it together before somebody else gets hurt. Hurry up and connect me with that number, will you, operator?
Valentine, will you please?
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Reed. This is George Valentine.
Oh, I'm so glad you called. Have you found anything
Mrs. Reed,
yet?
look, I'm in a hurry. Please listen. The other night when you were with your husband and you waited for him in your car parked under that brightly lighted sign, did you see anyone at all?
Well, no, of course not.
Well, did your husband? Did he mention seeing anybody besides Banyan?
Aside from his patient and the deckhand or whatever it was?
That's right, on the houseboat.
Let me see. I don't remember exactly. I don't think so, but... Well, Mr. Valentine, naturally, at the time, we didn't think anything was important.
All right, never mind, Mrs. Reed. I think your husband may have been killed because he saw someone besides Banyan there. Or at least because that someone thought your husband saw him.
I don't understand.
Mrs. Reed, are you alone in your house now?
Well, yes. The servants went to the movies.
If your husband was killed because he'd been a witness to something, you must be on the list, too. So lock the windows, will you, lady? We're coming right out.
George.
Will you buy it, Devlin?
Yep. Only, brother, you left out something. Story in the paper.
I know.
A murderer thinks in a straight line. 1, 2. First kill Rocco Banyan, then knock over the doctor because he might have seen you.
Yes, it's the only way it makes sense.
Even if the murderer didn't notice Mrs. Reed waiting in her car, this newspaper told him she might be another witness. Practically told him he'd better play safe and get rid of her, too.
Well, all right, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Fancy spot, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess the front door's this way. So dark you can't
George,
tell.
there's somebody up there at the door.
Will you, Mrs. Reed? Please.
Hey, that's Mason. Come on.
Yeah, come on. All right, Joe.
Hey, who's there? Who is there? Shoot him.
Got him, Devlin?
Yeah, I got it. Come on, talk now.
Mrs. Reed, open the door. Mrs. Reed.
Oh, Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine.
Hey, now, take it easy. You're all right.
I was...
Come on, back inside.
He's been pounding there on the door.
Is anybody else here, Mrs. Reed?
No, there wasn't. After you telephoned, I began to realize what it all meant. To realize I was in danger, too.
Here, you'd better sit down.
It even occurred to me. It's so simple. It explains everything. Huntley was killed because he saw it. People would think that I saw, too.
Well, you don't have to worry anymore, Mrs. Reed.
Oh, it's so hard to get used to the idea that somebody might want to kill you. You never even think such people exist.
Okay, Valentine. Here's our man.
Well, Mr. Valentine, I didn't mean
He
any
tried
harm.
to get in.
It's the stories, that's all. Just my stories.
What do you mean?
Well, Mr. Valentine, I wrote too much. I said too much in my stories. So I came out here to warn Mrs. Reed.
Now, listen, my
I
friend.
had written it. It was so obvious, and yet I hadn't seen it myself. It's been in the paper since noon. Mrs. Reed's name. About being out there with her husband that night. I was afraid my writing it might have got her killed.
You mean...
Yeah,
that you-
Devlin, it's turning into a chorus, isn't it? We're all catching on at once, all solving it the same way. But all our figuring of the how and why of the murders doesn't help us with the who, does it?
No. Come on, Mason. I want to talk to you some more. In there. Hey, would you take some notes, Miss Brooks?
Oh, sure, Lieutenant.
I feel a lot safer now that you're here, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, okay. Mason had a point, don't you think, Mrs. Reed? The murderer must have seen a paper at noon.
Well?
Well, Mrs. Reed, it's nighttime now, and you've been alone and accessible a lot of the time since noon. To the murderer, that is.
Oh, don't remind
So
me.
if it's true that the only reason for killing respectable people is because they had the misfortune to be near Rocco Banyan once, well, then, why aren't you dead?
What? Oh, do you always say such charming things to people?
Mrs. Reed, I know it's a shot in the dark, but why haven't you been shot in the dark in all this time? Why haven't you?
Because Mr. Banyan's little friend with the .45 has such atrocious aim, perhaps. Because he ran out of bullets. How should I know?
There was plenty good aim that killed Banyan, lady, and then killed your husband the next day.
Yes, my husband. For being very considerate.
Sure, it was simple murder. 1-2. The big-time gangster with a few thousand enemies
And then the innocent bystander from the clean little town. Only why haven't you been killed, too?
Will you please stop? Will you
Mrs.
let...
Reed, you cooked up a murder scheme that's 50 times as cold-blooded as anything Banion's 10,000 enemies ever could think of.
I don't know anything about Mr. Benning. I only saw his picture in a magazine once.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, you saw his picture in a magazine, all right. But your husband saw him. I guess that's what gave you the idea, wasn't it?
I'm not filled with ideas
And it
like
would have
you.
worked so beautifully. The police could look for years for Banion's killer. Only, why weren't you killed, too? Unless you're the murderer yourself, Mrs. Reed. Unless the whole thing is upside down. Unless it isn't a 1-2 case. No, it's very neat, very neat. This time, 2 comes first.
Rocco Banion was killed a whole day before my
In
husband.
order of importance. Now, suppose you wanted to get rid of your husband. And suppose one night he happened to see a famous gangster in town. Boy, what an opportunity. At least if you're cold-blooded enough to be able to go out and just shoot that gangster.
No, I didn't. You're
It
lying.
made a perfect murder, didn't it? Because then you can wait until the next day and kill your husband without anyone ever guessing that the chicken came first instead of the egg.
I didn't do it. I didn't.
Okay, Mrs. Reed, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if we go looking for evidence where you never expected us to, like in places where you must have bought the gun, places where we might find your fingerprints, lots of places like that. Oh, maybe we won't find anything, I don't know. Only if I am wrong about all this, then why weren't you killed, too? Why weren't you killed, too?
I will be. I will be now.
Mrs. Huntley Reed. Member of all the best clubs. One of the wealthiest women in River Vista. Charming hostess.
And she talked too much, Brooksy. Maybe we should have caught on earlier, I don't know. The despairing way she rattled off about her husband. And now it seems she's been wanting to kill him for years.
Oh, but George, lots of women talk that way about their husbands. It doesn't necessarily
I know they
mean-
do. I know they do. That's the trouble.
What? Oh, you mean... Well, lots of women don't, George.
Depends on the personality, I suppose.
Huh? Oh. If you think I'm going to rise to that bait, you're crazy. Do you think I'm going to say I wouldn't say nasty things about you, you're crazy. If you think that... Oh, I don't know. Maybe you are sort of crazy.
If you've already discovered that new car feeling by using super refined Chevron Supreme gasoline, why not take it one easy step further for that new car look? You can't change the shape of your car, but it could be easier to keep it sparkling bright, clean, and shining. The car savers at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations know this, and that's why they keep on hand for you Atlas Auto Wash and Atlas Auto Polish. With the auto wash, you just add a small quantity to water, and it quickly removes dirt and grease, oil and road film, leaves the entire surface of your car spanking clean. And with the Atlas Auto Polish, you can get your car as bright as a polished silver in just one operation. And let me remind you, besides the satisfaction you get by keeping up that new car look, don't forget that when it comes time for trade-in value, the very first thing a buyer sees is that clean, brightly polished finish. Ask for these 2 car saver products tomorrow. Ask at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Pat McGeehan was heard as Lieutenant Devlin, Bob Griffin as Mason, Bill Conrad as McNeil, Dara Singleton as Mrs. Reed, and Larry Dobkin as Reed. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. It's a fact that anyone can develop cancer, but it's a fact, too, that we're not just going to sit back and do nothing about this serious disease. Join the 1950 Cancer Crusade. Help science, help you. Mail a generous contribution today to Cancer, care of your local post office. Remember, we must all strike back. This is John Heaston reminding you that although daylight saving time will go into effect next week, you will hear Let George Do It at this same time on this same station. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Chair of Humanities, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, you must... Hello, can you hear me?
Of course. Go on, Mr. Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, you must telephone me at once at our home on Faculty Road, Durley College.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
Well, then you are Mrs. Gloria Cable.
My husband is Professor Cable, Edward M. Cable. He has the chair of humanities here at the college. He's very well known.
Oh, I see. Chair of Humanities. But then you did write this letter to me, Mrs. Cable.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
And you closed with a P.S. saying that it was extremely urgent.
Oh, yes.
Well, why? What is it? Well, here I am. I'm phoning.
I remember things so clearly that happened 10 years ago. A woman doesn't always do things she's proud of, or that... Well, if she's cursed with being attractive like they say I am... I mean...
Mrs. Cable...
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine. This has nothing to do with it, with anything. I'm just talking. I'm sorry. Thank you for telephoning. It's nothing.
Mrs. Cable, is what you're trying to say that you wanted me urgently because there's nothing wrong?
What? Yes, that's it. Thank you for calling. There's absolutely nothing wrong.
Come again, all of you. Now, Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine, I'm so sorry if it put you out driving all the way up here.
No, Professor Cable, not at all.
All these young people, Monday afternoon tea, poor students with problems, are obligated to endure the professor's hospitality.
Sounded to me like they loved it.
But you're worried about my wife, you say?
No, I didn't say that. It was just that her telephone call...
She sounded so strange, and yet she wanted it.
Is your wife, ill, Professor?
I beg your pardon.
Well, I mean, the way she talked...
I probably know more about this sort of thing than you do, Mr. Valentine.
Well, of course, only what sort of thing?
Well, really, my wife... But there, I mustn't interfere, must I? It's her affair, between you and her. You'll see her. Come along. Perhaps the young people have left a bit of cake or tea, or maybe you'd like something stronger. I have my own imported scotch, you know.
No, thanks, not just now. Professor, we find you're rather famous. Seems you have quite a reputation for helping people.
Nonsense. A man does what he... My wife is very beautiful, you know. Oh, I'm very sorry. Jessie.
Excuse me.
Wait a minute, Jessie.
Just cleaning up, that's all. Just taking the dishes out.
No, wait. This is Jessie, my wife's sister.
How do you do? How do you do?
Jessie's my guardian angel. Gloria's never been too strong, you know. But Jessie makes up for everything, don't you? And besides, she's the most magnificent cook in the world.
There's more cake if you want some, but it isn't as light as it should be. Gloria's upstairs packing, I think.
No. Ask her to come down, will you? And Jessie. Jessie, beauty is as beauty does, isn't it?
Thank you. Excuse me.
Your wife is upstairs packing, Professor?
Poor Jessie. Sure you won't join me?
No, none for me either. Why do you say that? Poor Jessie.
Oh, she has the misfortune of being a worshiper of me, for one thing. But I suppose tending me at least keeps her busy. I've tried to help Jessie, make her understand about her own shyness, ugliness, if you insist. Maybe it's just that romance has missed her, I don't know. Never done anything but work here all alone.
Excuse me, Professor, but I'm still curious about something else. Jessie said your wife was packing.
Valentine, my wife. I've done everything possible, everything for years. Money, time, attention. I'm afraid I acted like a schoolboy just now, being offended when you asked if my wife were ill. Why do I pretend? Yes, she's upstairs packing now. The doctor is already a little late.
The doctor?
Yes. You see, against my better judgment, today is the day that he's coming to take her away, as the saying goes, to a place where she can get some mental rest.
Mr. Valentine, don't apologize. I'm so sorry I bothered you, that's all.
Darling, you mentioned to him on the telephone something about 10 years ago.
I know. I can remember all that. And I can explain to you quite simply.
Well, I really don't think it's any of our business, Mrs. Cable.
No, of course not. Darling...
But that's what I was thinking about at the time. And now today, when I'm leaving my husband, I'm just going away and leaving.
Darling, you're not deserting anyone, not failing anyone.
I am. You know I am. Just like I did 10 years ago.
You didn't. You've never failed me.
Oh, you're just too nice to admit it. Too wonderful yourself to ever stop forgiving. I wonder if Mary Magdalene ever failed anyone. Oh, get out of here. Get out of here, all of you.
I'm afraid this is none of our business, Professor, so goodbye.
Mr. Valentine, it is your business. I was just as curious as you as to why she wrote you. Her memory of the present keeps slipping, I know. But she loves me a great deal. And I thought perhaps yesterday she had seen the cat die.
The what?
Yes, the cat. Oh, I wasn't even sure of it then. But I thought perhaps she was worried about me because I am sure of it now. And Mr. Valentine, it's I who need your help. Yes, for the first time in my life, I need someone to turn to.
Then stop going around in circles, will you? What is it?
I'm trying to get used to the idea that I'm actually in danger. Mr. Valentine, I'm trying to face the fact that someone is trying to murder me.
Professor, how are you today?
Oh, what in the name?
Jessie said that I could see you now. Oh, excuse me, sir. I didn't know you weren't alone.
You said show him in, Edward, the minute he came in. I told you there'd be people here.
I didn't mean to intrude, Professor. I'll be back.
No. You're here now. This is Bill Rossiter.
Hello.
How do you do?
How do you do? It's a pleasure.
Now, what is it, Bill? Let's get it over with. More trouble?
Huh? Well, no, it's just that it's the first of the month, that's all. Oh, well, why don't I come back?
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. Don't be so embarrassed, Miss Brooks and Mr. Valentine. Understand these things.
I didn't have an
Relax, Bill. Here, I just mixed it. Have a drink. Won't you?
A drink?
Go on. One won't hurt you.
Well, I don't normally. Professor, here.
What's this? Oh, the money. Of course, $25. Well, you could have waited if it inconvenienced you, Bill.
Oh, no. I think I would like a drink, if you don't mind. Thank you. I just... cheers, Mr. Valentine.
Put that down, Bill Rossiter. Put that down.
Jessie, I spilled it. I'm so sorry. Here,
You know you can't touch that stuff. Get out of
I'll
here.
clean it up, Jessie. Just get me right.
I said get out of here, you weak-willed, sniveling...
All right, Jessie. I'm going.
I thought he'd have the strength to turn it down, Jessie.
I know, Edward. So did I. Excuse me, all of you.
I'm afraid I'm the one who's embarrassed now.
Poor Jessie. I think she loved that man once.
Liquor, his trouble?
It was embezzlement, originally. 6 or 7 years ago. Worked in the treasurer's office. Had quite a future in finance.
But the $25.
He might have gone to prison if anyone had ever found out. It's repayment. That's all, Miss Brooks. I tried to help him out. I kept it a secret. Gave him the cash to cover up his mistakes. But you know, it's a strange thing about a person who is...
It's a strange thing about a lot of the world, Professor. Everybody's got troubles. But let's stick to yours.
Is that most important? Worrying about yourself?
Never mind the philosophy, just the facts. About murder.
The cat. Yes. I enjoy living well. For instance, here in my study, I have my own little larder, which no one else touches, though everyone knows about it. Here's salted beef jerky to munch on. The cat ate a piece of it yesterday and died.
Oh. Let me see. Might be rotten.
Salted? No. Besides, there's a peculiar odor. I noticed the same odor in some brandy this morning. Didn't touch it, of course.
You think poison? But that whiskey you just now offered...
Oh,
Mr.
I
Rossiter...
brought the scotch myself this morning. Forewarned is forearmed. But there's a special cheese here which I love, imported. Same peculiar odor. Same, whatever it is, Mr. Valentine. So, what do you think? Or do you think that perhaps in the midst of all these peculiar people, I have become the most peculiar of all? That my imagination...
I'm not going to waste any more time in thinking, Professor Cable. I'm going to find out. Come on, Brooksy, let's go.
About 2 cc's mixed in with the salt there on the jerky, Mr. Valentine. You can see here where I precipitated it.
Here's another report from the laboratory, George. Chemical analysis of brandy shows 3 or 4 cc's of a cyanic...
Oh, yes, Mr. Valentine, the same thing in this report. Another cc and a half of the same stuff in the cheese. And it's deadly, all right, one of the strongest. Poison, that's what it is, poison.
Here we are, Captain. It's dark. You can park on the side.
I know. I've bossed the campus police for 25 years. I ought to know where Professor Cable lives.
Do you know him yourself, Captain Martinson?
Oh, sure. I can't imagine who'd want to be poisoning a good-hearted guy like him.
Never mind worrying about that now. All I want to do is search the house.
A shot!
Come on.
Here in this room, I think.
Hey, wait. Listen. Someone trying to get out. Yeah, it's locked.
We can get in through the bathroom, around the end of the hall.
Yeah, here we are. In here. There's the French door left open.
The gun?
Yeah.
Isn't that a gun there in the moonlight?
Sure. Somebody threw it down when they ran out the French door. Now, the lights must be someplace.
By the door that was locked. Over here. He's still alive, still trying to unlock it.
Oh. George.
Yeah. And it's not the professor. And I'm afraid she's dead.
It's Jessie. She's the one who was shot. It's poor Jessie.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Mr. Jones is a wise man. He owns a car, which he uses most of the year for short cross-town trips. His wife sometimes uses the car to do the family shopping. So why is Mr. Jones wise? Because he knows that kind of driving is tough on car engines. Short trips prevent an engine from warming up, and every time the ignition is turned off, acid-laden moisture can cause corrosive rust in the cylinders. That's why city motorists everywhere in the West will tell you more people prefer RPM motor oil than any other brand. And the reason RPM is first choice where driving's toughest is because it's compounded to adhere to all interior engine parts at all times. Even if you left your car standing idle for weeks, corrosive rust couldn't get started. RPM is further compounded to stop oxidation, prevent carbon and lacquer formations. In fact, it's the best engine insurance you can buy. Ask tomorrow for the oil that's first choice where driving's toughest. Ask for RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Professor Edward M. Cable occupies the chair of humanities at Durley College. Not exactly the kind of person you'd expect to be tapped for membership among the dead, even though his private larder was so carefully poisoned. But it wasn't poison that killed anyone, and it wasn't the professor who died. No, it was poor Jessie, the ugly, hard-working sister-in-law that you, George Valentine, found dying, shot to death.
George?
Hello, Angel.
What did the police captain have to say, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, he's gone downtown to take the body down, pictures and so on. But he'll be back pretty soon.
Anything new?
No. Oh, they located where the poison came from, though. That cyanic, whatever it was, 15 cc's were apparently stolen from one of the science supply shops the other night, Professor.
From right on the campus. Well, I suppose nearly everyone around must know about those shops. They supply the laboratories.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Could have been anybody. The stuff was clearly labeled, so it wouldn't even take an expert.
You mean not even a professor? Oh, I know how the mind of a detective works.
Lucky you. No, there were too many booby traps aimed just at you, I'm afraid, Professor. The brandy, the cheese.
The police ran a rather hasty search through here, through the whole house. Warned us still not to touch anything.
Yeah, I know.
But the only thing that bothers me is my wife. Is that doctor still upstairs with her, or did you...
No, he's not. Of course he's not. Why should he be?
Huh? Darling.
Hello, Mrs. Cable.
You shouldn't have come down.
Why not? Just because my own sister died? When bad things happen, you get stronger. Isn't that the way it works? Besides, that policeman said I'd have to answer some questions.
Oh, I don't think very many, Mrs. Cable.
About where I was and if I heard the shot, and where you were, and... Well, won't there be things like that?
Well, of course, darling, but you mustn't worry about...
Mr. Valentine, I know my answers, too. I was in my room lying down, and if I heard anything, I didn't realize what it was, and I wasn't even aware anyone else existed.
Well, I'd gone out for a walk, darling, just after Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks left the house. I didn't get back until afterwards.
Edward, I saw you cleaning the gun.
What's that? You saw what, Mrs. Cable?
Saw me cleaning the gun, I think she said. Go on, darling, go on.
Mr. Valentine, when I wrote to you and you phoned and I couldn't remember, that's all it was. Yesterday I saw Edward here cleaning a gun, a revolver. And it scared me.
So that's it. I knew you saw me, of course. Everyone.
Hey, now, wait a minute, friend, wait a minute. This gun, was it the same one we found?
I haven't even seen that one yet. I was cleaning a 38.
38?
Yeah.
George, it must be the same one.
Excuse me, I want to use the telephone. Okay, Captain, I'll wait for you. Gonna run some tests, Brooksy.
I'll show you. I
George!
won't. Stop it.
Yeah,
I
listen.
won't. How do you like that for Cable? Stop it. What's the matter with you?
Hey, what's going on?
Are you crazy?
Rossiter, break it up, will you? Let go of him. I said let go. Come on, get in here.
He just jumped out at me. I didn't even see him there
Shut up.
Bill Rossiter. Bill,
You've been drinking.
And what if I have? Is that any affair of yours?
You've been drinking.
About 14 sniffs, and he's all ready to set sail, aren't you, Buster?
Will you let go of my arm?
No, he's all right, Valentine. I'm sure he's all right. Probably a good deal better than my jaw.
What's the matter? Did I break you?
Buster, I know you don't like the professor much, but why...
Huh? Did I say that? Professor, did I say...
He fished you out of a hole once, so what do you do?
No. I didn't say that. It's just that I always used to like Jessie pretty well.
And so you attack me. Well, that certainly makes good sense.
I just think you killed her. Who else could have?
George?
Who else? Am I supposed to answer this, Mr. Valentine?
Now, all of you, listen. The professor didn't kill her.
What?
I said he didn't do it. There's no question about that.
Well, I didn't really have anything to go on, of course, Professor. I don't know what comes over me exactly when I get this way.
Of course he couldn't. Of course he couldn't. He's never done anything bad in his whole life.
Mrs. Cable, please.
10 years ago, there was a young English instructor. Oh, he's not even here anymore. But I thought for a while that I'd married the wrong man. And
Darling, it's all forgotten.
I mean, I couldn't help myself. And yet you've never once blamed me. You've never once raised your voice
For the
or
last
failed
time,
to forgive.
Mrs. Cable, we don't want to hear it. Come on, Professor. I can't stand any more of this.
Well?
You know what I mean.
Valentine, you've just seen that when a man tries to help people, sooner or later they turn on him. They hate him for it.
That's a good cliche.
Do you mind if I fix myself a brandy and soda?
Why? Do you want to take it back in there and wave it in front of poor Rossiter's nose?
He's an unfortunate case. Just no willpower.
You should know. Aren't you afraid you'll pour yourself some poison?
Oh, no. When I went out this evening, I picked up a fresh bottle, and a soda, too.
Well, you're so careful.
You're so rude. Oh, I don't mean to offend, but you did just say that you knew I hadn't killed Jessie, so really...
Buster, do you want me to draw you a diagram?
Pardon me,
Oh, no, I'm getting that. Yeah, hello. Speaking. That's it, huh? Okay, thanks.
George, what was it?
Well, Valentine, come on. Don't keep us in suspense.
It's what I asked the police to check earlier. It's what everything has been pointing to and nobody's yet looked at. Buster, it's exactly what you know it is.
What?
Jessie committed suicide.
Suicide?
Yeah. It all fits, doesn't it? Who's the most likely person to have done the poisoning?
Well, I know it's Jessie.
She kept house. She was here all the time. And if you assume for a minute that she was the poisoner, then the rest of it falls together, too. The bright boy here got suspicious. She got scared. And then who shows up at the house? The cops.
I thought she died before you and Captain Martinson got back.
She didn't. I heard the shot myself, and she must have heard the siren.
But, George, the open French windows and the locked hall door and the gun wasn't even near her body.
Jessie stands by the open windows to see who's coming. And when she sees, she kills herself. And then her dying effort is to crawl for that hall door. To unlock it? Oh, no, Angel. To lock it. To keep us out. To keep from ever having to tell what she'd done.
You mean the poisoning? Only George...
Yes, the poisoning. I got him to run all the tests. Powder burns, paraffin, the works. They even got Jessie's fingerprints off that smelly imported cheese.
A feeling of guilt. Well, it was a pretty weak thing to do. The poisoning.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. You knew she was doing it, didn't you, Professor?
Of course not.
Because that's what tipped me, you know. Yesterday, you cleaned a gun and let everybody see you do it. Just in case anyone wanted to use it. Late this afternoon, when Jessie knew the poison wasn't working and the police were coming close, she must have wanted to use it on you. But where were you?
I told you.
Yes, I know, sure. Out taking a walk, sure. From the time we left until after we got back. And the poor, frantic woman must have hoped and hoped that you'd get home first. But you didn't. And so she had to use it on herself. Just the way you planned she might.
Mr. Valentine, sometimes people like yourself resent it when they come up against someone they can't understand.
If you're talking about yourself, I think I can, Professor.
But I doubt if your wife can, or Bill Rossiter in there.
I'll say they can't. I've never met so many deluded people.
They're weak.
And you're strong. They lean on you, don't they? You make them lean on you until they don't even know their own mind.
I'm afraid I know what's best for them, my dear.
You know what's best for yourself, you mean? It's what you live on, isn't it? The missteps and the little mistakes that you've forgiven others. And never let them forget that you're so forgiving.
I helped those people, every one of them. If it weren't for me, they
Yes, if it weren't for you, they might have faced the music of their own actions and now been able to walk around like human beings. But I've seen how you do it. I saw you make Bill Rossiter pay his little installment money in front of us, in front of strangers. The big, kind protector who loaned him money, who kept his crime secret and then waved a drink in his face to make him smell his own weakness.
Well, he is weak.
Yes. And I saw you throw digs at poor Jessie about her ugliness. And your wife about her condition that you must have caused. And a million more things to make them all worship the tin god professor of humanities. You're as mentally sick as your wife.
Brooksy, cut it out. Will you stop it? Doesn't do any good. We can't ever prove anything about him. We'll never get back at him any better than Jessie did. The one person who could see through him, whose life he'd wrecked, and who could see what he'd done to the lives of other people. She tried with poison and she lost out. She wasn't smart enough to pull the trick. So let's get out of here before I just plain pull his wings off. Hey, wait a second, Brooksy. Add these figures, will you?
No, don't talk to me. That man in there, I'm so
No,
mad.
wait a minute, listen. 2 cc's plus 3 or 4 cc's plus 1.5 cc's. About 7 or 8, isn't it?
What, you mean the poison?
Yeah. Doesn't add up to 15, does it? And that's what was stolen.
George, well, they searched the house once. They looked every place you'd think
Jessie thought Gloria'd be gone. The professor alone in the house. Come on.
of. But he's buying all of his own things, even his soda water he's not using. George! Look at him.
It's too late.
But he hasn't touched anything except his own drink.
I know. But what goes into a brandy highball?
Brandy and soda.
And ice cubes, Brooksy. Poisoned ice cubes. Jessie accomplished what she set out to do after all.
George, in a way, I'm sorry for a man like Professor Cable.
Oh, yes, you're a great guy, great guy. Help old ladies across the street and then push them into a manhole.
George, what's a chair of humanities?
I don't know, search me. Covers a lot of subjects, doesn't it? Why, you thinking of applying for the vacancy?
No. No, darling. I don't want a chair. I'd be happy with just a lap.
A switch in time can save you money and increase your safety. I'm talking about the tires on your car. Switching them around at recommended intervals is the only way to make them wear evenly for maximum tire life. At standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, they have a speedy method for rotating your tires. Why not play it economical and safe by asking for this car saver service regularly? If your tires are already down to those last dangerous miles, you can get new Atlas tires on easy budget terms with a trade-in allowance for your old tires. Atlas grip-safe tires in passenger car service carry a double written warranty. 1, against tire damage from any road hazard for a year. 2, for workmanship and material for the life of the tire. This double warranty is honored by 38,000 Atlas dealers across the United States and Canada. So for economy and safety, have your tires checked at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ted Osborne was heard as Cable, Lorene Tuttle as Gloria, Bob Griffin as Rossiter, Noreen Gamil as Jessie, and Victor Rodman as the captain. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Picture with a black frame, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, here is the opportunity of a lifetime. And this is not an advertisement. You probably have had your eye on a beautiful new car that you've always wanted. Or there's some high dramatic blonde that you've never quite been able to afford. Or maybe it's just a trip to Europe that you'd like to have. Well, my friend, you're going to have them all. Yes, sir, each and every one. Or whatever else you'd like to purchase with the biggest chunk of lettuce you ever saw. That lettuce is going to be yours, Mr. Valentine. You can just take your murder cases and stack them in the closet when you've heard what I've got to say. Because, Valentine, I got a proposition with bells on it. Bells that ring. Francis P. Bodgett, art photographs. That's my line.
What was that?
Maybe I'd better get back to my typing.
Now, honey, listen to what I have to say. Every man has a vocation and an avocation. His business and his pleasure.
But you've tried to combine yours.
Don't get me wrong. I'm a legitimate photographer. Artistic shots of your home and kiddies with family groups especially.
Yeah, I'll keep it in mind.
And when it comes a Sunday and the normal busman is taking a holiday, where am I? Out at the country club taking pictures.
Family group.
Valentine, listen to me. Sunday I take a picture, see, because this citizen says take it. He says there's a couple of newlyweds over there behind the potted palm dancing with themselves. Take a picture. And so what do I say? 2 8x10's $5.
And you're going to give me 40%. That's $2.
Detective, I take the picture and I develop it last night. And now I got a print right here. You see, it's not just a routine picture. Because now I catch on. It's not just routine people.
You mean the newlyweds?
Honey, you just said yourself a misnomer. That's what they're not. Now, the man, I'm not too sure about him. He didn't come out too clear. But the girl, well, there's something. Of course, the photograph doesn't convey the pearls by Cartier, the dress like eiderdown, or perfume like
Roger, will you please stop talking and say something?
Tonemaker. That's something, isn't it?
Tonemaker?
Like in the Blue Book, honey. Like in stocks and bonds. Like in the biggest marble palace with millions and millions and millions. The girl's a tonemaker. Now you get me?
Yes. Yes, I think I'm finally beginning
Or
to.
at least she is going to be shortly. And that's the point. Her name is Lydia, and she's going to marry Whitley Tonemaker. She's staying out at their place now, according to the society page. Oh, it's an understatement to say that little Lydia was displeased when I slapped this photo of her. So intimate with somebody else. Displeased. She practically chased me a mile before I got away. There, honey, now I can see the light of understanding on your lovely face.
You certainly do. It's blackmail.
That's what your picture is. Just something to blackmail somebody named Lydia with.
No, don't get Victorian on me.
Sure, Brooksy. Let's hear the rest of it.
But, George,
no,
this
I'm always interested in a good proposition. Where do I fit in?
Every man has his limitations. This marble Tonamaker palace isn't so easy to crash. And in my case, well, I could maybe use a little more polish or respectability.
You can say that again.
You want me to front for the job, is that
You've
it?
driven the nail clear through the board. That's it.
Well, come on, partner. Let's see the picture.
Well, I do have it right here.
Hey, but that's only the print. Where's the negative?
Not so fast. My place is down at the Bedford.
You didn't bring it, huh? Well, okay, hold up the print. I can't see it very
But first, we got to work out an agreement. Get away from there.
Oh, let me see it. I won't hurt
No,
it.
not until you've agreed to.
Look out,
Hey,
you're
that's an
tearing
open
it.
window, Buster.
There. Scatter to the birds.
All right. So you tear it up and throw it out.
You shouldn't be so grabby, partner.
Why don't you cool off? I'm with you. Now, suppose you tell me who asked you to take that picture in the first place, huh?
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're not the type to confide in.
You're right, friend. I'm more the type for this.
Hey, cut it out. Now, don't.
Now, get out of here, you two-type.
Thin type. All right, so I'm wrong. Lay off.
Well, what a nice character.
Yeah. Brooksy, I think I'd better trot over and crash that Tonamaker Palace. This girl, Lydia, may need a little warning.
With that thing loose, I'll say she does. Wait till I get my hat.
You're
George.
not going, just me.
But
You've got a
it-
job picking up the pieces of that photograph down on the street, Angel. Happy jigsaw.
Lydia? Lydia? Why should you wish to see her, young man? Where did you meet her?
Mother, for heaven's sakes, what's all the noise?
Wickley, will you please throw this young man out?
Oh, now, wait a minute. Hello there.
Is your name Wickley Tonamaker?
Yes, that's right. Wick, generally. And yours?
George Valentine.
I see. Well, Mother, Cousin Mel's in there waiting for a decision on the steel
I
investment.
came here to see Lydia, Mr. Tonamaker.
Oh.
There, you see. Now, will you throw him out?
Mother, please. What's it about, Valentine?
Well, let's say that I'm a reporter from a magazine. I understand you and this Lydia are going to be married.
There's been no official announcement, Mr. Valentine. I've already warned the society editors to say nothing about this.
Yes, we're going to be married in the next couple of weeks, maybe. What about it?
Well, several things. For instance, Lydia what? I don't even have a full name yet.
It's Tonamaker.
It's what?
That's right, Tonamaker, just like my name. You see, Lydia happens to be my younger brother Tony's... his widow.
Oh, I didn't understand.
Ha! Oh, no, not much. Can't you just see the nice, fancy story?
Mother,
that he'll
stop it. There's no reason Lydia can't make her own statements. Valentine, she's in the music room downstairs.
Wickley, I'm the head of this house.
What's holding everything up? There's a steel corporation that's waiting for a decision, and here you are, all jabbering about that unimportant little tramp.
Melvin, I've already told you what to tell those people.
Get out of here, will you, Valentine?
Sure.
Quite a place, isn't it, Mr. Valentine? No bars on the windows, of course.
Yeah. You're certain there isn't a chaperone listening in?
Oh, this is my free time. We're quite alone. I assure you, I was also alone last Sunday. I wasn't at any country clubs having my picture taken.
Mm-hmm. You weren't, huh?
No.
All right, Mrs. Tonamaker,
The name's Lydia. You don't believe me, do you? Very well. What difference does it make?
Look here, Lydia.
You came to warn me, and I appreciate it. Mr. Valentine, do you know that I was never in this crazy place until a month ago?
But I thought you were formally married
I was married to Tony, but that was all in the East because Tony was the black sheep of the family. That was also several years ago. Tony died in 1947.
Oh, I see.
I loved Tony. I never met his family. They practically disowned each other. I probably never would have met them except that, well, his brother Wickley came back east on business. And he was very nice to me, very thoughtful and, well...
Well,
One thing led to another.
Don't be nasty. Wick's a wonderful person. He just made the wrong choice in me, that's all.
Look, clear it up, will you?
I'm a tramp, Mr. Valentine. And instead of the Tonamaker tribe being burned once, it should happen twice.
They don't approve of you?
Do you ever approve of gold-digging widows, of your own drinking children?
Oh, Tony drank, huh?
He was pretty hopeless, I'm afraid. He wasn't nearly the person Wick is. He died that way. Now, when I want to salvage something of my life with a very wonderful man, I find that no one approves. Wick's mother, Cousin Melvin, the family lawyers. All they care about is trying to prove to Wick that I'm not eligible, that I wear lipstick and speak to strange men.
They want to break this up because they blame you for Tony's death?
You understate it so badly, Mr. Valentine. You see, I murdered Tony.
You what?
Yes. Yes, indeed. Sure, I poured him full of drinks and pushed his car over a cliff. Of course, the police could never prove it. I was much too clever for that.
Now, look, lady, would you
But
please...
the motive was all there. It was money. Tony's peddling little trust fund. I'm the little tramp who broke into the palace grounds by marrying the black sheep. But once I'm through the Tonamaker fence, of course, I have to get rid of the little one and go for the big ones. Wickley, no less, the head of the family, the richest of them all. The one who builds the trust fund.
Don't stop doodling on that thing, will you? So that's what they think. And it wouldn't make any difference if you happen to love Wick now, I suppose.
Do I? Mr. Valentine, at this point, I'm really not sure that I care what any of the Tonamakers tried.
No, you don't care, do you? Like you don't care that Wick's not the head of the family.
He'll stand up to them. I know he will. To his old crone of a mother and his nasty-minded cousin.
Will he if it turns out you're running around with somebody else? If it were ever found out that a picture was taken of you for blackmail purposes? Now, come on. Who were you with last Sunday?
For the last time, I tell you nobody. Only, I am upset. I'm worried stiff. I received a telephone call this morning. A man's voice said I should come to room 12 at a place called the Bedford.
The Bedford?
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. That's where Bodgett said his place was.
Bodgett?
Yeah, the photographer I told you about. Go on, what else?
Well, that's all. Just that it was important and I should be there alone. Only I'm afraid to. I thought it must be some kind of blackmail. I'd certainly be willing to pay to keep anything from poor Wick. Only I don't know what it is they could have. Really, I don't.
But you'd like to find out, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Because you think it's probably a frame. Well, okay, Lydia, let's find out. Let's walk right into it, see what the picture is.
Mr. Valentine, thanks. Come on. Leave your car so they'll think we're still here. I'll take one of theirs. I can drive.
Bedford, huh? Not much of a place, is it?
It's a darkened corridor. Well, there, that's 10.
Yeah. Must be over here on the right. So give me a lighter.
Yeah. There it is. 12.
Well, take it easy. People roll out the red carpet for this kind of business proposition. I guess we're early.
I don't hear anyone.
Well, there's got to be some lights on that wall.
No, I can't seem to find it. Listen, Mr. Valentine.
No, that was just me fumbling with the lighter. What the...
Hey. Just a little flash bulb, that's all, folks. That birdie won't hurt you. It'll be a beautiful picture, I'm sure. Many thanks to both of you.
Bodgett! Where are you, Tony?
He got away. Flash, I couldn't see a thing. That was him?
Yeah, that was him, all right. Here's the lighter.
Well, this isn't his place. It can't be.
No, but he took his picture. And I guess now you are in trouble. You and me and an empty hotel room. We didn't just walk into this frame, lady. We dived in head first.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If your car has an automatic transmission, you'll be glad to know that you can get it properly serviced at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. These service stations have the correct transmission fluid that's approved by the manufacturer of your car. Equally important, the men here are specially trained in the care of an automatic transmission. And don't think it doesn't require special care, for that transmission is a precision-built unit, The smallest amount of dirt could damage its mechanism. The wrong fluid level would be harmful, too. And to keep this vital unit in good working order, you should have it checked every 1,000 miles. Also, at regular intervals, it should be drained and refilled. Ask for this Car Saver service at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You didn't just walk into a frame-up, you dived in head first. You and Lydia Tonemaker went to a certain address to find out just what kind of a blackmail offer was going to be made to her, just what kind of an incriminating picture they had of Lydia. And what happened? Of course, a picture was taken right then and there, a picture of the two of you to be used for blackmail. Needless to say, if your name is George Valentine, this is not the sort of thing that is easy to explain to Claire Brooks or to Lieutenant Riley.
Oh, no. Don't even try. We understand.
Okay, so I'm a sucker. Okay,
And
now will you
don't
please...
make up excuses, George. You must have looked cute.
All right, go on. Have fun. But that girl's in a spot, I tell you.
I should hope to say so. A man with your reputation.
Riley, will you please?
All right. The Bedford, you say, Valentine?
Yes, that's the same place Bodgett told us his shop was.
Well, there's New Bedford, Old Bedford, Bedford Uptown, and several others. But it only took us about 5 minutes of checking to find out that none of those places ever even heard about it.
Well, look, Riley, I had no reason to check. At least we know he's a photographer.
We can't find anybody who knows anything about it.
The first time I saw him, I was too interested in getting a look at the picture he'd already taken.
Would you really like to see that first picture, George?
Oh, would I?
Huh?
Hey, Brooksy, you don't mean you found all those pieces?
Well, there's still some gaps, but I think you can tell what the picture was. The one he persuaded us was so important.
Huh? Oh. Good shot, isn't it? Man and a woman.
Yes, George. Hetty Lamar and Victor McCoy.
Yes, I recognize him.
Sucker, I believe that was the way you so perceptibly described yourself.
So the whole thing has been a frame. Bodgett's letter is coming to see us. Everything was just a come-on.
I guess so. To get us interested and get you out there.
And to shake Lydia loose from being so careful, so decorous for the sake of that family, and walk right into it with me.
Pretty feeble, though, isn't it?
Feeble?
Yeah, sure. What can Bodgett do with a picture like that one of you two? The girl won't pay anything for it.
She might lose a lot of happiness from it. I told you what's going on in the Tonemaker dynasty. Everybody trying to break up her marriage to Wick.
George, one of those people must have hired Bodgett.
Yes, Angel. All I have to do is find out who hired him. Or else kick myself out of town. You weren't so easy to locate, Lydia.
Oh, Mr. Valentine. Have one of these. Bartender.
No thanks. What happened? They throw you out already?
I walked right out by myself. Why shouldn't I? I'm a gone woman now.
All right, rub it in.
It wasn't your fault. There are certain ways a murderess and gold digger's supposed to act. And I've been so careful not to act any of them. A soap and water girl, strictly. Ever since I came here from the East, I've walked the little old-fashioned line.
Looks more like a line of old fashions now.
Oh, yeah, now I'm different. Look at me. Eyeshadow, French makeup. Smell. Black orchids, imported. A huzzy's a huzzy, Mr. Valentine. Bring me another one, bartender.
Hey, wait a minute. Look, you don't really want it, do you?
I don't even like the taste. I'm just sick and tired of
What's the matter with that sissy boyfriend? Didn't you tell Wick what happened? Did you explain to him?
I couldn't even talk to him alone. His mother wanted him. There's a family conference on the steel industry.
Why do you waste your time in the first place on a guy like that?
Because I'm a conniving little tramp, that's why. I'm out after money. I've crashed the gate, now I'm trying to get control of the whole Tonemaker empire. The whole silly... Oh. Man enough to knock your block off 5 times.
All right. I'm sorry.
Wick is just... Oh, well.
Change the subject. Who hired Bodgett?
Figured that out, too, huh? Ah, what difference does it make?
If you married Wick, the whole inheritance picture of the Tonemaker Empire would change. Probably lots of people would like to see him stay a bachelor the rest of his life.
I'm sure all of them would. So what? Whoever did it has plans for the picture. That's the important thing. The entire family's been involved in our conference for most of the day. They want to see me in half an hour.
You want to bet they've already seen that picture of us?
Of course they have.
So don't worry, Lydia. I'll be there in a half hour, too. But with some facts. If I can find them. Hi, Sergeant. Can you tell me? Hey, Riley. Riley.
Oh, hello, Valentine. Say, I sent the Tonemakers the picture. Did you see it?
What are you talking about?
George, Lieutenant Riley found the picture, the one of you and Lydia.
Yeah?
He sent it out to the Tonemaker house.
You did what, Riley? Why?
Give here, Valentine. Right in here. You bet I did, friend. This isn't just a little photo game anymore. I wanted to start the explosion. Here. Here he is. Look.
Bodgett.
That's right, my friend. We found him all right for you. Dead.
Where?
The alley near the Tonemaker place. Shot 3 times with a .32. A print of the picture was crumpled up in his pocket. Still wet.
So the little hired tintype had to be moved out of the way, huh? All right, Riley, come on.
Huh? Come on where?
You're going to be a character witness to take off my frame. Only it won't be in a hurry to tell the good people about the Black Border.
And that's exactly what happened at the Bedford, ladies and gentlemen. That explains the picture.
Oh, I don't believe it. Not one word of it.
Mrs. Tonemaker, Mr. Valentine hadn't even met your daughter-in-law until this morning.
You will please not refer to her as my daughter-in-law.
Mother, stop it, will you?
I don't see why she should. I agree with her, Wickley.
Shut up. Shut up, all of you.
Wickley.
You've all been trying to stop me from marrying Lydia ever since I met her. You've tried every dirty trick you could think of.
Wickley, stop that this minute.
I guess it might have worked, all your propaganda against her. I was beginning to doubt myself. But now that some one of you actually exposed all of your cards by this cheap, transparent, phony attempt at compromising Lydia with Mr. Valentine...
I'm not so convinced yet.
You yourself thought she might have actually murdered Tony back in 47?
I did not. It was you who made me think that, Melvin. And now I'll bet it was you who hired that photographer.
Roger? Never even heard of him. Just can't find him. Ask him.
You can't, my friends. He's dead. Yeah, that's right. Well, I guess we might as well tell him now, Riley. Yeah, Bodgett, the photographer, was murdered.
Is that so, Lieutenant?
Yeah, that's right.
Now, suppose he was murdered by a member of the Tonemaker family. By the person who hired him, so nobody could ever find out who hired him. Or maybe he wanted too much money for the job. I don't know.
Now, see here, Mr. Valentine.
Never mind. I think I've seen all I need. Thanks very much. Now I'll go get Lydia. You won't mind waiting. You got called plenty of names by the others, Lydia.
Gold digger? Murderess?
Oh, sure. The works.
I told you Wickley was a man. He'd stand up
Go on playing, will you, Lydia? Lydia, whoever hired Bodgett did a crazy thing. Or at least I thought so at first. He picked me.
What?
Now, why pick me for a patsy? To be framed in that picture with you? Well, you see, I finally caught on. They needed somebody who'd be able to break past the guard in this crazy house. Somebody who'd be stubborn enough to get sore after it all happened and then, like I just did, come up to tell them all off. Explain just what a transparent, cheap attempt it was.
Why? You wanted the picture to be convincing. You were trying to keep Wickley from marrying the little tramp.
Lydia, when they called you all those names, gold digger, murderess, you know what I said?
What, Mr. Valentine?
I said nothing.
What's that?
I didn't agree because I saw it all so clearly, Lydia. Why the picture frame-up had to be arranged so transparently. Because timid little Wickley had to see right through it. He wouldn't let his dirty old family do a thing like that, no sirree. And would he ever believe that one of them hadn't hired Budget? Not in a million years. He'd just defy everybody, including his own better judgment, and marry you.
I just completely don't understand.
You hired Budget, sister. You said you'd never seen the little man before. You also told me you hadn't been wearing perfume since you came to live with the stuffy Tanamakers. And yet he knew enough about you to mention that your perfume had something to do with orchids. And it does. Black orchids.
All the ridiculous
Where'd you know
far-fetched
him? New York? Did he by any chance help you get rid of the first Tanamaker back in 1947?
You're just like all the rest of them. I didn't kill Tony.
I don't even care whether you did. But you killed Budget, didn't you? You had to, I suppose. A guy who knew that much about you.
No, I didn't.
Because you arranged the frame, sister. No doubt about that. In this town, there's a New Bedford, Old Bedford, Bedford Uptown. And yet somehow you drove us straight to the right one. Sure, you and Budget had already picked it. So of course you knew where to go.
Stop it.
And
no,
you're the one who
I...
benefits.
No.
Crash the gates, marry another Tanamaker.
Wait.
Well, it's a closed clan, Lydia.
No.
Yeah, they hold conferences all day. And so they all end up with alibis for Budget's murder. And where does that leave you?
Please,
Out wandering around alone. Oh, no, you don't, sister. Get away from there. Get away from that purse.
Let go of me. Let go of me, you ugly, flat-footed big...
I know. Go ahead. Call me names like you call yourself. Best way to look innocent is to walk right into it. Kid about your own guilt. Well, you walked into it this time, Lydia. But good. Yeah, she just fell apart, Angel. Even admitted killing Tony. Riley's writing it all down.
Well, it just shows what happens when a girl gets ambitious, doesn't it, George?
It sure does. So, just let that be a lesson to you, Brooksy. Well, the only thing that bothers me is...
Hold it, neighbors.
Hey!
There you are. Thanks very much. Here's your card. Mail it in to
What in the name of heaven is that?
Snappy photo service made in the car. That's all you have.
Hey, did that guy just
George,
take
now
a...
stop. He didn't do anything. He just took our picture. A nice, intimate shot. Strolling arm in arm.
Hey, give me that
No,
card. I'll tell that guy.
no. Maybe I'll want to get ambitious someday.
Huh?
Wait till I show it to my family, darling.
What makes a car grow old? What makes it lose its pep and power? Well, one of the biggest threats to your car's youth is gum. Gum that makes engine parts stick. This gum is caused by impurities that are found in most raw gasoline. The only way to get rid of these impurities is to refine them out. And Chevron Supreme is the gasoline that is super refined to eliminate gum. Just try a tankful tomorrow. Chevron Supreme gasoline will give you that new car feeling. You'll notice how your car starts faster, how much more peppy it is in traffic, and how it gives you new ping-free power on hills. Another thing you can depend on from this premium quality gasoline is full mileage in the kind of driving you do. So ask for super refined Chevron Supreme and enjoy again that new car feeling. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Joe Forte was heard as Bodgett, Louise Arthur as Lydia, Lorene Tuttle as Mrs. Tannemaker, Jack Edwards as Wickley, and Paul McVeigh as Melvin. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. If you've been putting off your contribution to the 1950 Cancer Crusade, the time is now, as time is short. Please mail your contribution today to Cancer, care of your local post office. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock of trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Anthill, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I am without doubt the ugliest man in the world.
Hey, wait a minute. Who is this?
However, I need your help or the man standing beside me will go crazy. Because, Mr. Valentine,
Riley.
died...
It's you, isn't it? Lieutenant Riley.
Yes, it's me, and I'm the one going crazy.
All right, have it your own way. Only what are you talking about?
Valentine, I've got a client for you. A little ugly stumblebum wants your help. A slot machine repairman, no less. He needs help, or at least he won't help me unless somebody helps him. Only he won't trust the police
I don't blame him. You make so much sense.
Okay, then, let's say I need your help. Sure, this little guy isn't much, but the idea
Riley,
is...
hold it, will you? You said this guy's dying?
Yeah, police hospital.
The doctor gives him a day or two at the best. Can't operate, can't stop the infection.
From what, Lieutenant?
Oh, gunshot wounds, Miss Brooks. One gun, but all 6 shells. Happened in a dark alley. Whoever it was didn't want to miss him, I guess.
That little man must be tough.
Maybe. Or lucky or unlucky. He's one of those guys who's born to end up at the bottom of the pile, Valentine.
Then why are you so interested in him?
It's just possible that he can steer us all the way to the top of the pile. His name's Trailer. I told you he was the littlest shrimp in the slot machine racket. The repairman. Well, we've never found out who the big shrimp is.
I see. I worm my way into the man's confidence, and then maybe he spills. Is that it? Blows the whole racket apart.
No. You just help the little guy find his girl.
Betty. Betty, that's her name. I was going to see her tonight.
Betty who, Trailer? What's the rest of her name?
She's beautiful. I'm not, but she is. I'm just her bill, she said. But you don't believe it either, do you?
Trailer, can you understand me?
There's nobody in the world to believe it. You got to be careful. You can't trust people. You got to test them and test them and test them. And then you can't trust them because they're all the same.
What are you talking about, friend? The racket?
I won't tell you anything. I won't. Why should I?
All right. Take it easy.
Ants. Ants is what I'm talking about. Ants.
Huh?
You ever catch ants? Climbing on top of each other, higher and higher, higher. like ants. Did you? They all got to get ahead? Oh, I'm down at the bottom, and I'm happy. I'm happy.
Oh, sure, you're different. You're happy.
That's right. That's right.
Who shot you?
Ants. You can test people to see if they're ants, you know. Put honey in front of them. See if they choke themselves. Only dying's not bad. Why did you ask me? I don't know anything. I'm just Betty.
Hey, Trailer.
Fine Betty.
Hey, look, Trailer. Nurse?
Betty.
Guess you can have him back for a while. Itinerant master mechanic, fixes slot machines, drifts around a lot. Riley, I'm willing to bet he doesn't know anything that'll ever help you pry open the big time.
Is that so? Well, just let me show you. Look in here.
Oh, you mean the tall, skinny man over there?
Yeah, Wilson, the highest priced legal beagle in the state.
Waiting to see if anybody off stage needs defending, huh?
That's it. The watchdog. Ever alert. Just in case the police have a squealer who might stop worrying about the girlfriend and climb out of his delirium long enough to sing.
Sing? What's this? What's all this, Lieutenant? Somebody singing?
That's right, Mr. Wilson. Trailer in there tells me you own all the slot machines in this state.
Yes, of course. It's just a sideline, though, rather a bother, particularly when I don't live in this town.
Here on business, Mr. Wilton?
I beg your pardon.
Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
Charmed. No, I've been retained by a client, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, who's that?
The Black Company. Riley here knows about it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Out-of-town corporation. Manufactures will-o'-the-wisps.
Well, I'm only a lawyer. I'm not familiar.
Oh, the Black Company's quite an outfit, Valentine. Perfectly legal. Only nobody knows who runs it. But do they own the slot machines?
Of course not. No
do
more than I
they know who they make bank deposits for? Does this bird Trailer even know who he works for? Does anybody?
The basis of all good organization, Lieutenant, is the pyramid.
Like a spy system, huh? No one man knows enough to incriminate any of the others.
Then why are you here, Mr. Wilton? Why are you worried about this Trailer person?
I haven't really said I even know the man, have I? Or that the company I represent is interested in anything more than employees' indemnity, his accident, and so on.
Spoken like a lawyer. Riley, maybe it is possible that the best of pyramids get a little wobbly once in a while.
Huh?
Maybe it is possible that the reason Trailer in there got shot was that he found out too much about the higher-ups in the
Yeah, hold it. Wait a minute. Yeah, hello, Lieutenant Riley.
Oh, I wanted to speak to the nurse about Bill Trailer.
Well, all right. Who's calling?
Well, just the nurse, please. The nurse on duty there.
Well, just a second. Valentine, it's a girl. Now take it, will you? You're the intern on duty, or anybody.
What's this? Misrepresentation, Lieutenant?
Here, let me have it. Hello?
Nurse?
Well, she'll be here in a second, honey. I'm the receptionist.
Well, I just wanted to find out about a patient. His name is Trailer.
Trailer. Well, wait till I get my cards here. Trailer.
Hurry up, please. Somebody said he was there, but I want to know what happened to him.
Well, we had an appendix case come in this morning.
Oh, just tell me what happened to him. What? You don't handle cases like that in the police ward.
I meant in the other ward. She hung up.
It's all right. We got the number. Call came from a phone in a bar at 1612 Commercial Lane.
The old Durfee Hill section, huh?
Yeah. It's quite a district. A 50-cent flop house or a $5,000 penthouse. It's what the harness boys call the anthill, Valentine.
The anthill, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go, Brooksy.
1,000,000 people a day use that phone, my friend. Every third one tries a slug.
But, bartender, all we wanted to know
Besides,
was...
if you whistle at a dame, where's the catch you? Maybe your boyfriend's a prize fighter. Me, I'll take television any day.
The girl used the phone only a few minutes ago. Who was she?
Should I know? Should I watch the cash register and be a bulldog for the phone company at the same time?
All right. You don't know. Or maybe you don't want to know. I suppose you never heard of a guy named Trailer around here either.
Trailer? No, not until the fight last night.
What fight?
Him and Louie. Who'd you think? Nice guy, that Trailer, I guess. But he'll never amount to much. Make sure you get up with a guy
Hey,
like
slow
Louie.
down, will you? Slow down. Who's Louie? And what was this fight about?
About a dame, natural, classy blonde, lives up the street, name's Betty. Fight ended quick. We threw them both out.
Betty?
Sure. See what I mean about whistling at dames?
You mean this guy, Louie's tough? Go on, more about Louie.
Not a price fighter, no, but a real sharp boy, just the same. Working his way up for a good outfit. Makes collections for the black company. That's slot machines to use.
Oh, fellow employee, huh? Only Louie's higher up in the pile. He makes collections from guys like you.
From me? You're crazy.
Sure. What's the rest of his name? Louie what?
Ask me no questions. I'll tell you no lies. Good day, friend.
Brooksy, this is where your job begins.
I said I'm sorry, sister. Wrong place. No Betty here. Now beat it, will you?
Hi, lady. Find your party?
Well, no. This gentleman
Look, what
said
is this? The Census Bureau?
Backs of flowers, Max. Sign here.
What? Oh, look, all of you go someplace.
I
huh?
haven't got all day. Sign here and don't keep the pen.
All right. Yeah, now clear out.
A dime.
People send you flowers?
Come on in. I don't know where Betty is. What do you want?
Well, just to see her. Betty sings down at the nightclub, I found out. She mentioned to me once about a job, and I thought maybe dancing or selling cigarettes might...
Oh, the great unemployed, huh? Look, you gotta be a jerk not to get along in this world, sister. What's the matter? No angles?
Oh, I'm just new in town. Gee, that's a pretty box, isn't it? You gonna open them?
How do you like that? Dated yesterday. Now, there's a florist who's gonna fall right out of business. Betty gets them like that all the time, sister. She knows her way around. Nothing better than the best.
Gee, I met Betty's boyfriend, too, once. Trailer or something.
That's what he told you? Boyfriend. There's a laugh.
Well, sure he wasn't dressed so good.
Oh, hopeful Harry. She can do better than him any day.
I didn't know. You mean you're the one she... Say, roses.
Look, I'm Betty's brother. My name is Louie.
Oh.
Now, where did you say you met Betty?
Gee, has a girl got to relieve all of her privacy? We was only in the beauty shop. I was seeing about a tent. Don't look at me that way. She spoke to me because I complimented her on a corsage she said her boyfriend gave her.
Boyfriend? Look at that, sister. Those aren't just roses. A wristwatch wrapped around them, you see?
Holy smoke.
I'm an admirer, see? Guy she hasn't even met. Told you she was good looking. You ought to hear what they say about her singing. We're going places, her and me.
You don't have to hate my wrist about it.
So go be unemployed. Beat it, will you?
Dear Betty, I look forward to meeting you.
What's that?
I'm on the level, and I don't mean just opposite your eyes when I say I'm not a masher, and won't you please telephone me at Durfee Hills?
Hey, give me that.
Hey, let go. Just a card with the roses, that's all.
Come on, get out of here.
Gosh, I'm not going to try to beat Betty's time or anything.
I'll say you're not.
I never heard that name anyway, Mr. Black or... Black!
Valentine, of course she's all right. You talked to her yourself, did you?
Sure, Brooksy read me the note she'd seen on the flowers, but
we
why...
had a man watching him. After Miss Brooks left that place, this Louie fella took off in the opposite direction like a flying duck. But my man lost him. Now, will you please clear up what you've been doing?
That Durfee Hill number in the flower note. It's a new number, Riley. Private listing and installed only a couple of days ago from somebody from out of town who just rented this place.
What place?
The fanciest penthouse in the whole section. Hey, Riley, people really look like ants from up here.
You mean...
Sure, I'm in the place. There was a loose hinge on the service door and nobody inside.
You've got the loose hinge, my friend. Don't you realize it was a Mr. Black who sent those
Oh,
flowers?
Riley, add two and two, will you? Nobody knows who owns the slot machines, who runs the Black Company. And yet a mysterious Mr. Black shows up in town, a man nobody's seen, not even the janitor downstairs.
Trailer's girl, Betty, she must have seen him.
No, remember? He just wanted to meet her. Probably had seen her at the nightclub or something. But that was Black's mistake if he wanted to stay incognito, giving a girl his telephone number. Because now here I am with $10,000 in my pocket.
But what? What'd you say?
Sure. Must be collection time in the 3 Lemon business. About 2 seconds ago, a delivery boy hands me an envelope at the door. Inside was an accounting sheet for all the slot machines on the south side and proceeds for the past month.
Well,
Riley, I figured out who's the man at the top of the anthill. Don't ask me how long it'll last or why it works this way. But right now, Riley, that man seems to be me.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Anyone who has done a lot of driving in hot desert country knows what happens to car engines there every day. As soon as the ignition is turned off and circulation stops, engine parts get so hot they can literally fry an ordinary oil. But just ask desert motorists how they lick this problem. They'll tell you more people prefer RPM motor oil than any other brand. And here's the reason RPM is first choice where driving's toughest. It's specially compounded to keep a protective oil film on every inch of metal. Even when engine parts get super hot, RPM contains other compounds that prevent carbon formations, that stop corrosion, and keep rings working freely. It's the best engine insurance you can buy. So why not try in your own car the oil that's first choice where driving's toughest? Ask for RPM motor oil at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You go to help Lieutenant Riley because there's a man dying in the police hospital who might tell what he knows about the slot machine racket, provided somebody helps him find his girl, Betty. Well, so far you haven't found Betty, though you have discovered that there's someone else in her life. Someone a little more successful than Trailer, a man who calls himself Mr. Black, who owns the slot machines, whose identity is a secret even from his own employees. Only if your name is George Valentine, now it's you who occupy Mr. Black's apartment. It's a dangerous game, and no one realizes that better than Claire Brooks. Down at the police hospital now, she seems unable to help.
I don't know anything. I tell you, I don't know.
If you could just remember why you and Louis had that fight last night in the bar. Was it over Betty?
Betty?
Or is something wrong in the business? In the Black Company?
Find Betty. Just find Betty.
No, of course not, Brooksy. We've gone way past Trailer now. We're in the middle of the ants, the scramblers.
The police have the apartment surrounded now,
Well,
George.
tell them to keep out and lay low unless I whistle for help.
George.
Angel will never find out who fired those shots in the trailer or who runs this racket unless we ride right along with the gang.
You'll ride yourself right into a funeral notice. Sooner or later, the person who rented that apartment will come back
I
and
said,
then...
don't worry, will you, Brooksy, as long as I can...
What? Go on, George.
What do you people wash those shirts in anyway? Cement makes either. The collars come back with ground glass on the edge.
George, what's the matter?
Well, just don't use so much starch, that's all. Hello.
I didn't mean to interrupt. The door was open.
All right, then shut it and come in. Now, what is it? What do you want?
Don't get sore, boss. Now, take it easy.
Your name's Louis, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Sure it is. How'd you know?
You fit the description.
Look, I know I'm not supposed to be here. I know I should have just sent the stuff up by messenger the way we always do, wherever the point is each month.
So that's it, huh? You're a collector.
Durfee Hill and East Side, sir.
You brought some money. All right, let's have it.
Here. The accounting sheet's right on top. I had all those figures in my head. It's a trick, I taught myself.
Right, boy.
I know it's not healthy to come up here and find out who you are like this,
Relax, with you. Wow.
Yeah, I knew you wouldn't mind when you saw that. It's almost double last month.
$23,500. What did you do? Fix the machine so they pay in bubble gum instead of jackpots?
Oh, no, sir. No, I didn't touch them. But I've been in there giving them the old boost. You know, talking it up with the bartender.
A real climber in the business, aren't you, Louis? Now, what's this really about, Buster? How did you make so much money this month?
Well, the truth of the
What
matter
happened to
is-
Trailer, the repairman?
I don't know what you mean, happened.
Who shot him?
Boss, listen, he was cheating you. Did you know that? Did you? I can prove he was.
He was what?
Hold him out. jack up the setting on the machines and then split the rake off with bartenders. That's how he did it. You must have heard the same thing from other districts. He floated around all of them, didn't he?
You know, it's getting too complicated for me.
Now, wait a minute. Listen, that's how I build up my total for the month, by catching him at it and stopping it.
Yeah, you earned the Silver Star, all right.
Look, who you going to call? Listen to the rest of what I got to
Buster,
say.
I'm going to see a man about pinning a medal on you.
But I didn't do it. I didn't empty any gun into him.
Well, everything happens at once.
You want me to get it for you, boy?
No, I'll get it. Go mix yourself a drink or something.
Don't mind if I do. I know who it is anyway.
Huh? This is great. Oh.
Hello. I guess you're the man, huh?
Are you the girl?
Don't be funny. I mean, well, after all the notes you've been sending me with the flowers.
Oh, sure. Come in, Betty.
Thanks. Say, you live all right, don't you?
I hope to. You know, you're not so easy to find, Betty. I've been wanting to meet you for some time now.
Yeah, I got the idea. Do you always use that whirlwind stuff, flowers and presents on a girl, Mr. whatever your name is, Black?
Hey, slow down. Take your coat off.
Sure. Huh? You wanted to meet me. You saw me in the nightclub and you heard my singing and you wanted to meet me.
Well, now, who wouldn't? You're very beautiful.
Do a girl good to be known she associates with you.
No comment.
Any girl would break her neck to get up here. Give her eye teeth to walk up close to you like this.
Hey, what's the matter?
You dirty...
Hey, sis, cut it out. Cut it out, sis. Let go. You said you'd be nice. Now stop it. Will you cut it out? I don't know what's the matter with the boss. Honest, I don't.
Suppose you both be quiet.
She said she was coming up here to see you. She promised you would, you know. I told her what a great guy you are.
I said, shut up, killer.
What?
Now, look, boss, this is my sister. Say, one of the greatest kids in the world.
I know. A guy could go places if his sister associated with a big shot like me.
What did you say? You called Louis.
Betty, you came up here to find out about Trailer, didn't you? To slap my face and ask the big shot which one of his hired hands was responsible for your boyfriend being down there in the hospital. Wasn't that it?
He's not a boyfriend. She's 10 times as good as him. He's only been hanging around a couple of months.
Sure, he's not an eager beaver like you, Buster. He wouldn't try to use his own sister to get him ahead in the world.
No, they just thought about it.
In that bar the other night?
Oh, yeah, but that was all.
I told him to stay away, and he got mean and took
Hey, one at a time, will you?
Honestly.
You live with the
Louis
ants.
wouldn't-
Don't you know what they're like yet? Or was that what you saw in Trailer? That he was a little different from the scramblers?
It was a dope. He was stealing, holding out.
You want to bet it was you who was holding out from collections, Louis, and he caught you at it?
Boss,
So long give him a chance to get rid of two birds with one stone. Get in the boss's good graces and cover your own tracks by being the guy.
You said you didn't see Trailer after that fight.
All I know, Buddy, is that your brother said something to me a minute ago about a gun being emptied into Trailer. Well, it so happens he was shot 6 times. Only how could you know about that little specific thing, Louis, unless you were the guy?
Look, everything I've done is for you. It's for the good of the company. I'm looking ahead all the time. See, I want to...
He did it, if you like.
What? Hey, who's that bird? Got a gun.
Shut up. Hello, Mr. Wilton. Party's over, huh?
Yes. Yes, the party's over, I'm afraid, and besides, it's making too much noise.
Next door?
No, I've been in the back of a wardrobe you overlooked.
Oh, sure. Well, I didn't think it could last. It never did make sense that such a careful setup as this apartment wouldn't have...
Wouldn't have me. Yes, me. Surprised.
Yeah. So's Louis. So's Betty.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, who is this guy?
Now, if the three of you will
I'll
just...
take care of him.
Put down that gun, Buster.
Don't worry. He can't get away with
Stand
anything.
still.
Louis, stop it. You're making a mistake.
Ambitious to the end. Couldn't resist trying to make one last impression on you, could he, Mr. Valentine?
Mr. What?
Yes, Betty. I'm afraid I'm the Mr. Black who's been so anxious to meet you. Yeah, it's too bad. Things couldn't have worked out better for us.
But if you're Mr. Black...
A great organizer.
The best of pyramids totter once in a while. I was here to make my own collections this time. I thought it was about time for a visit to South America. So if you'll just hand over my money...
Why don't you come and get it?
You've caused enough trouble already, Valentine.
Sure. Come on. Shoot some more people.
I'm warning you.
No. It's the only way you're going to get out of here.
Valentine,
Stop that gun. Well, thanks, Riley. Mr. Slot Machine King, see what the sound of those shots brought you? 3 lemons. And that was it, Trailer. A gun test proved that Louis shot you.
Yeah?
Why? Well, ambition, I guess. Cover his own mistakes, get in good with the big boss. Can you understand me, Trailer? Can you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ants. All scrambling around. That's all Louis was.
Sure. That's all Wilton is, too. But the girl's different.
I think she'd like to see you, Trailer.
Yeah. Yeah, we found Betty. She's a nice girl.
Yes, yes, I know.
Since when?
What?
I said, since when did you know? I mean, that she was the kind of a girl who's a little different. Who might have really meant it when she said she liked an ugly little guy like you.
Mr. Valentine, I'm very tired. I'm very...
Wilton isn't kidding anybody. I just want you to know that I know that, Trailer.
I've begun to guess that
His biggest mistake was trying to take over the slot machine empire tonight. Like the rest, he couldn't resist the opportunity.
George.
Think back, Angel. Wilton's tall and skinny. Would he have ever written a note to Betty, just an ordinary-sized girl, saying, I'm on the level, and I don't mean just opposite your eyes?
No, of course he wouldn't.
he's only a lawyer. A rat trying to grab what he can off a sinking ship. But Valentine, I had no idea.
I'll say it for you, Trailer. Wilton didn't ever own the slot machines like he claimed he did at the last minute. And he wasn't the Mr. Black in the notes. No, they'd have to be a short man, probably. A little guy.
Yeah. A little guy.
Like maybe a man who'd made such a success out of not trusting anybody that he couldn't believe a girl liked him. He had to test her by making her think a big shot was after her. To see if she'd drop him and run for the honey. He was in town for the collections anyway. And to nose around the way he always did, inspecting the anthill he built while looking like a repairman.
You mean Trailer here is really Mr. Black?
Yeah, Brooksy. What would you have done, Trailer, if Betty had dropped you and chased after you, Mr. Black, the very way her brother wanted her to?
I would have killed her. No, I wouldn't have. I don't...
I know, Buster. It's pretty ironic. You kept your identity so secret. You did so well. That what happened? You got shot by a guy whose only ambition was to get in good with the boss. Make a big, fine impression on you. Now you still want to talk to Betty while you can, Mr. Black?
No. She's... Leave her out of our anthill.
George, maybe Trailer really wished that he could be just a repairman.
Oh, there are lots of maybes, Brooksy. Maybe he was sick of himself. Guy who climbed so high must have looked down on a lot of squirming underneath.
But, George, it's all in the way you look at an anthill. It's a city of workers, too, and they help each other. They don't climb over each other's backs or knife each other to get ahead. That's what's so wrong about the whole thing. None of those ideas Trailer hadn't made any sense.
Crime never makes sense, does it, Brooksy? Say, where's my client? Where's Riley? I wonder just how you send a bill to the police department. For services rendered?
Let's pretend you're on a weekend motoring trip. It's a bright, sunny day. Everything's fine, except it's too bright, and the eye strain is terrific. Well, you can easily avoid that discomfort for your eyes. Just stop in tomorrow at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station and ask for Polaroid day glasses. Ordinary sunglasses merely dim reflected glare, but Polaroid day glasses are scientifically made to actually blot out dazzling reflections. The kind of glare that bounces off highways, water, beaches, and snow to hit you in the eyes. These smartly styled glasses are light and comfortable to wear. They have wide-angle coverage, and there's no obstruction of view. You can drive all day through bright weather, and Polaroid day glasses will leave your eyes feeling no strain. There's a lot of bright weather ahead, so for your own driving comfort, why not get these glasses right away? Buy them at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Pat McGeehan was heard as Trailer, Bill Boucher as Wilton, Gene Bates as Betty, Jim Nusser as the bartender, and Anthony Barrett as Louie. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Portuguese Cove, another adventure of George Valentine.
Okay, here's your mail, Captain. Hey, who sent you those letters with all the fancy stamps anyway, Captain? Madagascar, Port-au-Prince. You got a girl in every port?
My name is Captain Lamego. Sometimes it's spelled with a double...
Oh, here. Dress patterns for that housekeeper of yours, Mrs. Jewell. Hey, how about this? From Manila, Captain Alva P...
Give me that. Put the rest of it in the box, young man.
Hey, what's in it? Come on, Pop, let's see the mystery, huh? You're the only guy around here who writes to any place exciting. Trouble in the Lonely Hearts Club in Manila? You look like you lost your last friend. Hey, maybe some little native girl. Hey, look out, Pop.
Dear Mr. Valentine, that's exactly what I saw happen. He struck him. He struck the mailman. Now, I've lived in Portuguese Cove for nearly 10 years, and for all 10 of it, I've taken care of Captain Lamego. I've kept his house and done his cooking for him in the times when he's not out on his tuna boat. There never was a finer man in all the world. So upright and good and virtuous. And he's kind. The last person who would ever just flare up and strike anyone like that. Unless, of course, it was justified. Or unless, Mr. Valentine, unless the poor dear man is in some kind of trouble. Some kind of danger.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine, he hit me, but I didn't die from it.
We're only checking up on a story that was told us by...
By Mrs. Jewell? Well, I guess she must have seen it, but... Well...
But what, my friend? Well, what?
She mentioned she saw him crying?
Crying?
Fall all over himself, dusting me off, picking up my mail sack?
You mean the guy was pretty apologetic for what he'd done?
Well, I never saw anything like it. The old pirate acted like a wrestler who accidentally hurt somebody in the ring. Ran right unbent like a dish rag. So, skip the whole thing, will you? Forget it.
Well, I didn't intend to make anything out of it. I'm just curious.
Well, so am I. Maybe that's my trouble. Look, I'm new on that route. The boys tell me Captain Lamego's the biggest shot in the whole district. I mean, he's the head of one of them old country families, the patriarch, you know? Everybody loves him. Well, I don't want to get in any trouble there. Besides, maybe he was justified. He explained to me why he did it.
Oh, he did? Well, go on. Why?
Well, all those foreign letters were from some seaman's outfit. He'd been trying to locate an old buddy, a sailor named Joe Murphy. Well, Lamego showed me the clipping. Outfit found out that Joe Murphy died of pneumonia in Manila 6 months ago.
Oh, so that's it.
Sure, these old fishing families, they're pretty emotional, that's all. See?
This Joe Murphy wasn't a member of the family, was he?
Oh, no, of course not. Only...
What's the matter?
Well, you won't repeat any of this. He didn't say I shouldn't tell anyone, only he said, don't mention it to the twins.
The twins? Who are they?
I don't know. Part of that big spread-out tribe, I guess. I wouldn't have thought anything of it, but... Well, I was under the impression that one of them was dead, too.
One of the twins was dead?
Yeah. But don't ask me anymore, huh? Funny place, Portuguese Cove.
Sure. I tell you, sure. Mrs. Jewell, she be downstairs pretty quick. Why worry?
Oh, I'm not worried. No, you play that very well.
See, very well. I think so, miss.
What's your name?
So sad.
You mean the piece?
No, the name. I have forgotten. What difference is in a name? So sad, they all say, so all right. Since I was a boy. Run errands, do this, do that. So sad. It's a joke, you know.
Oh. But you're not a member of the family, the Lamego family.
Oh, but see, who is not? Only I am not very close. I am the one way out on the limb. Still, I own the boat, the finest boat in the world.
What?
Yes, we all own that boat. Do you have an idea how much she costs? A deep-sea tuna boat?
You own the boat? Is that the one that Captain Lamego...
See? Oh, yes, the whole family owns that. Maybe I only have $10 worth, but is that important? I can cook on the boat, can't I? I can play music. I can watch a man happy. I can watch a man die.
What did you say?
Ah, Mr. Valentine, what would you like to hear?
Hello, Angel.
Wait a minute, George. So sad. What was that you just said?
Dinner will be ready pretty quick. What tune? Any music.
What is it, Brooksy?
Well, he said something about
He
somebody...
talks all the time. It doesn't mean anything. Don't even know what you're saying, do you, Nettie?
Why should I? Who cares what people say? Now, some music. The kind you like, Johnny.
Dinner won't be ready unless you get out there.
Oh, but Johnny, I just want...
Go on, get out of here. Mean, aren't I? Pushing the Nettie around. A mean guy.
Yes, horrible. Johnny?
Yeah. Oh, I know. You're those friends of Mrs. Jewell's. Hello twice.
Same to you.
Thanks. It fits. I'm the twins.
The twins?
That's the trouble with us men in the Lamego family. We disintegrate like Nutty there.
Hey, clear it up, will you?
Why? We're just a backwater bunch of suckers listen to old country music and live the old country way. Radio? What do you think we are? Crazy? Give me a wet finger and a sight of Polaris any day. Sure, we can haul in more tuna than anybody on the whole fleet of... All right. I'll get off the soapbox. Want a drink?
No, thanks.
Are you sure you do?
Positive.
Because you're twins?
Forget I ever said it. Forget it.
All right. Maybe you just see double.
Never used to touch the stuff, would you believe it? 6 months. That's how long I've been here. College boy, that's me. Waste your time studying the scientific wiggles of fish.
Waste your time?
Haven't you figured it out? Haven't you seen it? It's standing right there on the porch.
Huh?
Sure. See him there? Pretending he's not listening.
Oh, no, I didn't. The captain.
Watch this. Hey, old goat.
Easy, Johnny.
Hey, king of the sea. Big shot. Good gray uncle.
Good evening, Miss Brooks. Mr. Valentine.
Hello, Captain.
He can't hear me, see? Rolls off his back.
Mrs. Jewell asked me to say she'd be down directly.
Oh, thank you.
These people don't understand about little tin god Skipper. Tell them who's the only man left in the Lamego family.
Johnny, for heaven's
Tell
sake.
them about the rights and duties of a captain at sea. Tell them about the big, strong, upright man who won't let anybody else run
Now, look,
anything.
Buster.
Let go of me. The only chance I get to talk back when I've had a few drinks under my belt and one in my hand. So give us a speech, Skipper, on the high moral code of the house. Tough, isn't it?
Well, you asked for it, Buster.
Die!
Well,
Forgive me, Miss Brooks.
now I'll have to mix another drink.
You will not. Not in this house.
Oh, who says so?
I say so. Let's see you argue about
hey,
it.
now, wait a minute, Captain.
You're only half my age. Go on, argue. Hit me.
Cut it out, will you, both of you?
I'm not going to touch him. That's all he wants me to do.
You're a sniveling troublemaker like your brother.
I said,
You're a-
Captain, cut it, will you?
Stop! Mrs. Jewell. Stop it. Stop those things you're saying.
Yes. Yes. Good night, all of you.
Captain.
Good night.
Well, I lit the fuse, didn't I?
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, let's change the subject.
Mr. Valentine, I want you to leave the house right now.
What?
Mrs. Jewell, I had no business getting you here. It was very wrong of me to interfere.
What's all this?
Go on, Mrs. Jewell.
The captain's been upset like this only because someone died.
What?
Died of pneumonia. An old dear friend, a sailor named Joe Murphy in Manila. The captain told me about it.
Mrs. Jewell.
No, be quiet, Johnny. That's why he struck the mailman.
Well, what if I say that wasn't all it was?
What if I say Joe Murphy was no friend of his? It's a lie.
What?
Joe Murphy was just a sailor. On a trip to Mexican waters over a year ago. Just one guy and a crew of 12.
Johnny, please.
I'll bet they never spoke two words together, the kind of a Captain Lamego is. Upset because his friend is gone.
Then why was Murphy so important?
Johnny, it's none of their affair. And so sad has dinner ready.
You've been up in my room, haven't you? That thing you've got there.
Johnny, please, not now.
Give that to me.
No,
Give it.
no, I won't. Oh, George, it's just a book.
Yeah, diary, isn't it?
Sure. His diary.
You mean the captain's?
Mrs. Jewell, I guess you found the same thing I did. There's an entry in the diary he made in the last day.
But whose diary?
Joe Murphy was so important because he was the only sensible witness to a murder by the great tin god, the only man left in the family, Captain Lamego. The diary was Jimmy's, Mr. Valentine.
And who was Jimmy?
A troublemaker like me. A mutineer, no less. That's what Joe Murphy supposedly witnessed. A righteous old swindler was defending himself from a mutineer. Sure. It was on that trip over a year ago that the disintegration of the male ranks of the family started.
Johnny, don't.
That was the excuse the good man used to stay on top. The excuse Captain Lamego used for killing my twin brother.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Maybe you've already started a checklist of things to take along on your summer vacation. Well, there's a friendly man in your neighborhood who also has a checklist that will help make your vacation the best one you've ever had. You'll find this man at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station. His checklist includes everything your car needs for carefree vacation miles. So before you start out, let him give your car a thorough inspection. That way, there will be less chance of your wasting precious vacation hours because of a dead battery, a broken fan belt, or corroded battery cable. Once you're out on the open road, remember, wherever you go in the West, you're never far from this same type of car saver service. It's the friendly service you get at all independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Portuguese Cove, a little old-fashioned seacoast village, the home of the Lamego family, the anchorage for the one wealth of their life, the tuna boat they all own together. But the skipper of the boat, the self-elected head of the family, is even stranger than the village itself, Captain Lamego. You first heard of him because he had struck a mailman. But now you find that a year ago he struck one of his own relatives, one of the twins, and killed him.
Self-defense. That's all I know.
Justified?
He was within his rights. He was the captain of a ship at sea.
That doesn't always mean that...
I'm so stupid about these things. And the captain would never let anyone talk about it around the house.
I can imagine.
Yeah, the captain's still doing a lot of thinking about it. At least he tried to get in touch with that witness, that Joe Murphy. Why?
There were some Panamanian boys on the crew. They didn't even speak English. Everybody understood that Jimmy had tried to use them to cause trouble.
Let's see. This mutiny thing that Johnny mentioned?
Well, he doesn't know anything. He was in college at the time, I mean. But Jimmy was a troublemaker. He couldn't stand taking orders from anyone. He couldn't stand not being able to run the family boat himself. That's what everyone understood. And one night he actually tried to attack the captain.
Mrs. Jewell, wasn't there an investigation at the time?
No, it was a hearing of some sort, Mr. Valentine. There's a record of it. I know the captain has some papers down on the boat, but it was kept very quiet. Why would anyone doubt the captain's word? And poor Jimmy had been buried at sea.
Hey, I play music for you. You like to hear some music?
No.
When Jimmy died, did you see what happened so sad?
Oh, see. Oh, it was terrible.
Can't you remember?
Oh, yes, he died. Yes. Why shouldn't I remember? It was at night. I was peeling the potatoes. Always potatoes.
No, now look so sad. Just what happened?
Well, everything happened all at once. The captain steps out of his cabin, and then I see Jimmy in the dark waiting for him. He'd been drinking. They all say that. Only maybe Joe Murphy seen him first, because he yells a warning to the captain. This Jimmy have a knife in one hand and a gaff, for the fish, in the other. And he yells something I cannot say out loud, and he swings his arm. Only the captain swings first. And the next thing, there is Jimmy on the deck, with blood where his head hits a cleat. See? Oh, yes, the captain is very strong.
Self-defense. Justifiable accidental death. Only the diary, Mrs. Jewell. The boy's diary that Johnny had. Let's see that last entry. The one that made you try to get me off the case.
And it burns me up the way the old goat picks on me all the time. The way he keeps telling people I cause trouble. The way he keeps dragging such crazy old words as mutiny into the talk whenever I'm around. Boy, he should be in a museum, stuffed, alongside of Captain Bligh. He says there's none of us in the family fit to take over his job. There's a laugh. He's got this boat and he'll never let go. But maybe I'll go up to his cabin one of these nights and tell him we'd get along all right if he'd just quit riding me. Maybe tonight. That's all, George.
Well, now, that doesn't sound exactly like a mutineer thinking of murder. A boy planning an attack with a knife in one hand and a gaff in the other. Brooksy, I think we'd better dig out the real facts of what happened fast, before something else like this happens again.
George.
Easy. Why don't you look out for the rope here?
All right.
Well, it's not such a tidy boat, is it, for all the big talk?
No, it's not. Beef, grease.
Run down, rusty at the seams. Here we are.
Can you see Lamego?
Yeah, he's in there, all right. His cabin. Wait a second.
This is his desk here, George.
Quiet. The captain's on the bunk, the other cabin, sound asleep.
It's against the law, probably, what we're doing.
I know that.
George, what...
I expected to ask him, but, well, we're cutting corners. Save the time checking in the city for an official copy.
George, right in front of us. Record of Proceedings, Maritime
let me
Commission. He'd been looking at it himself. Why, George?
Come on. Start to work. Federal court jurisdiction concerning the death at sea of James Lamego of Portuguese Cove. We should have waked him up and just plain asked him.
Can't you find anything new, George?
Joe Murphy didn't say much at the hearing. Saw the captain swing at Jimmy, caught sight of the knife in the kid's hand.
Well, that's the same as we already
They'd
did.
had trouble, all right. Captain had already hit Jimmy once, smashed his wrist with a hook the afternoon before.
What?
Yeah, the kid was horsing around. Only the tuna hooks were flying. Captain said somebody might have got his eyes torn out.
Oh.
But the facts? I'm afraid they died of pneumonia in Manila, Brooksy. With Joe Murphy gone, we...
Well,
Captain, we...
You know, I had a sort of premonition you might be down, Mr. Valentine.
That's so?
Yeah, I left out the things you might want to see.
Oh, Jimmy's death, sure.
After so much bad manners and waving of the emotions up at the house, he was a troublemaker, I guess you could see. Just like you saw his brother Johnny, yes.
You seem to have been a little rough with Jimmy the day before his death.
Oh, that, yes. Too bad. There's no space on the tuna boat for little boy things for horsing around. Too dangerous.
Yeah. And besides, everything has to be neat and tidy.
Having to get rid of such a person as Jimmy in self-defense is just one of them things. We mustn't blame him for his weakness. Not everyone can live on the strong moral plane. But a man... that's the general idea of what I want you to...
Yeah, Captain, I'm beginning to understand why you knocked that drink out of Johnny's hand earlier tonight. Why you spout so much, so righteously. Why you slept so heavily in there. Why the family's boat here is in such a mess. To put it mildly, the good gray patriarch can't stand up straight, can he? And, boy, you've had enough to float a
Get
ship.
off my ship! Get out of here! I won't listen to you! This is my ship! Get out of here!
Self-defense. But, Johnny, the trouble started a day earlier. Jimmy got his wrist smashed and must have been pretty sore at the old boy. So, Sad, how come you told me Jimmy was carrying a knife and a gaff?
See, that is so. He was.
But with a wrist like that, wouldn't it be a little hard to carry anything? You sure he wasn't just carrying a knife like Joe Murphy said?
See, I think that is right. See.
Which is right?
So, Sad, you want to agree with me, don't you?
But of course. Why not, Mr. Valentine?
No matter what I say, no matter what anybody says.
He's not much of a witness, I'm afraid. But say, he didn't used to say the gaff. Where'd you get that idea, Nutty?
Yeah, that's what I mean. The story's being added to.
To make the self-defense even stronger.
But why?
Sometimes self-defense is a way of committing murder, Johnny.
You mean the captain's been coaching Nutty here?
He's justifying himself.
I do not understand.
There was a motive for Jimmy's death, wasn't there, Johnny?
Oh, sure. But the captain thinks nobody's good enough to take over the boat from him.
That boat's worth a lot. The man who runs it gets most of it.
Well, family ownership doesn't mean much when there aren't any men left. Jimmy and I always had different ideas for it, new ideas.
Mr. Valentine, look. Here, look at this.
Yeah, a gun, huh?
Revolver. It's loaded and it's brand new. That's why I chased down here looking for you. Nutty found it in the captain's room tonight.
The captain?
Why would he buy it? Nobody else is going to attack him.
Maybe he thinks you are.
What? Oh, look, I've tried to figure this whole thing out. It's driven me crazy. I wrote letters like mad trying to locate Joe Murphy myself. I asked questions, but I couldn't.
The captain.
Here, give me that thing.
No, why should I? I thought for 1 minute he really meant to kill my brother.
What are you doing down there? I told you to get out of here.
Johnny, I said, give me that gun.
Get out, you and that yellow belly there.
He can't pull that
Johnny,
stuff.
take it easy.
Afraid of a fight, every one of you.
Shut up, will you?
Go on, hit me, both of you.
Listen, you see how he does it?
Go on, with my bare fist.
No, you can't. Not this time.
Now let him have the gun. I'm not afraid of a gun.
I told you to shut up a long time ago, Skipper. There won't be any self-defense this time.
Give me that gun back, Nutty.
Sure, Johnny, sure I will. You missed the captain with your first shot. He's down now. Go ahead, shoot him.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. There won't be any self-defense murder. You'll have to do it in cold blood.
George.
Try the shoe on the other foot for a while, Sonny. On who goes home. On who's been waking up the sleeping dogs around here.
You trying to be funny?
You're the one who primed So Sad with that gaff story, aren't you, Johnny? Just to make it look like the captain was desperately padding the evidence. You have to be the one. The skipper had seen the official record. He knew about the smashed wrist that made it impossible.
Hey, Mr. Valentine, listen.
Yes, Johnny. And that broken wrist also made it impossible for Jimmy to write in his diary on his last day. I guess a handwriting expert can tell me who wrote that last entry. The entry that made it seem so unlikely that Jimmy could have been really thinking about mutiny.
But everybody knew how Lamega treated Jimmy.
Let's just believe what we know. That Jimmy was a troublemaker, a mutineer, who was killed accidentally in self-defense. Only it gave you the bright idea of duplicating the stunt with malice aforethought.
I've been trying to find Joe Murphy to learn the
You
facts
have
of the...
not. You've been making up the facts. Capitalizing on the captain's feelings about a tragedy. You've been doing it for 6 months. Ever since you knew the only witness was dead.
No.
And you had to know, Buster, because you told me you kept writing to locate him. And yet someplace I remember the postman, the mailman himself, saying that Captain Lamega was the only guy around here who ever wrote to strange foreign places.
All right, smart boy. Meddle in there.
Hey, Jimmy, that... I guess Portuguese Cove won't be having an ambitious new tuna skipper for some time, Johnny.
Jimmy was the same as Johnny. Yes, he was the same.
Skipper, Johnny admitted that he was working for a chance to kill you.
Now you'll keep the boat, Captain. That's what you want.
It's what people say I want. Of course.
Yeah, I know. You won't defend yourself, will you? Too proud. You'll just get secretly drunk and beat your head over the rail and haunt yourself with how you once hit a man.
My fist is so big. It happens so sudden.
And you won't admit that you really hurt yourself every time you lash out and say there aren't any more men in the family. Trying to smother that conscience of yours. The same oversized conscience Johnny kept preying on. You won't ever admit how lonely you can get being the captain, being responsible for the family, or how close you got to wanting to shoot yourself over the guilt that really shouldn't have been yours.
Mr. Valentine, the poor man over there plays excellent dance music. So Sad. It's such a funny name. Wouldn't you two like to dance, Miss Brooks?
Yes, I'd love to. But it's all over now, isn't it, Captain?
Yes, of course. Don't worry. I only wish you knew something about tuna fishing, Mr. Valentine. We could use a man like you in the Lamego family.
Maybe one of these days you'll be going on a picnic with some friends. If they're going to ride in your car, you'll want more than ever to have that new car feeling. You know, fast starts, easy getaway in traffic, and dependable ping-free power on hills. Well, to get and to keep that new car feeling, go on Chevron Supreme gasoline. Most raw gasolines contain impurities that form power-robbing gum. And Chevron Supreme is the gasoline that's super refined to get rid of engine-sticking gum. But you don't have to wait for a picnic trip to get that new car feeling. Try Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Another thing you'll like about this premium quality gasoline is that it gives full mileage in the kind of driving you do. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Francis X. Bushman was heard as Lamego, Walter Burke as Johnny, Elliot Reed as So Sad, Gwen Delano as Mrs. Jewell, and Harry Bartell as the mailman. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Sudden Storm, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm writing from the most desolate place in the world, south end of Adobe Valley, right next to the bare, dead hills, where not even a coyote could be happy unless he found a rock high enough to jump off of. Well, Mr. Valentine, I've found my high place. And if I'm a coyote, it's only from running so fast and so long and hiding so much and not even remembering some of it. But you see, right now, I'm myself, I guess you'd call it. So here goes. You read in the newspapers the past year about the punishments of the sinful that were known as the quotation mark killings. First there in the city, then several more times in towns up the valley. And all by the same man, only he was never caught. Mr. Valentine, I believe in justice. And what scares me more than anything is the